Sitting inside the box, the rabbit heard the voices of people. They said that soon the lands of the Black Panther would appear. They said that the coming-of-age ceremony had already taken place, but the rabbit still had not turned into a human, and that the god of beasts had placed a curse on the rabbit. Her mother kept yelling and asking why she hadn't turned into a human. She yelled that her little brother had already become a worthy werewolf. She trembled with fear, because she understood that it was entirely her fault. She knew that if she prayed to the god of animals, she would definitely become a human someday. The priest in the temple said that she had a curse placed on her by the god of beasts, and that was why she could not turn into a human. Her family humiliated her and told her that she was useless. She was very scared and wondered if her family was going to abandon her because she could not become human. The young men said that they had already gone too deep into the forest, and they had been given orders so that she could die at the hands of Black Panthers. They said that as proof that they had visited the lands of the Black Panthers, they would bring the customer some grass that grows on their territory. The young people were very nervous because they were afraid of Black Panthers. She was scared and wanted to get out of the box as soon as possible. She cried because she begged them not to leave her. She said that she would try hard to become a worthy werewolf. She cried because she didn't want to stay in the Black Panther's territory. A moment later, she heard some suspicious sound. She was very scared. A moment later, someone pulled her out of the box, and she looked at her savior with tears in her eyes. The young man looked at the crying rabbit with surprise and contempt. He was very surprised because he saw us in my territory, a small rabbit. She was shocked because she realized that it was a Black Panther in front of her now. She twitched because she realized that he could eat her now, but she wanted him to let her go. The young man looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he looked at her with a grin and asked if she was crying. She twitched because she was furious. She was surprised. Was this really the first time he saw a rabbit cry? The young man looked at her and with a smile asked her to cry some more. She was stunned by such a statement. Trembling with fear, she began to cry. She was shocked because she realized that he seemed to like it when she cried. Thus, on Earth, the Black Panther got a little rabbit named Vivi Ravian. She is a were-rabbit from a highly respected family. But for some reason, she still couldn't turn into a human, even though she was already 18 years old. Vivi thought that perhaps, because her parents didn't want to see her, they abandoned her in the lands of the Black Panther. She didn't know what could happen to her, nor did she know where she was now. She knew that before she lost consciousness, she was definitely in the forest. She remembered painful memories. She didn't know why he took her with him. She was worried that he might actually eat her. She was afraid that he would cook her. Vivi did not want to let that happen at any cost. She understood that she needed to come to her senses as quickly as possible and try to escape right now. She understood that even if she broke something, she would still run away. Vivi tried to jump off the bed, but a moment later, someone grabbed her. She was in shock. Turning around, she saw a panther. He looked at her and said that a big disaster almost happened. He said that she still decided to commit a rash act. He said that the gentleman was also good, since he abandoned such a small rabbit. Vivi was surprised. She saw red eyes and fangs. He looked at her and said that it was the first time he was eating her. He looked at her and asked where she came from. Vivi was shocked because she saw the Black Panther again. He looked at her and asked if she couldn't speak. She was twitching as she wanted him to let her go. A moment later, he sat her down on the pillow and told her that the floor would be safer than the bed. He looked at her and said that since she had come to this place, she should be careful, since she was the property of Mr. Ahin. At the same time, he called her Mr. Rabbit and said that she was property. Vivi was shocked. She did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that she should always make sure her manners were impeccable. She looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that, judging by the fact that the gentleman brought her into his bedroom, she must be special. He said that she was a spare food. Vivi was shocked by what she heard. Vivi heard voices. Young people were discussing that she had fainted and were saying that she was a sick rabbit. The young man was surprised as he realized that it was most likely a werewolf rabbit who had briefly returned to his true form. The man said that he doesn't sense werewolf pheromones at all, and if he were a werewolf, he would have turned into a human long ago. Lying on the pillow, she heard what they were discussing. They could not figure out whether she was a werewolf or an ordinary rabbit. She had previously heard that there were many scientists in the Black Panther lands, and she thought that if it was revealed that she was a werewolf who had failed to turn into a human, she would become a test subject. They discussed why the gentleman brought her into the house. Vivi thought that all their conversations were simply absurd. She didn't believe that the owner of such a luxurious bedroom brought her into the house just to eat her. The doctor said that he had already finished the treatment, and that was why he was leaving. Vivi was scared. She didn't want the doctor to leave. Erwin came closer to her and said that her closed eyelids were trembling. He said that if she didn't get up now, she would go to the table. He asked her if she liked fried or boiled meat. She was shocked. Erwin looked at her and apologized for being late with his introduction. He said that he was the master's assistant. Erwin said the gentleman must have had a reason for leaving her there. Erwin said that the gentleman thought she was a supernatural animal that understood language. The gentleman also thought that she was a divine beast. Erwin looked at her and said that he still thought of her as an ordinary rabbit. She was shocked because she knew she was ordinary, but she didn't understand why he was emphasizing it. A moment later, they noticed someone enter the bedroom. Turning around, they saw the gentleman. Holding the rabbit in his arms, Erwin bowed and greeted Mr. Achin. The master looked intently at the servant and asked why he was there. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he hadn't sent him first to help Mr. Rabbit. Akin looked at Erwin and said that it was so. Achin looked at him to check if he was a werewolf or an ordinary rabbit. Erwin said that the doctor had an impossible hypothesis. Erwin asked if he could find out the reason for the rabbit's appearance. Ahin said that he wanted to eat rabbit tomorrow. Erwin looked at him and said that he would notify the kitchen about it. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand if she had to eat it. She knew that they had a lot of food besides it. Erwin saw that the sun was already setting and said that he would take his leave. Vivi did not want him to leave. The gentleman looked closely at the rabbit. She was trembling with fear. Sometime later, they were sleeping quietly in bed. She understood that she had nowhere to run. She knew that she was now in the lands of the Black Panthers. She understood that even if she was lucky enough to get out, it would be difficult to survive. And even if she survived, she had no home to return to. Her own mother looked at her with contempt and hatred. She was in shock, as her parents wished her the shame of her kind of death. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and came closer to him. She noticed that he looked handsome. She knew she was scared, but still, if it weren't for this man, she really would have died. This situation terrified her. Vivi didn't know how to let it go or what to do. She wanted to live. However, fortunately, he didn't do anything special with her now. She thought that perhaps she should be grateful to him. A moment later, she saw his gaze. She was very surprised and scared, as she did not expect him to wake up. She was very scared and crawled under the pillow. Akin looked at her and said that she was going to suffocate. Lifting the pillow, he saw that it was shaking violently. He looked at her and asked with a grin if she was crying again. She was furious and didn't cry at all. She just remembered her mother, who said that she suffered greatly from the rumors that were because of Vivi. She was very worried and afraid because she was abandoned, and it hurt her feelings more than she thought. He looked at her, puzzled. A moment later, he asked her if she was afraid of being eaten. She looked at him in surprise. Akin looked at her and said that then she could cry. Vivi looked at him in surprise. She didn't understand why he was so obsessed with her tears. He moved closer to her and told her to cry faster. She sighed heavily and rubbed her eyes. Vivi was shocked and twitching. She was confused that she couldn't cry in front of him. Turning away from her, he said that she did not have enough willpower. He said that the day after tomorrow he would eat her for this. She needed to try harder. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him. He looked at her and told her to lie there as if she wasn't there, as she was irritating him. The next day, Vivi noticed that he was getting ready to go somewhere. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand what she was looking at. She looked at him with sweet eyes. A moment later, she waved her paw at him. Vivi wanted him to go away and never come back. The maid looked at her and said that by the young master's order, she would serve her. She said her name was Mamie. Sometime later, they leisurely looked around the estate. Later, they started taking a bath. After she took a bath, she started eating. Vivi noticed that there was little salad today. She also walked leisurely through the garden. She was surprised because she noticed that the house was very huge. She thought that she was now in the aristocracy. She pointed out that the man who was always next to her was called the young master, which meant that he was the son of the owner of the estate. He threatened her from time to time, and it was scary, even to the point of shaking. A moment later, she saw the main gate. She turned and looked intently at her maid. She looked closely at the gate. Because she realized that she could easily squeeze through, she knew that this was her only chance. The knight and the maid were talking to each other. She understood that she had to leave the estate immediately. Right now, with the speed of lightning, she rushed to the gate. She quickly passed the guards and maids. Suddenly, she heard a noise and, without noticing it, hit something. She fell to the ground because she was in so much pain. She was in shock and did not understand where the dagger appeared in front of her from. A moment later, the maid picked her up in her arms. The maid told her that it was very dangerous outside the estate. She was shocked and very scared because she understood that the local people were really strange. The young gentleman was covered in blood late at night. Opening her eyes, she was taken aback as she saw the young gentleman covered in blood. She also noticed that he had wounds. She was very surprised. The young gentleman sat on a chair and sighed heavily. She noticed that he was very badly hurt. Moments later, the doctor and Erwin ran into the room. Erwin looked at him and asked if this was the work of werewolves. The gentleman said that they even used a paralyzing aroma. The doctor said that the wound is not deep, but still requires bandaging. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement. He said that he would dispose of the body and hand it over to the head of the Wolflands. Erwin said that even though they will deny that this is a problem, it has nothing to do with them. The gentleman told him to send 30 people from their side, and he also said that it was possible to kill their high-ranking officials. The doctor bowed and said that he had done everything and would come to him in the morning. Aiken sighed heavily as all his wounds hurt. He looked at Vivi. The master was surprised that she had been here all this time. Erwin looked at her and said that she had been sitting quietly the whole time. He said that the rabbit was very smart. As befits the one brought by the master, Achin asked if this was related. Irin looked at him and said that this was exactly it. A moment later, the gentleman approached the rabbit and called him. Vivi was surprised and didn't understand why he was calling her. He looked at her and said, which was truly quite remarkable for a rabbit. He was surprised that she understood his speech. Erwin said that, however, if he is a werewolf, then a lot of things don't add up. The gentleman looked at him and asked what happened to those they had killed in the forest when they discovered the rabbit. Erwin said that today he had just ordered the return of the bodies, but only after the Black Panthers of the forest had torn them apart. The gentleman was angry. Vivi shuddered. She fell quietly onto his palm because she wanted him to spare her. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was a quick thinker. The master looked at the servant and told him to go out. Sometime later, they were lying in bed. She saw that he was in pain. She wondered what happened to him with the werewolves. A moment later, he looked at her intently. The gentleman grabbed her and lifted her up. Moments later, he pulled her closer to his face and began to sniff her. She was confused. She froze in shock, not understanding what he was doing. He looked at her and said there was a pheromone scent coming from her neck. She was shocked and didn't understand what he had just said. She understood that this simply couldn't be. She knew that the pheromone scent only came from werewolves who could turn into humans. He looked at her and said that it was suspicious. He looked at her and said that they shouldn't have killed them all at once. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what this predator was thinking about. A moment later, she saw that he had already fallen asleep. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if it wouldn't be better to take the training easier today. Achin looked at Erwin and called him. Erwin looked closely at the master, as the invasion of the wolf race on Earth had become more frequent lately. Because of this, attacks on the master, the heir to the head of the family, increased. The gentleman licked the blood from the wound. Erwin wanted the gentleman to take care of himself. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that the two-dimensional movements were overloading his body. He asked if he had had any wounds recently. He said that it had healed. Erwin was shocked. He said that no one could really cope with the master's outstanding healing power. He said incredulously that the gentleman seemed to have an ability that allowed the wound to heal within a day. Akin understood that he didn't believe him. He understood that this must sound crazy, and he himself was very surprised when in the morning he saw that she had taken a drag early. He looked at the rabbit who was sleeping peacefully. He was surprised, as he was definitely fully recovered. He told him to find out if there were any deceased or recently disappeared members of the clan among the aristocracy of the Rabbitlands. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise, as he understood what the gentleman wanted to say. The lady looked at the rabbit and asked the maid why her son had taken in this rabbit. The maid looked at her mistress and said that everything was correct. She smiled and said that there were rumors that this was an extraordinary talking rabbit. She looked at her and asked if it was true. Vivi looked at her in surprise. The maid said that apparently she had been misled, but the rabbit understood speech to some extent. She smiled and said that it seemed the gossip wasn't entirely true. She looked at the maid and said that she wanted to see this child, so she asked her to leave them for a while. Vivi realized that 10 days had already passed unnoticed since her arrival at the estate. She realized that she was face to face with the master's mother. She looked at her and asked her to raise her paw. Vivi did everything as she was asked. Then the lady asked her to pull up her leg. Later, she told her to sit down. Madame looked at her contentedly. She stroked it tenderly and Madame smiled and said that it was incredibly cute. A moment later, Madame said that it looked like her son was growing food. She flinched at the unexpected words. She was shocked, because she realized that she had sometimes tolerated Erwin, who had come to talk. Every evening, she endured the young master's mockery, and it was all for the sake of fattening her up for slaughter. She sighed heavily, as she knew that she couldn't do anything since she was just a rabbit. Madame looked at her intently with a smile on her face. She looked at her and said that if she wanted to live, she didn't have to be so submissive to the young master. She said that a predator always eats its prey if it loses interest in it. She understood that even if she resisted him, he could still bite her with his huge fangs. The lady smiled and said that she had just sensed subtle pheromones from her. She said with a smile that, at least not now. Vivi was shocked because she didn't expect pheromones to come from her. Sometime later, she lay quietly on the bed and thought about everything. She remembered that the young master and his mother had said that she smelled of pheromones. She was surprised, but she had heard before that werewolves had better developed senses than herbivores. She wondered if those two had been wrong about her. Pheromones appeared after turning into a human, but there are always exceptions. She was an exception since she could not turn into a human and still remained in animal form. The maids mocked her and told her to convert. Her family looked at her with disdain, as if they expected that she would finally be able to turn into a human. She was very excited and wondered if she could become human now. She wanted to try. For some time, she tried to turn into a human, but unfortunately, she didn't succeed. A moment later, a young gentleman entered the room and looked at her intently. He was surprised and didn't understand what she was doing. A moment later, he came closer to her and called her. He said that today, the mouth of wolves attacked again. He looked at her and said that he was wounded. For this reason, she looked at him in surprise. A moment later, he showed her his face and told her that he had a wound there. She looked at him and sighed heavily. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she would heal him again. She turned away, wondering why she had to do this. He looked at her and asked if she really wouldn't help him. Vivi shook her head as she didn't want to do it. A moment later, he picked her up. He said that a rabbit that doesn't even heal is useless. She was very scared and trembled with fear. He looked at her and asked if she now had a desire to treat him. She nodded, afraid that he might eat her. A moment later, he put her on the bed and told her to heal him. She was surprised because she did not understand how she should treat him. She turned around. He looked at her in surprise. A moment later, she placed her paw on his cheek. Moving closer, she licked his cheek. He looked at her with surprise and embarrassment, as he did not expect this. He looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of treatment this was. She was in shock, as she did not understand what she should do. He jumped up and looked at her intently. A moment later, he said that this was not bad either. She was surprised and stunned, as she did not understand what he was saying at all. The young gentleman looked at her intently and smiled. The lady sat and quietly drank tea. She said with a smile that today was a beautiful day. Vivi ate slowly. She completely agreed with Madame. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that she moved her lips charmingly when she chewed. She looked at her and said with a smile that she could eat some more. Vivi was very happy. The first time she saw Madame, she felt uncomfortable and scared. But after several meetings, she was very happy to see her. Madame looked at her and said with a smile that she was a little late in greeting. She said that her name was Valence Grace. She thought for a moment, as she had heard a name of this kind somewhere. Madame smiled and said that she could just call her Madame Valens. Vivi knew that she couldn't do that since she couldn't speak. The lady told her to hold her breath for a moment and think about the pressure on the veins all over her body. A moment later, she did as her mistress told her. Her whole body was shaking. She didn't understand what she was feeling now. A moment later, she looked at her mistress in surprise. The lady smiled and said that she was just a clever girl. She said with a smile that everything went great, and they finished. The lady smiled and told her to remember this feeling. Vivi looked at her in surprise, not understanding what she was supposed to remember. The young gentleman looked at her and showed her the toy. He said that if she couldn't catch it, he would eat it tomorrow. She was furious. Because she realized that he was making fun of her again, she began to spank the toy. He looked at her, asked what she was doing. He said that she would not be able to do it because she had short legs, and he called her a fat rabbit. Erwin said that soon the rabbit will hate a chin. Since he scared him in the morning, Erwin said that now the rabbit looks at him with a look of complete hatred. The young gentleman smiled and said that, on the contrary, he liked this look. Erwin sighed heavily and smiled. He told the rabbit to continue to hate the master. The young gentleman smiled and said that you were trembling. She was furious because they were making her angry. They had unexpectedly put her in a carriage in the morning, and had not told her where they were going. The gentleman looked at her and said that she was a war rabbit. Erwin said that this was probably the birth of the first war rabbit. Vivi kicked Erwin with her tiny foot. She was very angry with him and wanted him to leave. Vivi stared out the window after she calmed down. She was surprised, since it was her first time going outside. She knew that she could now examine everything up close. Erwin looked at her and asked if she wanted to see. He lifted her higher. She looked intently out the window as she saw a truly beautiful view. She was surprised, as the view was completely different from what she had read in books and heard from stories. She didn't know if the day would come when she would be able to go outside on her own. A moment later, someone lifted her up. The young gentleman took it and put it in his pocket. She was surprised because she was in a lot of pain, and she didn't understand why he grabbed her so suddenly. She looked at him intently. A moment later, they arrived at the place. She was surprised and looked out of her pocket. She did not understand where they had come and why this place was so far away. A moment later, she saw that they had arrived at the temple. She was very scared and trembling with fear. They walked slowly to the temple, Vivi shaking with fear. She didn't want to go there because she remembered her family's words. She wondered if they had come to the temple because the scent of pheromones was coming from her. Vivi thought that they were most likely going to reveal her true identity. The young gentleman told her to sit still. She did not want to sit still because she wanted to get home as soon as possible because she did not like it. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what was wrong with the rabbit. Ahin didn't know what to answer. A moment later, they entered the hall. The high priest bowed to them in response. She was very scared. Achin looked at her and told her to wait for him a little. Vivi flinched and looked at him fearfully. The young gentleman looked at her and told her to answer. Vivi nodded back at him. He smiled. A moment later, they approached the priest, Vivi looking after him with fear. Ahin said that they had not seen each other for 3 years. The priest said that a personal visit from Mr. Grace was an honor for him. She looked at them in surprise, as she did not understand what they were talking about. She was very frightened because she again heard the words of the priest, which he spoke to her last time. He told her that she had been rejected by the god of beasts, and she was very frightened and trembling with fear. She didn't want to hear those words at all. A moment later, she jumped off and ran away with tears in her eyes. She ran and asked them to stop talking like that to her. Vivi remembered that the iron said that there were no such precedents. She was told that since it was the curse of the beast god, the high priest had no intention of interfering. She was told that it was disgusting. She ran up to the statue of the beast god and looked at it intently. She looked at him and wondered why she couldn't turn into a human. She wanted to know if she really had a curse. She didn't understand why it was only on her. The young gentleman approached her and, out of breath, said that she was irritating him a little today. He looked at her in surprise, asked why she was crying, and he also asked if she really hated the temple. She hated the temple very much, and even more so the high priest. And looking at him, she cried. Sometime later, Erwin ran up to the gentleman. Irvine looked at Vivi and said that he was relieved that she was okay, as he didn't think she would try to escape from the temple. She looked at him in surprise, as she realized that he was very slow. Achin said that Mr. Rabbit ran away because he hated the temple. Erwin said that Mr. Rabbit was apparently an atheist. Achin asked if religion among rabbits was strange. Erwin said that rabbits sometimes pray. Achin thought that was interesting. Erwin said that if Mr. Rabbit doesn't like the temple, then they need to return to the estate as soon as possible. She looked at them in surprise and wondered if they could come back. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that they would return to the estate right away. Erwin came closer to her and called out. She looked at him in surprise. Erwin said he didn't have the military nerve, so he asked her to refrain from making sudden runs in the future. The gentleman looked at him gloomily and said that Erwin was very close to Mr. Rabbit. Irvin looked at Achin and said with a smile that he respected his master's callous side too. Achin told him to keep quiet. Vivi looked at the gentleman in surprise. She was very tired, as the day had exhausted her. Lying on the bed, the young gentleman looked at her intently. She did not understand why this predator had opened his robe and was looking at her. She pretended to be asleep. She also wanted to show that she was a dangerous beast. The young gentleman touched her and called her, calling her a crybaby. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she knew that predators have a developed sense of ownership. She was confused and didn't understand what he was even saying. He said that when it's too strong, things are broken and thrown away. After his words, she jumped up. She was in shock and asked him in surprise what he would do to her. He said that he took her in. That's why she lives. He asked her, is it true that she is his property? She looked at her with fear, and he just grinned. She wondered if he was threatening her now, and if she tried to run away, he would most likely just kill her. A beautiful madam was sitting in the garden on a fine day. She looked at the sweet child and told her with a smile to breathe deeply. Vivi immediately followed the advice. The lady said that because of this situation, she again wants to hide her pheromones. She told her to try to collect all her energy in her stomach. The lady told her to take her time and do everything slowly. She told her to exhale and inhale slowly. After a long workout, she fell onto the pillow, exhausted. The lady smiled and praised her. She said that Vivi had done a good job. It was hard for her, as she had been training herself to control her pheromones every day for some time now. Vivi hoped that she would soon be able to turn into a human. A moment later, she saw a book. The lady looked at her and asked if she understood the letter. Vivi was surprised and did not understand why the lady suddenly gave her a book. She nodded, since she knew how to read. The lady said that since the doctor was like that, she would give the book to Mamie. The lady smiled and said that perhaps the book would be useful. She was surprised and didn't know how the book would be useful to her. Having opened the book, she first touched it and then began to read. She was surprised because she had read about the theory of pheromones. Pheromone is the innate scent and energy of werewolves that manifests itself in characteristic abilities. Were-rabbits generally have developed an evasion pheromone. She was surprised and wondered if she was that kind too. She thought she wasn't that fast after all. Vivi noticed a note about pheromones and genders. She knew this part very well, since the servants in the estate knew that she could not speak, and therefore came to her room to have affairs. A moment later, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw a young gentleman who was laughing. She saw that he was laughing very hard. Erwin was also standing and shaking with laughter. She was surprised and didn't understand why they were behaving like this. Erwin said that in his entire encounter with Mr. Rabbit, this was the first time he had seen such a sight. They laughed and said she was a reading bunny. He said he wanted to capture this scene in a painting. Achin laughed furiously and couldn't stop. A moment later, he calmed down and said with a smile that he was going to choke with laughter. Erwin looked at him and with a smile told the gentleman to pull himself together. He looked at the young master and asked if the little rabbit would be upset if the young master laughed like that. The young master could hardly contain his laughter. Ahin was amazed by such a sweet appearance. A moment later, the young gentleman laughed even harder, and Vivi thought he was being presumptuous. Vivi enjoyed the walk, accompanied by Mamie. She paused for a moment and thought that the lady and young master were busy today. The maid looked at her. She didn't understand what was happening. A moment later, the young man picked her up in his arms, looked at her in surprise, and asked if it was really a rabbit. She was surprised, as it was the first time she saw this man. Vivi noticed that he had very beautiful golden eyes. She wondered if he was one of the herbivorous werewolves. He looked at her and said that she smelled like black panthers. Vivi was shocked. She wanted him to let her go. Vivi looked at the maid pitifully. Vivi looked at her, wanting to know if it was a predator or not. The maid nodded to her, agreeing with her assumption. She stared at him, not understanding where he had come from. Viv didn't take her eyes off him. Vivi was confused and didn't understand why he was looking at her so intently. She didn't know what he wanted from her. A moment later, he brought it closer to his face and sniffed it. Vivi was shocked. Asked why she smelled like black puntera. Vivi realized that he was talking about Ahin. She was shocked and wanted him to take his fangs away from her. Vivi hit him. Everyone looked at them confused. Mamie looked at Mr. Manyenza and asked for forgiveness, telling him to let the rabbit go. Mr. Manyens looked at the maid in surprise. A moment later, the young gentleman approached them. Vivi was very surprised, and at the same moment, glad that he came. Achin looked angrily at Manyens. Manyens looked at him and said that this was unexpected for him, since he did not think that the young master would raise a rabbit. Achin looked at them intently and said nothing. A moment later, he told Manyens to give him the rabbit. Manyens sighed heavily and let go of Vivi. She approached Achin with lightning speed. Manyens asked Achin since when he had acquired such a hobby. Vivi looked at Ahin and pointed at Manyens with her small paw. She wanted to know what kind of relationship they had. He looked at her and said angrily that she was saturated with the smell of a dirty lion. Vivi was puzzled, since it was not her fault. A moment later, she realized that he was surrounded by predators, namely, a panther and a lion. She was in shock. He asked her if she really wanted to go to the lion. She showed with her whole appearance that she did not intend to do this. Ahin asked with a smile if she really wanted to become food for the lion. Vivi twitched, because she did not want this. She was surprised and didn't understand why he was behaving this way. He smirked and told her to beg more if she wanted to live. She looked at him angrily. He looked and asked with a grin if she really wouldn't. She was furious and frowned. Not going to do it even if he was looking at her like that, Manhwa said with a grin, that apparently the rabbit liked the dirty lion more than Sir Grace. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit and said angrily that this could not be, and he called her a traitor. Vivi was shocked by this statement. Ahin turned around and said that he was telling him out of concern that polygamy was prohibited in the lands of the Black Panthers. Leo looked after them in surprise. Manhwa stretched and said that no matter what, he was still a crazy bastard. Vivi nodded in turn, realizing that the lion had noticed everything accurately. Achin sniffed his things with irritation as he smelled the scent of a lion, which was unpleasant to him. He was irritated, since he didn't like the lion anyway. Irwin said there were no missing children among the aristocrats in the rabbit lands. He said that even when the search was expanded to include wealthy traders, no missing people were found. The young gentleman looked closely at the documents. He said with a grin that it was very suspicious. Irwin asked if there was a chance that Mr. Rabbit wasn't a werewolf, but an ordinary rabbit. Akin was surprised. The gentleman said that he had been watching the rabbit for about a month, but it had not grown at all. Only a little fatter. Irwin smiled and said that, thanks to the lady, he had gained weight. The young gentleman wondered if the rabbit was an aristocrat, but he still knew that the rabbit definitely smelled of pheromones, and for that same reason, his mother was worried. Irwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would personally interrogate him about the true identity of Mr. Rabbit. Ahin said that perhaps he would really hate him. Irwin said that he really would. The gentleman said that the rabbit had recently torn up the book he had brought. Irwin had brought a book all about cooking herbivores. The gentleman told Irwin that he was very bad and asked if he liked this kind of thing. Irwin said that he did not want to receive such an assessment from anyone except him. Irwin said that his master is the light and source of all things. Achin told him to shut up. Irwin fell silent and stared at the gentleman as he examined the documents. As the men walked through the forest, they talked and were shocked, as this was the first time they had heard an order to throw a child into the clutches of a predator. The young gentleman read the report in the documents and was shocked that people were ordered to let the child die at the hands of Black Panthers. Irwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young gentleman looked closely at the documents and said that those looking for the rabbit might appear soon. He looked at Irwin with an angry look and told him to kill everyone who would look for the rabbit. The maid was carefully wiping the rabbit. She looked at her and asked for forgiveness for not being able to help recently. She said that Mr. Lev is a high-ranking person who comes as a representative of the Leo clan to the negotiations. She said that a servant like her could not install it unceremoniously. Vivi looked closely at the maid. Now she knew the lion's name. The maid looked at her and said that from now on, it would be better to refrain from walking on days when the lion comes. Vivi realized what she wanted to say. She hoped that the lion scent was now completely gone. She sniffed her paws, hoping that the smell had disappeared and that they wouldn't pick on her for no reason anymore. The young gentleman looked at her darkly and asked if she still smelled like Leo. Vivi was very angry and irritated. Akin asked if she hadn't been bathed. She was shocked, as she didn't understand how he could ask such a question to a girl. Sitting on the sofa, they stared at each other. Irwin called the young gentleman. Irwin said that it had already been a month since Mr. Rabbit had arrived at the estate, and it would be a good idea to give him a name. The young gentleman looked at Irwin in surprise. Irwin said it was time, since everyone was calling him Mr. Rabbit. The young gentleman thought for a moment and frowned. He slowly pressed against her cheek. He looked at the rabbit and said that perhaps it already had a name. She looked at him with surprise and fear because she did not understand how he knew this. Irwin looked at them and said that was it. He bowed and said that they would see each other tomorrow. Vivi was shocked. She didn't understand how he knew that she already had a name. She jumped up as if she didn't understand what he was doing now. A moment later, he pulled her and told her to follow him. She was in shock. I didn't understand how he could continue to unceremoniously grab her by the skin. He looked at her and said with a smirk that he wanted to eat her when she looked at him with such anger. She looked at him with disdain. Ahin looked at her and said with a grin that this was not a joke. She was in shock because she became very scared. A moment later, he lowered it and it plopped into the ink. She was in shock and didn't understand what he was doing. Vivi was splashing in ink. He looked at her intently and told her to write her name. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand how to write her name. She was shocked. She didn't understand who he took her for, since he was demanding this as a matter of course. He said that they say that when you become attached to an animal, if you give it a name, Ahin looked at her and asked if she thought she would live longer if he knew her name now. She was in shock. She didn't understand why he was saying such terrible things. She wanted to tell him that she understood everything and would definitely do as he told her. Vivi plopped down on the ground as she was very tired, while writing her name on the piece of paper. She was in shock, as all her muscles and bones ached terribly. She didn't expect writing the name to be so difficult. The young gentleman looked closely at the name she wrote. He looked at her and asked if her name was Vivi. He smiled and said her name again with a smile on his face. A moment later, he grabbed her by the skin and lifted her up. She was surprised and did not understand why he was calling her that. The young gentleman looked at her intently, frowning. He pulled her closer as if he was going to bite her. She was in shock, didn't understand what he was doing and why he suddenly started behaving like this. She twitched and writhed as he touched her, fangs pressed against her body. He looked at her and told her not to twitch, as he was only removing the lion's scent. Her heart was pounding wildly. She did not understand why he suddenly started acting like this, since she wanted him to tell her in advance what he was going to do. She shuddered as she felt very strange. She did not understand why her heart was beating so wildly. It seemed to her as if her strength was leaving her body. She smelled the scent, but she didn't understand what was happening or what it was she was smelling. She wondered if she was really smelling the young master's pheromone. She felt sick, and the smell made her choke. Opening her eyes, she realized that it seemed like she had just fallen asleep after all. Everything inside her was cracking. She wondered if she was sick again. She saw that the young master was sleeping next to her. She noticed that he was very handsome when he wasn't talking and was just sleeping. She didn't understand why he was interrogating her and why Vivi seemed so suspicious to him. She wondered if he was curious about her true nature. Vivi touched his face tenderly. It felt very warm to her. A mother and son were sitting on a fine day and drinking tea. The woman was alarmed. She did not understand why there was still no news. She knew that the services that had worked in her home for so long could not disobey the order because of her daughter. She wondered if they were being hunted by Black Panthers. She felt uneasy. The young man looked intently at his mother. He said that if they crossed the border unnecessarily and went into the deep forest, they could be attacked. He told his mother not to worry in vain. She looked at her son and asked if this forest was close to the Grace family. She was worried that the servants of this family might discover Vivi. He looked at his mother and asked if he should be even more grateful to them. He said that they would deal with it themselves. She thought for a moment and said nothing. He said that if she was so worried about it, she could send people and investigate it. He said that even if they were attacked by Black Panthers, there would be corpses or bones left behind. The madam, puzzled, agreed with his words. She said that it would be better this way. Vivi stared into the mirror. She cried because she was puzzled by the fact that when she woke up, she had seen a human hand. So inside, she was already anticipating that it could be her. She was shocked, wondering what kind of transformation she could have done into a human if she was still just a ball of fur. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and called out. He didn't understand why she suddenly started behaving like this. Vivi sighed heavily, knowing that he couldn't understand her heartbreaking torment as a Black Panther. He looked at her in surprise and asked what kind of strange behavior this was. The servant looked at the master in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master looked at the servant and said that he was talking about the rabbit now, as she was sighing very heavily, and he did not understand why she was suddenly behaving like this. The servant looked at the master and asked if she wanted to eat. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise and asked if that was really why. The servant said she looked a little downcast. The master said breakfast was already over. Vivi knew they were just stupid predators, since this was not her real problem. The young master said that there was some basis for this. The servant looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said that the statements were about her being hungry. He looked at the rabbit and said that it should get ready to be eaten and that it needed to gain weight. The servant looked at the master in surprise and asked with a smile if he was right. The young master said that everything was exactly so, and the rabbit's preparation was perfect. She looked at him intently with anger in her eyes. Vivi did not understand why he was making such conclusions again. He came closer, approached her and sniffed. She looked at him in surprise. The young gentleman looked at her and said that the lion's scent had completely disappeared. A moment later, he called her. Ahin looked at her and said angrily that if she came with that smell again, then she was shocked because he didn't finish what would happen then. Vivi looked at him in fear. The young master looked sideways at the servant and said that it was already late and they had to go. Vivi was angry and stunned as he did not finish and was already leaving. She was furious, but at the same time, she was shaking with fear because she was scared and didn't understand what would happen if she came with a different smell. She screamed mentally that she had to tell her first and then leave. Sometime later, she and the maid were walking. She bumped into the lady. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that it was the first time someone had been so happy to see her. Vivi greeted the lady happily. She ran around her. She really wanted to tell the lady about what happened that night, but she couldn't speak. But she thought that she could write everything down now. Vivi looked at the lady intently, and Mrs. Valens looked at her in surprise. Still, Vivi decided to show what the young master did to her. She showed that he opened his mouth first. Vivi testified that he then bit her. She said that after this, she immediately felt dizzy and sick, as if she had been drunk. Sighing heavily, she said that this is exactly how it happened. The lady looked at her with surprise and puzzlement. The mistress looked at the maid and said that apparently the dinner was not enough. She told the maid to immediately ask the chef to cook everything, but from the eastern lands. Mamie was shocked, as it was barely an hour since breakfast, but she still meekly agreed and left. Vivi was shocked because the mistress misunderstood her. She rushed away from the mistress of the servant. She wanted to show that this was not what they thought. The lady looked at her and said with a smile that she seemed pleased. Vivi was shocked and didn't understand what she was talking about. The lady looked at the rabbit with a smile on her face. Late in the evening, young people were looking at something intently. A moment later, the young man said he had found something. He looked in surprise at the bones that were near him. He realized that these were the remains of a werewolf. The young man looked closely at the remains and said that it was very strange. He said that they were strong enough not to die so easily at the hands of Black Panthers. He was surprised and wondered if it was so difficult to check if the pathetic rabbit was dead. A moment later, someone told them that they had crossed the border again without their permission. The young people were scared because they did not know who told them this. Akin looked angrily at the young people. The young master gave them a spiteful and contemptuous look. He couldn't understand why they had suddenly invaded his territory. The young people were very scared because they noticed that the man had scarlet eyes. They looked at them closely as they realized that in front of them were young people who belonged to the Black Panther family. The man looked closely at the Panthers and said that it was none of their business. Ahin looked at them and asked if they were really looking for a rabbit. The young people looked at them in bewilderment. Ahin looked at them and calmly said that he had given shelter to the rabbit. The young people were shocked because they realized that he said that he had adopted the rabbit. They wondered if this meant that the rabbit was still alive. The young gentleman looked at them with anger and contempt and asked if they were really going to take the rabbit again. The panther growled loudly and angrily at the young people. The man looked at them with fear and said in a trembling voice that it was not what they thought. Erwin looked at them and said that he now thought they were incredibly suspicious. Erwin told them to look at themselves right now, because they were no different from the night crooks. Erwin asked why they should suddenly trust them and give them the rabbit. Erwin said that Mr. Rabbit had already become very comfortable as Mr. Spare Food, so they would not give him away. The young people were shocked. They didn't understand what he was saying. The young gentleman looked at Erwin intently and asked what he really wanted to say. Erwin bowed and said that he could not contain his indignation since they dared to covet Mr. Rabbit, Mr. Atchin's spare food. The young master looked at him intently and said that he had said too much. Erwin said they don't know for sure because they might have intentions to steal Mr. Rabbit. The young master sighed heavily and said that that was why he had come to kill these people personally. The young gentleman looked at them with a grin. The young people were shocked. They shuddered because they were very scared. They whispered quietly to each other as they did not know what to do. The captain looked at them closely and said that they were not in an advantageous position now. He said that they should flee to their lands, so he ordered them to get ready and split up. The young man looked at the captain and said that, as expected, this strange dialogue of the Panthers must be a trick to lull their vigilance. The young men looked intently at the Panthers, who were communicating with each other. A moment later, the captain shouted and gave the signal, and they ran in different directions. A moment later, the captain heard a scream and an unpleasant energy. He was shocked because he could smell the predator's pheromone. He looked intently at the Panthers. Akin calmly and affectionately stroked the panther. A moment later, he looked at the man and told his pet that he could have some of them. The panther slowly approached its prey. The young gentleman, in turn, approached the man and presented him with a sword to his throat. The young gentleman looked at the man and said that he wanted to ask something about the rabbit they were looking for. The man was scared. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young gentleman looked angrily at the man and said that he would like to know his true nature. Akin asked the man if this was an unusual rabbit or if the rabbit was a werewolf. Achin said angrily that the rabbit had fallen into his clutches anyway, so he would not give it back. Erwin looked at the young master and said that he now had a devilish expression on his face. Ahin told Erwin to be quiet. Erwin instantly fulfilled his master's will. The young gentleman looked at the man and asked if he really didn't want to talk. Ahin said that in that case, there was nothing he could do. He pierced him with the ball, and he, in turn, screamed very loudly. The young gentleman looked at the youth with a grin and said that in that case, he would ask the next ones who would cross the border. After a few minutes of torment, the man said that he would tell everything. The young man shouted angrily that this rabbit really was a werewolf. The young gentleman looked at the boy in surprise and said that he had never seen a rabbit turn into a man. He looked at him and asked if the rabbit was still small. The young man said in a frightened and trembling voice that this rabbit was already 18 years old. Achin looked at the young man in surprise and asked if the rabbit was really 18 years old. He hadn't expected to hear something like that. Erwin, in turn, froze in surprise. He had not expected to hear anything like that at all. The man looked at them and said that the one who was unable to turn into a human even after the ceremony of adulthood had a defective appearance. Akin was shocked by what he heard. The young gentleman sat down on a stone as he was shocked by the information he learned. The young gentleman glanced sideways at the man and said that he forgot to ask about Vivi's family. Erwin, in turn, asked the young gentleman for forgiveness. He said that it had only just occurred to him now because he was quite surprised. Erwin thought for a bit and frowned. He said that if the rabbit was 18 years old, then he was their age. Erwin said that he didn't even believe it, since the werewolf was unable to turn into a human, even as an adult. The young master said that in that case, a rabbit using the language of the continent and reading books is completely natural. Erwin looked at the young gentleman and asked if he had been so sure from the very beginning that the rabbit was a werewolf. Achin said that to some extent he knew it. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why he had pretended not to know when he had assumed the rabbit was ordinary. The gentleman said with a grin that he found it funny when Erwin was puzzling over it. Erwin sighed heavily and said that it was really too much. The young gentleman thought for a moment and looked at his friend. He said, puzzled, that he wanted to eat rabbit when he slept. Erwin looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he almost bit him. Erwin smiled at the task, but also said that it was an amazingly shocking fact. For a moment, the young gentleman remembered the rabbit. He thought about how when a rabbit sleeps, it emits a thick scent of pheromones. If we assume again, then the peculiarity of this pheromone can be effectively used for many years. The young master understood that he could not miss such a treasure at any cost. He was shocked and did not expect that the rabbit was 18 years old. He understood that since it was a rabbit with limited actions, it was convenient to leave it in the field of view, so there was no difference. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and called out. Erwin looked closely at the young gentleman and asked him to explain everything in detail. The young gentleman turned away and said that he was irritating him. Erwin sighed heavily and, looking at the gentleman, said that he was unbearably childish. The young gentleman laughed after hearing these words. Ahin looked at him and said with a smile that it looked like he hadn't run for a long time. The young master snapped his fingers and called Ash. Ash, in turn, growled menacingly. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and, with a grin, told Ash that dessert was waiting for him. Erwin was very scared. Erwin looked at the panthers and, in a trembling voice, asked them to calm down, calling them cute black panthers. Erwin was in shock. He shouted that they had already spent many years together and was very shocked that they were now pretending that they did not know each other at all. The young master looked at them with a smirk and told Ash that it would be much better if he bit off that chattering tongue. Erwin looked at the young gentleman and said that his tongue was like his life, and this was too much on his part. A moment later, panthers approached him. Erwin was very scared and ran away from them. Young master, you in turn laughed at him. He, with a smile on his face, wished him a good journey. Vivi sat reading a book late in the evening. She looked at the book in surprise as she realized that the young master would be late today. Throwing her thoughts aside, she frowned for a moment and thought, as she had already forgotten where she had left off. When the pheromone ability inherent to an individual is too strong, there is a belief that the transformation into a human is delayed. As a real example, a werefox with a difficult-to-use pheromone turned into a human at the age of 5. She thought for a moment and frowned, as she had read that the transformation into a human was delayed if the pheromone was strong. She wondered if the delay in turning into a human occurred at 5 years. This case might be different from hers. First of all, it might simply be a feature of the fox species. A moment later, she heard a sound. She looked closely at the maid who was walking around the room. The maid seemed very suspicious to her, since she was walking around at a late hour. The maid continued to pick up the vase and wipe the already clean place. Vivi noticed that the maid was repeating the senseless cleaning. In turn, the maid looked intently and angrily at the rabbit. A moment later, the maid came closer to her and told her to come to her. Vivi looked at the maid in surprise and fear. She didn't understand what was going on, but she knew the maid shouldn't underestimate the rabbit's vigilance. She looked closely at the maid, for among the Black Panthers she had met before, the maid had the most insidious appearance. A moment later, the maid rushed at the rabbit. Vivi jumped back with the speed of lightning, and the maid did not catch her. But she was still very scared. Vivi looked at the door with a scared look. She wondered if there was anyone around. She wanted someone to come to her aid. A moment later, the maid slowly approached her, drilling her with a menacing and angry look. Vivi was very scared and did not understand why the maid was behaving like this. A moment later, the feather maid was incarnated, and a large, ferocious beast was advancing on the little rabbit. Vivi was in shock and very scared. She could not believe what she saw in front of her, as a real, terrible wolf was coming towards her. Vivi remembered that earlier, the Black Panthers had a clash with werewolves, and Erwin said that it was the work of werewolves. A moment later, the wolf pounced on her with his mouth open, as he wanted to bite her. She was in shock, shaking with fear. She understood that she needed to run as quickly as possible. With the speed of lightning, she ran out onto the terrace. While turning around and looking at the wolf, she noticed that he had scarlet eyes that definitely belonged to a Black Panther. But she wondered why there was a wolf in front of her. She was in shock and couldn't understand the reason why the wolf was chasing her. She knew she had to get out of here quickly. She was in shock and did not understand what to do as the wolf was advancing. As she approached the edge of the terrace, she thought she could jump, but was puzzled by the fact that it was too high. She cried and closed her eyes, as she wanted someone to help her now. A moment later, she heard a voice calling her. Turning around, she saw a young gentleman. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing there. A moment later, she saw the young gentleman with many ends. She cried because she was very happy to see Ahin. The young people looked at the rabbit in surprise. Leo looked at her intently and frowned. She was shocked because she did not understand why the lion was standing next to the young master. She turned around and looked at the wolf and realized that now was not the time to think about why they were standing together and talking. A moment later, she started signaling to them, as she wanted them to help her as she was currently being hunted by a wolf. The young gentleman looked at her and greeted her with a smile. Leo looked at him with surprise and confusion. The young gentleman smiled and said that the lion needed to wave his hand, since this greeting was the basis of etiquette. Manhwa looked at him in surprise and told him not to talk nonsense. Vivi was very confused. She was giving signals, because she was not greeting him at all. She wanted them to save her. The young people looked at her in surprise and wondered what her gestures meant. Manhwa said in surprise that he didn't know what her gestures meant. The young gentleman said with a grin that the lion was of no use. Manhwa looked angrily at Ahin and asked what he had just said. The wolf slowly approached its victim closer and closer. Vivi was very scared and did not know what to do. She continued to give signals because she knew that now was not the best situation to continue the argument. A moment later, the wolf attacked its prey. Vivi managed to dodge the blow and ran to the side with the speed of lightning. She was shocked and did not understand why the wolf was doing this to her and what she had done wrong. The lion looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked how he could greet someone. Ahin smiled and said that the rabbit was a genius and could express himself well. Vivi moved further and further away, shaking as she found herself on the edge. The young gentleman looked at her in shock and called out. A moment later, she was falling from the terrace. Vivi landed right on the young master's head. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she suddenly jumped off from there. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked if she really had a passion for enjoying fear. Vivi was shocked. She wondered if he really thought so. But still, she was very happy, because in any case, she felt relieved that she was able to survive. A moment later, the lion looked at the young master and asked if the rabbit was now giving off a strange smell. They exchanged glances, looked intently at the terrace, and said in one voice that they could smell the wolf. A moment later, they heard a crash, and Mamie ran out onto the terrace, calling for the rabbit. Vivi looked at her maid with tears in her eyes. She was very glad that she was okay. Lev thought for a moment and said afterward that he didn't know what it was, but it still looked like everything was resolved. Vivi reached out to the maid, as she missed her very much. Ahin watched the rabbit closely. The young gentleman looked at her intently and told her in a calm voice not to cry now. She was surprised and did not understand what he was talking about, since before he had always told her to cry. She thought that he was just a tyrant. She rubbed her eyes, and at the same time, the young gentleman watched her intently with a smile on his face. The lion watched them with surprise and bewilderment. Irwin said the werewolf involved in the incident was a hybrid of a wolf and a black panther. Irwin said he seemed to have gotten through by hiring servants for relatively simple duties. Irwin, looking at the rabbit, said that the wolf thought that his true nature would be revealed, so he immediately decided to commit suicide. She was surprised and did not understand why and for what reason she was attacked. She wondered if the hybrid was just too hungry. She thought that most likely because the young master called her rabbit, the hybrid developed an interest in her. She thought that if the hybrid was hungry, it would be better for him to eat some larger food and not such a small thing as her. No matter how much she thought, she couldn't understand the hybrid's train of thought. She remembered that the young master had told her that if the smell ever clung to her again, then... He did not finish, and she did not know what would happen to her. The lion looked at the rabbit intently and with surprise. She was in shock because she did not understand where everyone had gone and why she had been left with this predator. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face. The lion looked at the maid and called her. The lion looked at the rabbit and asked the maid if it was really a werewolf who had been transformed into a human. The maid looked at the master and said that it was just an ordinary rabbit. The lion looked at her in surprise and asked what was ordinary about this rabbit, if there were rumors around him that he understood human speech. The maid sighed heavily and said that it was just a special gentleman rabbit. Lev leaned closer to the video and frowned. He was surprised and puzzled because he did not understand why the wolf was hunting the poor, defenseless rabbit. The lion leaned even closer and began to look closely at the rabbit. A moment later, he said with a smile that the rabbit looked very appetizing. Vivi was shocked by this statement. She was very angry and shuddered for a moment, as predators have nothing on their minds except how to fill their bellies. She hit the table with her little paws because she was very angry because the lion was so ill-mannered. Leo looked at the maid and said that, whatever the case, with this commotion, the ball might be postponed. The maid said that the ball would go on as planned due to the fact that the invitations had already been sent. Leo was puzzled and said that this situation irritated him. He wondered if he couldn't just return to his lands. Vivi heard about the ball for the first time. Now she understood why the number of unfamiliar servants had suddenly increased. She wondered how luxurious the scale of the ball would be in this huge estate. She was surprised and, at the same time, very much looking forward to this event, and for a moment wondered if the scale would really be twice as large as that of the Revian family. The lion looked at the rabbit and said that, apparently, he was very shocked that pursuers from other families were making their way into the head of the house's estate, and that this had already happened quite often. For a moment she put all her thoughts aside and looked at the lion in surprise, as she had missed his words, and looked at him in surprise, as she wanted to know what he had just said. The lion looked at her closely and said that this was no place for such a herbivorous rabbit to live. Vivi realized that Mrs. Valens was the head of the Black Panther lands. But she still knew that the young master still looked like a demon. She was shocked because she realized that the young master would be the next head of the clan. She was in shock as she realized everything that was happening. The young people looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. She jumped from one place to another. They looked at her in surprise and asked what happened to her, as they were stunned by her behavior. Vivi now understood why he was acting so arrogantly. She remembered the maids discussing the young master and saying that werewolves were dying every time in the Black Panther house, and there were corpses lying around wherever they went. She was terrified because she understood that this was the very world of predators, and she was in the very center of the lands of that kind of Black Panthers. When she woke up, she saw a young gentleman next to her. He looked at her intently with a smile on his face. He looked at her and asked if she wanted any punishment for her maid. She turned her head from side to side, as she did not want to punish her maid, since she had only been gone for 10 minutes, since she had gone to carry her favorite hay. He said with a grin that it was not her decision, but his, and she looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was asking her such things. She grabbed his hand tenderly and looked at him with sweet eyes, mentally begging him to be a little generous. He looked at her and said that the longer he thought about the fact that she was almost eaten by a wolf, the worse his mood became. Akin said that he was already enduring a lot. She looked at him with fear, wondering what he was putting up with, as she was worried that he might eat her. He stroked her tenderly. He looked at her and said with a smile that in that case, he would forgive the maid at her request. He looked at her and with a smile on his face, asked if he should get something in return. She was shocked because she realized that he was offering a deal for the maid's life. He looked at her and said with a smile that she should not cry in other places, especially in front of other people. She was surprised, since he had only recently told her that she would be saved if she cried. He smiled and told her to cry only when he asked, and only in front of him. She looked at him in surprise, as she had no idea what he was saying, and she simply gave up. He looked at her and with a smile told her to promise him for the sake of her maid. She was shocked, because he spoke so rudely, and at the same time smiled right in her face. Vivi thought it was just disgusting. She knew she couldn't get out of it, and all she had to do was keep the promise she had made. And a moment later, they touched fingers to seal the promise they had made. He looked at her and said with a smile that now everything would be fine. The young master was pleased that she understood him. The young gentleman looked at her intently and said that now they should choose a signal so that he could understand her. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what signal he was talking about. Vivi was surprised, as until now he had never asked what she was thinking about. He looked at her and said with a smile that they needed to start with this. A moment later, he lifted one of her paws and said that in critical situations, she needed to lift her left paw. Then he raised his right one, but thought for a moment. The young gentleman stared at the rabbit for a moment, deep in thought. A moment later, he gave his name and said that would do. He looked at her and, with a smile, told her to raise her right paw to call him, but she should express the rest on her own. The young master looked at her intently and said that they needed to practice a little. A moment later, he said she was in danger, and she raised her left paw. He then told her to call him, and she raised her right paw. After training, he looked at her closely with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with her. She looked at him puzzled as she realized that he seemed to be enjoying the training. The gentleman looked closely at the rabbit and said with a smile that this was all very good. A moment later, he stroked her gently with a smile on his face. Vivi woke up and saw that the young master was sleeping quietly. She came closer to him and began to shake him. Vivi made sure that he was fast asleep. A moment later, she fell next to him. She thought for a moment, as she had lived all this time so peacefully, that she had almost forgotten that she was in a place full of predators. She knew it was too dangerous for a rabbit like her to live here. Vivi knew she was very lucky to still be alive. After the young master bit her neck that night, she clearly saw a human hand. She understood that if she really did leave for a moment, turned into a human, then the pheromone or the fangs of the young master were the key to her healing. She wanted to make sure of this tonight. She crawled closer to him because she wanted to test her theory. She was very scared. She looked at the young gentleman in surprise as she had succeeded. She gently touched his lip as she wanted him to bite her paw a little. A moment later, she looked at him in surprise and shock as he suddenly bit her hard. She was shocked and stared at him. At the same time, she wondered why her front paw was stuck in his mouth. She was shocked and said that it was not food for him at all. For some time, she tried to stretch out her paw. In the morning, she stared out the window as she realized that the day of the ball had finally arrived. She was very excited and watched closely the guests who were slowly arriving at the estate. She watched everyone closely because she really liked all the guests who arrived. They were beautifully dressed. But still, she was sad because she could not turn into a human. A moment later, Vivi heard someone calling her. Vivi turned around and saw Mamie. The maid came closer to her and introduced her. Mr. Ulfus, a professional designer of the Grace family. The designer looked closely at the rabbit and greeted her with great admiration and a smile on his face. She was shocked because she noticed that he was an incredibly glamorous person. The man looked at her and said with a smile that he was simply delighted with her beauty. And he had also heard rumors that she was very smart, but he didn't even know about it. He said that seeing her in person was amazing for him. He looked at her and with an admiring smile said that it was impossible to restrain one's admiration. She looked at him in shock as she felt incredible tension, but still did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, she saw a whole box, which was filled with jewels and various decorations. The designer smiled and said that he was ashamed that he had not prepared enough due to the urgency of the order. He smiled and said that he had selected a few pieces of jewelry that would not overload her beautiful neck. She looked at the jewelry in surprise, as she thought there were too many of them. She was surprised, as she was the young master's companion. She wondered what kind of aristocrat brings to the rollers as a partner. The maid looked at her and said that the order had been received this morning, and the young master had conveyed that it would be very fun. She looked in surprise at the maid, from whom she had just heard that she would have fun. She thought that the young master was simply beside himself. Mamie said that the young master was making sure that Master Rabbit could attend the ball. The designer said with a smile that their family's ball was very solemn and luxurious. The man said that he always prepared a suit for the gentleman in advance, but still, Ahin did not show much interest, and he was very sad. For some time, Ulfus said that it would be better to go to the master. Vivi understood that it was not that the young master was not interested in clothes, but rather that he was simply avoiding the designer. Ulfs looked at the rabbit with a loving gaze, and with a smile on his face, he said admiringly that the crown suited her very well. Ulfs admired his work. He said that if you don't praise yourself, no one else will. The maid looked at her and said that the ball would be attended mainly by many high-status werewolves, and those from the lion and bear families. Vivi remembered the lion she had recently met and thought that he would most likely also stay at the estate. The man looked at her and said that occasionally aristocrats from the hyena family participate. She looked at the man in shock as she did not expect that there would be anyone else. She understood that the ball was not her priority right now, and the most important thing was that she needed to quickly escape from the estate. The man smiled and said that he was looking forward to her participation in the ball. He told her not to worry, as she would be able to shine better than anyone in a very beautiful dress. She knew that this was the problem, as an ordinary rabbit would be conspicuous to all predators. A moment later, she heard the sound of footsteps. Sometime later, she saw Erwin enter the room. The young men greeted Erwin. Erwin looked at them and asked what was wrong with Mr. Rabbit. The designer looked at her in surprise and said that recently, the rabbit had been jumping happily, changing all her outfits. Vivi looked at them with the most painful expression. Erwin said with sadness in his voice that recently, after his appearance, the rabbit pretends to be dead. Erwin said that the rabbit's behavior brings tears to his eyes. He looked at the rabbit and said that if the rabbit did not get up now on its own, he would have to carry it in his mouth. Erwin walked closer to the rabbit and leaned over. Opening his mouth, he told the rabbit to get up quickly and follow him. Vivi was shocked and wanted him to stop what he was doing. Ulfus looked at Mamie and asked if Mr. Iron always bothered Mr. Rabbit like that. Mamie said that it was true, but he seemed to be having an unusually good time today. Vivi saw this behavior as a Black Panther, and she slapped him in the face with rage. Erwin, with tears in his eyes, asked Mr. Rabbit how he could carry out such brutal violence. Erwin was surprised by the speed and force of the blow. He said that, as expected, Mr. Rabbit survived. The blood of a fighter certainly flows. They stared at the rabbit and said that he was very cute when he was angry. Vivi was furious. She wanted them to shut up and quickly get away as she did not want to see anyone. Vivi sat in the young gentleman's pocket. She admired the whole situation. Vivi was in shock, because from the outside, everything felt completely different. Erwin looked at her intently. Vivi was furious. She looked at the Black Panther and gave him an angry look. Erwin, in turn, looked at her tearfully and told the young master that the rabbit continues to drill him with an angry look, and it seems to him as if it is cutting him with a knife. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise and smiled and told her to look at him angrily too. Vivi looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he wanted from her. The young master smiled and asked if she really didn't want to look at him angrily. She gave him a malicious, menacing look, as she understood that predators were, after all, very strange by nature. They walked slowly into the hall, and the rabbit, in turn, watched everyone closely. She was surprised because she realized that the estate had a very large ballroom. She thought that they would just walk around the garden and look around, but still they came to a very attractive place. Erwin looked at the young gentleman in surprise and asked if he could now ask him why he had chosen Mr. Rabbit as his companion. Vivi, in turn, became wary, as she also wanted to listen to his answer, as she was very curious. The young gentleman smiled and said that if you have a partner, you don't need to dance with other people. Erwin was shocked. He looked at the gentleman and said that he was still not sincere. Vivi understood that his words meant that he would just idle away, using her as an excuse. A moment later, they approached the banquet hall and were greeted by the knights. The door opened, and Vivi saw a truly beautiful sight. She was in shock. Her heart was beating very hard, because she saw such incredible beauty and atmosphere for the first time. A moment later, they entered the banquet hall and were introduced. Everyone was surprised that the young master came accompanied by a rabbit. All the guests thought the rabbit was very cute, but they still wondered why the rabbit was in such a place. The young gentleman and the rabbit walked slowly through the banquet hall, and at the same time they were discussed, because they did not understand why he came with a rabbit. All the guests were convinced that the rumors were true that the young gentleman was raising a rabbit in the house. Vivi was very tired and thought that this holiday was just crazy. The moment they entered, she felt sick because of the smell of pheromones. She constantly felt sick. She wondered if everyone else was okay. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the lady calling her. Mrs. Valens looked at the rabbit with a smile. The lady looked at her son and told Vivi that she had heard earlier that Vivi had almost gotten into trouble. She also said that they had not seen each other for a long time, as she had only returned to the estate in the morning. Vivi reached out to her, as she was very grateful to the lady for her concern. The lady looked at her with a smile and reached out her hand to her paw. Vivi was very happy, as she thought the lady was a very wonderful person. The young master looked at his mother and said that she was too close. The lady looked at her son and said that she really felt very bad about meeting him, and she also asked how he could allow the wolf to commit suicide. She said, puzzledly, that he was not yet skilled in the work. Ah-hin looked at his mother with a grin and asked if the wolf had secretly entered her estate. Vivi looked at them, puzzled. She noticed that their relationship was not good at all, and the atmosphere was very tense and angry. The lady looked at the rabbit and called her with a smile. Vivi looked closely at the lady, wanting to know what she would tell her. The lady looked at her and said with a grin that she had personally hung the head of the wolf that had been chasing her in front of the gate. She said it would serve as a warning to others. Vivi was shocked because she did not expect to hear such a thing. The guests were amazed by what they heard, because they now realized that there was a wolf's head hanging on the window with an iron bar and at the main gate. Vivi was shocked that there was a wolf's head hanging on the main gate. She could not accept the fact that the head of the family decided to hang the head of another predator at the entrance to the estate. She looked at the lady in shock. Her gaze was warning. The lady said that if someone touches this little rabbit, then everyone will get into trouble. Of course, she thanked the lady for such attention, but she was still very scared. For some time, the rabbit and the young gentleman stared at the guests who were enjoying themselves at the celebration. Vivi watched the young master closely. She was surprised because she noticed that there were a lot of people at the festival, but no one approached the young master, and meanwhile, she was leisurely chewing her favorite hay. She remembered his behavior and thought that he had certainly behaved unusually. She thought he was really very strange. The young master looked at her and called out. The young gentleman pointed to the young men standing nearby and asked her if this was the first time she had seen those two from the tiger and hyena clan. He said that most of the tiger clan had blue eyes, while the hyenas were mostly dark. He looked at her and asked if she felt a hierarchy of power between the two families. She looked closely at the young men and completely agreed with the gentleman. The young master, observing the guests, said that the lands of the tigers, widely known for selling weapons, compared to them, the ore smelting in the lands of the hyenas is quite insignificant. Therefore, a hierarchical relationship naturally arose between the lands. She was surprised and looked closely at the young gentleman because she did not understand why he suddenly decided to tell her such a thing. She understood that even if he told her such information, it still would not help her in any way. A moment later, he looked at her intently and called out. He lifted her up in his arm and said with a smirk on his face that if she continued to eat so much hay, she would become too heavy a rabbit and would tear his pocket. She was shocked by this statement and hit him with her paw several times. A moment later, she was taken aback. As she began to feel sick again, she thought that it would still be wonderful if she returned to the bedroom right now. The young gentleman took the rabbit with lightning speed and put it in his pocket. A moment later, a young lady approached him and greeted him with a smile on her face. She said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young lady looked at him closely and said with a smile that he was still very funny to have decided to bring a pet to the ball as his partner. The young gentleman looked at her intently, but said nothing. Vivi thought that the young master was not funny at all, but just a tyrant. The young lady looked at him and said with a smile that she would like him to visit their foxlands at least once. She said, looking at the rabbit, that he refused every time, and this made her very worried. Ah-hin looked at her intently and said that he was just wondering if he would become fox food when he got there. She said with a smirk that it would be even better if he became hers. Ah-hin looked at her and said that he refused. The young lady looked at the rabbit with a sharp, angry glare. Vivi was shocked and began to feel very nauseous again, as she felt an incredibly thick pheromone coming from the young lady. A moment later, the young lady bowed and said with a smile that they could arrange it next time. The young gentleman looked after her in surprise and intently, but did not answer. A moment later, he looked at her and told his rabbit that the young lady was one of the fox race. Achin said that in their lands, polygamy was widespread, so she already had 5 spouses. Vivi was shocked by what she heard. She thought it was simply unbelievable. A moment later, she began to feel very sick again. She did not understand what was wrong. She was in shock because her heart was beating very fast, and she felt dizzy and nauseous. She was in great pain and could not bear it. The young master looked at her intently and called her. Vivi sat quietly in his arms, shaking slowly. She was in great pain and writhing in agony. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and bewilderment and asked if she was okay. And he also asked if she should be released to the ground. She was shaking and could not bear it any longer. A moment later, she ran away, the young master shouting after her. He was shocked that she left him so quickly. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise and bewilderment. Ah-hin was shocked and did not understand why she behaved this way. Vivi ran between the guests with lightning speed. The guests were shocked, did not understand what was happening, because they found out whose rabbit it was. She ran very fast, because she was in a lot of pain. But she still understood that she should not lose consciousness in front of everyone under any circumstances. She wanted to get anywhere, to any secluded place, so that no one would see her. She understood that she needed to hide from any eyes as quickly as possible. She wanted to hide somewhere. She was in a lot of pain. Until recently, she had somehow tolerated this pain, but she could not bear it anymore. It is true that, most likely, it is indeed because of the thick pheromones of that young lady from the fox family. She was in a lot of pain and wondered what would happen to her next. Vivi didn't understand how much time had passed. Her body was aching and aching. She understood that she had most likely lost consciousness, and if she disappeared for a long time, the young master would start looking for her. Vivi was very surprised when she saw white hair. A moment later, she saw hands. She was in shock because she could not accept the fact that she was now seeing her body. A moment later, she looked closely into the mirror and was shocked by what she saw. She wondered if it was really her. She slowly touched the mirror as she wanted to make sure she was right. She noticed that the mirror was very hard and cold. She was shocked because she realized that she had truly become human. She didn't understand how this had happened. Vivi had heard before that when a werewolf first turns human, they get a severe fever. But she had never experienced anything like that. She was now shivering with cold, as she was very cold. She decided that she needed to put something on herself. She saw the blanket that was on the sofa. She sighed heavily as she realized that she had lost her fur and could get cold very easily. She wondered what she should do now, since she should be very happy that she turned into a human. She understood that this was a very desirable transformation into a human. But she was becoming more and more worried about the young master's reaction when he saw her. She was afraid that he would start waving his sword in front of her and say that she had deceived him. She was afraid that he might say that he would eat her in the morning when she turned into a rabbit again. She was afraid that his reaction would not be as good as she expected. Vivi was horrified at the thought of his reaction. Vivi was in shock and didn't know what to do now, but she still wanted to calm down and think again very carefully about what to do next. She remembered that some time ago she had turned into a human with the help of his pheromone. She wondered if everything would be temporary now, too. She heard someone's footsteps and realized that she had made a mistake and forgotten to close the door. She wondered if it was the young gentleman who had found her. A moment later, she heard someone approaching the table. The man told her to get out, as he knew she was under the chair. Vivi was shaking with fear as she sat under the table. Menyens looked under the table and told her to come out because there was a huge mess outside, and everyone was looking for her. Lifting the tablecloth, he saw a young and beautiful lady. He began to stutter as if he was in shock. For a while, he looked at her in surprise and bewilderment, without uttering a word. The lion looked at the young lady in surprise and confusion. He did not expect to see her under the chair at all, as he expected there to be a rabbit there. The young lady was shocked by what she saw, became scared, and began to tremble. But a moment later, she realized who it really was and calmed down a little. But still, she understood that she couldn't let him go just like that. She tugged at the tablecloth and the table flipped over, but she fell on it in the process. Leo looked at the young lady in bewilderment. The young lady looked at him intently and with surprise. Leo looked at her with confusion, as he was shocked by the whole situation that was currently happening between them. The lion stood on the terrace and sipped wine. He sighed heavily, as he was a little bored. He understood that if he simply left the event, there was a chance that he would die at the hands of his sister. He did not understand why the night was so long. Turning around, he saw a rabbit hurrying in an unknown direction. He was surprised, as he did not expect such a sight. He looked in surprise at the rabbit that was running away, and realized that it was the rabbit that the young master had brought. A moment later, he heard some noise, and he realized that soon everyone was looking for the rabbit. This noise irritated him. For a moment, he thought and frowned, because he realized that if this continued, it was unknown what the young master could do. Lev still realized that he could be good-natured and show leniency to them and help in the search. A moment later, he followed the rabbit. Since he saw that the rabbit entered the room, he stood outside the room and wondered why the rabbit still did not come out. Unable to bear it, he entered the room. For a while, he stared at the room, since he did not understand where the rabbit went. The lion was furious as this situation irritated him. A moment later, looking under the table, he told the rabbit to come out as he knew that he was now under the table. The lion turned away in embarrassment as he did not understand what had happened and where the rabbit had gone. He looked at the young lady with confusion and told her to get dressed first, but a moment later, he realized who was standing in front of him. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was not just a simple rabbit, but a werewolf. The young lady was shocked and mentally said that she was not a werewolf. A moment later, she coughed as she realized she was now human and could talk. She realized that she could talk, but everything was already difficult for her, and she did not know how to speak correctly, since this was her first time. Lev looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he smiled and asked if she couldn't speak. The young lady blushed at this question. She was shocked because she had never tried to speak in a human body before. She was furious and wondered if he had started talking right away when he turned into a human. She was furious that the predator would allow himself to mock her like that. A moment later, she said furiously that she was not a were-rabbit. Leo looked at her in surprise. The young lady was puzzled, as this was her first time turning into a human, and she immediately began to deny her essence. Leo smiled and told her to repeat it again. The lion came closer to her and sniffed her. He said that she was completely fragrant with the pheromones of a black panther. He looked at her with a keen gaze and asked with a smirk if she was going to continue to deny it and say that she was not a werewolf. The young lady was shocked as he approached her so close. She turned away and said that it wasn't so. He said that she now had very beautiful purple eyes and that this was a characteristic of the rabbit race. With a smile, he said that she really was a were-rabbit. Vivi said that it wasn't so. She sniffed her hands, as she did not understand what smell the predator was talking about now. She was perplexed, as she did not understand what aroma was emanating from her. She looked at him in surprise. Leo gave her an angry look. She looked at him intently, feeling awkward. She now realized that the man in front of her was a predator, and she needed to be careful. A moment later, she moved away from him a little. Sometime later, the lion looked at the door in surprise because he heard a sound. A moment later, a young gentleman entered the room and looked at them in surprise. Lev sighed heavily as he realized that the atmosphere was now tense and the situation was very delicate. The young gentleman looked sideways at Erwin and told him to give him the sword at once. Erwin, in turn, sighed heavily and told everyone that he did not intend to do this. The lion was stunned and frightened. He did not understand what was happening and why the sword was needed now. Achin, looking at the lion, told his subordinate to give him the sword. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would never do that. Erwin said that this was the son of the head of the lion clan and no mistake could be allowed. Ahin was furious. He said that it would not be too late to think about it after he cut him. Erwin said that it would be too late and that this could not be done. The young master looked at him and said that he would only cut him once with the sword. Erwin was shocked. He said that this could not be done under any circumstances. The young lady was shocked and realized that this was not just a lion, but the son of the head of the clan. Manyens looked at the Black Panthers in surprise and said that the young gentleman was simply crazy. Achin drew his sword with lightning speed and, looking at the lion, asked if he really enjoyed having fun. The lion was frightened and confused by everything that was happening. He looked intently at Ahin as he wanted him to calm down. The young gentleman looked at the lion with a grin and said that he was brazenly trying to steal his own thing in his house. Lev looked at the young gentleman in surprise. He didn't understand what he was talking about. A moment later, the lion turned his gaze to the young lady, but unfortunately, he saw only a blanket. He did not understand what was happening at all. Leo looked at the blanket in surprise. He was shocked by the whole situation. With the speed of lightning, he grabbed the rabbit and looked at it in surprise. He was shocked because he realized that the young lady had turned into a rabbit again. Vivi, in turn, was also very surprised. She did not understand why and when she suddenly turned into a beast again. The young gentleman looked at them with menace and anger and said that even an attempt at kidnapping was already a serious crime. The lion and the rabbit exchanged glances. Erwin realized that the situation was getting tense, and they needed to stop them quickly so that something more terrible wouldn't happen. He looked at the lion and called out to him. Erwin ran up to the lion and said that it was a pity, but he still wouldn't be able to cover Mr. Rabbit with such a cloth. Ahin looked at Erwin and, blazing angrily, told him to get out of the way immediately. Erwin immediately followed the young master's order. Ahin looked angrily at the lion. Minyan sighed heavily and asked what kind of kidnapping they were talking about. He looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked excitedly what he was doing. Vivi was in shock. She understood that now the truth about her would be revealed. She hit the lion because she did not want him to reveal her secret. Leo looked at her in surprise. She looked at him angrily as she wanted him to understand that now was not the time for others to know about her transformation. She looked at him threateningly. A moment later, she hit him again, wanting him to shut his mouth and calm down. The young gentleman called her and said with a smile that she was a good girl. He looked at her with a smirk and said that she could hit the lion again. Leo was shocked by such a statement. Vivi looked at the young master in surprise. Sometime later, the young master took the rabbit for himself and said that the lion should return what belonged to him. The lion said that he understood everything and asked the young master to immediately put away the blade. Leo looked at the young gentleman in surprise, but suddenly he saw that the atmosphere was very tense and everyone was watching them. The guest said that the son of the head of the lion clan was stealing from other people's lands. They were shocked and did not understand how he could do such a thing. Everyone condemned him for his actions. Leo looked at the guests in surprise and bewilderment. He was shocked by such a misunderstanding. Vivi hesitated and looked away, as she was now being guarded by good security from the Grace family. Leo looked at everyone in shock and surprise and sighed heavily. Vivi turned away and laughed. As it was unexpected to be involved in an attempted kidnapping of a rabbit, she still asked him for forgiveness. The next day, the lion walked around the estate, and everyone was whispering and discussing his actions. He was shocked because he thought they were all crazy. Last night, the lion was screaming that the cloth had fallen from the table, and he had discovered the rabbit by pure chance and was just about to escort him back to the banquet hall. He was shocked because even the head of the Panther clan had appeared because of some rabbit. He was in shock because he was actually beaten by a rabbit and his lip was cut. The lion was surprised because he realized that the scent he had smelled from the young lady yesterday belonged to a black panther, and the rabbit also emanated a thick scent of pheromones. He knew that anyone would think that the young panther's head had fallen in love, but he still remembered how the young lady had declared that she was not a werewolf. He realized that she would have wanted to hide from the Grace family that she was a werewolf. Now he realized that this must be the reason she hit him. He wondered if the young master didn't know that there was a werewolf rabbit next to him right now. Still, the lion decided to push the thoughts away. He still thought that the rabbit was very interesting and strange, since, being a werewolf, he could remain in the form of an animal for a long time. He wondered what she was really hiding. He rubbed his neck in embarrassment, not understanding why he suddenly remembered her appearance. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he was very disappointed. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was saying again, and she was also shocked, as he was sitting in an incomprehensible position. Achin told Erwin to tell the rabbit that he was very disappointed. Erwin looked angrily at the rabbit and said that the gentleman was indignant. She was shocked by this. Vivi looked at Erwin and mentally said that since he was conveying the words of the young gentleman, he should do it authentically. The young gentleman was in shock. He did not understand how it was possible to leave the panther and try to escape with some lion. Erwin looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if she really liked lions more than panthers. They both looked at her intently and threateningly, told her to confess to them right now. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what was going on at all. The young master looked at her sideways and told her to admit what she liked better, lions or black panthers. A moment later, the young gentleman smiled as he looked at Erwin. She was shocked because she noticed that he grabbed the sword. Erwin looked at him in surprise and asked for forgiveness. The young master looked at his subordinate and told him to leave immediately. Erwin, in turn, carried out his order with lightning speed. The gentleman lifted the rabbit into the air. Ahin stared at the rabbit, frowning. Vivi was in shock and didn't understand what was happening to him. He looked at her and said that there was nothing wrong with the lion being interested in her, but still, he permeated her with his scent. Now she understood why the lion had said earlier that she smelled of black panther pheromones. She was shocked, wondering when he had managed to do this. Vivi knew that according to the theory, she should become human when she comes into close contact with pheromones. But until now, she had never smelled an unusual aroma. She knew there had to be some direct contact. Other than the usual pheromone clinging, she knew everything had been fine so far except for the moment he bit her. She wanted him to tell her everything. He looked at her and asked with a smirk if she was really curious about why this happened. She said that she was curious. He smiled and said that, since she was a werewolf, They sometimes emitted pheromone, so he deigned to interrupt them with his own. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand what he had just told her. She was shocked to realize that he knew she was a werewolf. He looked at her closely and said that he knew that she had not yet succeeded in turning into a human. He said that the were-rabbits had crossed the border to find out if she had managed to leave, and he had killed them all. And for this reason, he said that he could find out nothing more. I was shocked and looked at him intently, because Ahin spoke such blood-chilling words with such a kind expression on his face. The next day, she stood on the training ground. She remembered the young master saying that he thought all rabbits were like her, but they turned out to be fiercer than he had expected. She was puzzled because she did not know who he was describing. She thought about the werewolves, the rabbits that crossed the border. Vivi thought that most likely they were sent by her parents. She thought that most likely they wanted to know whether she was alive or not. The young gentleman looked at her and said with a smile that he liked that she was a rabbit, and it would be difficult if she were a human. The young lady sighed heavily and was puzzled by these words of the young master. Previously, she would have been happy with these words, but now she had a secret from the young master, so she could no longer continue like this. She wondered if he really wouldn't like it if she became human. She was shocked and very worried about it, but still, even if she found out that he wouldn't like it, she still wanted to completely turn into a human. She remembered how the lady, with a smile on her face, said that as soon as she smelled her aroma, her mood immediately improved. She said with a smile that a very pleasant aroma emanated from her. The young lady thought for a moment about the pheromones that emanated from her. She thought that perhaps, since she was from a noble family, she also had a special skill. Like werewolves with a good pedigree, she really wanted to bring it out. The young lady sincerely wanted to become a werewolf who could turn into a human. Ahin and Irwin walked leisurely about their business. Irwin looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that lately he had been getting the feeling that the gentleman was keeping more and more secrets from him, and that this was very annoying. Irwin said with tears in his eyes that the young master in particular was hiding many secrets that were related to Mr. Rabbit. Irwin said that this made his heart ache, and it hurt him a lot. The young gentleman asked him in surprise if he was really in such excruciating pain. Irwin looked at the gentleman and, straightening up, said that of course this was so, and it was incredibly painful for him. The young gentleman said that he understood everything and asked his subordinate to remain silent. For some time they walked in complete silence. A moment later, the young master noticed the rabbit's maid. Mamie noticed the young master and bowed to greet him. The young people looked at her in surprise. They saw a rabbit that was on the training ground. The young master looked at the maid and said that he seemed to have warned her about the restrictions on her walks while the lion was in the estate. The maid apologized to the young master and said that Mr. Rabbit simply wanted to make use of the training ground for a little while. The young men looked at the rabbit in surprise and bewilderment. They did not understand what the rabbit was doing. Irwin looked at the rabbit and said that it turned out that he understood everything, and the rabbit was simply performing mandatory training. The young gentleman looked at Irwin in surprise. Irwin said with a smile that Mr. Rabbit had hit him on the cheek, and his accuracy, speed, and angle of kick were simply impeccable. Sometime later, they saw the rabbit running from side to side. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked what he was doing now. Irwin smiled and said the rabbit was just tumbling. The maid looked at the Black Panther in surprise. She saw Ash. She was confused, since Ash was raised on the border with the Rabbitlands. She did not understand why he was now in the estate. Ash, in turn, looked intently at the maid. The young gentleman stroked the Black Panther tenderly and said with a smile that if the rabbit decided to escape, it would be difficult to catch it in human form. The young master said quietly in Ash's ear that this rabbit was now his master. Looking at the rabbit, the young master told the panther not to let the rabbit get hurt under any circumstances. The panther watched the rabbit closely. Sighing heavily, she felt wonderful, and also sensed that the pheromones were much stronger than they had been at the beginning. She knew that if she continued, she could transform into a human. A moment later, she felt someone approaching her and an eerie shadow looming over her. She looked around in surprise, wanting to know what it was. Turning around, she froze as she saw a huge panther looming over her. She was shocked and did not understand why the Black Panther was right in front of her. Vivi, of course, knew that this was the Black Panther estate, but she was still worried that the panther was now in front of her. She was shocked because she saw more of her fangs and panthers. Vivi understood that she needed to run, but unfortunately, her legs were frozen and did not move. Vivi was shocked because she wondered if they were trying to scare her on purpose. She of course knew that she had barely escaped the attack of a wolf, and here was a whole panther standing in front of her and sniffing her. Vivi looked at the panther with tears in her eyes. She turned around and shuddered, wanting the panther to move aside and leave her alone. A moment later, the panther touched her paw and, unexpectedly for Vivi, the panther obediently sat down. She was in shock, didn't understand what was happening at all. A moment later, the panther was gently peeling itself off its owner. Vivi froze in bewilderment. The maid looked at the rabbit and called her a moment later. She said that it was a black panther, and Ash would continue to guard her. Vivi looked at her new friend with surprise and intentness. She was very scared and did not understand why a panther should guard her. A moment later, she saw the people who came up with this idea. Looking at them, she was not even surprised by this turn of events, but still wondered why they spread their arms. The young gentleman smiled and said that it looked like the rabbit would definitely not run up to him. She looked at them coldly, wondering how this had happened. Erwin looked at her and said that she made him feel even worse. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked him to mentally close his mouth. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise. A moment later, looking at her intently, he said that his mood had worsened. He grabbed her. Vivi was in shock. She didn't want him to behave like that. The young gentleman pulled her closer to his face and told her to direct such a look only at him. The young lady was shocked and perceived his words as complete absurdity. She did not understand what kind of look he wanted her to direct at him. Since earlier, she looked at Erwin with a look full of hatred. She wondered if he really wanted her to look at him the same way. She looked at Erwin in surprise, as she didn't understand why he was standing there and nodding. Irvine smiled and said that as expected, the young master said this. He noticed that the young master was merciless in everything that concerns Mr. Rabbit. The young lady still did not take their words seriously and decided to let the situation go. Vivi looked at her new guard in surprise and intently, as she hoped that he was still better than these perverts. She looked closely at Ash and saw that he looked very meek compared to the other two. She really hoped that they would get along. The young gentleman looked at his rabbit in surprise and asked why her pheromones were so thick. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, she realized that it was all because she had overdone the training. The young gentleman came closer to the rabbit and grabbed it. He looked at her and told her to sit in peace. But since he would hide them, Vivi flinched, as she stuttered very badly. She pushed him with her little paw because she thought that he was acting incorrectly. Because she was afraid that he could bite her neck again like last time, she did not want to let him do that. She remembered how last time she'd imbued herself with the young master's faith and become human. She knew she couldn't do that now. He looked at her and said that yesterday, he asked her to carefully hide from others the fact that she was a werewolf. Frowning, she showed with her whole appearance that she understood everything and would be careful in the future. She tenderly touched his face and begged him not to bite her. A moment later, the young gentleman called Ash, and he in turn jumped up and looked intently at them. The young gentleman looked at her and with a smirk told her to choose right now whether he would bite her or Ash. She was shocked because she realized that he was threatening her again. He looked at her and said with a smile that her evil gaze pierced him through and through. The young gentleman turned her around as if he wanted to bite her. She was shocked and mentally screamed at him not to bite her. The young lady woke up because she felt heavy. She saw that the hand of the young master was on her body. She wanted to remove it and saw that she was in a human body. She watched the young gentleman, who was sleeping quietly, with surprise and intentness. Vivi began to think about the whole situation. She remembered that the young gentleman had bitten her on the neck last night. At that moment, she held her breath so as not to inhale his pheromone. Fortunately, there was no pain. She thought that she had already found a solution to the problem by simply not inhaling the pheromone. But unfortunately, she became human again. She wondered if her body was becoming resistant to such pain. She understood that if they started to turn to her only from close contact with the pheromone, then she was really in big trouble. She understood that, first of all, she had to immediately free herself from his embrace. She was in shock and very embarrassed, since she could no longer breathe. A moment later, she somehow freed herself from his embrace. Turning around, she saw her guard looking at her menacingly. She looked at him in surprise, as she was confused and a tense atmosphere reigned between them. She was shocked and wondered if he was worried about a stranger. She was shocked and did not know how best to act in this situation. She froze and stared at him. She was shocked and couldn't understand why the Black Panther hadn't reacted. Vivi noticed that he was acting strangely. A moment later, she called her friend, wondering if he was sleeping now. Sometime later, she looked at him intently and was completely convinced that she was right. He really was sleeping, but she was still surprised that he slept with his eyes open. She was surprised and did not know if predators really do this. A moment later, she was taken aback as she felt the young gentleman leaning towards her. She was shocked and very embarrassed as he hugged her tightly. She was very scared because she thought that the young gentleman had probably woken up. She didn't know what to do in this situation. She wanted to get out of bed as quickly as possible and put on something. Vivi was very embarrassed because he was very close to her. Vivi looked at the young master intently and wondered if she would shock him when she was in human form. She didn't know if he had seen her when she was human during the ball. She looked at him intently and called his name. She hesitated, as she was very surprised, since he did not respond to her voice. She called him for some time, but to no avail. She was shocked because she noticed that he was sleeping very deeply. Be that as it may, Vivi found this situation incredibly strange. She was surprised because she felt that pheromones were actively circulating in her body. She remembered how the lady had recently told her that as soon as she smelled it, her mood immediately improved. She remembered that the young master had told her before that when he was next to her, he did not want to wake up, but on the contrary, he wanted to sleep. Vivi was very surprised and wondered if this was the ability of her pheromone. She looked in surprise at the panthers that surrounded her. She noticed that, most likely, she could put the people around her to sleep with the help of her pheromone. She was shocked by this ability, as it was very boring. But she still knew that she needed to slowly figure everything out first. A moment later, she became wary as she noticed that her young guard had woken up and was looking at her intently. She looked at him and told him to come to her immediately, but quietly. Ash obediently and meekly sat down next to her and looked intently at his mistress. She was very happy and felt relieved, as he recognized her by smell. She looked at the gentleman intently, as she understood that now she needed to get out of bed. She quietly extricated herself from the blanket and the master's embrace. Before she could even set foot on the ground, she fell. Ash looked at his mistress in surprise and bewilderment. She looked at her friend and said with a smile that she was fine. She hoped that the young master would not wake up. Looking at him, she sighed heavily as she noticed that he was fast asleep. A moment later, Ash wrapped her in a blanket. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect such concern from this side. Vivi looked closely at her friend. She was very grateful to him for his concern. She was surprised and, at the same time, very pleasantly glad that he showed concern for her, since she had not paid him due attention until now. She was surprised by the fact that her new friend showed kindness to her in any of her guises. She hugged her friend tightly because she liked him very much, and she was grateful to him. The young gentleman woke up and jumped onto the bed. He was very surprised because he felt very cheerful. He remembered that the rabbit had fought him off vigorously the previous night, and he thought that it was as if the predator's fermions, in its animal form, were strangling the rabbit. But because he suppressed her pheromone, he, on the contrary, slept very soundly himself. Ah-hin was surprised, since he had not slept so soundly for a long time. Turning around, he didn't see the rabbit next to him. A moment later, he looked down at the ground in surprise and saw the panther sleeping next to the rabbit. He looked at the panther in surprise and asked if Ash had really taken Vivi. Ash, in turn, looked at the young gentleman intently, and with surprise, Ah-hin asked with a smile if he really liked the rabbit. Ash didn't answer, but it was obvious from his actions that he liked the rabbit very much. The young master smiled and said that he also liked the rabbit very much, but he was surprised by the fact that the rabbit was very eye-catching. The young gentleman found hair on the bed. He looked at the hair that was on the bed in surprise, as it was very long and light. A moment later, he looked in shock at the rabbit sleeping next to the panther. Vivi arrived happily. She was very happy. But a moment later, she looked into the distance in shock, because she did not understand why the atmosphere had suddenly become different. She suddenly heard the voice of the young master. He told her that if she did not wake up right now, he would eat her. When she woke up, she saw a young gentleman in front of her. It was in shock, as he had also scared her very much. Vivi was shaking with fear. The young gentleman looked at her with a keen gaze and asked with a smile on his face why she suddenly woke up on the floor. He asked if Ash had dragged her out of bed. She looked at him intently and said that she had gotten off on her own. She looked at him intently, wondering how long he'd known about her pheromone. But judging by his questions, he knew nothing at all about yesterday. The young master looked at her intently and told her to answer him immediately. She looked at Ash intently and apologized for letting him down just now. She looked at the young master and nodded, as she agreed that it was Ash who dragged her to the ground. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and calmly said that in that case, Ash needed to be punished. Vivi was shocked by this statement, as she thought it was just a trifle. The young gentleman looked at him and said that today he was sleeping at Irwin's. The young lady was shocked and thought that this was too cruel a punishment for her friend. Ash looked at them in surprise. Vivi screamed that she was very sorry. She remembered Irwin, who was always threatening to eat her. She looked at the young gentleman and plaintively asked him to think again. She looked at him in surprise, as she was very embarrassed and wondered why the young gentleman of the morning was so dizzy. She was very embarrassed. She was in shock, because she realized that this predator, who was now in front of her, was simply irresponsible. Ahin looked at her and asked with a smirk if she really liked something like that. He apologized because he didn't know about it. A moment later, he asked with a smirk if he really needed to lower the other shoulder too. She was shocked and screamed that she shouldn't do that. She was shocked that he decided to make a guinea pig out of her. She thought that he was the devil incarnate. The young master looked at her and told her to open her eyes. Sometime later, Irwin looked at her and opened his mouth. She was shocked by what she saw. The young lady trembled with fear. The young people sat and discussed the fact that the annual ball had recently taken place at Grace's house. The young lady looked at the ladies present and said that there had been many unusual rumors about this. The young ladies were surprised. They looked at the young lady and asked what the rumors were. The girl said that the next head of the Grace family was very much fascinated by the pet and even brought him as a partner to the ball. One of the ladies laughed very loudly and asked if the gentleman had really brought his pet to accompany him to the ball. The ladies had previously heard that he was very cruel, but for such a person, this was still an unusual hobby. They thought that, most likely, he brought his pet, which was also a panther. The young lady said with a smile that the young gentleman had brought a little rabbit, and what's more, he was very friendly with them. Madame heard the young lady's words and was taken aback. She was shocked and accidentally dropped the cup on the floor. The young ladies looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Madame, in turn, said in a trembling voice that she was fine. The cup had simply slipped from her hands. Sometime later, the panthers and lions held a meeting. They discussed some issues regarding a medicinal brew, the source of which is suspected to be in the land of wolves. The man looked at everyone present and said that the damage was particularly severe in one area that linked the lands of black panthers, lions, and wolves. Manyens watched everyone present closely. A moment later, the lion glanced sideways at the young master of the black panthers. Leo noticed that the young gentleman was poisoning the atmosphere again. The man said that since this is a concoction that causes pheromones to become disordered, it is known that the spread began from the knights guarding the borders. Looking at the young master, the man said that the concoction is highly addictive, even fatal. Manyens looked hard at Irwin. Leo looked at Irwin in surprise and asked what happened to his eye, as it looked very terrible. Irwin sighed heavily and said that his eye was damaged during the fight. A very angry and aggressive opponent, Manyens looked at him and asked which opponent he was talking about. Irwin said his opponent has risen to a level that is unfathomable and has been fighting consistently lately. Lev looked at Irwin in surprise and asked if this was really a very famous rival. Irwin looked at the young master of the Lion Clan and said that the master was leading a reclusive life. The man looked at Irwin in surprise and asked what he was doing now. Irwin smiled and said that he thought it was a good idea to change places sometimes. The man looked at him in surprise and bewilderment and said that they were currently having a meeting and did not need any jokes. Irwin looked at Sir Rustin and asked why he was saying such cruel words, although Irwin's life was in danger. Rustin looked at him and said that in any case, he only lived for today. The men argued among themselves for a while, and while they argued, the lion wondered why the atmosphere at the meeting was so oppressive today. Achin glanced sideways at Menyanets and called him. For a moment, everyone shuddered. Leo looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young gentleman looked at him and asked if anything unusual had happened during the ball. Achin looked intently at Manyenza, waiting for an answer to his question. Manyens looked at Achin in shock and surprise. He didn't know what to answer. The young lion thought for a moment. He remembered the young lady with beautiful violet eyes who was trembling with anxiety. He also remembered the rabbit that hit him. Lev understood that the rabbit looked as if she wanted to hide the fact that she was a werewolf. Leo looked at the young gentleman intently and wondered if someone like Mr. Grace didn't know about the rabbit's true nature. Still, he found it hard to believe. The lion looked at the panther and said that nothing unusual had happened, and he was confused because he could not give an answer. The young gentleman looked at him and grinned. Achin looked at the lion and said that he understood him, since he had not expected anything from him before. The lion looked at him and said that he was better than a black panther, which he could not even distinguish between its front and back. Achin angrily told him to watch his words. For some time, the atmosphere in the room was oppressive. Everyone was whispering among themselves, as they did not understand why the two were behaving so inappropriately. They said that, as expected, today's meeting could not pass without a quarrel. Erwin looked at Manyenza and told him not to forget about his reputation and his status. Erwin said that the territories had already entered into a harmonious union, but the two of them were constantly squabbling among themselves. Erwin looked at them and said that they were not even from the cat and mouse families. The young master looked at his subordinate and called him. Manyenza looked at Erwin and told him to shut his mouth. Erwin smiled and complied. For a moment, everyone stared at Erwin. The young gentleman looked at Ash and asked if he was dead. Vivi looked at him in surprise but didn't answer. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why Ash would suddenly die, since she knew that he had just fallen asleep after inhaling her pheromone. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit and said that she was doing better than he thought. She didn't want the young master to know that she was practicing her pheromone on her friend. She hoped that he didn't notice anything. The young master looked at her and with a trembling voice told her to protect him too. She was shocked and thought that his behavior was ridiculous, since she didn't understand why he was pretending to be unhappy. The young gentleman smiled and said that it was time for them to go. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand where he wanted to go. Ahin looked at Ash and told him to go with them as well. She hoped that they would still go, but not to the temple. The young master looked at her and said with a smile that they were not going to the temple, so she did not need to worry about it. He smiled and said that you never know where it might come in handy. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand how she could be of use to him. Sometime later, they were riding leisurely in a carriage. Vivi sat up higher because she wanted to see where they were going. Irina looked at her and called out with a smile on his face. He smiled and said that she had not gone outside for a long time. He smiled and said that now he could hug her very comfortably. She looked at him with contempt, as his words made her feel sick. Irvine wanted to touch her, but Ash protected her and didn't let him touch her. Irvine looked at Ash in surprise and said that this was too much. Irvine said that he was being heartless to someone who cooked food for him in the middle of the night. He couldn't hide his annoyance about this. Vivi looked angrily at Erwin. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if the current trip wasn't dangerous. He said that they were heading to the Endelis district, and with so many people, it was like a secret sortie. The young master looked at him intently, but did not answer. The young lady looked at them in surprise, as she did not understand what they were talking about. She looked at the young master intently, as Erwin's words sounded incredibly dangerous. Ahin looked closely at the rabbit. A moment later, the young gentleman began to play with the rabbit. She was shocked because she did not understand what he was doing. She didn't like what he was doing to her, as she felt dizzy. And a moment later, she bit his finger. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit and said that lately he did not like to be away from her for long periods of time, as the estate was teeming with lions. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that yesterday he also constantly followed only Mr. Rabbit, and this is a serious sign. Vivi looked at the young master in surprise. Only now did she realize that the young master had been persistently pursuing her and watching her. She wondered if he was okay, as he seemed like a predator who was completely captivated by a cute rabbit. Erwin looked closely at the young gentleman and said that it could be a rabbit disease. The gentleman looked at him intently and angrily and told him to drop all nonsense and begin his report. Erwin looked at the master and followed his order. Erwin said that judging by the fact that the medicinal concoction, which is spreading mainly in the designated area, has various symptoms, there is a high probability that it is a drug or an experimental drug. Erwin said that they will be able to know more precisely when they get their hands on it. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked if there was any reason to believe that the source was the Wolflands. Erwin said that this was only a hypothesis and there was no clear evidence. He said that this medicinal decoction is definitely related to pheromones. Once the original distributor of the medicine or smuggler is caught, he can be easily interrogated. The young master said that since they are already on their way, he can personally catch one. The young lady was shocked by what she heard and looked at them intently, as she realized that they were now going to a very dangerous place. She remembered the young master telling her that he didn't know for sure where she might be useful, but she was still puzzled, because she did not understand where such a little rabbit was, how she could help. She looked at him intently, wanting an answer. He smiled and didn't say anything sensible. The young lady was in shock. She didn't understand what he was doing now. She said she wanted to hear a normal answer from him. Erwin stared out the window. A moment later, Erwin said that they were approaching their destination, so the culprit who had spread the medicinal brew might appear in person. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what Erwin's words meant. A moment later, the young gentleman grabbed her and lifted her up. A moment later, there was a commotion. Unexpectedly for the panther, they were attacked by a planned attack of werewolves. The young gentleman held the rabbit tightly in his hands and stared out the window at the werewolves. Ahin looked at the black rebels and said that he understood everything. And he also asked the number of attackers. The knight looked at the young gentleman and asked for forgiveness. He said that most of them had covered their tracks, so it was difficult to determine the exact number of attackers. Vivi was shocked to realize that they had been attacked by werewolves. She looked closely at the young gentleman and wondered if he was going out into the street to take part in a fight. Entering the carriage, the knights asked for forgiveness. The young lady looked at the knights in surprise. She was surprised and at the same time puzzled, because she did not understand what was happening and why only the young gentleman came out into the street to fight. Vivi stared at him, expecting someone to answer. Achin stood on the street near the carriage, waiting for the battle. He noticed that an arrow was aimed at him. With the speed of lightning, he deflected the arrow and, looking at Erwin, told him not to open the door until he had completely sorted things out. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if they couldn't even open the window. The young gentleman looked at him angrily but didn't answer. Erwin bowed and said that he would do everything immediately. A moment later, a hail of arrows flew towards the young master. The young lady was shocked because she knew it was very dangerous. The young gentleman saw the hail of arrows and only smiled. With lightning speed, the young gentleman deflected all the arrows that flew in his direction. He looked at his rabbit and smiled and told her not to argue with Erwin and to sit still. She was shocked because she knew that now was not the time for such jokes. Erwin looked at her and said with a smile that this happens often, so there is no need to worry. Erwin smiled and said that everything would be over very quickly, thanks to the young master. The knight looked at them and said that attacks by wolf clans or assassins on the master were common. The knight said that nothing terrible would happen to the gentleman. He said that thanks to the pheromone, they could be easily dealt with, so the accompanying security in the form of them did not interfere in such matters. He said that since the young master had a naturally strong pheromone, it would be difficult if they also fell under their influence. The young lady looked at the knight in surprise, as she now raised why they had climbed into the carriage and were just waiting. The knight smiled and said that the young master was very magnanimous. Since he was worried about the lives of some ordinary guards, Vivi was a little puzzled, since she understood that the knights were simply overpraising the young master. Erwin looked at her and said that all she had to do was sit quietly and wait for the fight to end. A few minutes later, Vivi heard a loud crash and became alert as she was very scared. Shards of glass flew at them. Vivi froze in horror. She understood that this was very bad and she had problems. Looking out the window, she saw a young gentleman with many corpses around him. She smelled his pheromone and immediately felt sick. Because the window broke, the young gentleman's pheromone got inside, and she felt very ill. She couldn't breathe normally. Vivi understood that if she inhaled his pheromone, she would immediately turn into a human. She was shaking violently from fear and pain. She understood that she should not, under any circumstances, turn into a human now. Erwin looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. Erwin said that it looked like the window had broken and the rabbit was scared. He looked at the rabbit and said that there was no need to worry, as it would soon be over. The knight said to Mr. Erwin that the young master had just ordered that the window not be opened, and that it should be covered with a curtain, although that would not be enough. Erwin told the knight that this was indeed the case, and that to begin with, the curtains needed to be stuffed so that the windows were completely closed. Erwin said that even if one were to worry about the spreading pheromones, such a quantity would not harm them. The young lady knew it wouldn't harm them, but she still couldn't breathe because of the strong pheromone. She had no choice but to inhale the pheromone. A moment later, she felt the pheromone vibrating through her body. She was shocked, as she understood that in this way she would certainly turn into a human. Ash immediately became wary and looked at his mistress. She looked intently in his direction, and he immediately understood her. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed her and ran outside. Erwin froze in surprise. He didn't understand what had just happened. He saw Ash dragging the young rabbit and shouted in anger. He shouted to Ash, but everything was even. Ash glanced sideways at Erwin. He wasn't going to stop. She felt very nauseous and dizzy, but they still continued to walk slowly around her. She was in shock, as if she would throw up now. She didn't know what would happen to her. She was in great pain and felt a heaviness in her chest. She was breathing heavily. Ash stared at her. She didn't understand where she was now. Opening her eyes, she noticed that they were in an abandoned hut. She thought that they had moved very far away from the carriage and it could be dangerous. A moment later, Ash growled menacingly. She flinched as she heard someone's footsteps. The man looked at them in surprise and asked what kind of monster was in front of them now. They looked at them in surprise and said that it looked like a werewolf, although the pheromones were barely detectable. The young lady looked at them in surprise. She noticed that they had light brown eyes, scars, and traces of blood. She immediately realized that they were from the wolf family. She flinched and looked at them warily, as she felt that danger emanated from them. She thought that most likely they ran away from the young master. Vivi was shaking with fear, because she understood that no matter what kind of predator he was, he would not be able to defeat the wolves. The man looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked if he couldn't come to his senses. Ash growled menacingly. The man looked at his friend and said that they needed to kill both of them first, because if they made a noise, it would be difficult to do it. And he also asked what was wrong with Damien. The man said that he had already died because the Black Panther had cut off his hands. He remembered the young master's menacing gaze. The man looked at his friend and said that they needed to quickly deal with those in the hut and leave. She was very scared and didn't know what to do or how to act in this situation. Ash growled menacingly. A moment later, he pounced on them with fury. The young lady was shocked. She heard a crash and saw a man injuring her friend. She saw how her friend, without giving up, attacked them all the time. She was shocked by this and begged him to stop, as she was worried that he might die. A moment later, she saw him lying on the ground covered in blood. She screamed furiously for it all to stop. The man looked at the panther and said that he would end his life right now. But a moment later, he flinched because he felt something. They were in shock, because a moment later, another one attacked them. After everything that happened, he walked up to the rabbit and fell to the ground. She was in shock, but still she felt very bad and she was shaking with pain. She wanted to come closer to him and wanted him to wake up. A moment later, she accidentally fell to the ground. She was trembling, but still crawled towards her friend. She cried and wondered why she was such a small rabbit. She was furious that she could not help him in any way. A moment later, she finally turned into a human. She screamed and cried. She wanted him to become... Vivi screamed with rage and hugged her friend. She cried and asked him to open his eyes. She screamed that he couldn't die. She was in shock and didn't understand why she had turned into a human now. She understood that there was no point in her exercises with pheromones now. Vivi was furious that she could not help her friend in such a difficult moment. She understood that now she needed to come to her senses immediately and not waste time. She understood that now she needed to ask someone for help. She heard a roar and thought that the werewolf had come again. But a moment later, she saw the young gentleman, who was covered in blood. She was surprised, but at the same time, very glad that he came. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. They stared at each other for a moment without saying a word. The young gentleman looked at her intently and called her by name. If you think about it, it was a completely ordinary day. Once again, he had unerringly pursued the stupid wolves. The man, with a trembling voice, begged him for mercy, but still the young master did not spare him. He knew that no matter how worried they were, the depletion of the land made their behavior lately very alarming. He looked around in surprise, wondering where Erwin was now. The young master remembered and smiled how Erwin wished him a good hunt and quickly hid. He was surprised that the servant abandoned his master and ran away from the battlefield. Ahin thought that next time he should leave him among the wolves. A moment later, they heard some noise and became alert. The men walked through the dark forest. The young man said that they had already gone too far from the border. The man said that they needed to take the rabbit as far into the forest as possible. He said that they were ordered to do so that it would not become necessary to make sure that she was finished off. Definitely by Black Panthers. Ahin watched the young men closely. He was shocked, as they unceremoniously crossed the border, so they wanted the Panthers to commit murder with their own hands. He watched them with a smirk. He looked at them intently and said that their wishes must be fulfilled immediately. A moment later, the young people heard some strange sound and they shuddered. The man looked to the side in surprise and asked what the sound was that they had just heard. A moment later, they were attacked. The young gentleman looked at them with a grin, as he wanted to deal with them as soon as possible. After all the investigations, he saw the wallet. He looked at her in surprise. Ahin came closer to the wallet. He wondered what was in front of him now. Pulling back the tablecloth, he saw a rabbit trembling with fear. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit in surprise. He hadn't expected to see it. He looked at Ash and told him to move away. He watched the rabbit closely for a while and wondered what he should do: kill the rabbit or let it live. He looked at the rabbit in surprise and noticed that he was crying. The young gentleman looked at the rabbit with a grin and asked him to cry some more. He thought that the rabbit looked very funny at the moment, and yet he decided to leave him alive for now. Irvine was in shock as Ash ran away with Mr. Rabbit in his mouth in an unknown direction. The gentleman looked at the whole situation in surprise. Irwin shouted to the knight to follow Mr. Ash quickly. Irwin came closer to the young master. Ahin looked at his friend in surprise. He did not understand why he was acting this way, as he knew that Irwin was the kind of person who would immediately run away at the sight of a battlefield. Irwin looked sideways at the young gentleman and said that they had a problem, as Mr. Ash suddenly grabbed Mr. Rabbit and rushed out of the carriage. The young gentleman was shocked. He did not expect such actions from his friend. They both closely watched the attackers. Irwin said that arrows had recently come and broken the window, and maybe that was why the rabbit was scared. Irwin said that now it was time to immediately follow them. The young gentleman asked in surprise if the window had really broken. Ahin was in shock. He glanced sideways at Irwin and told him to deal with the rest himself, and he, in turn, would follow the fugitives. Irwin was in shock. He looked at the gentleman and said that he was very weak and could not cope alone. Ahin did not hear him and ran in the direction of the fugitives. Irwin shouted at the top of his lungs after the gentleman. The young gentleman ran in the direction of the fugitives. Achin understood that the rabbit was definitely a werewolf, since he had already reached his age. The young gentleman ran without slowing down. So far, he had only noticed the rabbit's eccentric behavior 4 times. He first noticed the rabbit's strange behavior when a strong lion pheromone clung to her. At that moment, he bit her in order to get rid of the pheromone, and then the powerless rabbit fell asleep with him. The second time the rabbit encountered the pheromone-laden werewolf fox at the ball, Vivi immediately ran out of the hall and disappeared from sight. Then he found her next to Leo, and she beat him. The third time he bit her to hide her pheromones. When he woke up, he noticed someone's hair on the bed. And for the 4th time right now, Achin realized that all these events had something in common. He knew that this happened when the rabbit picked up foreign pheromones. As he approached their hut, he sighed heavily and also smelled blood. A moment later, he rushed into the hut and noticed a beautiful young lady holding a black panther in her arms. She looked at him in surprise and intently, with tears in her eyes. The young master froze. Ahin did not expect to see something like this. He was surprised to see a girl in front of him at that moment. He noticed that she had beautiful purple eyes and white blonde hair. He suddenly felt his pheromone. Looking at the young lady in surprise, he called her, as he simply could not help but recognize her. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he had managed to find her. But a moment later, her friend let out a piercing groan. The young lady was in shock as she realized that her friend was suffering greatly. She did not know what to do in this situation, as his whole body was pulsating and blood continued to ooze. The young gentleman came closer to her and wrapped her in his clothes. Ahin looked closely at her tear-stained face and told her to move away a little. The young lady looked at the young gentleman intently and later glanced at Ash. He said to his friend that the ball was deeper than he thought. Ahin sighed heavily and said that even if they took him to the doctor, he would not live to see him. The young lady was shocked. She did not expect this. She was furious because she didn't want to lose a friend like Ash. Vivi hugged him tightly and screamed furiously for him not to die. A moment later, a bright light illuminated them. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. Vivi looked at her friend intently. She was crying without stopping. She was in shock and screamed for him to wake up because she didn't want him to die. The young master looked at her and told her to wait a little. Vivi in turn screamed for him to let her go, since Ash saved her and was now dying. The young gentleman came closer to her and hugged her. He looked at her and asked her to listen to him immediately. She looked at him, surprised and puzzled. A moment later, he told her to look at her friend. The young master said that it was early at the moment and was dragging on. The young lady looked at his body in surprise and noticed that there was no wound. She was in shock, didn't understand how this had happened, and didn't know if it was true. A moment later, she saw that her friend was sleeping very soundly. They stared at him for a moment. The young lady pointed at him and asked whether he was asleep or not, and she said with a smile that it was a very good relief. The young man looked at her in surprise. Vivi in turn smiled and said that she was very glad. But she was still surprised and did not understand why and how early she disappeared. She was very glad that her friend was on the mend and wondered if this was the young master's ability. She looked at the young master as she wanted to ask him something, but she saw his cold and angry gaze directed at her. She looked at him puzzled and called out. The young gentleman looked at her intently and asked in a serious voice who she was. The young lady was shocked and didn't understand what he was even talking about. The young gentleman looked at her intently and, coming closer, asked who she was. She was shocked, as he had recently called her by name. She saw that he was looking at her angrily, and his expression didn't even change. She was in shock and shaking with fear. A moment later, the young lady timidly stated her name. The young gentleman looked at the young lady with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression. The young gentleman was shaking with laughter. Vivi looked at him in surprise and confusion. She did not understand why he was acting like this. She was shocked and embarrassed, thinking that it was most likely a Black Panther making fun of her. The young gentleman approached her, and with the speed of lightning, grabbed her and lifted her into his arms. The young lady froze in surprise. He looked at her and asked with a soft smile if they didn't have a lot to discuss right now. They stared at each other for a while. The young lady was shocked as she wondered if he was going to interrogate her now. She was trembling with fear, while the young gentleman in turn was quietly smirking. She knew she had to break free from his grasp first, but suddenly she staggered. As it became difficult for her to breathe, the young gentleman looked at her in surprise and called out, "Ahin!" was very worried. She wanted to tell him that she couldn't breathe, but all her attempts were in vain. Ahin looked at her and said that she would be fine, and she just needed to breathe without stopping. He looked at her and said that she had released the pheromone for no apparent reason and without preparation, and now it was difficult for her to endure all of this. Akin told her to breathe slowly. The young lady understood that she had to follow his instructions, but she was still in shock and couldn't do anything, and suddenly became hysterical. He looked at her with surprise and confusion. Ahin saw how difficult it was for her. He didn't know what to do in this situation and how to help her. A moment later, he looked at her intently, approaching. He asked if he could help her. Vivi looked at him intently. She knew that if he helped her, she would be grateful to him. The young gentleman slowly approached her. She was shocked and puzzled. Looking at him, said that she was fine and she did not need help at all. He looked at her with a grin and said that if he helped her, she would feel much better and not suffer so much. Ahin said that if she remained in this state, she would certainly die. The young lady looked at him with a puzzled expression, and an awkward atmosphere reigned between them. The young lady nevertheless decided to accept his help, and he slowly began to approach her neck. She was surprised because she felt very strange. She was surprised because she understood that Ahin was secreting a pheromone, and he was forcibly suppressing her pheromone. Her pain suddenly disappeared for some reason, and she felt much better, and it also became more comfortable to breathe. But still her body was without strength. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and intently. He pulled away from her a little and told her to breathe slowly. Vivi leaned closer to him, her heart pounding. Her head was no longer spinning, and she didn't feel as stuffy as before. Vivi looked at the gentleman, sighing heavily. She said that she was fine now. She noticed that he was looking into the distance. Vivi looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with him. A moment later, she heard someone outside. They looked at the door in surprise as he knocked very persistently. A moment later, the master's guards burst into their house. The young lady looked at the master in surprise and shock and called out. A moment later, she froze, not expecting to see something like this. She was in shock and didn't know what was going on. Stepping back to the door, she looked at the gentleman and asked who it was next to him. Ahin looked at Mio and told her to immediately close the door from the outside. She looked at him in surprise as she did not know what to do. The young master looked at her with an angry look. She obediently agreed and left. A moment later, silence fell over the hut. Vivi shuddered as she thought that the werewolves had come to them again, and that is why she was very scared. Ahin looked at her and asked if she was okay. He also asked about the bite marks, whether they stung or not, while he gently touched her neck. The young lady frowned as he was getting too close to her. She was shocked and very embarrassed by this situation. A moment later, they heard some rustling. Erwin came closer to the knight and asked what she was doing. Mio looked at Erwin and said that the young master ordered her to wait outside. Erwin looked at the knight in surprise. A moment later, the rhubarb knocked quietly on the door and said that it was he who had come, and also asked the young master if everything was all right with him. The young gentleman glanced sideways at the door and said he was fine. Erwin asked about the gentleman rabbit. Ahin said the rabbit was fine. Vivi looked at the young master and pointed her finger at her neck. She looked at him questioningly, as she wanted to know if he thought this was normal. Unexpectedly for himself, the young gentleman laughed. A moment later, he looked at her with a smile and said that it was relatively normal. Erwin came closer to the door and asked what it meant. He said angrily that he demanded a detailed explanation. The young gentleman said that he was all right, so he should not wait near the door and should go further. Erwin said that he would certainly do so. Vivi laughed as she found the whole situation amusing. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile. She leaned closer to him and said that as soon as she heard Erwin's voice, for some reason her anxiety went away, and she began to feel sleepy. Ah-hin looked at her in surprise and smiled. A moment later, he asked if this wasn't the first time she had turned into a human. As she fell asleep, she called his name. She asked him how much he already knew. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and told him to report the situation to him. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that they had dealt with the werewolves, and the carriage that had arrived at that time was overturned. He said that instead of returning to the estate, it would be better to head somewhere near the lands of the Endelius family. The young gentleman agreed with him. Erwin looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and asked him if he could ask him a couple of questions. The young gentleman smiled and said that there was no need for that. Vivi, in turn, slept sweetly in the arms of the young master. He was shocked because he was very curious as to why the gentleman said to close the carriage windows, and he was also curious as to what happened after Mr. Ash and the rabbit left the carriage. The young lady looked closely at everyone present. She was also curious about what kind of herbivorous werewolf it was that she had never seen before. The young gentleman looked at everyone with a grin and showed with his whole appearance that they should not ask him anything. The knights looked at him in surprise and confusion as they understood everything. Aiken stared at his rabbit. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that it would probably sound very impudent, but he still had a very vile smile. Ah-hin looked at the rabbit and told Erwin that his whole existence was vile. Erwin silently looked at the gentleman. The young man looked at the werewolves and said that they couldn't be like that. He didn't understand what kind of symbiosis this was. Opening her eyes, she suddenly found herself in the guest house, discovering that at some point she had become a little rabbit again. The young master had gone somewhere, so she was relieved, until she found herself in a difficult situation. The young man was surprised. He could not understand what kind of rabbit would use a black panther as his slave. The young lady was shocked, as she knew that this was a simple misunderstanding, since she was not using her friend as a slave, but simply responding to his affection. Manyans looked at the rabbit and remembered the words of the young gentleman who had said earlier that the rabbit was food for emergency situations. The young lions discussed the pressing problem with puzzlement. The young lady listened to them silently, and even agreed with some of their statements. The young man was surprised because he noticed that the rabbit nodded. Manyans looked at Leston and told him not to behave so rudely. The lion looked at the rabbit and asked for forgiveness. He said that his assistant's outlook was slightly limited, so he was now apologizing in his assistant's stead. The young lady looked at them in surprise, wondering if he himself didn't behave in the same unpleasant manner every time they encountered each other. Manyans looked at Leston and told him to immediately approach the rabbit and introduce himself properly. Leston stood up, puzzled, and walked over to the rabbit. Moments later, he bowed and said that he was a little late with his greetings, and therefore offered his deepest apologies. He said that he was the hands and feet of Mr. Manyenza, and that he was also the third son of the Leston family, and his name was Harrington Leston. Vivi slowly extended her paw to him and also introduced herself. Of course, she knew that it was all pointless since he would not hear her. The young man was suddenly frightened by the rabbit's behavior. Manyans just laughed. Lev looked at his assistant and said with a smile that he was very cheerful. The lady looked at them in surprise. As she didn't care, she knew that, be that as it may, all those who call themselves predators have simply a terrible character. Leo looked at the young lady and said with a smile that they had gotten rid of all the interference, and now it was time for them to talk. He said that of course it was impossible for you to speak in your current form, so he asked, how about her turning into a human now? The young lady understood that this was impossible and brushed it off, since it was happening against her will. He looked at her in surprise because he did not understand why she refused, and he also asked why she was hiding that she was a werewolf. She looked at him with an angry look. She wanted to say that she had already been caught and revealed her true nature. He looked at her and asked with a smile what was the reason for her hiding from everyone. He was wondering if she really had a specific goal and intended to get closer to young Master Grayson. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to find out all the secrets of the Black Panthers at this rate. He looked at her and said that no matter what, she couldn't do anything because she was currently trapped in a pea-sized body. The young lady was shocked because he had insulted her. He looked at her and asked why she was wearing such clothes at the ball then. The young lady shuddered as she remembered that moment. The lion pulled the rabbit closer to him and said with a smile that, just like then, now the scent of a black panther emanated from her. He looked at her with a grin and asked what they were both hiding. The young lady thought for a moment, as she remembered that the young master always tried to hide her pheromone. Vivi wondered if he was trying to make it so no one could recognize her. Ash looked at them warily. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise. She didn't understand why he was behaving like this. A moment later, they walked leisurely out onto the terrace. Looking down, they saw young people who were very suspicious. The lion looked at them in surprise. The young lady looked at the young people in surprise. She didn't understand what was going on at all. She was surprised and wondered who they really were, as she thought they were the guest house workers. But she still didn't understand why they were acting secretively. A moment later, they noticed that the young people had exchanged something suspicious. She recalled that Erwin had previously said that there was a medicinal concoction that had spread to various areas, and that there was a high probability that it was a drug or an experimental drug. She looked at them in surprise and bewilderment, wondering if she was just now noticing the same drug she had heard about earlier. The young men were frightened and looked warily at the terrace. The young lady looked at them in surprise, as she realized that they had just met each other's eyes. Lev smiled and said that, at first glance, it was worth noting that it all looked very suspicious, and that they should check everything first. The lion looked at the rabbit and the black panther and asked what they thought about this. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise, as she understood that he had already decided to grab them himself. Vivi did not understand why he was now asking her opinion. With the speed of lightning, the lion jumped from the terrace. He looked at the young people and said that he had examined them closely and thought they were hyenas. Leo looked at them and asked with a grin what they should do now. Leo watched the young people closely. The young men were frightened by the lion's ferocity and staggered. Lev looked at them and said with a smirk that he would deal with them immediately first. Vivi was shocked because he suddenly ran and scared her. Vivi was surprised and wondered what was the point of him asking her opinion earlier if he did that. Leo looked at them intently and stood at attention. The young people were puzzled. Leo looked at his god in surprise. He shuddered, as he was surprised that he did not take his sword with him. The young men looked intently at the lion, and in trembling voices, asked what he was going to do. Lev smiled and began to mumble something incoherently. The young people looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Lev said that, one way or another, they now had drugs in their hands. The young people exchanged glances. Lev looked at them in surprise and asked why the atmosphere was so tense now. Leo looked at the rabbit and said that he was saying this just in case, but he didn't have a strange hobby of raising rabbits. It was just the way things were now. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she didn't understand why he was worried about this now, since the situation was completely different now. A moment later, the young man attacked the lion. Vivi was in shock. She shouted at the lion to come to his senses and look to the side as he was being attacked by a predator. Suddenly, the lion turned around. A moment later, he parried the attacker's blow with lightning speed and struck back. The young man fell to the ground, breathing heavily. His friend ran away as fast as he could. The lion looked at them intently and asked where he was going to run. Lev said that he seemed to be genuinely worried about something. The young man twisted away, holding a vial of drugs in his hand. The lion looked at the young man and said that it was quite dangerous, since he saw what the young man was holding in his hands. A moment later, the young man threw a bottle at the lion. The lion covered the rabbit with his body. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and confusion, as she realized that it was some kind of powder. A moment later, she fell to the ground. She didn't understand what had happened, and she found it very difficult to breathe. The young lady understood that the werewolf hyena had thrown some kind of powder at them, and nothing had hit her, but the lion had been hit by the entire contents. Looking up, she saw a beautiful lion standing in front of her. She was in shock because she was very scared. Erwin and the young master stood at the entrance to the estate and chatted. The young master said that, judging by the fact that even through the network to the merchant guild, they did not find any trace of the medicinal decoction, be that as it may, there was another person responsible for its supply. The young master looked at his companion with a puzzled look and said that the rest would need to be found out tomorrow. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and hesitated. He wanted to tell him something. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he was going to continue to be with the rabbit. Ahin looked at him and asked why he suddenly became interested in such a question. Erwin asked the young master if he hadn't said earlier that it was a werewolf and not a pet. The young gentleman looked intently at Erwin. The young gentleman looked at his friend and asked if he had forgotten that here, by nature, the weak die. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. Erwin was surprised. He didn't know what to answer to something like that. Achin said it seemed like Erwin was suggesting that he use something to his full potential if it proved useful. Achin said that even after constantly interrupting him for several months, the rabbit was still extremely afraid. Erwin remembered how the young master always made fun of Mr. Rabbit. Erwin smiled and said that, to be more precise, Mr. Rabbit hated him. The young gentleman smiled. Iron said that Mr. Ahin was torturing the rabbit himself, so Vivi relied on him. The young master said that it was just his misconception. Iron said that this simply could not be, but the young gentleman still said that this was his personal delusion. While they were talking, they saw the young man running in a hurry. Erwin looked at the man and said that Mr. Rabbit always told him this with a fiery look. They also saw the rabbit running after the man. A moment later, they saw a lion and a black panther hurrying to catch up with the rabbit and the man. The young master and Erwin watched everything with puzzled and surprised expressions. The young gentleman said in surprise that he had just thought he had seen something strange. Erwin looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that he had also just seen something very strange. They looked to the side and saw the chase. They wondered if they knew these animals. Erwin smiled and asked if there was any animal farm nearby. The young gentleman watched everything closely and with a smile. A moment later, knights rushed out of the estate. The young master and Erwin exchanged glances. They were shocked and unsure what was happening. They looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, and the young master shouted at Erwin to run after them. The young lady looked at the gentleman and said that it was an uncontrolled mess. Mr. Rune turned into a lion, and Mr. Rabbit bravely chased the hotel staff. The young gentleman thought that the lion must have been more frightening to the little rabbit. Ahin glanced sideways at Leston and said that they would definitely ask for help from the Grace family. Leston was shocked, as he thought that most likely the young master thought that he came here of his own free will. At the meeting, as soon as the question of help arose, Mr. Rune suddenly raised his hand. The man who usually dozed off and did something completely unrelated during them said that he would go. The young man looked at Achin and said that since the matter with the medicinal decoction was a matter in which they should cooperate, he would help. The young master looked at the young man in surprise and asked if Sir Manions had really set out on his journey. Leston said that he had. Leston was shocked and was very curious as to why his master had behaved this way. He looked closely at the young master, wondering why Mr. Ahin and Mr. Run were so interested in the investigation. The young gentleman looked at Ash, who in turn became wary. Erwin looked at the young master and asked why the young master suddenly transformed into a lion. Ahim said that it seemed that since he had decided to do this not out of boredom, there was a good reason why he had turned into his true form. One of the reasons could be because he had come into contact with a medicinal decoction that affected the pheromone. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he was talking about drugs now. Ahin thought for a while and said that perhaps the lion did this because he had nothing better to do. The young gentleman looked intently at everyone present and gave his instructions. A moment later, everyone immediately began to carry out his orders. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked where he was going. He was surprised because the young gentleman did not answer and left in a hurry. The young man noticed that the young gentleman, as always, had a nonchalant attitude towards everything. But he also noticed that today the young master looked especially annoyed. The young lady slowly retreated back as the terrible lion advanced on her. Vivi understood who it was, but she was still afraid. The lion looked at her menacingly and growled. Even knowing who he really was, she was very afraid and cried. A moment later, she fell to the ground, the lion looking at her with surprise and confusion. A moment later, he lay down next to her and sighed heavily. He saw that she was trembling with fear. He was surprised that she was shaking with fear, since it was taking him a lot of effort to catch up with her. She raised her head trembling and looked at him. Vivi knew that all her problems now were because of him. She understood that the werewolves and hyenas that they had recently pursued were not showing their faces now, and she didn't know what to do now. The young lady understood that they needed to go back, but she was still wary, as she did not know where they were now. A moment later, a young gentleman approached them and said angrily that he barely found them. Lev was taken aback, as he was in shock. The young gentleman, breathing heavily and with a grin on his face, said that they had run far after all. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Vivi was very glad that he finally found her. Ahin picked up the rabbit and saw that she was injured. Vivi was shocked because she realized that she had injured her precious paws when she ran away. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she had brought herself to such a state. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him as she now understood why her paws hurt. She stretched out her paws to him, wanting him to blow on the wounds and heal her, just as he had previously healed her friend. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. He looked at her with a smile and said that he would cure her as soon as they returned to the estate. He said that if she wandered around like this, she would spend her whole life in his pocket. The young lady was shocked and looked at him intently as she realized that he was saying such terrifying words again with a smile on his face. Achin looked at the lion and pulled his mane. Achin said with a smile that this was the first time she saw him in his true form. The young lady laughed. The young gentleman said with a grin that he didn't know that the lion had a passion for playing tag with the rabbit. Lev looked at him because he was very scared. He said that he did not turn to him of his own free will. Lev waved it off and said that while he was pursuing the suspects, they threw a strange powder and dispelled his human form. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise and said that he had gone crazy in the end. Vivi nodded in confirmation. The lion was in shock, as it was very hard for him, since the young master did not understand him. Vivi looked closely at the lion, since she was familiar with this feeling. A moment later, the young gentleman stuffed the rabbit into his pocket. Vivi was surprised and did not understand why he suddenly did this. Leo looked at him in surprise. She looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was going on. A moment later, some people approached them. The man looked at them and said with a grin that they should walk together. The man looked at them in surprise and said that it seemed like the human form only slept when the powder was inhaled. The young people looked warily at the new guests, as they realized that there was one worker there who had recently escaped from the hotel and who had thrown the powder at the lion. The man put his sword to the young gentleman's throat and asked if he could hear what they said to him. The young lady was surprised. She looked at the man and thought that he was a complete fool for daring to threaten a Black Panther. A moment later, she looked at the young gentleman in surprise, as she noticed that his eyes had changed color. He smiled and told her to sit quietly. The man looked at the young man and said that, judging by his eyes, it was either a raccoon or a cat. Looking at him, he said with a grin that it would be better for him not to resist. Ahin slowly raised his hands up and showed that he was surrendering. The young people looked at him expectantly. A moment later, he turned around and asked them to spare him. The rabbit and the lion were shocked. They did not expect this from the Black Panther. Akin looked at them and once again politely asked them for mercy. Vivi did not understand who was in front of her now. The man looked closely at the rabbit and told her to look here, and at the same time, he called her baby. Vivi looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to address her. The man handed her a carrot and told her to at least eat this. The young lady looked at the carrot in surprise, as it was of enormous size. The lion and the panther could barely contain their laughter in the corner. Another man entered the room and said that he still couldn't tear himself away from the little animals. He told him to do everything in general terms and leave the way the door should be closed. As he left, the man looked intently at the rabbit. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening and wanted to leave such a terrible place as soon as possible. Silence reigned in the room. She was in shock because she wanted help to escape from here, what they fed her. Ahin looked at them and said that, no matter what, they had not succeeded in penetrating the enemy camp. The medicinal decoction case they were investigating was definitely connected to them, so if they looked around, they would have found something. Achin looked at Manyens and asked if he couldn't turn into a human. He, in turn, nodded since he couldn't do that. Achin looked at him and said that he was a useless and stupid lion. Manyens was shocked by such a statement. A moment later, Achin freed himself from the ropes and, looking at the door, said that they were very naive. Ahin looked at Vivi and called her. Manyens, in turn, twisted himself as if he wanted to be untied as well. Vivi looked into his eyes in surprise. As she noticed that they were indeed blue, she pointed her paw at her eyes in surprise. He said, Black Panthers with a strong pheromone are often shunned, so he used a drug from the raccoon family to lower their guard. He looked at her and said that in a few hours, everything would return back. She was surprised and looked at him. A moment later, the lion roared very loudly. Leo looked at the young gentleman and asked him to untie him. Achin came closer to the lion and said that he was impudent. Ahin untied Manyens and looked at Vivi in surprise and said that he had assigned Irvin to watch. Ahin noticed that she sneezed. She sneezed loudly for a while. The young people were surprised and did not understand why she was suddenly behaving like that. Vivi was in shock and continued to sneeze. He looked at her and asked if she had inhaled the gray powder. The lion became wary. The young lady was in shock. She understood that big trouble was about to happen. Without stopping sneezing, she stared intently at the young gentleman. He looked at her and asked if she had actually inhaled the powder. He also asked if she had any more anywhere else. Vivi looked at him puzzled. It wasn't that she was in any pain, but unfortunately, she suddenly started feeling nauseous. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and said that her pheromones were in a strange state. The young lady looked at him warily. The young gentleman looked at her in shock as he realized what was about to happen. She looked at him with confusion and wondered if she was about to turn into a human. The young lady was shaking with fear. Vivi understood that this could not be allowed to happen in this situation. She remembered how he had said earlier that in a critical situation, she should raise her left hand. Looking tearfully at the young gentleman, she raised her left paw, as she understood that now the situation was very critical. The young gentleman looked at her with surprise and confusion, but after a moment he turned to the door and called the lion. Ahin looked at Manyens and said that their plan had changed, and the matter with the medicinal decoction was temporarily postponed. Manyens was shocked by this statement. Achin looked at the lion with a smile and said that they were about to run in now, so he had to figure it out himself. Achin said with a grin that it would be better for him to die. Achin kicked the door. A moment later, the door fell with a crash. The young people looked at him in surprise and confusion. Vivi was shocked as Ahin managed to break down the iron door. The young people were in shock. They didn't understand what was happening and how he managed to get out. Akin looked at them with a grin. A moment later, he struck them several times, after which the men fell to the ground with a crash, and he, in turn, ran. Irvine looked at his friend and said that if he continued walking in that direction, he would soon be able to see the Merchant Guild building. He said that it was currently up for sale, so no one was using it. Looking into the distance, the young man said that it was very suspicious. Irwin said that it was true. The young man was very puzzled and worried, since at the moment they remained in the dark and did not know where their masters and Master Rabbit were. The young man looked at Irwin and asked who Mr. Rabbit really was. Irwin realized that he really couldn't reveal the rabbit's true nature. She looked at Irwin as if expecting an answer. Irwin knew he had to change the subject quickly. He looked at his comrade and said he had smelled a very specific odor. The young man looked at Irwin and said that, indeed, some kind of smell had appeared recently. Irin looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true. Irwin thought that the street was filled with the scent of different perfumes, but Sir Leston said something similar, and it was very suspicious. Irwin thought for a moment. Leston looked at Irwin and called out, but Irwin quickly started running away. Running around the corner, Irwin saw and smelled the rotting corpse. The knights came closer to the man and noticed that he was already dead. They noticed the strange color of his skin and thought that he was most likely not a hyena. They also noticed that in some places his skin was ash-colored. Irwin thought that there was most likely an overdose of another drug. Irwin looked at his companion and told him to feel the corpse's wrists and check for its pheromone. The young man looked at Irina and nodded. The young man, frowning, said that his pheromone was quite confused. Irwin said that it seemed the man was addicted to a medicinal decoction, and recently they received information that werewolves who use it are also dying. Irwin said the pheromone could cause dizziness, so Leston should stop and remove his hands from the corpse. Leston shuddered in horror and quickly moved away from the corpse. Leston was very angry because Irwin was worried about his own skin and forced him to touch the corpse. The young man looked at Irwin and angrily said that he was really becoming more cunning day by day. Irwin smiled and told his companion that he was overestimating him. Sometime later, they followed the trail. Ahin called Vivi. He looked at her, asked how much time passes from the irritation of the pheromone to turning into a human. She looked at him, surprised and puzzled, because she realized that he knew about everything. So now he was deliberately avoiding a skirmish, asking if he was really afraid that she could absorb his pheromone and become human. The young gentleman looked at her and called out to her. He told her to answer his question quickly. Looking at her, he said that they couldn't hide here forever. The young lady was shocked, as the duration of the treatment was always different due to the medicinal decoction, making it even more difficult to predict. He looked at her, puzzled, and said that he did not understand at all what she wanted to tell him now. The young lady was shocked because she knew that this was true. She wanted him to be able to read her thoughts. She frowned, and he, in turn, motioned for her to sit quietly. A moment later, they heard noise and voices. The young lady was very scared as she realized that the men who were holding them hostage had gone into the room. Ahin and Vivi sat cautiously and quietly. A moment later, a large shadow loomed over them. The young lady squinted as the light blinded her eyes. A moment later, she saw a familiar man. Ahin looked at the gorilla and told him to be quiet. The young lady reached out to the man, as she was very glad that it was him. The gorilla shuddered and stared at the rabbit. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes and cried a little. She wanted him to pretend he hadn't seen anything and help them. The gorilla flinched and moved a little further away from the closet. He was in shock, as he did not expect to see her. A moment later, a man's rough cry was heard from the corridor. He, in turn, shouted that he would certainly kill the fugitives when he found them. The gorilla closed the closet door and said that there was no one there. The young lady was shocked, but at the same time very happy that he helped them. The young gentleman looked at the door in surprise and said that it seemed like the rabbit had become friends with the gorilla. Ah-hin said that they were not at all suited to each other. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. She understood that he was a complete impudent person, since her new friend helped them, and he was proof that he was a noble werewolf. The young gentleman thought for a moment. The young gentleman said that first they needed to go out and then decide what to do. But a moment later, he saw her in human form. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in shock. He was in shock and didn't know how to behave. The young people looked at each other intently and in surprise. A moment later, the young lady greeted him with a smile. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. They stared at each other for a while longer. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked if he didn't want to talk to her. The young gentleman smiled and asked why she had such an angry look. She was puzzled, since she was not yet very good at controlling human facial expressions. Vivi, embarrassed, said that she had this facial expression initially. Ah-hin smiled and asked if she knew what she looked like initially. He said with a smile that the most important thing would be if she would warn him in the future when she would contact him. He said that once she felt like she was about to turn into a human, she could dance or something like that. He looked at her and told her to imagine how she would react if Ash suddenly turned into a human. The young lady looked at him in surprise and said that she would most likely be very surprised and confused. The young gentleman smiled and said that he had such a feeling right now. He said with a smile that the ferocious rabbit had finally become a man. The young lady was furious because she was not considered fierce. She looked at him and said that next time she would dance. The gentleman looked at her with a grin because he thought she was very cute. Vivi asked with a smile, "What other dances?" She was shocked because she realized that there were many other signals and wondered why she had to dance. A moment later, she hit her head. The young master looked at her and told her to be careful. She thanked him, as she remembered that they were now in the closet. She was surprised and puzzled, as she did not understand why the atmosphere was so strange. The young gentleman looked at her and said with a smile that she had just looked at him with a sly look. She looked at him in surprise and said that this had not happened. He smiled and asked if it was true. She said with a smile that this was indeed the case. She noticed that this predator, who was sitting right in front of her, had a very good sense of smell. A moment later, she heard footsteps. Vivi covered his mouth with her hand and listened. She was shocked, only realizing that they were uninvited guests, and wondering what kind of knights they were and what kind they were. The young lady looked at the young gentleman and told him to sit quietly. The young gentleman looked at her in bewilderment. A moment later, she flinched as she realized she had touched the predator's lips with her hand. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. She was in shock because she did not understand what she had just done and was very scared. They sat quietly and listened to the men's conversation. The young lady took his hand and drew symbols on it. She told him that they needed to go back. He looked at her in surprise and asked where they should go back to. The young lady was surprised and did not understand what she meant by where. She wanted to go back home. She thought of the estate and wondered if she could call it her home. She remembered the young master saying that he liked her because she was a rabbit, but the situation would be complicated if she suddenly turned out to be human. She looked at him puzzledly. The young gentleman was surprised, bowed, and asked what was wrong with her. She was in shock and panic. Vivi wondered what would happen to her if he no longer needed her. The young lady was very worried and afraid that she could be abandoned again. The young gentleman looked at her and called out. He noticed that her pheromone had thickened. A moment later, she began to cough violently. She fell on him. Ah-hin was in shock. He screamed and called her as if he wanted to know what happened to her. He looked at her and shouted at her to come to her senses. She noticed that the young master's voice was getting further and further away. Vivi thought that she had most likely lost control of the pheromone again. At the same time, the lion roared ferociously in the street. Leo was furious because young Master Grace had abandoned him, and he wanted to tear him to pieces before returning to his human form. There was a great commotion in the street. Leston and Erwin saw Mr. Manyans on the street. Erwin said in surprise that Manyans was fast. Leston trembled and called for his master. A moment later, with the speed of lightning, he ran after him. The lady looked at Erwin in surprise and said in a puzzled tone that the lion had gone in the opposite direction. Erwin told her not to worry about it, as the truth was sometimes difficult to accept. He told her to follow those two people and collect the medicinal substance. Erwin looked up in surprise. Erwin glanced sideways at Ash and called out to him. Erwin looked out the window in surprise and asked what was going on. The young gentleman looked down and saw his men. Erwin and Ash quickly ran towards the young master. They looked at him in surprise as he held the body in his arms. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and asked if it was really a man. A moment later, Erwin saw the girl. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked if there was a horse or a carriage. Erwin bowed and asked for forgiveness. He said that they had neglected to take them. Erwin was a little puzzled, as he felt a kind of disgusting feeling. He didn't understand why. The young gentleman looked at his friend in surprise and bewilderment. He did not know what or how to do. A moment later, the young gentleman saw the gorilla and told him to take them to the nearest doctor. The gorilla looked at the man in bewilderment. A moment later, he looked at the young lady in surprise. He was shocked because he had recently seen a baby rabbit. But later it disappeared and a woman appeared in its place. A few minutes later, they heard a man scream. Ash pounced on the man. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla and said angrily that they didn't have time. The gorilla was in shock. He understood that if he refused, he would die. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla with anger and told him to hurry up. A moment later, the gorilla turned into a beautiful horse. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The young gentleman came closer to the gorilla. A moment later, the young gentleman mounted his horse. Ahin looked sideways at Erwin and said that he could do as he wished, but he had to follow him. Many moments later, they rushed off. Erwin looked at you in amazement as you followed the gentleman. He was in shock and didn't understand what was happening at all. Erwin looked at Ash and wanted to tell him something, but a moment later he saw Ash running with their lightning speed. Irvine was in shock and did not understand what was happening. Erwin sighed heavily as he did not understand how they all imagined that he would follow the horse in human form. A moment later, he turned into his true form. He picked up his things. A moment later, he rushed after them. Manyens turned back into a human. He remembered the young master and was very angry. The lion remembered how the panther abandoned him. He wanted to take revenge on her. He was furious because after he turned into a human, he almost became the laughingstock of the pervert of the century as he paraded around the street shirtless. His assistant came closer to him as he saw that the gentleman was on fire. Lev said, looking at his assistant, that this medicinal substance belongs to the type that forcibly activates pheromone, and so his pheromone reacted in order to stop the action of this substance. The lion looked at his assistant and told him to forget about everything, as the rabbit had a very strange smell. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked if it was really the smell of butter. The gentleman thought for a moment and said that it was more like the smell of freshly baked bread. The assistant reached out to his master and asked for forgiveness. He touched his forehead. Leston, looking at the gentleman, said that there was no fever. He wondered why his gentleman was saying such strange things like Sir Erwin. The gentleman looked at the assistant in surprise and asked if he was speaking too rudely now. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that just in case, he was reminding them now that they were currently invited guests of the Grace family, and if for some unknown reason a conflict arose between them and the union they had created with great difficulty turned to dust. Lestiv remembered the lady's menacing look. For a moment he cried because he didn't know what to do. The young man said that he was very afraid of the head of their clan. He said that she would definitely slap him first, and only then ask questions. Manians looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked what was wrong with that. He said that since he was afraid of his sister, that's why he suggested simply dropping the subject, even resigning himself to what Mr. Grace had done. They continued talking for some time, and Manhwa said that, whatever the case, these were just his guesses. He remembered the rabbit and said that the rabbit seemed to have some special ability. The young man looked at the gentleman and said that, of course, that was how it was, and he understood everything. The young man said that the rabbit used to be called the King of Rabbits. Manyans looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked who had said such nonsense. The young man said that Sir Erwin had said this before. Leo was furious. He looked at his subordinate and told him not to listen to such things from a man who was just talking nonsense. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked where he was going, since they needed to collect the medicinal substance. Leo said that the knights who followed them would deal with it themselves. He said angrily that he was busy now, since he was going to go kill the cat. The young man looked at the gentleman in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about, but a moment later he remembered young Master Grace. He was very scared, because he understood that it would be hot. Leston shouted after his master that this could not be done. Vivi sat on the ground, shaking with fear, with many shards of the cup around her. A moment later, she raised her head, trembling with fear, as she heard someone's voice. She saw the servants looking at her with contempt. They said that in any case, this little rabbit couldn't even speak. They looked at her with disdain. The lady was trembling with fear because she was very scared. She wanted someone to help her, but it was all in vain. When she woke up, she was surprised because she did not understand where she was. Raising her head, she saw that she was sitting in a basket, but she was still very scared since she did not understand where they were taking her. A moment later, she heard a conversation. The men saying that they had to carry out the order and let her die at the hands of the Black Panthers. She sat quietly in the wallet and was in shock, as it was all unfair to her. Somehow, she managed to survive in the body of a little rabbit, who couldn't even do anything properly. Even left to starve and abandoned by everyone, she tried her best just to live. Vivi wondered why even turning into a human had to be so painful for her. Sometime later, she heard the voice of the young master. Ahin was telling her not to lose consciousness, as it was very dangerous. He said that he would bite her if she passed out. She looked at him intently and did not understand why he had taken her in. The young gentleman looked at her and said with a smile that he had taken her in to eat her. Looking at him, she thought that he was simply a bad predator. Sometime later, they arrived at the doctor's. The young gentleman shouted and knocked very loudly on the door. Sometime later, the young lady came out and looked at them in surprise. She did not understand who it was that came to her in the middle of the night. She said that it was very rude. She looked at them in surprise and dumbfounded because she realized that it was a Black Panther. A moment later, she saw a young lady in her arms and, dumbfounded, told them to enter the house quickly. Vivi opened her eyes, puzzled, and looked at them. She looked intently at the young gentleman, as she envied him. Apparently, from birth, they were as different as heaven and earth, and she looked at them and asked if she understood correctly that he said that drugs got into Vivi's system. She looked at them and asked how much time had passed since that happened. The young gentleman looked at Vivi intently and said with a puzzled expression that 2 hours had already passed. She looked at the young lady in surprise and said that it was very strange, since there was no reaction to the drug. She looked at Vivi and asked earlier if there had been any cases of contact with this drug. Akin said that this did not happen. She said that when taking the drug, which was common in their area, in most cases, the senses were greatly heightened and the skin turned ashen. But she did not observe such reactions in the patient. She said that, whatever the case, the problem was not the drug, but her own pheromone. She looked at the young gentleman and said that he could now turn around. He looked at her in surprise and asked if the problem was not the drug, then what to do about it. She said that the young lady needed to give me an antidote and a pheromone stabilizer. Vivi lay on the bed and wriggled in pain. The young people looked at her in surprise and shock. She reached out to the jar as she wanted to get rid of the pain as soon as possible. She was trembling and crying, saying that she was in great pain. The young gentleman came closer to her and called her. The young lady looked intently at the young man. She begged him to relieve her of pain. Akin looked at her, puzzled. He looked at the doctor and said that if it wasn't drug-related, then her condition would improve with simple pheromone suppression. She looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that it was true, but she was still surprised, since she did not know what he was going to do now. A moment later, she looked at him in surprise and bewilderment and asked if he had gone crazy. The gentleman looked at her in surprise, but did not answer. She was shocked and said that she was using strong pheromone suppression in another way. A risky move. He said that everything was fine and it might work. She looked at him and said that by using a medium pheromone for this, he would put the patient in even more danger. Ahin looked at her with fury and said that his pheromone was of the dominant type. The young lady looked at him in surprise and shock. Akin said that they couldn't drag it out any longer, and this was the best option for her. The doctor, puzzled, told the young gentleman to wait a little. She said that during the examination of the patient, she discovered teeth marks on her neck. The use of such a method is unacceptable, since the body of a herbivore cannot be treated in the same way as the body of a predator. The young gentleman looked intently at the young lady. The doctor discussed the whole situation for a while. Ahin looked at her and said that he understood. Ahin slowly approached the young lady. Vivi looked at the young master with tears in her eyes. A moment later, they were locked in a kiss. Vivi was breathing heavily, overwhelmed by the young master's pheromone. A moment later, he stopped kissing her, and she looked at him, out of breath. But still, she pulled him, as if she didn't want him to leave. A moment later, they were locked in a long kiss again. She wanted to stay with him a little longer, as his powerful pheromone quenched her burning pain. Vivi thought that his pheromone was a pheromone of power. Vivi remembered him saying that today, several wolves attacked him and he got hurt. Ahin asked her if she would treat him. Now she realized that his pheromone was not the type that could heal wounds. Now she realized that all this time she had been treating them with her pheromone. She was shocked because she realized that he knew about everything all this time. She wondered why he didn't tell her. Sitting on a chair, the young lady fell asleep and began to drowse. A moment later, she plopped down on the sofa and fell asleep. The young master sat and watched Vivi closely all this time. For a moment, he thought about it as he realized that it was very dangerous, since he himself almost fell under the influence of the pheromone. He watched her intently as she slept. Coming closer to her, he covered her nose with his hand and said that she was very peaceful. He let go of her and she sighed heavily. The young master stared at her and smiled. He knew that if he had been a little more careless, he would have been consumed by her pheromone. He thought that perhaps because she was in human form, it was much more dangerous than usual. The young gentleman looked at her intently, as he realized that with a pheromone of such power, she must be the heiress of some noble family. He thought for a moment, as he remembered that the Amon family already had an heir, whom the head of the Rabbitlands had mentioned. Even if they were related by blood, if they were to kill, then only personally, he thought that she would not have been abandoned in foreign lands. Although she and the rabbit cannot be left without attention, the blood of the head of the family. He threw all his thoughts away as he heard a sound. Looking at the door, he realized that someone was nearby. A few minutes later, he heard a loud sound. Walking to the door, he asked who was there. Opening the door, he saw an exhausted Erwin. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked for forgiveness for being late, but he said that he had a lot to report. Erwin said there was a gorilla-like man outside, standing and shaking naked. The young master gave him a blanket and said that it could cover the lower part of his body. Ahin told Erwin to wait outside. Erwin froze in shock. He looked at the door and told the gentleman that he should let him in. The young gentleman asked for forgiveness and said that people uglier than him were not allowed to enter. Erwin said that in that case, he did not live up to such criticism. Ahin opened the door and looked at Erwin with a threatening gaze. Ahin asked if he really considered himself more handsome than the young master. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he could answer honestly. He said that he was more handsome. The young gentleman looked at his friend with a grin. A moment later, he slammed the door shut. The young gentleman sat down on a chair and looked intently at the young lady. He was in shock because he didn't know what the right thing to do was. Vivi slept peacefully and quietly in bed. The young gentleman looked intently at the young lady. He realized that, most likely, she had already guessed what kind of pheromone he had. And after some time, she would also understand whose pheromone belonged to the healing type. He looked at her closely and wondered what would happen after she started turning into a human often. He was afraid that she would say that she wanted to leave him. Looking at her, he said that he was not going to let her go. And even more so, he did not want to return her to the lands of the rabbits, even if she herself wanted it. Slowly, Ash walked up to him. The young master looked at Ash intently and said with a smirk that he had said earlier that he did not keep animals with black fur around. Ahin looked at Ash and asked if he knew she was turning into a human. Ash growled menacingly, looking at the young master. The young gentleman, lost in thought, said that it was the first time he had seen such a strange rabbit. Ash looked at the young master with bewilderment. Akin looked at him with a smile. The madam looked at her daughter and said with a smile that she was her favorite child, who possessed a very unusual pheromone. The madam smiled and told her daughter to quickly turn into a human. After all, by becoming a human, she would be able to get anyone's love. Vivi also wanted to become a human as soon as possible. She sincerely wanted to make her mother happy. Vivi wondered if she had really become a rabbit again. She was shocked because she had spent a lot of energy in vain. She thought that now she should definitely become a human, at least through persistence. Vivi jumped up as she had lifted that she was now in human form. She looked at her hands in surprise and wondered how she was still like that. She didn't understand why she hadn't become a rabbit. The young lady looked at her and said with a smile that, after waking up, excessive activity would only bring harm, especially after 2 days of sleep. Vivi was shocked that she had slept for so long. The young lady looked at her and asked if something was bothering her. She looked at Vivi and said that her companion had been here all this time, but now he had gone away for a short while to buy her some clothes, since the village shop was not far from here, so he would be back in a moment. She looked at Vivi and asked if she felt any discomfort, and also asked her to give her consent for the examination. Vivi thought for a moment, as the healer who had helped her turned out to be a werewolf capybara. She was an incredibly friendly and sociable individual who chatted non-stop. Vivi understood that the doctor turned out to be a very busy man. So immediately after the examination, she left her alone. Vivi touched her lips and remembered the kiss with the young master. She was very embarrassed. She was in shock because she was just going crazy. She thought that it would be better if he just bit her on the neck. She was shocked and thought that he was just a careless predator since he did not know what insidious thoughts were swirling in her head. The young lady was shocked by the whole situation. Now she understood what kind of pheromone he had and which one belonged to her. A moment later, she heard a creaking sound. The young lady looked out the window in surprise, wondering what that sound was. She slowly walked up to the window, shaking with fear. She hoped that it was not a wild animal. She stood near the window for a while and listened. The young lady heard a growl. She opened the window with lightning speed. Ash stood in front of her. She looked at him puzzled and asked why he was outside and whether someone had thrown him out. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked what was wrong with him and since when had he been sitting on the street. A moment later, she saw the bird lying unconscious on the windowsill. They looked at the bird in surprise. Manhwa looked at them and said that he had not killed the bird, but had only knocked it out. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to see him. Leo came closer to her and said with a smile that this was their second meeting in human form. He looked at her silently for a while. The young lady was in shock. She did not understand how the lion got there. She wanted to quickly close the window and disappear from sight, but he held the window. He came closer to her and said with a grin that now was an excellent chance to do something nasty to Akina. He said that he had been waiting for this for a long time. The young lady was in shock and very scared. She did not know what this predator was planning. Ash growled loudly as he looked at them. Leo looked at him and showed that he would not touch her. The young lady thought that the lion would bully her friend, and with the speed of lightning, she grabbed him by the hair. She screamed at him not to touch Ash. Ash and the lion were in shock. While their cute fight was going on, the young lady accidentally tripped and fell. Holding her head, she said, puzzled that she was in a lot of pain right now. Leo looked at her and told her to listen to him. He looked at her and asked with a smile if they weren't too close to each other. The young lady looked at him with surprise and bewilderment. At first, she didn't realize what was happening as she was in shock. A moment later, she tried to get up. At the same time, she pulled his hair, and the lion said that it hurt. The young lady was in shock. She didn't know what to do now. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness. Manhwa looked at her puzzled and asked if she hadn't said before that she wasn't a werewolf. He asked why she was silent. The young lady was in shock. She understood that the further she went, the more difficult it would be. She wanted to be silent for a while and not say anything more to him. The lion stared at her for a moment. A few minutes later, they heard someone scream. The lady turned towards the scream. She thought she had heard that voice somewhere before. Vivi thought it was most likely a gorilla. The man shouted at Mr. Irwin to come to his senses, while the lion and the rabbit looked away warily. The lion smiled and said that, apparently, there was still one rat left. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and asked if he had killed Irwin too. The lion smiled and said that he had already said that he had only knocked him out. Meanwhile, Ash was pulling the young lady by her clothes, as he wanted her to move away from the lion. Vivi was very angry. She looked at the lion with fury. She began to beat the lion again in a rage. She did not understand how he could do this to Irwin. She screamed that he was a scoundrel. Unexpectedly for her, she heard someone scream. She was surprised because she heard a sad and plaintive call. A few minutes later, she turned around to see a gorilla standing and crying, looking at her. The young gentleman came into the house and saw a very strange picture. He was shocked because everyone was tied up. He noticed that even the messenger falcon was lying on the ground. He saw a gorilla who was crying. The young master was furious because he smelled the lion's pheromone. The young gentleman thought for a moment. He understood that a direct confrontation between the lion and him could result in a conflict. So the lion decided to act in this manner. The young gentleman looked at the gorilla and said that the lion must have left some kind of message. The gorilla looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that the lion was going to take the little rabbit. The young gentleman looked at the shark in surprise and asked why he was going to take it. The gorilla looked at the panther intently and pitifully and said that he was not there. So he took the big one away. Ahin, burning with rage, looked at the gorilla and asked if that was all. The gorilla cried and said that the lion told the panther to go to hell. The young lady sat quietly and calmly on the sofa. Leo looked at her and asked with a smile why she was fidgeting like that, like a person visiting the studio for the first time. She was very angry at his words, since she was here for the first time, and that's why she was behaving like that. After all, the only clothes she had ever worn were her white fur. The young lady looked at the lion and asked why they were here. Manhwa said she couldn't wander around dressed like that. She was very angry because, thanks to him, she ruined her outfit. She understood that she had no way out, and she had to sit and wait obediently. Since she could not walk normally and could not run away, if she ran away, then she could say with confidence that he would return her. Sitting on the sofa, she looked closely at all the things. She looked at the lion and told him to take her back to the doctor's hut. The lion said that as soon as it started to sparkle, he would deliver her there safe and sound. He said he just wanted to wait for the Black Panther to explode in anger. The young lady sighed heavily and said that the young master would not look for her. Leo looked at her and said with a grin that he wanted to see how everything would really be. She noticed that the lion, like the Black Panther, had a speech that was full of insolence. But she knew that he was a good person. As they made their way to the studio, he was constantly worried about whether she felt any discomfort. She looked at the lion and said that perhaps he would be waiting for her return. Leo said that perhaps that is true. He smiled and said that in any case, he really enjoyed her company. He said that the fact that she was a werewolf was eventually revealed, and thanks to Grace, she suffered more than enough. He smiled and asked why they didn't send him to hell together. She looked at him with fury, and at the same time tangled herself in her hair. He looked at her and asked with a smile if that was really why she had grown her hair so long. She looked at him intently, wondering what thoughts were going through his head right now as he was looking at her with dead eyes. She wanted to get home as soon as possible, but still, there were so many thoughts spinning in her head, and she didn't know what to do with them. She plopped down on the sofa, puzzled. Leo looked at her and said with a smile that he could see that she was peeping. He looked at her intently for a while. He asked with a smile where in the world one could find a person who faints with such a peaceful expression on her face. He said that her acting was absolutely disgusting. She looked at him with fury and said that he was an infuriating predator. Leo smiled and said that he heard everything. He looked at her and asked her permission to take her out. He said that apparently the clothes were already ready. Coming closer, he extended his hand to her. Leo looked at her intently with a smile on his face as he waited for an answer. Vivi looked at him, as she didn't expect him to offer her something like that. She didn't expect him to be so polite to her. Sometime later, she was sitting at the table in the company of lions. She looked in surprise at the food that was on the table. Vivi noticed that there was a lot of food, but she didn't know what it was. Before, she had eaten only hay her whole life. The master's assistant looked at him and called out. She turned around in surprise. The young man was shocked because he did not understand what was wrong with the young master's hair. Lev smiled and said that this is such a popular hairstyle now. His assistant was shocked. He said that the gentleman felt like he was caught in a typhoon. The lion smiled, looking at the very typhoon that sat in front of him. The young lady looked at the lion and noticed that he had a wound on his face. Leston looked at the young lady and asked if this was the same rabbit that smelled like freshly baked bread. Vivi looked at them in surprise and confusion, as she did not understand what they were talking about now. Manyans looked at her and said with a smile that he was now more inclined to the smell of oil, but he did not smell anything except the scent of Mr. Ahin's pheromone. And the reason for this could also be that the gentleman bit her. Leston was shocked by this statement. Vivi was shocked and suddenly felt uneasy. Leston screamed in shock, rather than her being a werewolf. Manyans looked at his subordinate and told him to ask. And again, he also told his subordinate that he came to his senses very late. The young man was very surprised and could not believe that she was a werewolf who had lived in her true form all this time. He said that she was definitely not an adult beast, but a cub. Vivi was shocked, as she understood that even the young man already knew, and the further it went, the worse it would get. Vivi touched his hand, and Leston became very scared. Rune looked at her and with a smile told her not to pay attention to his assistant, as he was very cowardly by nature. He said that they would better start eating. The lion pulled the plate with the contents to her. The young lady looked at the food in surprise, as she was very hungry. She was very worried, since she had never eaten anything like this, and therefore she was a little worried. She had observed this more than once before, but she herself was quite inexperienced in terms of etiquette. She understood that if he noticed her incompetence, he would definitely suspect something. He looked at her and asked if she didn't want to eat. Rune said that if she was worried about having recently taken the medication, she didn't have to worry about it because she didn't have to restrict herself from eating with such a small dose. The young lady looked sadly at the plate, as she understood that this was not the reason. Vivi glanced out the window. Vivi noticed that the sun was already setting. She thought that if she returned to their hut, she would find no one there. She wondered if this was all a dream. She really wanted to go back. A moment later, she jumped up and said angrily that she wanted to go back. Leo looked at her in surprise. Leston was shocked. He looked at her and said that she was unceremoniously calling someone by name. The lady struck the table with lightning speed, and the lion became frightened. She looked at him with fury and said that he was a bird's soul. Leston looked at her in surprise and asked what she had just said. Manyans was shocked by what was happening. With lightning speed, she turned and walked, but she staggered very badly. Leo watched her uncertain steps closely. He sat silently for a while, looking at her. She walked for a while, examining the area, as she remembered that at this point, she needed to turn right. A moment later, she flinched as she realized that someone had hugged her. Leo picked her up and gently said that he would take her. He looked at her and asked her with a puzzled expression if she was very angry. He asked her forgiveness for having brought her here so arbitrarily. The young lady was shocked. She did not expect to hear an apology from him. He looked at her and asked why she walked like a duck. Rune said that he didn't think she had any problems with her legs. The young lady glared at him as she knew she should have pulled out some more of his hair. He looked at her and said that there was a strange energy coming from her. Rune asked if she had used a pheromone. She became embarrassed and flinched, as a mistake had occurred due to the fact that she was very surprised and lost control of the pheromone for a moment. Rune looked at her and asked if she could hear him. Rune looked at her and asked why she was silent. Unexpectedly for him, the young lady gently touched the corner of his lip. He froze in confusion, looking at her. She looked at him intently, as she noticed that with her help, the wound had disappeared. She realized that she had a pheromone that healed. Now she was convinced of it. She understood that the young master's attitude towards her and his decision to teach her were all because he wanted to benefit from her. She understood that he did not want her to become human at all, because he wanted to see her as a silent animal who was not capable of making decisions on her own. The young lady's expression sank, and she wondered if he was just going to use her. She was able to understand something. When you turn into a rabbit again after becoming a human, the transformation into a human occurs upon contact with the pheromone of a strong individual. The reverse process occurs soon after she has already used the pheromone. The lion froze in surprise. The young lady realized that she had accidentally healed the lion's wound. Now she had to turn into a rabbit. She knew she had to return home before the fortune began. She remembered telling the young master she wanted to go back. He then asked her where she wanted to go. Now she thought and did not know where she should return to, but still she knew that she wanted to return home. She wanted to return to where everyone was waiting for her. She wanted to go back to the young master, but still she knew he was going to use her. She wondered if she could go back to someone like him. A moment later, they noticed a bird in the sky. The lion looked at the bird and said that they had been found after all. Leo said that he had been right after all, and the young gentleman did not just sit and wait. The young lady pushed him away and ran. Leo froze in surprise. Vivi ran as fast as she could, and the lion, in turn, shouted at her to listen to him. He looked at her and asked where she was going. In a hurry, the young lady told him not to follow her. The lion said that the young gentleman should arrive soon. The young lady shouted in anger that for this reason, she was telling him not to follow her. Leo froze in place, looking at her. He was in shock and did not understand what was happening at all. A moment later, the young lady threw the door open with fury. She looked at the bird and screamed that it was here. A moment later, she heard the voice of the young gentleman who was standing below and looking intently at her. The young lady looked at him in surprise, her heart pounding wildly. He smiled and said that it suited her face. Vivi stood and stared at him. Ahin looked at her and said that because of this scoundrel, he had spent the whole day looking for her. She looked at him but didn't answer. He looked at her and asked if she had enjoyed her third escape with Leo. She smiled and asked if he was keeping count. She looked at him intently and sadly, as she noticed that she had been with him for a very long time and was no longer surprised by his strange manner of speech. Vivi looked at him and asked why he was looking for her. She would definitely return to him, since she knew that he already knew about it. Since, besides, she no longer had a place, nothing, and she had nowhere to return to. Even in such a situation, she had no choice but to rely on him. Odin looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he said with a smile that it was all because he was very worried. He knew that she would be scared. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and said that she was not such a coward, that after a couple of hours away from him, she would shake with fear. He looked at her and said with a smile that apparently she was the only one who thought so. Vivi looked at him and didn't answer. After his words, she calmed down. Akin said with a smile that they needed to go back. Vivi remembered the last time she told him they needed to go back. She looked at him and asked where they should go. He said with a smile that they needed to go back home. Ahin told her to jump and he would catch her. Wiping away her tears, she told him to listen to her. She understood that she would soon become a rabbit again. Ahin looked at her and asked what she wanted to say. She said, confused, that she didn't want to say anything. Vivi understood that it would be better not to tell him about it. After all, if she told him, he would start using her again. Vivi understood that as much as she wanted to become human, he didn't want it either. Ahin looked at her and asked if she was acting like this because she was afraid to jump. He said there was nothing to be afraid of here. Vivi looked at him angrily and said that it was much higher here than she thought. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile and laughed. A moment later, he told her not to worry about anything and to just trust him. She looked at him intently, because she understood that in any situation, she would return to him. A moment later, she jumped off. The young gentleman looked at her intently and with a smile. A few minutes later, he caught her. Akin looked at her intently and laughed. He told her with a smile on his face to at least warn her when she transformed. Akin smiled and greeted her. Vivi smiled sweetly in her beast form. A moment later, she extended her paw and greeted him back. The lady sat and slowly sipped her tea. She sighed heavily, as she had not seen the rabbit for a week, and she felt very lonely. She turned around and looked at the beautiful painting of Vivi. The man looked at the lady with anger and asked where the young gentleman had gone. The man said that the grandfather had arrived, but he was nowhere to be seen. The lady said that they had gone to Endelis. She said that she had just recently received a letter about their imminent return, so the latest time they would arrive was tomorrow morning. She looked at him and said with a smile that although he said so, he also arrived without any news. The man said that on the way here, he greeted a baby made of lions. The lady asked if he was talking about Rune. He said that everything was correct and he remembered, as if it were yesterday, how he and his grandson squealed and threw fists at each other. And now he had grown up and become very tall, although he still looked like a blockhead. The man sighed heavily and said that in any case, he was going to stay here for a while. The lady looked at him and said with a smile that she had already prepared a bedroom for him, since he came to the estate every time on the eve of his grandson's birthday. She smiled and said that she had also prepared his favorite apples from the rabbit lands. He asked, surprised and smiling, if this was true. He looked at her and said with a smile that he had liked her from the first sight, and it was not surprising that she had managed to captivate his son. She said with a smile that, as far as I was concerned, he was still the perfect husband for her, but the only problem was that he was too soft a father for Ahin. The man said that there was no need to protect him, such a careless idler and the husband of the head of the clan. He said that the god of beasts was angry. He looked at her and asked if Ahin was okay. The lady said that, fortunately, he had never had a seizure before. The man looked at her warily. He was furious, because with all this, he was hanging out somewhere outside. He wondered who he was with, this carefree character of his. The lady said with a smile that many of his peers say that he is just like her. The man about the task, but looked at her and said that his carelessness only meant that his head would never be idle. He said that, in any case, looking at her left alone, it was impossible to even think about seeing her grandchildren's children. He looked at her and asked if she had found a way to prevent the attacks. She looked puzzled and said that she hadn't yet. He looked at his daughter-in-law with puzzlement. He looked at his daughter-in-law and asked what he should do with these ridiculous rumors, because everyone said that his grandson danced with a rabbit at the ball. While drinking tea, he said that someone had put in a lot of effort to tarnish the reputation of a powerful family. The lady smiled and asked if that was all she could say. She said that their family tailor had recently been incredibly busy sewing clothes for the rabbit. The man choked on his tea, looked at his daughter-in-law in surprise, and asked what she was talking about. The lady smiled and said that if she thought about it, it was time to order hay. She called the maid and asked if everything was ready. The maid said with a smile that everything was ready. The man was shocked by the whole situation. He looked at her and asked what was happening now. The man bowed low and called the young master. The gentleman looked at him and asked what the result was. The doctor looked at the young gentleman and said that Mr. Rabbit had not shown any reaction to the medicine. The young man looked at the doctor in surprise. A moment later, he told the doctor to take the powder to the medical department and check everything. Ahin told him not to put it off. The doctor bowed and said that he would certainly do everything. The young gentleman looked intently after the doctor. He felt relieved after the doctor's words that there was nothing special. But still, this ashen color had passed. It had worried him. He understood that he really needed to find out a little more. A moment later, he looked intently at the door. A few minutes later, someone called him. Erwin came closer to the young master. Erwin immediately began reporting the entire situation to Ah-hin. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and told him to wait a bit. Ah-hin slowly walked to the door. The young gentleman sat down near the door and listened intently. He looked at the door with a smirk as he realized something. A moment later, he knocked on the door with a grin and said that if she was going to eavesdrop, she should hand it over to the morgue. Vivi and Ash flinched as they realized they had been exposed. The young lady was confused as they were caught. Sitting by the door, the young gentleman laughed. Ah-hin opened the door, and Vivi and Ash were very scared and jumped up. He looked at them and asked with a smirk if they had been eavesdropping. A moment later, he said that it was very clever of them. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he didn't think he should say that. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise and asked whose side he was on. Erwin said that he was always loyal to his master. Ah-hin smiled and asked Erwin if he was really a loyal dog. Erwin was shocked and told the gentleman not to compare him to a dog. Erwin looked at the gentleman and told him to tell him everything too. Erwin wanted to know the reason why he couldn't even set foot in the hut that day, and he wanted to know about the mysterious girl. The young gentleman looked at her intently, but still did not answer. A moment later, he said there was nothing to say about it. Erwin still wanted to hear everything from the gentleman. Achin looked at Erwin and said that he himself had already guessed everything to some extent. The young gentleman said that Erwin had never asked him about the whereabouts of Mr. Rabbit in the past few days. Erwin froze in bewilderment. A moment later, he dropped all the papers he had. The young gentleman looked at him and told him not to exaggerate. And, picking up the documents, Erwin slowly began to collect all the documents that he had thrown away in shock. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if the gentleman rabbit had turned into a human chest back then. The young gentleman said that he had checked, and there were no scars from the heat flowers either. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and said that all werewolves who had been transformed into humans should have this scar. The young gentleman said that this was indeed the case, but still, most likely, it was a temporary phenomenon. Erwin was lost in his thoughts in surprise. He wondered why she had now turned to a man after being unable to do so for 20 years. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked what he was going to do now. Erwin said that it was no longer emergency food. He said that if the servants found out, it would be difficult for them to explain everything. The young master said that it was not difficult, since sometimes it happened that rabbits grew up. Erwin said, puzzled, that if rumors spread that he had appeared in public with his girlfriend of unknown origin, even the elders would be forced to intervene. He handed him the documents and said that they were related to his birthday. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he really didn't expect that he wouldn't do anything to Mr. Rune for taking the big gentleman rabbit away from him. The young gentleman became intently engrossed in reading the documents. But a moment later, looking at Erwin, he said that nothing special had happened. Looking at the young gentleman, Erwin, without noticing it, felt the grove, said that it seemed that the gentleman thought about the friction between the lands and restrained himself. Erwin said that no matter what happened last night, Master Rune was attacked by assassins, and there was a very loud noise. Erwin said that he felt relieved when the young master let him off the hook for what happened to Vivi. The gentleman said indifferently that it was simply terrible. He looked at him and, frowning, agreed and said that this situation was terrible. Erwin looked at his master in surprise and bewilderment. A moment later, Erwin asked the gentleman in a trembling voice if it was really he who hired the Assassin's Guild. They stood silently for a while, looking at each other. Sometime later, the young gentleman entered the room and called Vivi. She flinched and peered intently from under the curtain. The young gentleman looked at her and said that he had found her now. She looked at him and said that she was here, and also asked him for 1 minute. A moment later, she froze in shock, as she realized that every day she had been obediently obeying him. She looked at him as she understood that she needed to immediately remember that he was a predator and could eat her at any moment. The young master looked at her and called out. Vivi ran up to him with lightning speed. The young gentleman, holding onto the bed, laughed quietly. Akin looked at her sideways and asked if she was completely losing this habit. The young lady glared at him, but a moment later, her face turned red. She knew she had to be patient because she was now facing an angry black panther. The young gentleman lay down on the bed and looked intently at the rabbit. Vivi was shocked because she saw him in an indecent manner, and she understood that he was simply seducing her. Vivi understood that, of course, she was a rabbit first and foremost, but she was still furious and very embarrassed that he came to her in such an inappropriate state. The young master grabbed her and asked where she always went. He pulled her closer to him and told her to lie next to him. The young lady looked at his chest and was embarrassed to the point of unconsciousness. He looked at her and asked with a smile what she was thinking about now. She wanted to tell him what she was thinking now about the significance of the War of the Lands that took place 300 years ago. He looked at her, sighing heavily. The young gentleman said that they had only exchanged a few words, but he still felt a little sad that they could not have a proper conversation. She looked at him in surprise and nodded, as she too felt a little offended. He said that yes, now he uses pheromone. Looking at her, he asked if she would then turn to you as a human. The young lady looked at him warily. She made it clear with her whole demeanor that this could not be allowed. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked why not. She began to show him why it was impossible. She said that her body was very difficult to handle. Before experiencing such pain in one moment, she stopped the person. Vivi knew that it would be better to start looking for the proper way of handling from tomorrow. He looked at her and asked if her throat was dry. The young lady waved off his suggestion. She looked at him and told him to look at her more carefully. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked if she was in pain. She looked at him and clapped her hands with a smile, as if he had understood her correctly. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really in that much pain. The young master looked at her and asked if it really hurt that much every time she turned into a human. She looked at him and said that it was so. Ahin looked at her and asked how she had coped with this pain until now. She looked away in surprise and wondered for a moment if there had ever been a time when she had dealt with it properly. She didn't want to remember the time she spent in the Revian house. He looked at her and asked if she had really managed everything alone. The young lady nodded slowly in confirmation. A moment later, he turned away from her and said it was time to go to bed. Vivi looked at him in surprise, as he had behaved very unexpectedly. Looking away from her, he said that he wanted to break up. The young lady froze in shock. She didn't know who he wanted to tear apart. Sometime later, a meeting was held. The young master's assistant said that they had interrogated several werewolves who were held in a locked building, but they could not get any information about the medicinal brew. They said that its level was too high for Togo to consider that it was produced by a gang. There was also a possibility that the capital for its creation was received from an aristocrat or noble merchant. The medicinal decoction was currently being analyzed, and it was obviously of the type that activates pheromone. Achin said that the sight of the naked lion was quite unpleasant. Rune told him that, apparently, he was simply envious of the magnificent mane that he did not have. Achin said that he was not at all. This was not true. Rune was very confused that they were sitting here, pretending as if nothing had happened. He was furious and wondered how many assassins had already visited him in just a few days. Rune knew it was the work of one cat. Rune looked at them and asked if they knew that dear rabbit Sir Grace had complained that his life was too hard because of the Black Panther. Everyone present was shocked. They did not understand what he was saying and wondered how the rabbit could express what had accumulated in his heart. The young gentleman looked at him with a grin and said that the rabbit already commands the Black Panther with one paw. Ahin asked what difficulties could be discussed at the moment. Irwin said with a smile that this was indeed the case, and that the day was not far off when Mr. Rabbit would rule the entire continent with that same paw. Those present at the meeting were shocked, and they wanted the young gentleman to try to avoid such nonsense in such an official place. Rune looked at the panthers in surprise and asked if this rabbit was really going to rule an entire continent. Leston looked at Irwin with puzzlement and surprise and asked if this was true. Lev understood that this was quite likely, since the video was different from the usual werewolves. Rune remembered what happened after that incident in the restaurant. After transforming in the restaurant, he checked his face and noticed that the wound was gone. He knew that it was definitely the work of the rabbit. Rune understood that if that rabbit possessed a pheromone that no one could even imagine, then a new, incredible power would appear in Grace's house. The young gentleman looked at the lion with a grin. Rune in turn understood that he was grinning because you, under his power, are an incomparable rabbit. Rune looked at the panthers with a puzzled expression and told them to continue their story. The young men were shocked and did not understand what Rune was saying. They wondered if he was really interested in how a rabbit could take over the world. Achin said with a grin that if you remember that way, their rabbit insistently asked not to even talk to Lev. Rune looked at the young master in shock and asked what he was talking about. Ahin told him to just remember how quickly the rabbit ran away when he saw him in Endelis. Irwin looked at the lion and said that in reality, since ancient times, the lion had been the rabbit's primordial enemy. Even in fairy tales it was mentioned more than once. Ahin said with a grin that the Black Panther was not portrayed in such a bloodthirsty role there. The representatives from the Lion Clan were shocked and wanted their young master to ignore the Black Panthers. Rune, in turn, looked at the panther with bewilderment. He even felt offended by such words. The Black Panthers, in turn, won a difficult fight, and the lions suffered defeat. Everyone present looked at each other. They did not understand what kind of incorrect dialogue was taking place at the meeting. Vivi slowly turned it onto the table. She looked at the maid with a smile and thanked her for walking her to the office. The maid looked intently at the rabbit. Mamie stroked the rabbit tenderly, and Vivi noticed that the maid seemed to miss her as well. She turned around and showed her butt. Mamie stroked Vivi without showing any emotion. Vivi looked at the maid with a smile and told her to stroke her with all her heart, as she allowed. Sometime later, she was closely studying the information about the healing pheromone. By nature, werewolves with healing abilities are rare, so it is not easy to obtain records from them. The ability that most often manifests in the area of healing is sleep. And also there is anesthesia. Especially in the case of pain relief, a werewolf-inducing aroma can sometimes appear. She remembered how the lions discussed how she smelled like bread, or rather butter. There are records of a werewolf lion with an amazing healing ability, who, in addition to healing small scars, was able to cure an infectious disease. The young lady realized that everything was in line with her ability. She was puzzled, as she understood that such an ability could not be possessed by a herbivore, and especially not by a werewolf aristocrat of the middle class, since he definitely could not withstand this level. A moment later, she remembered the book that the lady had given her. There, she read about the case of a fox werewolf whose transformation into a human was delayed due to an overly strong pheromone. Vivi understood that if her body couldn't withstand the healing pheromone, then it could be forcibly suppressed. She wondered if this was the reason why, even after the coming-of-age ceremony, she couldn't turn into a human. She understood that when she could control the pheromone, then she would finally be able to become human. A moment later, she heard a sound. Turning around, she saw a man who was very surprised by such a sight. He screamed furiously at what was happening in front of him. The young lady looked at the man in bewilderment. A moment later, a meeting was held in the arena. The high priest was delivering his speech. The young gentleman said, puzzled, that 2 hours had already passed. He sighed heavily, as it was already unbearable for him to sit. The lady looked at him and said that if he was so bored, he could take the rabbit with him. She said with a smile that this pastime would become more enjoyable for her too. The young master looked at his mother and said that he had intended to do so, but the rabbit did not like temples. The lady looked at her son in surprise and asked why the child didn't like temples. Akin said that he didn't know. For a moment, he thought. At first, it amused him to watch her get scared, and her tears of fear, and how she was afraid. It was amusing to watch how crocodile tears flowed from her big eyes. But now he found it more pleasant to look at her when she smiled. But still, he was troubled by one thought, that she did not like temples. He did not understand why he felt such sensations. The lady looked at him and said that there is a huge gap between the herbivores and the predatory werewolves, which is difficult to overcome. If they dared to leave their lands and abandon the rabbit in the lands of the panthers, then death in the lands of the herbivorous werewolves is rare. The lady looked at her son and asked if the rabbit had seen too many deaths around him. Ahin looked at his mother in shock. He looked at her in surprise, as she had just said, herbivorous werewolf. The lady said with a smile that whoever her husband was, he very often demonstrated how much pleasure he got from someone's death. She said that he would have to try very hard to earn the rabbit's trust. A moment later, he realized that his mother knew that the rabbit was a werewolf, and with a heavy sigh, Ahin said that he would take her words into account for the future. She looked at her son and said with a smile that she had completely forgotten to tell him that his father had arrived, so he needed to visit him. The young man looked at his mother in shock and asked if his grandfather had really arrived. She said that his birthday was approaching, so he arrived the day before yesterday. Akin was shocked. He looked at his mother in surprise and called her. The lady looked at her son in surprise and asked what had happened to make him have such an impatient expression on his face at the moment. He looked at his mother in surprise and quietly asked how his grandfather would treat Vivi. The lady thought for a moment and said that he was a hardened person by nature, and if he suddenly ran into her, he would probably faint. For a moment, there was dead silence between them. Achin called Erwin. The young gentleman told Erwin to change clothes with him, as he should have gotten used to it by now. Erwin immediately complied with the order. The lady looked at the young man and asked if he was thinking of getting a haircut. But a moment later, she said with a smile that, although it suited him very well as is. Erwin smiled and said that it was an honor to hear such a thing. Sitting on the sofa, the man sighed heavily and said that this was simply real decadence. He was shocked because he saw a caring rabbit who understood human speech. The young lady looked at her grandfather in surprise and asked him if he was okay. He looked at her and asked who she really was, as he considered her a very suspicious person. She looked at him in a way that she wanted him to calm down, since she was not a suspicious werewolf. He sighed heavily and said that he would like to understand what she was talking about now. The maid looked at them and said that she would tell him everything now. She looked at him and said that the young master called this little animal emergency food. The man was shocked by what he heard. He angrily asked where his grandson was at the moment and told him to call him immediately. The maid bowed and said that he had gone to the great temple to take part in the ceremony and would return later in the evening. He jumped up a little and said that he knew what day it was, since there would be a bunch of Templars in the temple. He looked at the maid and told her to call the servants and get the carriage ready. The man looked at the rabbit with a sharp and angry expression and said that he would immediately take this rabbit to the temple. The young lady became wary and very scared. He took her in his hand, but she, in turn, twitched, since she did not want to go to the temple at all. Mamie tried her best to stop Mr. Rillian, but he, in turn, did not listen to her and told her to hurry up. The young lady tearfully begged him to let her go, as she did not want to go to the temple. She hated temples. A moment later, the gentleman saw a bright light. He was in shock and didn't understand what was happening at all. The knight looked at Ash and said that since he was left here, it meant he couldn't enter the office now. The young lady transformed into a human and pulled the things off the knight. She wondered if she would be okay with this. She laughed a little because she had caused a stir again. As she walked through the room, she noticed that everyone was passed out. She walked up to the maid and shook her. Vivi asked her maid to stand up, but she didn't react in any way. The young lady understood that if this continued, she would get caught one day. She was confused and did not know what to do. She thought that if someone saw her, she would say with a smile that right now in front of them was the rabbit with whom they had greeted just this morning. But in fact, she was a werewolf, and she had accidentally put the people behind her to sleep. She was shocked because she expected to be immediately stabbed with spears. She was shocked and very nervous because she did not know what to do in this situation. But she knew that first she had to get out of the house. A moment later, she heard some rustling outside the window. The young lady looked out of the window and saw a gorilla. The gorilla, in turn, looked at her in surprise. He looked at her in surprise and called out. The young lady was shocked, as she was very happy to see him. For some time, they shouted for each other and called. Vivi was very happy, because she understood that she was saved. He looked at her and said that he would now bring some clothes and asked her to wait a little. The young lady looked at him shyly, as she was grateful. Real looked at the horse and told Vivi that this was the favorite of the young Master Aheen. Everyone prefers to stay away from Jane, so it is better to settle down nearby. Real said that Jane wouldn't jump the fence anyway, so just don't get too close to her. He said that you could get seriously hurt if she kicked, so he asked Vivi to be careful. She looked at him and said with a smile that she would sit still and wait for his return. She smiled and said goodbye to him. A moment later, she winced as Jane snorted. The young lady was puzzled. Her heart was beating very loudly, as she noticed that the horse had just laughed at her. Looking at the horse, she now saw and understood the owner's arrogance. Jane really infuriated her, and she wanted to give her a slap on the neck. A moment later, Jane came closer to her. The young lady was very scared. A few minutes later, Jane jumped over the fence. The young lady was in shock and was shaking very badly with fear, as her friend said that she would not be able to jump over. She didn't understand what was going on at all, as she saw Jane walking slowly towards her. A moment later, Jane approached her and rubbed her affectionately. A few minutes later, a gorilla entered the room. He looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if she was okay. Vivi said that she was perfectly fine, as this had been going on for an hour and she had gotten used to it. She thanked him with a smile for his help. Real looked at her in surprise and asked if he couldn't help her. But he still said that it was surprising that Jane liked the young lady. He said that he had heard that if something didn't suit her, she could even attack the groom who looked after her every day. The young lady thought for a moment and said that she could guess that it was the young master's pheromone, since his scent often remained on her. Rill looked at her in surprise. Vivi said that she wasn't really sure about that, but she still asked if he could smell. Rill was puzzled, said with a frown that he wasn't very good at distinguishing smells. She thought about the fact that her companion could not clearly detect pheromones due to the fact that she was also a herbivorous werewolf. Vivi looked at him and asked how he knew back then, in Endelrus, that she was a rabbit. He frowned and said that he had not doubted it at all until he took her and the gentleman to the doctor. Rill frowned and asked how she had ended up in such a state. The young lady thought for a moment. A moment later, she smiled and said that she was just a little weird, and that was why everyone had abandoned her. The young man was shocked by what she said. He looked at her and said that it looked like a terrible person had abandoned her. He wanted to know who did it. Vivi said in a puzzled tone that she had been abandoned, but luckily she had been picked up by a young gentleman. But she still said that she had not yet decided whether she was lucky or not. Wiping the tears from their faces, he said that she had had a very hard time, and it brought tears to his eyes just imagining what she had gone through. He looked at her and asked if she ever planned to return to her homeland. Vivi looked at him in surprise and shock, as she did not know the answer to this question. She pondered this question for some time. Previously, she was focused on turning into a human as quickly as possible, so she didn't think about anything else. Vivi remembered the healer, who told her that deep within a predator, there was always a wild side hidden within them. They were cruel, conflicted, and full of greed. She remembered the young gentleman who always smiled at her. She thought that it was probably hard for a herbivore to survive in the lands of predators. She sighed heavily and said that she would return one day. The young lady looked at her companion and asked if he wasn't afraid of predators. He said that he was not afraid of them, as he had seen many families since early childhood. Sometimes it seems that they are often guided by instincts in their actions, but in the end, they are exactly the same werewolves as they are. The young lady sighed heavily and said that she was still afraid of predators. He looked at her and said that she could understand. People in power were very different from everyone else. He looked at her and said that it must have been very difficult for her. The young lady looked at him with a smile. Looking at her companion, she said that she was now in human form, so he did not have to call her a little rabbit. He looked at her and said that he couldn't call her anything else. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked why. He said that he simply couldn't call her by her name. A moment later, he saw that Jane was wary. They looked at the door in surprise and bewilderment. Rill looked at the door and said that it looked like there was someone there. He told the young lady to hide behind him. She looked at him and jumped up, saying that if she had to, she would use her pheromones. A moment later, the door swung open and someone entered. The young people were very scared and screaming. The young gentleman came out the door and asked if he was there. The young gentleman and the knight were greatly shocked and surprised by what they saw when they opened the door to the room. They did not understand what was happening, as they saw that everyone was lying on the ground and sleeping quietly. The young gentleman looked in surprise at his grandfather, who was sleeping soundly. He was in shock and did not understand why his grandfather was lying on the ground and sleeping. A moment later, the young master approached the maid and called her, and Mamie woke up. The gentleman looked at her and told her to explain everything that had happened. Mamie said that Mr. Rillian was puzzled by Mr. Rabbit's amazing intelligence, so he tried to take her to the temple. But the rabbit was very much in charge. The young gentleman said, puzzled, that she must have reacted that way because she did not want to enter the temple. Mamie looked at her master and said that she now understood. She said puzzledly that then even she did not notice how she began to lose consciousness. The young gentleman frowned. He looked in surprise at everyone lying on the ground. Approaching one of the bodies, he lifted the tablecloth and saw a young man in an indecent state. The maid looked at the young man in surprise and asked why he was in such a state. The young master angrily told the maid to find this woman immediately. He looked angrily at the young man and told the maid to find the young lady secretly. Vivi looked out into the street and asked Ash if he was there. She looked around and didn't see her friend for a moment. She wondered if he'd run off to the mansion. He'd surprised her so much with his sudden arrival, and she wondered where he'd gone now. They saw Ash and looked at him with joy. She looked around and told Ash that if he jumped out at them again, they would definitely lose consciousness. She said that if he was here, he could at least wag his tail as a signal. A moment later, she saw someone's tail in the bushes. She said, puzzled, that she had found it. She said with a smile that she had caught it and ran into the bushes. A moment later, she saw another panther. It was very scared because it noticed a scar on its eye and realized that it was not its friend. The panther looked at the young lady and growled. She was in shock and did not understand who was in front of her. The young lady was very scared as the panther was coming straight towards her. Vivi dropped the lamp in fear. She trembled, looking at the panther. The young lady understood that something bad had happened to her now, since this was not her friend. Vivi wondered if this was one of the panthers that were raised here. Vivi did not understand what she was doing here. She was very scared, because she understood that if they used the pheromone, she would turn into a rabbit, and the panther would fall asleep. Vivi did not know what would happen to her friends who remained in the stable, but still, the young lady knew that she had to do something. The panther rushed at her with fury. Vivi looked at the panther in fear, but suddenly, unexpectedly for them, A sword fell in front of them. The young master looked at Baru and asked if he hadn't ordered him not to approach her. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Bara looked at the young master and whined, trembling. The young gentleman, with the speed of lightning, picked up the young lady in his arms and asked with a smile on his face if she was really working in the stables now. He looked at her intently and tenderly. A moment later, looking at the young gentleman, the young lady burst into tears. He looked at her and called out. She said angrily that she was not crying. Ahin smiled and said that he had not even told her anything. But Vivi said that in any case she was not crying. He smiled and said that in that case, he would like to look at her face. She looked at him, sniffling. A moment later, he said that she was still crying. She looked at him and asked him to put her down. The young gentleman looked at the bara and asked if she really wanted him to put her on the ground, even though there was still a bara there. Bara lay down on the ground growling. Vivi said that it turned out that she had hurt her leg. Ahin said with a smile that then he should just continue to hold her in his arms. He looked at her and called out. A moment later, he asked her if, even if she didn't have time, how could she have left a book open to the chimpanzee page in the library? Ahin smiled and said that since she was with a gorilla, she should have opened the book to the gorilla page. Vivi looked at him and said that she didn't have time to look for gorillas there. A moment later, they heard some noise. They looked in surprise at Ash, who attacked Baru. The young master said that Bara is Ash's best friend. You could even say they are childhood friends. Ahin said that maybe, because Ash always follows the rabbit, Bara was upset, so Bara wanted to play a joke on her. She was shocked because she realized that he just wanted to make fun of her, and he had no intention of eating her. The young lady looked at the young gentleman intently and called out. The young gentleman frowned, but did not answer her. A moment later, she said that he had just said that it was not Bara's intention to harm her. She asked him not to kill Bara. He looked at her in surprise and asked if he would do that. Vivi looked at him and said in a trembling voice that he had already decided to do that. Vivi asked if she was right. Ahin turned away from her, as he understood that she was sensitive to danger due to the fact that she was a herbivore. Achin said that, however, this was disobedience. He looked at her and said that he had said earlier that for disobeying an order, they could lose their heads. She looked at him with annoyance and sadness, because now he looked very much like a man without a drop of mercy inside. She looked at him and wanted to tell him something in a trembling voice. She looked at him and asked if he would kill her too for disobeying him. The young gentleman froze in shock as he looked at the young lady. He remembered the words about his mother, who spoke and asked if the rabbit next to him had seen too many deaths. He frowned and looked at her intently. Ahin looked at her with a smile and asked how he could kill Bara after these words. He asked her if she really wanted him to keep Bara alive. And looking at him, she said that she really wanted that. The young gentleman said that in that case, she could take it for herself. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. Ahin said that now she had saved Barry's life, which meant that this life belonged to her. The young lady was shocked and shaking with fear as the Bara looked at her with an angry gaze. The young gentleman said with a smile that everything was fine, but even though she was a coward, she was still steadfast. He said that he would be patient and wait for the day when she, Boyko, would command Bara. She looked at him in surprise, as she didn't expect him to say something like that. Then she imagined herself riding on Bar and ordering him to conquer the continent. She decided to push the thoughts away, as she thought that this was too much. Real bowed low and greeted the young master. The gentleman looked at him in surprise, and the young lady, in turn, looked at him with a smile. She looked at Achin and asked why he was here. She asked if he shouldn't have returned from the temple later. The young master looked at her and said that he should have done so, but he felt like she was in trouble. She looked at the young gentleman in surprise and remembered what had happened. Dumbfounded, she asked how he knew. He said he got some help from the hawk he left to watch over her. He looked at her with a grin and said that it was better for her not to go into details about how he found her. A moment later, she saw many black panthers in the bushes. She looked at the young gentleman and said that in that case, she would remain in the dark, since she really did not need to know the details. A few minutes later, another black panther approached them. The young gentleman looked at her and asked with a grin what to do. He said that it was too late. Real saw many black panthers and lost consciousness. The young lady was shocked by his condition. She looked at the young gentleman and asked what kind of black panthers these were. He said that these black panthers live in the border forests and are guarded by them. She was shocked because she heard that black panthers lived in the border forests. She now realized that the whole forest was filled with black panthers. Ahin looked at her and said that he thought that he would find her faster, so he called them for help. She was shocked by what she heard, as she realized that they were looking for her. The young gentleman looked at her with a surprised look and said that she looked strange now and spoke strangely too. She was shaking and saying that she had endured too much, and a moment later, she lost consciousness. Erwin looked at the young gentleman with surprise and bewilderment. A moment later, Erwin said that tomorrow morning, rumors would spread that the gentleman had kidnapped the stable master. The young gentleman looked at his friend and said that he did not think that society thought so badly of him. Erwin said that this was truly a huge misconception. He looked sideways at his companion and asked if this was really how he was asking to have his tongue torn out. Erwin looked at the gentleman and apologized for his behavior. Vivi twitched in Ahin's arms. The gentleman looked at his friend and asked what he was staring at. Ahin said that he might as well gouge out his eye while he was at it. Erwin looked at the gentleman and said that he would like to be surprised a little longer. The servants walked around the room and looked at each other in surprise because they did not understand who was in the master's arms. Erwin asked the master if Mistress Rabbit remained Mistress Rabbit, even in human form. Erwin looked at the young master and asked if he had left him in such an awkward position today for the sake of the rabbit lady. Ahin said that she had bumped into his grandfather while reading a book. Erwin said that he was now very worried about what nasty things the gentleman might have said to the rabbit lady. The servants were shocked. They looked at each other, as they had never seen anything like this before. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if she still couldn't control her transformation. Ahin said that it was quite likely that was the case. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hidden in the stable. Vivi sighed heavily. Erwin said that in that case, it was unwise to continue to hide it from others. If something like that happened again in his absence, as it had today, it would be a disaster. The young gentleman said that, for now, everything was too vague to tell, and it was impossible to even predict at what moment she would become a rabbit again. Erwin asked the gentleman if he was planning to assign a bar to the rabbit lady. Erwin said that it would be better to find her normal security. The young gentleman said that he had thought about it himself. He said he was afraid she would rebel if he put another werepanther on her. Erwin said that was quite likely. The young gentleman smiled, looking at the young lady, and said that first it was worth letting her get used to at least the bar, so that she could live normally in the estate. Erwin was a little surprised by these words, but, still sighing heavily, he said that it was quite reasonable for the young master to act in this way. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if she would stay here since she had turned into a human. The young gentleman was shocked by such a question. A moment later, he said that she had not yet become a human being in the full sense of the word. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The young gentleman frowned and looked at her intently. He looked at her and asked if she would stay here. She didn't answer him. He called her again. A moment later, she slapped him across the face with fury while she was sleeping. Erwin froze in shock, but still no smile came from his face. The sleepy young lady hummed to herself. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked if he had seen that she had said that she would live here. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and said that it was a pure warning. The young gentleman said that among rabbits, a slap in the face meant a positive answer. Erwin, in turn, said that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The maids froze in bewilderment and began whispering among themselves. They were shocked and did not understand who this woman was, who was now in the arms of the young gentleman. They noticed that she was wearing a groom's uniform. They were shocked, as the young master had never carried anyone in his arms before, not even a corpse. They wondered if she was still breathing or if she was already dead. A moment later, the mistress approached the maids and, with a smile, told them not to worry, as the young lady was breathing perfectly well. The lady said with a smile that she had seen a lot of interesting things as soon as she returned home. The maids looked at their mistress and, bowing, told her to punish them, since they should not even speak disrespectfully about the young master. Madame Valence looked at them intently and told them to calm down. Mrs. Valence looked at the young lady with a smile and asked the maids who, in their opinion, was currently in the arms of the future leader. The maids looked at each other and said that the young lady looked like a stable worker. The lady smiled and said that it looked like it. The maid looked at the young master and greeted them. The young master looked intently at the maid and called her. A moment later, he told her to take care of Vivi when she woke up, and Ahin asked Mamie if she understood him. Mamie bowed and said that she understood everything and would do it. The knights looked at each other in surprise as they wondered who the young lady was that was in the arms of the young master. They also looked at the maid in surprise and wondered why she was so cold-blooded. They thought that perhaps she knew about everything. A moment later, the maid hit her head against the wall. Everyone present was shocked by the maid's behavior. She looked at them and asked for forgiveness. The young master looked at her and said that she was bleeding. She asked for forgiveness again. Sometime later, the young lady woke up. She looked at the maid in surprise and called her. Vivi looked at the maid and asked what happened to her nose. Mamie looked at her silently and did not answer. A moment later, the maid said that she was getting ready for the bath. And at the same time she hit the bed, Vivi was in shock. She looked at the lady and said that she would help her bathe. The young lady timidly agreed. The maid said that you prepared the shirt in a hurry, so it might not fit her. Vivi said that there was nothing to worry about. Mamie, looking at the young lady, said that the shirt was a little big, but by tomorrow she would prepare clothes of her size. Vivi gave it to her for her concern, but still, she was not sure that tomorrow she would still be human. The young lady sniffed herself and noticed that she smelled very nice. The maid bowed and said that she would leave her at that. The young lady looked at the maid in surprise and asked her to wait a little. A moment later, she approached her and asked if she was very surprised. The maid froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer. Vivi said she meant morning in the library. Mamie looked at her and said with a smile that she apologized for being unprepared due to her lack of notice. She looked at her and said that, of course, she was a little surprised, but she definitely did not feel any negative emotions towards her anymore. Mamie asked her to behave more freely with her. The young lady was very pleased with these words, and a moment later she rushed to embrace Mamie. Vivi felt relieved after she said that she hated her. Vivi thanked Mamie. Entering the room, the young gentleman saw a beautiful painting. He looked at them and asked what they were doing there. The young lady looked at the young gentleman in surprise. She noticed him standing and watching them closely. She hugged the maid because she did not want her to go away and leave her alone with him. The young gentleman looked at them with a smile. Mamie looked at the young lady and said that it was time for her to go. Vivi was in shock. She didn't want her to leave and leave her alone with the master. A moment later, the door slammed shut, and the young lady felt betrayed. The young gentleman looked at her and called out. He looked at her in surprise and asked where she was going at such a late hour. She said with a smile that Black Panthers are nocturnal, so she wanted to bring Ash something tasty. He looked at her and said with a smile that this was a very strange idea on her part. It looked more like she wanted to go out for a late-night snack alone. She was shocked as he started teasing her again. She looked at him and said that in any case, she would not be for long. The young master with a smirk said that she could try. Opening the door, she saw the knights looking at her in surprise and bewilderment. They looked at her menacingly and asked what had happened and what she wanted. The young lady looked at them with a smile. A moment later, she said she didn't need anything and slowly began to close the door. The gentleman looked at her with a grin and said that he would go and wash himself. She was shocked because she realized that he was now making fun of her. She wondered if after everything that had happened, she really needed to sleep in the same room with the young master. She thought it was simply absurd, since in human form it would be difficult for her to sleep with him. Coming out of the bathroom, he looked at her and asked if she was hungry. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. She said she wasn't particularly hungry, but her stomach made a different sound at that moment. He came closer to her, pulled the blanket down and called her. He asked with a smile what happened. She turned away as he blinded her with his light. She said he was right. He looked at her and said that if she overate before bed, she might get a stomachache, so he asked her to limit herself to milk for now. She tasted the food he had prepared for her with surprise. She was very shocked because she liked the taste. Vivi looked at him with a smile as her body relaxed after drinking the milk. She knew that if she were human, she would be able to drink this every day. He looked at her and called out. The young master said with a smile that if she had finished drinking, she could come to him. The young lady looked at him, embarrassed. She wished him good night and lay down on the sofa. A moment later, she heard a noise. She looked away in surprise, not understanding what had just happened. She saw the young gentleman writhing on the bed. The young lady looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was happening. She saw that he was shaking with pain. Vivi was furious because she knew he was at it again. She knew he was just making fun of her, but he still didn't stop writhing on the bed. Vivi looked at him in surprise and shock, wondering if he was really feeling ill. With the speed of lightning, she ran up to him and asked what was wrong with him. She called him, but he did not answer. She was in shock and didn't know what to do as she saw that he was in great pain. He said something in a trembling voice. She was surprised because she didn't hear. Coming closer to him, she asked what he was saying. A moment later, he laughed and said with a smile that she had a very funny face now. She was furious because she realized that he was just a heartless predator. She was shocked. She didn't understand how he could do something but tease and play with other people's feelings. She thought with fury that he really needed to be prescribed some kind of medicine. She pounced on him in rage and pressed a pillow to his face. He screamed that he could hardly breathe, but she was furious and told him to be quiet. He smiled and pulled her closer to him. He said that now she knew how to use weapons, and not just her paws. The young lady looked at him and told him to let her go. Ah-hin looked at her intently and asked why she was avoiding him. He looked at her and asked if she realized that she hadn't even looked in his direction for some time. She looked away from him, knowing it was because she couldn't seem to get distracted. She wondered if he really didn't care that much that she wasn't a scared rabbit anymore, but a grown person with whom he would share a bedroom. He looked at her and said with a smile that he could hear the gears turning in her head from here. He asked her why she didn't just say everything that was on her mind. She said that while she was in human form, she would sleep on the couch. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she wanted to do that. She thought and did not know how to answer his question. He burst into tears, but looked at her and said that all this time it had been difficult for him. He said that once, while he was sleeping, she touched his forehead with her paw, and when he fell asleep, she put her paw in his mouth, and she also drilled him with her gloomy gaze every day, and then she untied his robe and buried herself in it. Vivi embarrassedly said that she simply confused it with a blanket. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything would be fine if she just kept her hands off her. He wrapped her tightly in a blanket. She was in shock and did not understand what he was doing now. He looked at her and smiled and told her to stop kicking the blanket. Ah-hin told her not to even think about touching him with the tip of her finger. Vivi looked at him and asked how she could even touch him like that. The young lady turned away, as she was offended by the young gentleman. A moment later, she called him and asked if he was really okay. He looked at her in surprise. Looking at her, he asked if she was okay. She looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with her. He said that she had said earlier that it hurt her to take on human form. She thought for a moment and said that she met her grandfather in the library. She said that he tried to take her to the temples, despite the fact that she hated them, when they rejected her. The priest's words, although not directly, contributed to this. She said that she hated baskets more. The young gentleman looked at her thoughtfully and said that she used pheromone against his grandfather because she hated temples and baskets. His grandfather used his pheromone to protect himself, and as a result, she turned into a human. He asked the cheese with a smile on his face. And why didn't she beat him with her paws? The young lady looked at him in shock. He closes her eyes, said that although she will soon have such an opportunity, therefore she needs to wash her paws well and not cry. She said that she is not crying. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness for taking her to the temple. The young lady was shocked and couldn't believe that the young master was now apologizing to her. She looked at him in surprise, while the young gentleman smiled tenderly. She looked at him and asked if he could let her out. He said that if he let her out, she would definitely touch him. The young lady was shocked. She said that she would never touch him and could promise that. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she swears. She screamed furiously that she swears on her liver that she will never touch him. He looked at her and said with a smile that he didn't believe her. She woke up feeling uneasy. Turning around, someone's tail hit her. When she opened her eyes, she saw a black panther. She felt it was all very strange and wondered if Ash was really that big. A moment later, she shuddered, realizing that her friend usually did not sleep in the room. She looked in horror at the black panther that was next to her. The young lady was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. She stared at the panther for a while. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening and what she should do. A moment later, she was freed from the blanket with lightning speed. She moved further away from the black panther. The young lady realized that this was not her friend. She didn't know what to do or what to do because she noticed that the panther's body was large. A few minutes later, the bird knocked on the window. She looked at the bird in surprise as she realized that it was the young master's falcon. Falcon opened the window and jumped on her head. She pointed to the Black Panther and asked the bird if he knew who the Black Panther was. The falcon in turn laughed at her. The young lady was shocked and did not understand why he was making fun of her. A moment later, he pecked her on the head. She was in shock, did not understand why he was behaving like this. A few minutes later, she saw a robe near the Black Panther. She remembered that the young gentleman had been wearing a robe when he came out of the shower. She was shocked and wondered if the Black Panther she was now seeing in front of her was the young master himself. She slowly walked up to the bed and called him. She asked if he was okay and if he was definitely the young master. She leaned over and asked him if he was in pain anywhere, and also asked if she needed to call the doctor or Erwin, but there was no answer. Vivi didn't understand why he suddenly took on his true animal form. She wondered if he was just bored. She understood that this was most likely not the case, although the young master liked to joke. But in general, the shapeshifter does not return to its animal form if problems arise with the human body. She thought that maybe he really was ill. Coming closer to him, she asked if he was sleeping. The young gentleman did not answer and lay quietly on the bed. Vivi was furious and said that he was an ill-mannered Black Panther and a frivolous predator. She jumped up because she wondered if he was really ill. She told him to wait a little. Unexpectedly for her, he grabbed her hand with his tail and knocked on the bed. Vivi looked at him in surprise and asked if he hadn't slept all this time. She asked him if this meant that he didn't need to call anyone. She asked if he was really sick. Maybe she should treat him a little. The young master looked at her intently. Vivi was shaking very badly with fear. He shook his head, and she asked if it wasn't necessary. She was shocked and said that in that case, she also didn't care whether he was sick or not. She just wouldn't pay attention to it, and he could do as he wished. She looked at him and said that if he didn't want her to treat him, she could just pet him a little. She moved closer to him and slowly began to stroke him. The young gentleman looked at her with a keen gaze. She saw that he was wagging his tail. She was surprised, because she did not understand what this fancy movement of the tail was. She wondered if he was drawing letters with his tail. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she realized what letters he was drawing in the air. She read the word liver, and remembered that she had previously said that she swears by her liver that she would never touch him. She looked at him with surprise and confusion. She was furious. She said that if he continued to make his jokes, he would get a spanking on his hairy bottom. The young lady hit him. He was shocked, as he did not expect such actions. She understood that the young gentleman did not want to name Erwin and the doctor because he did not want to spread further rumors. She remembered the healer saying that predators were ruthless deep down, soulless by nature, and in constant conflict with each other. She understood that the other side of luxury and power was constant danger. It wouldn't be strange if, under similar circumstances, one day someone's throat was simply torn out. She looked at him and asked if he was sure he wasn't sick. He nodded in response, and she sighed with relief. She looked at him and told him to listen to her for a bit, since it's not that rabbits don't have fighting ranks, but they don't kill each other when one gets a little weaker. She said that she was also a rabbit, so even knowing about his weakness, she certainly would not bite him. A moment later, she lay down next to him. She held out her arms and told him to come to her as she would hug him tightly. The young gentleman looked at her with surprise and bewilderment. She closed her eyes, expecting him to come to her. A moment later, he lay down next to her. She was very surprised, as it was very huge in size. But still, one knew that everything was fine, because it was a young gentleman. She hugged him and stroked him. She smiled, looking at him, and said that her recent words about how she wouldn't care whether he was sick or not were a lie. The young gentleman looked at her intently. She thought that if she looked at him that hard, she could see a simple cat the size of a man. Vivi laughed at her own thoughts, as she knew he was the scariest cat in the world. She looked at him and apologized for saying something without thinking. She looked at him with a smile and said that for this reason, he should not get sick. He moved closer to her and began to purr. They lay in bed in silence for a while. The falcon ate the hay with fury. She was shocked because it was her hay. She didn't understand what he was doing with her food. She looked at him with fury. A moment later, she hit him because she could not stand it, since in the morning he had pecked her head, and now she could not stand this either. Falcon was shocked that she attacked him. The young people looked at them intently and were surprised by their behavior. Erwin smiled and said that he had said many times that the rabbit had the spirit of a battlefield conqueror. The young gentleman smiled and said that he was right, since the falcon was not easy to control. At the same time, the young gentleman called the falcon by name. The young lady was surprised because she realized that his name was very beautiful, but his character was disgusting. Erwin said that since ancient times, kicking a rabbit meant the submission of the beast. The young gentleman looked at him in surprise, asked if this was true. Arena said that it was, of course, true, since he had just made it up. The young lady was furious. She understood that if he was going to make up something about her, then first he must submit to her. The young man came closer to her and called her. He smiled and asked if she needed anything else. Looking at the young man, she remembered that he was the one from whom she had borrowed the clothes back then. Vivi looked at him with confusion, as she realized that it seemed like he was in great confusion when he woke up without clothes. The young lady asked the young man for forgiveness. For the last time, she wanted him to accept her apology. The young man looked at her in surprise. Ahin came closer to her and asked if cheating was becoming a habit for her. Erwin said that last time it was the same with Mr. Rune. Erin said that Mr. Rabbit cheats more often than one can imagine. The young lady was in shock, did not understand what they were talking about. The young gentleman lifted the rabbit higher. He looked at her with fury and asked how she could leave him when she had recently sworn on her liver. She was in shock because she realized that he was going to bite her now. A moment later, the young gentleman came closer to her and kissed her. He smiled and asked if she wanted to walk with him to his work. He said it was instead of a liver. She was in shock and didn't understand what he had just done. Madame was quietly resting in her room, while the maids were whispering to each other and wondering if Madame was really going to sit within four walls all the time. They said she was in shock because one of the children had failed to turn into a human, and the other, having encountered unexpected adversity, had left this world so early. They were in shock and didn't know what the future would hold for her. Madame sat on the bed. She was lost in thought and very angry. She did not know what would happen to her. She married without love for the sake of influence of position and lived like that for more than 20 years. She was shocked to realize that her son had died. She had hoped that when he grew up, he would take over as head of the family, but now the head's place would be taken by one of his countless half-brothers. The maid approached her mistress and called her. The madam looked at her angrily and asked what she wanted. The maid said that the answer came from the Dunnon family. The maid said that they say that the rumors about the tame rabbit that the next head of the Black Panthers got for himself are not an empty rumor, but the truth. The maid said that there would soon be a banquet in honor of the head's birthday, but Madame turned away and said that she didn't care about it. The maid said that, be that as it may, it seemed that the young master himself would take part in this banquet. Madame looked at her and asked again if this was true. She understood that the young master was probably taking that rabbit with him to the banquet on the occasion of the birthday of the head of the rabbits. She thought that soon all those rabbits could have was her daughter. The gentleman looked at his grandson and asked what he had just said. The young master smiled and said that if his grandfather did something like that to the rabbit again, he would personally drag him to the academy. The young master sipped his tea with a smile. Moments later, the young master told the maid that the tea was not tasty and asked her to bring him something sweet. The gentleman looked at his grandson in shock and said that he was behaving very rudely, and also asked him if this was the right way to speak to his grandfather, whom he was seeing for the first time in several months. The gentleman told his grandson that he couldn't even enjoy normal tea. Ahin said that the tea was sour. The gentleman looked at his grandson and told him to always be careful in his behavior and to remember the place he occupies. The young gentleman said that he never forgets this, that he hides his feelings and is not content with what he has. He said that one must not hesitate before death and not give in to weakness because of illness. He looked at his grandfather with a grin and said that it seemed to him that he adhered to these principles quite well. The gentleman said that he was not talking about this at all, but was trying to draw his attention to his own actions and sense of self-worth. The young gentleman looked at his grandfather and said that he didn't even think about the consequences and was getting into squabbles without paying any attention to anything because of him. Everything inside his grandfather was turning over from worry. He looked at his grandfather and asked if what he said was true and that he was going to say something similar in turn. The gentleman was furious and shocked by his grandson's words. The gentleman, puzzled, said that it was the rabbit that used the pheromone. The gentleman said that without changing the subject, he continued speaking. He looked at the lot and asked where he got the rabbit. The young gentleman said that he found it in the forest on the border 6 months ago. The young gentleman smiled, as he had already spent a lot of time with the rabbit and only just realized this. He looked at his grandfather and said that he was curious about something, and it was really important. He looked at his grandfather and asked him what he thought was the point of biting someone's neck. She looked at her grandson and asked what he was trying to say again. The young gentleman thought for a moment and said what the rabbit was thinking and was going to eat him. Everyone present was shocked by this statement. The servant apologized for throwing the tray out of his hands out of surprise. The young gentleman remembered how she bit him that night. He looked at his grandfather with a smile and said that the rabbit had bitten him on the neck. He was shocked. He looked away and told him to repeat his words again, since he had been hearing poorly for so many years. The young gentleman said with a smile that he was just rabbit food. He looked at his grandfather and said that he had been bitten by that powerful rabbit. He said that, warning that his rabbit would soon come down, he even hit him on the bottom. He said with a smile that he would leave his grandfather at that. He smiled and said that he needed to prepare himself to become someone's food. The gentleman looked at his grandson's trail in shock. He was furious because he thought his grandson was just crazy. He shouted at him to come back to him so they could continue the conversation. Sometime later, the lady was sitting in the garden with the rabbit. The lady looked at her and said that she heard about what happened in the office. She said that she did not think that her father would react so violently. She hoped that the rabbit would not be left with an unpleasant aftertaste after their meeting. She looked at the lady and, shaking, showed that she was fine and that the lady should not worry. Mrs. Vallon said she had intended to speak to her father herself first, but her son had reached him first and had gotten on his nerves again to his heart's content. She said they might not encounter him right now, but it would be better for her to avoid him for a while he was at the estate. The young lady nodded obediently as she understood all the words and warnings to the mistress. The lady looked at the panthers in surprise and said that it seemed that these animals followed her more diligently than she had imagined. The lady asked if it was because they were sensitive to the pheromone. Vivi was surprised because Bara behaved very meekly in front of the lady. Maybe it was because of jealousy towards Ash's love, which she received without shrinkage. But every time he, unnoticed by everyone, tries to push her or press her with his paw. She wanted to reveal all his crimes to the mistress right now. Vivi jumped up as she wanted to tell everything. Vivi turned around and said that Bara was torturing and beating her very badly. She showed how she turned back and spun around from his torment. The lady froze in shock. A moment later, the mistress told the maid to call the personal artist immediately because she wanted their white fluffy one to be captured in a portrait. She mentioned that it was very difficult for her to convey her thoughts when she was in the rabbit's body. The lady looked at her and asked what she was thinking about. The lady smiled and told her to try again, as she was interested in her thoughts. The young lady stood up in surprise. She jumped up as if she wanted to ask something about the young gentleman. She wanted to say that last night she saw that the young master felt somehow unwell. In the middle of the night, for some reason, he suddenly turned into a black panther, and then she stroked him a little, and he fell asleep again. She wondered if werewolves reverted to their original form when they were sick. The lady looked at her with surprise and horror and asked if she was really so curious to know about the Black Panther's weak spot. The young lady froze in place in surprise. The lady thought for a moment and said that it seemed like she was going to tame Ash and Bara. She said that this was a very good idea since no trainee could handle a trained predator properly. The lady said that she really liked her zest for life. The lady shouted for everyone to gather and explain in detail their thoughts on the weak point of the Black Panthers. The young lady was shocked. The young master looked at the rabbit and called her. He looked at her in surprise and asked who she took him for. She looked at him in surprise and shock, as her protectors could not resist the box. She was shocked to realize that she, a werewolf, was affected by this too. He asked her if she was really going to make him crawl before her with such petty tricks. He smiled and said that he would follow her lead, but personally, he had no interest in the boxes. He told her to think of another way. She sighed heavily as she realized that it had always been defective in some way. She realized that there was no use in forcing it to break using a regular box. He looked at her and asked where she was going. A moment later, he sat down in the box with her and sighed heavily, saying that it was very cramped here. The young gentleman thought for a moment. She smiled, as she realized that he apparently liked the box after all. A moment later, he remembered the gift. She looked at her pocket watch in surprise. He pulled the watch closer to her and told her to pay attention to it. He smiled and said it was ferrinium. The young lady was shocked by what she heard, as she knew it was incredibly expensive, even if she worked all her life, and no matter how much money she saved, she would not be able to buy something like that. Although she already knows, this gemstone can contain the ability of pheromone. He said that he put his pheromone into this stone, and she can use it 3 times. He told her to use it if her pheromone ever got out of control and he wasn't around. But as soon as her pheromone hits it, it automatically activates, and it is very convenient to use. The young lady was shocked because he was providing her with such a luxurious and other thing. The young gentleman smiled and said that she apparently liked the gift very much. Ahin said with a smile that he liked it so much that he even wanted to take the gift back from her. He looked at her and asked if she needed this stone. She thought that he was very harmless because she needed this stone. She was shocked because she thought that he was giving her such a precious gift for free. But still, she was wrong. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she needed him. She froze in surprise, looking at him. Embarrassed, she screamed at him not to look at her with such eyes. She didn't understand how long he would continue to play with her heart. He smiled and said that he was much more useful than a piece of this stone. He said that there was no limit to its use, and that its abilities were limitless, and that it had an appearance that she liked. He looked at her and asked why she never showed that she needed it. She froze in place, looking at him in surprise. But speaking of which, When she learned that her pheromone was capable of healing, she constantly doubted the master's good intentions. But over time, she changed her opinion about the young gentleman. She reached out to him because she wanted to show that she needed him. He looked at her and said with a smile that she had just approached him for the first time. She looked at him, embarrassed. A moment later, she jumped, as if she wanted to get away from him. He asked with a smile when she was going to eat it. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about at all. She did not understand how he could eat him. He asked if she remembered how she had left a mark on him for the victim. She turned away in embarrassment, because she did not understand what kind of nonsense this was again. He says she knew that she needed to get away from him as soon as possible. He said with a smile on his face that she shouldn't turn her back on him. A moment later, he kissed her soft back. She was embarrassed by this. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile and laughed. The young lady looked at him with embarrassment and shock. She didn't understand why the Black Panther was behaving this way today. She sighed heavily, as she was very tired today. The gentleman was afraid that she might run into his grandfather, so he took her with him to his study. The young lady was shocked and very angry, as she did not understand why he also demanded that she approve the documents. A moment later, she saw a falcon fly into the room. She was surprised. She looked at him with fury, as she wondered if he would torture her today. However, she knew that she had a secret weapon today: strawberries. The falcon, in turn, looked at her intently. A moment later, he snatched the strawberry and started eating it. The young lady looked at us in surprise, as she realized that they were really crazy about strawberries. He looked at her menacingly, and she said that she understood and would not look at him anymore. Sometime later, they stood together on the terrace. She became thoughtful, as the young gentleman was late today. A moment later, she saw the young gentleman with Erwin, who were walking slowly. She realized they weren't heading to the bedroom, but she wondered where they were going. The falcon looked at them intently. The young lady was surprised. She did not understand what was happening to him and why he was rubbing against her leg. She grabbed his leg and pushed him away, as she did not want him to push her. A moment later, he flew into the air. She was in shock. She didn't understand what he was doing. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand why he suddenly took off with her. She wondered if she was really flying now. She was in shock and didn't understand where they were going. She asked him where he was taking her in the middle of the night. Looking at the falcon, she asked if they were heading to the young master. She realized that this was his way of expressing his gratitude for the strawberries. But still, she looked at him tearfully and said that everything was fine, and he shouldn't have thanked her like that. She said that she wasn't the least bit curious. The young gentleman looked at the men and asked if these were the last ones addicted to the medicinal decoction. Erwin said that this is the attack, since the others died yesterday. Erwin said that the medicinal brew was apparently brought here by pirates from the lands of the hyenas, and because of the high risk, it is supplied to the slums and assassin guilds. The young gentleman said that since this was a slum, getting him there would be a piece of cake. Erwin said the main symptom is elevated mood and violent pheromone activity. But there are also rare cases of a more powerful pheromone awakening that was not initially present. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise and asked if the rank of an aristocrat in it was really divided according to territory or family. Erwin said that everything was correct. The young gentleman asked whether it was possible for an average aristocratic family to produce a person with a healing pheromone. Irvine thought for a moment and said that such a high-level ability would be difficult to obtain even for a direct descendant of the head. He looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young master said that Vivi's pheromone is healing. Erwin was shocked by this statement. He thought that the rabbit was most likely a descendant of the head. The young master said that if she had such a level of pedigree, she would not have been abandoned in the forest on the border, but would have been dealt with personally. He thought for a moment and said that it was very difficult for him to imagine that she was the headman's child. Erwin said that you dare to notice that she is braver and more courageous than any predator. Even last night, you should have seen how she scolded the chef. Kevin said that she accidentally wandered into the kitchen, but at that moment, the chef had a kitchen knife in his hands. It seemed that someone thought that he was going to cook her, so she fought back with fury. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that he had missed all the fun again. He looked at his friend and asked what would happen if he gave a medicinal potion of this kind to a young werewolf before he turned into a human. Erwin paused, unsure of the exact answer. He said that the pheromone hadn't yet manifested at this stage, so there was a high probability of triggering a strong pheromone. The young gentleman said that the rabbit seemed to have a high resistance to this medicinal decoction. Erwin was shocked by this statement. The young gentleman looked at Erwin and asked what was more likely, that in the document of ordinary aristocrats, a werewolf son accidentally appeared with pheromone healing, or that she could have come into contact with similar medicinal decoctions at a young age. He said that perhaps her parents were even worse than he imagined. A moment later, he heard some noise. He looked in surprise to the side where he heard the noise. He asked Erwin if it was a mouse. A moment later, he heard a man. He said what he saw. The man looked at them with contempt and asked if he should tell them what kind of mouse it was. The young gentleman looked at him and said with a smirk that he should just close his mouth because it stinks. The man looked at his master with a furious gaze and said that he had killed many, so he knew that the life destined for him was extremely short. The man said that, if you think about it, his father had already died young. The gentleman said that he had also killed many, so he knew that, thanks to his talkative mouth, he would speed up his execution. A moment later, the young gentleman snapped his fingers, and the man began to scream in pain. The gentleman looked at the man with contempt and horror in his eyes and said that he would suffer for a long time. As he left, Achin told the man that he should have been careful with his words. The young master was furious. Irene looked at the gentleman and said that it was already late. He looked at his watch and asked the gentleman if he would go straight to the bedroom. The young gentleman said that this was so. A moment later, the young gentleman sniffed the air. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and called him. A moment later, Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked if he'd changed his mind. Achin said he thought he smelled strongly of blood. Erwin replied that it was like that every time. The young gentleman said that he did not argue, but he was still worried that the rabbit would not like the smell. Erwin asked with a smile if the gentleman was worried about Mr. Rabbit. Erwin said with a smile that he was very attentive. A moment later, Erwin looked closely at the gentleman as he felt something was wrong. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise as he saw that he was undressing. Erwin noticed that the young gentleman looked sexy now. Erwin asked in a trembling voice why he was undressing now. The young gentleman said that, whatever the case, it did not suit him. Achin looked at Erwin and told him to go with him to his bedroom. Erwin, in a frightened, trembling voice, said that he didn't want to. The gentleman looked at his friend in surprise and asked why he was so categorical. Erwin said that he simply did not want to go to the bedroom. The young gentleman looked at his friend in surprise. He noticed that he, in turn, was shaking with fear. An incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. The gentleman looked at the knights and asked what he smelled like now. The knights looked at the gentleman in bewilderment, and Ahin asked again what he smelled like. The knights said that it was impudent of them to say such things, but they smelled perfume. The young master said that then everything was fine. Opening the door, the young gentleman froze in bewilderment. He was shocked and didn't understand what was going on, as he felt that the room was filled with pheromone. He looked around the room and called the rabbit. As he passed by, he noticed that Falcon was on the ground. He saw that she was sitting under the nightstand and shaking. He looked under the nightstand and called her, and also asked if she was really crying now. She trembled, but did not answer. He told her to get out. The young master looked at her and asked what was happening to her, and asked if she couldn't get out of there. But she, in turn, only turned away from him. He remembered his mother's words that the rabbit, although he would accept his help, would not believe it. The young gentleman looked at her with puzzlement and called out. She didn't answer him, and he just lay down next to her. He said with a smile that if she wanted to get out, he would wait for her. She looked at him intently. She remembered him saying that she had a high resistance to this medicinal brew. She looked at him in surprise, as she was very surprised by what she heard. Then she heard something that struck her to the depths of her soul. She understood that he had said some words about her receiving such a powerful pheromone because of drugs from another product. So perhaps she still could not turn into a human. She remembered him saying that perhaps her parents were worse than he imagined. She was shocked to realize that her parents could have given her a medicinal potion and later abandoned her because she still couldn't turn into a human. She remembered her mother telling her that she loved her and that she had truly incredible abilities. The young lady looked at the young gentleman with tears in her eyes. She didn't know what she should do in this situation. She was shocked because he found her every time she was lost. She didn't understand why he still continued to wait for her. She wondered if she got lost, the only person who would find her would be the young master. She didn't know if she could rely on him. With tears in her eyes, she looked at him because she didn't know what to do. She didn't know if she could count on his help. With tears in her eyes, she held him tightly. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he pulled her closer to him. In silence, they fell asleep on the ground. She thought about the moment when her parents gave her a medicinal potion and abandoned her after she failed to turn into a human. She didn't know what to do. Vivi thought that her parents definitely thought that she was dead. Vivi wondered if they really lived peacefully, burying the truth and pretending that they didn't know anything. She understood that if she continued to live without knowing the truth, she would not be able to solve the problem of turning into a human. She knew she had to face the truth. Vivi wanted to meet her parents first and check everything. The servants looked at the cloak in surprise, as something was sticking out of the pocket. The young man said that that was indeed the case, and that perhaps a handkerchief had already been placed there. The young gentleman looked at the man in surprise and asked what had happened. A moment later, the young gentleman asked if there was any problem. The young lady understood that she would not be able to hide for long and decided to act openly. Achin looked at her in surprise. She had previously heard that the young master was planning to go to the land of the rabbits. Vivi turned away and showed that she was ready to go with him. The young gentleman looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he grabbed her and put her on the ground. Vivi looked at him in surprise, as she had already said earlier that she would go with him. The young gentleman ignored her and said that they had to go already. She decided to show him that she was standing on her head to get his attention. A moment later, she fell to the ground and spun around, wanting him to look at her. She was shocked because she realized that he was very stubborn. She moved closer to Erwin and asked him if there was any way for her to go with him. Erwin smiled and said that if she quietly picked his pocket a little later, she could go. But a moment later, the young gentleman called out to Erwin. Erwin looked at her with an angry look and said that even tears wouldn't help here, so she should let them go. The young lady was shocked by such treatment. She froze in bewilderment as she understood that they were going too far. The young gentleman looked at the young lady in surprise. She blocked their way by standing at the door. The young gentleman looked at her with an angry look and told her to move away from the door, but she did not give in and shouted that she did not want to. He sat down next to her and told her to move away while he poked his finger right into her forehead. Vivi was in shock and also in pain. She grabbed his hand because she wanted him to listen to her. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Vivi begged him to let her go with him. He said he couldn't allow it, and she fell. The young master told the knights to open the door. She was furious and screamed at him to wait, as she had not given up yet. A moment later, she blocked his path again. The servants looked at her and said that she should move away. The young gentleman was in shock. He covered his face with his hand from laughter. A moment later, he glared at her and told her to behave accordingly. The young lady was shocked and stood frozen in bewilderment. She ran around him because she wanted him to look at her. Vivi looked at him with a menacing, angry look and told him to look at her. She sat down next to him because she understood that now there was nowhere to run. She wanted him to just submit to her, to stretch his arms up. She wanted him to take her into his arms. The servants were shocked by such cuteness. The young gentleman covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. He looked at her and said that she had been completely uninterested in his trips until now. Ahin asked why she had decided to join him today. Ahin said that she was very strange. He looked at her and asked if he shouldn't go there. Ahin asked her if she didn't want him to go. The young lady looked at him with embarrassment as she realized that she had gone a little too far and he was back to his old ways. She was shocked because she had meant that she wanted to go with him, but perhaps that was the answer he wanted, and Vivi knew she had to play along. The young gentleman told Erwin about his support. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about. A moment later, the young gentleman handed the rabbit to Erwin and walked out of the room with lightning speed. Erwin was in shock because before he could finish speaking, Ahin ran away. She was in shock. She didn't understand what had happened at all. She wondered if they wouldn't go together. Erwin looked at her and said he was very sorry, as the young master had never intended to take her with him in the first place. He'd decided so the previous evening when Mr. Rabbit had started packing away his backpack. The young ladies were furious. When the young gentleman came out into the corridor, he sat down near the door and slid down. Ahin was in shock and just went crazy. He looked at the ground in confusion as he thought about how it had come as a surprise to him that the rabbit would become so attached to him. He looked at the knights and asked us what they were staring at. The knights quickly turned away. But still, the young master was very pleased with her care. Ahin walked along the corridor, embarrassed, not noticing anyone. Irin looked at the young master and called him. He looked at the young gentleman in surprise and said that he did not control the corners of his lips. Irina said that if he was going to continue to be in the clouds like this, he would have better taken Mr. Rabbit with him. The young gentleman looked at him and asked who it was that was in the clouds. Irina said that it was very obvious. The young master smiled because he realized that the rabbit really needed him. If he had known this before, he would have demonstrated it a few days ago. Irin looked at the gentleman and asked why she was pushing, but tried to follow him. Irvin said that in any case, It seemed to him that he, Mr. Rabbit, knew that the trip this time was connected with the territory of the rabbits. Erwin said that perhaps she simply missed the rabbit lands, or there was another reason. The young gentleman said heavily, sighing, that it was very difficult for him to understand what was going on in her head, and that nothing was even reflected on her face. He said that he could not understand the reason why she was crying. He told Irina that he really didn't expect it to be so hard to read the rabbit's mind. A moment later, Erwin placed a mini rabbit in the young gentleman's pocket. He looked at the gentleman with a smile. Sometime later, Erwin sat quietly in the carriage. The young master knew that not taking the rabbit with him this time was the right choice. He knew that she would be in danger since there would be many assassins nearby. And also, she was unstable due to her pheromone. He understood that even if the estate was where his grandfather was, his mother would be a worthy competitor to him there. But, frankly speaking, he himself simply did not want to take her to the lands of the rabbits. He was afraid that she might be homesick, and therefore might disappear from his sight. He sighed heavily and said that he seemed to be taking everything very seriously. The maid shouted after the rabbit, but the young lady only apologized for her behavior. She yelled at Ash to run faster. She wanted to get out of the estate through the main gate. She heard her maid shouting for everyone to cordon off the gate. A moment later, the knights blocked their path. The maid ran after them with lightning speed. The young lady noticed a falcon in the air. She was in shock because even the sky was blocked. A moment later, the falcon grabbed her. It was shocked because it didn't expect anything like that. A moment later, she thought that most likely the young gentleman had come up with this and warned the predator in advance. Mamie looked around at us and told him to give her rabbit. The falcon descended slowly. The young lady looked at us and around us in surprise and wondered what was happening now. A moment later, they were falling together. The master caught them. Mr. Rillian looked at the rabbit closely and said that he still could not stop being surprised. The young lady was shocked when she saw her grandfather. Mamie greeted the gentleman. The gentleman said to let him through as he did not want to harm anyone. The maid and the knights looked at their master in surprise. The gentleman looked at them and said that they were acting rashly, since he had definitely ordered a retreat. The maid asked her master for forgiveness. The master said that seeing this was the work of his grandson, he highly appreciated this devotion and obedience to the orders of only their master, so he would be lenient towards them. The young lady was shocked because she noticed that he was now using pheromone. She was shocked because she couldn't even feel it. The gentleman looked at them and said that they had done well, and his grandson had presented a rather capable guard. The young lady stared at the maid, who was staggering around exhausted. The maid looked at her mistress and said that everything was fine and that she had just lost a little energy. The gentleman looked at her and said that he would like her to lose consciousness peacefully. The young lady looked at her grandfather intently and pitifully, as she did not want him to harm anyone. He looked at her and said it was admirable courage on her part. He asked if she was really planning to use the pheromone again. She shook her head, as if that wasn't what she had in mind. He looked at her and said that, thanks to her, he slept for so long for the first time in such a long time, although it was not an ordinary sleep. He said that it seemed that she understood speech and used a pheromone. He looked at her in surprise, asked what kind of rabbit she was. The young lady nodded her head in confirmation of his theory. The gentleman looked at her intently. A moment later, he released her and told her to go. The gentleman looked at her and said that with the speed of a black panther, she would be able to catch up with her grandson before he reached the border of the territory. The young lady looked at her grandfather in surprise. The gentleman looked at her with a keen gaze and said that perhaps his grandson himself did not understand how much he needed her. She listened to him immediately, and with their lightning speed, they hurried after the young master. The gentleman and the lady were sitting in the gazebo and having a pleasant conversation. The falcon, in turn, writhed and screamed. The lady looked at the bird in surprise and asked if this bird was really her son's. The gentleman said he thought that if he just left her, she would fly after the rabbit, so he took precautions. The gentleman said that the bird was very noisy. I apparently took after my master. He told the servant to take the cage further away. The gentleman looked at his daughter-in-law and told her not to worry as she wanted. He did not touch the rabbit. He only supported her intention to follow her grandson. The lady said that, apparently, deep down, he was still worried about the way he treated the children back then. The lady said that it was not surprising that, looking at this adorable little ball of fur, even he felt guilty. The gentleman said that he just wanted to play on his grandson's nerves a little. The mistress said there was definitely a reason he'd decided to keep the rabbit. The mistress said she'd better send a message and asked the maid to carry something for the letter. Mamie said that right now there is what Mr. Rabbit had, but she will go to the estate and transfer the parchment there. The lady said that this was enough and nothing more was needed. The lady looked at our letters with surprise, as she thought that the rabbit had tried very hard, and if they sent this one too, her son would be very happy. The lady called her powerful bird. The gentleman looked at the bird in surprise and asked whether it was necessary to make this charlatan his messenger bird. The lady said with a smile that she had never been wrong in her decisions. A moment later, the bird flew away with the letter. She told the bird not to hurry, but to deliver everything to the addressee. The young lady and her friend looked away warily. A moment later, the bar approached them. The young lady was in shock and didn't know what to do when the Baron threatened her. She thought this was probably his chance to get rid of her and take Ash back. A moment later, the ram attacked them. The young lady flew to the side. She was in shock and did not understand what she should do, because she understood that if they both fought, they could get seriously hurt. Vivi wanted to stop them, but she still didn't know how she could do this. The predator repellent she had with her was in Ash's backpack. She understood that there was nothing she could do, and that she needed to use the pheromone immediately. Leo looked at her and told her to imagine that she was releasing arrows. But at the same time, her goal was to release a pheromone. The young lady looked away in surprise as she sensed a familiar voice. She was surprised. She looked at the lion. She was puzzled and couldn't figure out what was wrong with his face. Lev smiled and said he was supposed to go to the rabbit territory as deputy leader, but he'd been late and gotten a scolding from his sister for it. He looked at her and said that the fight that was behind her was more important now. The young lady realized that she had to do something to stop them. She tensed up as she wanted to try to release her power. Leo looked at her in surprise and laughed. He said he meant something completely different, and there was no need for her to make such a gesture. He said it did not mean raising the real bowstring. She looked at him puzzled. He smiled and said that if you looked closely, she looked really cool. He smiled and wished her luck. Vivi was furious because she thought he should have explained everything properly to her from the beginning. Vivi remembered how her grandfather could knock people down with a snap of his finger. She realized that she could do it too. Leo looked at the young lady in surprise and bewilderment. He saw a glow around her. A moment later, he told her to let go now. She slapped her fingers. The lion froze in surprise. The fight stopped for a moment. They looked at each other in surprise. The young lady was shocked. She didn't understand why it didn't work. He said it hadn't been as dramatic as expected. He looked at her and asked why she'd clapped her hands like she was luring a predator. She was shocked. It was as if she'd realized she'd done it that way, and it was the best option. Lev looked at her and said that Bara was almost approaching them. The young lady was shocked and screamed at him to stay away from her. She focused all her energy on him and shouted at him to stay away. The lion froze in surprise. The young lady opened her eyes and saw that the mouth of a black panther was right in front of her. A moment later, the panther fell to the ground. Leo said that this was a very fine job and very fast. He looked at her and asked where she was going. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to catch up with the young master. The young woman looked at him intently, and Leo said that they had recently passed each other. The young lady was in shock and didn't understand what to do now. Leo looked at the young lady intently with a smile on his face. A moment later, he said that it turned out they were heading to the same place. Rune looked at her with a sly smile and asked if she wanted him to give her a ride. Leo looked at her and asked if it was true that were-rabbits liked carrot dishes. He looked at her and said that he was feeling sleepy. She was surprised and did not understand what kind of questions he was asking her. Lev said that he loves meat and that dried beef is the best snack. He looked at her and said that the lands of the herbivores were so peaceful. Rune looked at her and asked if she had really lived here originally. He asked if she had been kidnapped. He said that if she was human, she could wag her tail if she was threatened. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was suddenly interested, but she still looked at him intently. She noticed that he was a very caring person. He acted lazily the whole way, and his eyes sparkled only when he was buying dried beef. A moment later, someone called the gentleman. The young man looked at the panther with puzzlement and said that whatever they put on them, they did not look like pets. He told the young man to look at the black panther, as it did not look like a domestic animal, but like a real predator. He said that they would never be allowed through, but would be stopped right at the entrance, and that would only be the beginning of the problems. The young man said that the panther frightened him very much, and the gentleman now demanded that the panther look like a small kitten. He was shocked and did not understand why he was being subjected to such torture. The lion said that there was nothing they could do, and they needed to enter the estate with the panther under the guise of it being their pet. They engaged in a heated discussion for some time. The young lady wanted Ash to show them the advantage of his physique. Ash glanced sideways at the young lady. A moment later, the carriage began to shake. Erwin looked at the gentleman and called him. Erwin asked the gentleman if he was expecting a bird, since he knew that there were not supposed to be any letters in the near future. The gentleman calmly said that not at all. Erwin looked at the gentleman with puzzlement and asked if such a person would look out the window so often. Erwin remembered the young gentleman telling the rabbit to write a letter at least once a day. Erwin asked the gentleman if he wanted him to sing him a lullaby like before. The young gentleman said that he had no ear. Erwin said that it was very offensive of him to say such things. The young master said that next time, let the rabbit listen to the lullaby with him. The young gentleman knew that for the past months, he had been under the influence of the pheromone and had slept with the rabbit. He understood that tonight would not be an easy night. Erwin looked at the gentleman, surprised. Erwin said that, whatever the case, it seemed that Mr. Rabbit had not disappointed the young master's expectations. They looked at the bird in surprise, as it was not the bird they expected to see. The young gentleman looked at the bird in surprise and asked if his mother had sent the message instead of the rabbit. A moment later, the young gentleman saw a letter from the rabbit. He looked at the letter in surprise and asked with a smile if this was a veiled request to eat her. Erwin laughed because of the content of the letter. Erwin said with a smile that it was a very short message that would keep the rabbit in the memory. The young gentleman looked at his friend and told him to shut his mouth. He said that if that was the case, then he had to satisfy all expectations. And a few minutes later, he sent a letter. The young gentleman said that when they met again, they should properly demonstrate what a moron is. The lion looked at the rabbit in surprise and asked why she was being friendly. Was she really cold? But she wasn't cold at all. She just had a bad feeling. A few minutes later, they arrived at the main gate. The knight looked at them and greeted them and asked them to show their identification. Opening the carriage doors, the knights froze in bewilderment. They saw a truly interesting picture. The young lady looked at the lion in surprise and asked if he didn't want to take the dried beef out of his mouth first. The knight greeted the lord and asked what kind of black panther was next to him. Leo said that the panther was like his child to him, and he could not leave her away for long. The young man looked at the panther and with a smile told her to salute. The knights were shocked by the panther's behavior. The young man smiled and told the knights that he was a very meek and intelligent child. The knight asked for forgiveness and said that the import of carnivorous animals should be reported in advance. Leston said that when they went out to the estate, they would put a metal leash on him. He asked if the invitation hadn't clearly stated that it was possible to have an escort of up to 3 people. For a few minutes, he continued to prove his point to them and then slammed the door. The knights saluted them and let them pass. They were shocked as they believed that animals could not be escorts. She was busy developing her powers. Lev looked at her in surprise and asked if she had really decided to do gymnastics at night. She was furious because he had misunderstood her. She had been practicing aiming with pheromone. He told her not to look so hard. In any case, it was late. Tomorrow morning, he would send her to the young master. But now, he just wanted her to keep him company. She wanted to sleep with her boyfriend because she felt so strange every time he treated her like a human. The barn looked at her and said that it was very good that while they were riding, the young master's scent had weakened a little, and he could finally live normally, since it seemed to him that his nose would disappear. The young lady sniffed a little and realized that there really was almost no smell. She was shocked because she realized that her pheromone was no longer overlapping with the young gentleman's pheromone. A moment later, she realized that her farm had begun to manifest itself. She was shocked and didn't quite understand why this was happening, since before this would have taken at least several days. She didn't know what to do in this situation and hoped that her companion hadn't noticed anything. He looked at her and said that he thought she felt more comfortable with him, but she was still wary. He said that it upsets him very much, and now he doesn't even want to do anything. He said that he had lost all will to live because of her. She looked at him puzzled, as she knew that he had no will to live even before her. He looked at her and said that earlier the guards had stopped him, saying that he had a suspiciously unfocused look. Now she understood why he had been unable to follow her then. He said it was true, and only then did he realize that he had a different view. He, embarrassed, said that it was simply a disgrace and suggested talking about something else. She was shocked, since Vivi had never seen such a reaction from him. Lev said that he felt strangely sleepy. He muttered something quietly about a sleep pheromone. The young lady was stunned by his words. He said he felt like he had taken painkillers. Vivi was in shock. She didn't understand what was happening at all. She knew he was being affected by her pheromone, so he released his own to counteract it. She was shocked, because she understood that because of his pheromone, she could turn into a human. Vivi did not understand what she should do now. A moment later, she remembered something. She remembered how the young gentleman had said that when she felt like she was turning into a human, she needed to give him some kind of sign. For example, to dance. She decided to use this method and started dancing. She wanted him to listen to her. The lion looked at her puzzledly and said that she danced incredibly beautifully. He said with a smile that she was a ballerina. The young lady was shocked, realizing that her dancing hadn't worked. She was shocked because she realized that he could not know her signals with the young master. She was in shock and realized that it was simply the end for her. She jumped up as she understood that now everything was different. She looked at her friend. The young lady remembered the gift that the young gentleman had recently given her. She rushed towards the stone with lightning speed. The man looked at the guest and said that he was a person of a completely different kind. He said that completely hiding one's face and identity was very commendable. The guest looked at the man and said that he also hid his face. The man said that all he could do was make an offer. Looking at his clicks, Ahin looked at the man and said that he probably knew something about the gray powder inside. The man said it was very interesting and that it was a drug made from the resin of the blom tree. He said it was a long time ago and you hardly see it in rabbit territory lately. Achin said he needed a list of rabbit aristocrats who were known to have used a similar powder. The man froze in bewilderment. Achin said that those belonging to the middle class would be suitable, and it would be even better if their representatives had silver hair. The man said that this is very difficult, since they care about their lives and the lives of their clients. He said that it is worth starting with the fact that among the trafficking groups, there is no such thing. If they are caught selling drugs, then such crimes will be of an especially serious nature. He said that everyone is just waiting for victory in a faction battle or an increase in status with the receipt of an amazing pheromone. In reality, there is still no information about the awakening of the pheromone in this way. He also said that this was a matter of quite a long time ago. The man began to list all the families that had members with silver hair. The young gentleman looked at him intently. The young lady opened her eyes and saw something. She realized that she needed to get up quickly. Her body was very heavy. The little children looked at her and asked if she had woken up. The sweet children were quarreling near her. She looked at them in surprise. Because I didn't expect to see children around me. The children were surprised and had a discussion. But Togo's account was whether it was true that she was a werewolf, a rabbit, but they were still surprised and did not understand why there was a panther next to her. The young lady was very surprised and didn't understand why she had become human again. She began to look around the room intently. She noticed that the room was rarely used, but a moment later Ash licked her face affectionately. She hugged her friend tightly and said with a smile that she was ticklish. A moment later, she looked at the children in surprise. The children covered each other's eyes in embarrassment. They were shocked by their behavior. The young lady was shocked and did not know how to get out of this situation. It was a tense, critical moment. Ahead of her, a cliff was visible, and behind her, a chimera was following closely. Eventually, her gaze met the gaze of a three-headed chimera. She, appearing before the chimera, pulled a sword from her belt. And finally, she pushed off the ground and cut through the air, flying into the chimera. The children looked at her in surprise and asked what happened next. She said that due to the fierce battle, her armor was destroyed, and she accepted help from the nearest one. The children looked at her and asked if she meant the Black Panther when she said she was close to her. She said that she did and asked her friend to say hello to the children. The girl looked at her and said that it turned out that she really had removed the chimera. The young lady smiled and said that even the three-headed chimera died from one blow from her. She said that, whatever it was, at the very last moment, the chimera spewed out this pocket watch. She said that they are very rare, and all warriors want to possess this treasure. The kids were shocked and thought she was cool. She looked at them and said that this was a very top-secret mission on the Rabbit Lands, so she asked them not to tell anyone about it. The children looked at her and said that they would not tell anyone anything. The young lady was shocked that she had managed to extricate herself from this situation. She thought her friend must have transported her here while she was unconscious. She realized that all the children sitting next to her were the children of the invited aristocrats. She looked out the window in surprise, wondering what time it was. A moment later, she saw a familiar carriage. A few minutes later, she saw the young gentleman. She looked at him in surprise. She knew she had to go and say hello to him. She still gave up on this idea, because she thought that it might happen that she would run into someone from the Revian family. She doesn't know now how they will treat her, and she doesn't want the young master to see this. She saw that for a moment, their gazes met. She was shocked and wondered if this predator really had eyes on the top of its head. She was very scared and hid. The young gentleman looked out the window in surprise. She didn't know what to do now. A little boy came up to her and said that she had a wound on her hand. She looked at him in surprise as she didn't understand what he was talking about. All the children came closer to her, and one boy asked if she had received this injury in the battle with the Chimera. He said that Mother Roselia was an outstanding healer and asked how about her examining her wound right away. The young lady was surprised, as she did not understand when she had managed to get hurt. The boy took her hand and said that they needed to go. Young Mr. Irwin walked through the estate. A moment later, they saw a lion stewing honey down the corridor. The lion was puzzled by the whole situation because he knew that the rabbit was missing and that strange Black Panther was missing along with it. So he thought that he would find their tracks in a moment, but all was in vain. The panthers looked at the lion in surprise. The lion was a little shocked that they had arrived so quickly. He glanced sideways at the young gentleman and wondered if they had already met the rabbit. He looked to see that the young gentleman's pocket was empty, and he realized that they had not yet met. He was shocked because her whereabouts were still unknown to him. The young gentleman looked intently at the lion. Irwin looked at the young master and told him to restrain himself, since they were still on foreign territory. The young master said that he was very annoyed because of the emptiness in his pocket. Irwin looked at the master in surprise and asked what this had to do with drawing his sword. The young gentleman said that the lion looked at his pocket with a dirty look. The lion jerked because he was surprised and did not understand what they were talking about. He was shocked because he understood that this was a misunderstanding, since he was worried that the rabbit was missing and was trying to find it. Leo looked at the young gentleman and said that he had misunderstood everything. A moment later, the lion looked at them in surprise as they were looking into the distance and ignoring him. Sometime later, children approached them and looked at them in surprise, noticing that the humans had enormous fangs. They assumed they were a kind of panther or lion. They looked at them and said that the warrior lady said that all Black Panthers are rude. The little children looked at the lion and said that now they knew for sure that the words about lions were true. In addition, they noticed that this lion's eyes were extremely suspicious. The young men were very surprised as they heard about the warrior lady. The young gentleman looked at the lion with a grin and said that he still had extremely suspicious eyes. Lev looked at the young gentleman and said with a grin that he had just heard some unceremonious speeches. The young gentleman opened his mouth and showed his fangs. With the speed of lightning, the children ran away. Irwin said that this way, young children will actually find the Black Panthers to be rude. The young gentleman said that if he did that, his rabbit was playing dead. Irina said that she was letting his guard down and was eager for a chance to get away as quickly as possible, a tactic common among rabbits. The lion remembered the rabbit. For a moment, he wondered where she could be and realized something. A moment later, he ran away, the panthers staring after him. The young master said that this was very suspicious. Irwin looked at the master in surprise and asked if he was talking about the lion master's eyes. The young master said that he had run very, very fast. Irwin looked closely at the lion and said that this was not like him. Who are we already? He recently scoured the area with his eyes and looked closely at the young gentleman's pocket. They wondered if he was really looking for Mr. Rabbit. The young men looked after him warily. The young gentleman asked Irwin if there was an answer from the rabbit. Irwin said that if Mother Owl flies in again, we should expect an answer closer to the evening. The young master told himself mentally that his rabbit was definitely sitting at home, enjoying tea and sweets. But still, he could not calm down, because for some reason, he felt anxious when he thought about her. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that it was taking a very long time. He looked at Irwin and told him to call the gorilla. The doctor looked at the rabbit and said with a smile that such an accident was already a kind of fate. The young lady was shocked by what she just saw. The boy looked at her and said that the lady was in great pain. Then he addressed her formally. The professor looked at her son and asked with a smile if he would really get a splinter in his mouth if he called her mother. The young lady was shocked by what she heard. She did not understand what kind of situation this was. She bandaged the young lady's wound. Vivi looked at the woman and asked if she was a professor. She said with a smile that it was worth starting with this, that she worked at the Wilhelm Academy. Vivi was shocked because this was simply the biggest academy. She looked at her and said that she was late in introducing herself. A moment later, she said that her name was Vensa Jinnah, and she was the wife of the head of the house of Jinnah. She looked at the young lady and with a smile, said that her son had brought her to her. The young lady looked at her and also introduced herself, but she did not say where she was from. For a while, she hesitated, not knowing what the young man would answer. He looked intently at the young lady. A moment later, he smiled and said that she was a warrior. Vanessa looked at her son and asked what he was talking about. The young man looked at his mother and said that the warrior was capable of splitting even large boulders into two parts. Vanessa looked at the young lady's hand with puzzlement and asked if she had been splitting boulders. Vanessa looked at the young lady and said with a smile that her son was very wary of strangers and couldn't even speak, but he was very friendly with her, so she apparently emanated bright energy. Vivi looked at the young man, puzzled. Roselle possessed a pheromone that could, to some extent, determine the type of energy in living beings. The young lady was surprised, but at the same time very happy, because the young man felt that she was a good person. Vanessa said that her son only recently went through the process of conversion and became a human. And maybe that is why he still feels awkward in communication. The young lady was surprised, as they had similar cases. She looked at the boy and asked if he had really turned into a human so late. Vanessa smiled and said, looking at the young lady, that he, just like her, had taken the conversion hard. The young lady was shocked and did not understand where she had learned such information. Ash looked at them warily. The young lady looked at the doctor and asked what she was actually doing. Ash growled, glaring at them menacingly. Vanessa jerked and picked up her son in her arms. She screamed for someone to help them. She said that she would certainly explain everything, but also asked to keep the predator away from them. The young man looked at his mother and said that he was fine. She said that was very good, since his character corresponded to the descendant of the capybara family, but she was still not fine. The young lady was shocked by Togo, who remembered that herbivorous werewolves were afraid of predators, apparently because she was constantly with black panthers. For a moment, she completely forgot about it. She calmed her friend down a little. He bit her hand gently. The young lady looked at her friend with surprise and anger. The young people looked at everything that was happening and were horrified. Vivi said with a smile that everything was fine and he was just joking. Vanessa was shocked by everything that was happening. Vanessa looked at the young lady and said that the last time they met a year ago, she tried to get to the bottom of why Roselle turned into a human so late. Vanessa said that she thought that the young lady also turned into a human late, since she emitted the same energy and pheromone as her son. But she was also influenced by the fact that the young lady had very long hair, because for some reason, she had not been able to cut it for a long time. She also heard rumors that the young master had a baby rabbit, and she immediately thought of her. Vivi asked her if she really knew about the young master's true nature when they first met. Vanessa said that the gentleman recognized her, because they saw each other when he was still little, and that's why he remembered her. And the rector of the academy where she works is the young master's grandfather. A moment later, the young lady heard the clock strike. Vanessa said that there were no more than 4 hours left until the banquet. The young lady was puzzled as she realized that this might be her first and last opportunity to see her parents in her human form. The young lady looked at her hair and said that she could not walk around the estate like that. Vanessa looked at her in surprise. Vivi looked at her with sparkling eyes. Vanessa turned away with a smile and told her not to make such eyes, as her heart was getting weaker. Vivi said with a smile that her eyes were always like that. Vanessa said that they have changed a little bit now. Vivi looked at her and said she had a request. Vivi looked at the lion and asked how long he would follow her. The lion looked at her in surprise and asked if she really knew. Vivi said that she also knew that he had recently eavesdropped on her conversation with the professor. The lion looked at her and asked her forgiveness for this. He said that if he had left her alone, she might have disappeared like the dawn. He looked at her and asked if it meant that he was not allowed to follow her. She looked at him intently and said nothing. Leo looked at her with confusion as he waited for an answer. They stood for a moment, looking at each other intently. He looked at her and asked if he couldn't follow her. She said that they would disappear, so he didn't need to follow her, so he would stay here. She knew she couldn't meet her parents if he was around. Leo was a little puzzled by this answer. She looked at him intently. Milady slowly approached him, and the lion was very surprised. She said with a smile that you had healed the wound on his cheek earlier out of gratitude. She asked if he had learned about her ability. He looked at her with embarrassment. Leo was very confused by her behavior and stepped back a little. The young lady thanked him with a smile for treating her like a human being. He looked at her with surprise and puzzlement. With the speed of lightning, she turned around and said that she would go. He grabbed her hand and asked her to wait a little. The young lady looked at him in surprise. They stood for a while, looking at each other. He looked at her and with a smile told her to go. While he let go of her hand, he said that it seemed like she had a very important matter, since she didn't even say anything to Ah-hin. The young lady looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect such a thing. The young gentleman was shocked when he received a letter saying his rabbit and Ash had disappeared. He told them in a stern voice that they needed to return home. He stared at the letter for a moment. Erwin looked at the gentleman and told him to wait a little. He looked at the gentleman and asked if the letter had not said that only a bar was found in the forest on the border. It was there that it was stated that they did not return to the estate. This meant that they had gone to some other place. The young gentleman looked at Erwin in surprise and asked where they could have gone. Erwin said that they needed to start searching from that moment. Erwin told the young master not to forget that Ash was next to the rabbit. Besides, Mr. Rabbit was also far from an ordinary rabbit, so everything would be fine. The young gentleman sighed heavily and said that she was just an ordinary rabbit. The young master said that, although she was not an ordinary rabbit, she was still a small and weak rabbit. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise. The little children looked at them and asked in surprise if they were really crying now. The boy looked at the gentleman and said with a smile that he felt relieved, as he had previously thought that he was crying. The young gentleman looked at the children in bewilderment. He remembered that he had seen these children before. A moment later, he leaned closer to them. He smiled and asked who this lady warrior was. The little boy said it was a were-rabbit controlling a black panther. Another boy jumped up and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. The boy looked at the gentleman in surprise and said it was a secret. He wondered why he had just told him about the warrior lady. The young gentleman smiled and told the boy not to worry, as he would keep his secret. Erwin looked at the gentleman and asked where he was going. The young gentleman looked menacingly at his friend and said that he was going to visit the lion. The young lady walked slowly near the estate. She did not know how to enter inside. A few minutes later, she was going through all the possible options for how she could get into the banquet hall. She ran at full speed. But a moment later, she tripped and fell. Vivi was in shock because she hit herself hard. She was in shock because she thought that if it had gone on a little longer, something bad would have happened to her. One lady was watching all this closely. She called the young lady, and she was startled when she heard a familiar voice. She remembered how her mother spoke to her, various kind words, with a feigned smile. The madam looked at the young lady and asked if she was okay. The young lady turned around and saw her mother. Madame froze in surprise. She looked at the young lady intently for a moment and called her name. The young lady looked away in confusion as her mother called her name. She didn't know what to do if she actually recognized her. The woman rushed towards her in an embrace. Hugging her daughter, the madam asked how she could not help but recognize her, since she looked so much like her. The madam was shocked that her daughter had converted the entire person. She said that she seriously couldn't believe it. She wanted to hear her voice. The young lady was shocked that her mother called her by her name so tenderly. But still, this is not what she expected. She wanted her mother to push her away. Vivi walked away from her mother and said that she just wanted to see her. The madam was taken aback. With tears in her eyes, she looked at her daughter. She looked at her daughter and said that she would also like to see her and asked her to come closer and show her face. She said she felt relieved to meet her and not her father, as she had something she wanted to ask. The lady looked at her daughter and said that she would answer any of her questions, as she also wanted to talk to her about many things. Vivi looked at her and said that she would like to start with the fact that they abandoned her at the edge of the forest. Madame was shocked by such a statement. The madam looked at her daughter and said that she had not abandoned her and that it was all a misunderstanding. She wanted to explain everything to her. She said that she knew everything, that it was because of the curse, but it was still very strange. Vivi said that the priest had definitely said that she would not be able to turn into a human because of the curse that had been placed on her. Vivi looked at her mother and asked how then, how she was now standing and looking into her face in such a form. Vivi looked at her mother intently and said that she didn't remember ever lifting the curse. She said that her inability to turn into a human had tarnished the name of the family. She recalled that there were even rumors that she was her illegitimate child. Vivi looked at her mother and said that it must have been difficult for her, but getting rid of her in someone who had noble blood in her was not so easy. An excuse was needed. An excuse that could calm the rumors from the game, close the father's eyes, and nothing would be better than a curse. Madame looked at her daughter in horror. She said that the priest claimed that she was cursed. She looked at her mother and asked if he was not a man of her kind. The young lady looked at her mother and angrily demanded that she tell her the whole truth. Was she really cursed? The madam was shocked and shuddered from such words. She did not know if this was really her daughter, since she had changed so much. She used to be very quiet and shy, even timid, but now everything had changed dramatically. Madame understood that she needed to be brought back into the house immediately. Madame looked at her daughter and said that she was not cursed. Getting rid of a child who lost in a fight was only a matter of course in the world of natural selection. Her decision to send Vivi away was an inevitable choice for the sake of survival in the family. The madam looked at her daughter and said there hadn't been a day when she hadn't regretted that choice. The young lady glared at her mother and said she'd even sent someone to make sure her daughter was dead. The madam said it was a misunderstanding, and she'd done it in the hope that she might still be alive. She looked at her daughter and asked her to be generous and forgive her. Madam said that she was the one who waited the most for her to become human. Madam looked at her daughter and said that she was very touched, as she did not expect that she would turn into such a beautiful and resilient person. The lady looked at her mother and said that she shouldn't try to find an excuse for being abandoned. On the contrary, she was even grateful to her. She said that if she had stayed in her parents' house, she would never have learned how to turn into a human. The madam looked at her daughter with a grin and called her. The young lady looked at her mother and said that she was only able to turn into a human because she had come into contact with a pheromone much more powerful than hers. She said that her pheromone was so strong that there simply was no one stronger than hers in her home. That is why she could not turn into a human. The lady looked at her daughter in surprise and said that this was complete nonsense. Vivi said that she had initially thought the same thing, so she wanted to check everything out personally. She looked at her mother and asked if she had been given any medication that affected the pheromone's awakening. The young lady looked intently at her mother, wanting to hear the answer. Madame shuddered, as she did not know what to answer. The young lady looked intently at her mother. A moment later, the young lady realized that she had been right about everything. She understood that, in the end, because of her mother's greed, she spent her entire life as a bunny. A moment later, a very loud explosion was heard in the estate. The young gentleman looked at Rune and asked why he was in such a hurry. Lev said that there was a rabbit there. Achin said that was true, but he asked why he would rush there like that. Lev said that he was just very worried. A moment later, Achin struck the lion. The lion fell into the fountain. The young gentleman looked at the lion with disdain and told him to cool his head. The young gentleman looked at the lion with anger and said that he did not have to worry too much. Leo looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment. Leo looked at the young gentleman and asked if he was completely crazy. Leo, looking at the young gentleman, did not understand why he was so angry. The lady looked at her mother and asked if she was okay. The madam was in shock. She could not believe how such monstrous events could have happened in the headman's estate. The young lady said she thought someone was using a pheromone. The knights ran to Lady Avon with lightning speed. Vivi looked at her mother and said that first they needed to calm down and go to a safe place. She told her mother to hide with the guards. The lady looked at her daughter and asked where she was going. She said that one cannot wander alone in such a place. Madame said that they met with difficulty, so they cannot part. The madam looked at her daughter and suggested that they go together, since then they could discuss everything. They could talk about the curse and her pheromone, since, due to the fact that she was a rabbit, they still had not had the opportunity to talk normally. Vivi looked at her mother and told her to let go of her hand. Vivi looked at her mother and said that she simply wasn't interested in her opinion, and that dialogue between them was impossible, not only because she was a rabbit. She looked at her and said that she would not go with her. The guards ran up to the lady. The madam looked at her daughter and told the guards to grab her. The young men looked at the lady in surprise. The madam told them to grab her now. While no one is here, even if they have to knock her out, they can do it. The guard bowed and said that he would do everything now. He approached the young lady and said that he wanted to harm her. He wanted her to follow the will of the lady. Vivi was shocked and didn't understand why her mother was doing this to her. She was shocked because she wouldn't be able to handle 2 knights, because they would attack before she could even use the pheromone. She was shocked and very scared because she didn't know what to do in this situation. She wondered if she should pretend to give up and then get lost in the chaos. She raised her hands, but suddenly, the guards were attacked. The young lady froze in shock. She saw a panther and a falcon who came to her aid. The madam looked at her daughter in surprise and asked what kind of predators they were. The lady looked at the knights and said that they should do everything and could even use pheromone. The knight was a little surprised. He said that they could not harm the lady. The madam looked at the knights and asked if she hadn't said that they could knock her out. The young lady was shocked. She looked at her mother and wondered why she was allowing this to happen. Vivi didn't understand her mother's reasons and intentions. Vivi understood, however, that she needed to calm down and get out of here as soon as possible, since the current situation was fundamentally different. She understood that together with her friends, she had a chance to use her pheromones. She knew that if she used her pheromone, she would become a rabbit again, but it was still better than just letting herself be captured. She understood that she had to cope completely. The young gentleman came up to her, hugged her, and told her to calm down. He told her not to use her pheromone. The young lady turned around in surprise and saw him. The young gentleman looked at her in surprise. She looked at him and asked how he knew she was here. He looked at her and told him with a smile that no matter what happened, she had to remain human. He looked at her softly and tenderly. She looked at him and called. The gentleman turned his gaze to her offender. He looked at them and said menacingly that they had better put their swords back in their sheaths. Madame looked at them intently and angrily. She realized who this young gentleman was, but she was still shocked and wondered how he was connected to her daughter. A moment later, another explosion sounded. The servant ran up to them and shouted at them to run quickly to the main building. The lady sighed heavily and called her daughter. Vivi looked at her mother warily. The madam looked at her daughter and told her to know that she was the only one left. A moment later, the young lady stared after her mother who had left her. Vivi was in shock. She didn't know what her mother's words meant. A moment later, another explosion thundered near them. Ahin hugged her tighter and said that it was very dangerous here. He looked after the lady and told the young lady that now was not the time for conversation. She was in shock and, looking after her mother, called her. The young gentleman looked at the door and told Vivi that he would like to talk to her. But she, in turn, sat quietly by the door without making a sound. Achin tugged at the door for a while. He was worried about her and asked her what she was doing. He sighed heavily and said that she could speak from there. Ahin wanted to be next to her, but still accepted her decision and stepped back. The young lady sat quietly by the door and remained silent. A moment later, he sat down near the door. They both sighed heavily as they sat near the door. She was very afraid to open the door and come face to face with the young master. She did not understand why it was so difficult for her to look him in the eyes. He timidly asked what was wrong with her hand. She laughed a little and asked if he had managed to see in that time that her arm was injured. She said that she probably hit something when she turned into a human. She heard kind words from him, in which there was a sense of concern. Vivi did not understand why he continued to do everything so that she would rely only on him. He told her that he left her at the estate because he hoped that at least there she would not do something so reckless. He said that outside the estate she was surrounded by danger. But she was a little surprised even now, although he was angry with her. But still, he was more worried. She sighed heavily and said that if a similar situation happened again, she would do the same. She said it was all because he didn't tell her anything. He was alarmed, but he looked at the door and called her. She said he never told her about the healing pheromone or that she might have developed a similar pheromone from drugs. He was shocked by what he heard. Ahin looked at the door and asked how she knew about this. Vivi closed her eyes and asked him why he thought she had traveled so far and acted without his knowledge. She said that it was because she didn't want to show him the depths of her dark past, be it drugs or this family, that Ahin yanked at the doors and shouted for her to open them. She said that this time, he already knew everything. She said that even near the banquet hall recently, despite the fact that she was in the company of people he didn't know, he didn't even ask anyone what was going on. Vivi said that he knew that she was from the Revian clan. She said that perhaps he also knew that the woman in front of them was her mother. The young gentleman tugged at the door and told her to open the door first. Sighing heavily, she said that she wished she could have talked like this. She said that he hadn't even told her that she had a healing-type pheromone. She said that perhaps he thought that she could be used for his own purposes, since she healed Ash's wound, who was literally one paw in the grave. She said that at first she felt uncomfortable. But the more she thought about it, the more it seemed to her that it was even better. Vivi said that as long as she could be used, she should not worry that she could be abandoned again. Ahin froze at her words. He was in shock. Looking into the distance, she said in a trembling voice that he should have just told her everything. She said that if he needed her pheromone so much, it was healing, then he could have just told her. He looked at the door and said that he was not going to tell her anything like that again. She looked at the door in surprise and asked why he wanted to do that. The young gentleman sighed heavily, but did not answer. She was puzzled and said that he was hiding a lot of things from her. She wondered if it was because he had been raised as the head of the family. She thought it was for the best. Maybe she wouldn't hear his full, cold answer right now. But still, she could not shake off the anxiety about this trait of his. She looked closely at the clock next to her and noticed that a lot of time had already passed. Recently, Vivi was very excited, so she said a lot of things to the young master. Vivi should have said at least a few words about how sorry she was for making him worry about her. As she approached the door, she wondered if he was worried at all. She understood that it was already too late, and that she needed to sleep first and then talk tomorrow. She looked at him in surprise as he sat near the door. She looked at him and asked if he was sleeping. Vivi said if he was going to sleep, he better move to the bed. The young lady stood frozen in bewilderment. A moment later, she saw him stagger and fall. Vivi was in shock as he lay unconscious in front of her. She screamed, but he didn't answer. The young lady saw that he was lying on the ground and sighing heavily. Vivi saw that he was feeling very bad. She was in shock and screaming. She asked him if he was okay and also wondered what was going on. She noticed that he had a high fever and was sweating profusely. She understood that she needed to find the professor quickly. Achin looked at her and told her not to make a noise. She looked at him in surprise and asked why. The young master looked at her and said that a little later everything would go away on its own. The young lady was shocked because it didn't seem like it would go away on its own after some time. She said that he had the same condition last time. Vivi looked at him puzzled and asked why he didn't come to the doctor. She was furious and looking at him, said that this would not do and at least Irvin needed to be informed. Ahin looked at her and said that no one could be told about this. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was saying that. She was shocked and wondered how serious the question was that even Irwin wasn't allowed to know about. She didn't understand what he was hiding and why she couldn't tell Irwin and the doctor. Vivi didn't understand how, being so sick, he came to such a place. She understood that first she needed to lay him down on the sofa, since the floor was very cold. She looked at him and told him to wait a moment. A moment later, she moved the sofa. She was in shock because the sofa was very heavy. She looked at him and asked if he could stand up. Ahin didn't answer. She asked him for forgiveness as she had no other way to move him. She slowly pulled him along with her. It was very difficult for her, but she knew that everything was fine because just a little more and she would drag him to the goal. But suddenly she heard some strange sound. Turning around, she saw that the young gentleman had hit his head. She quickly approached him and asked what to do. She also asked if he was okay. Akin said that he was in pain. Rising slowly, he said that he would get there himself. She turned her back to him and said that she would help him and he could sit on her back. He smiled and told her not to deny it later. She walked along with him, groaning, as it was very difficult for her. He looked at her and asked if it wouldn't be better if they walked in step with each other. Vivi looked at him, surprised and puzzled, and asked if he really had any energy left for jokes. A moment later, he was already lying on the bed. Vivi felt relieved that she was able to lay him down. With a heavy sigh, she said that she had eaten and put him to bed. She looked at him and smiled, and told him to tell her immediately if he needed anything. He looked at her and asked with a smile, didn't she hate him? She looked at him in surprise and asked why she suddenly hated him. He said with a smile that they had recently been in the bathroom. She called him a damn predator. Vivi turned around with a smile and said that she would move another blanket, so he would have to wait a little while. Coming up to him, she saw that he was very ill. She touched his forehead and noticed that it was even hotter than before. She wondered if it wouldn't be better to take off these uncomfortable clothes first to bring down the heat a little. She was shocked because she could see in reality what those two would say if they found out that she took off his clothes. She had already heard them say that she was just a lustful bunny. She understood that she had no choice. She knew that she was doing all this for the good of the patient. She slowly took off his clothes, but she was still very angry and did not understand why the knots were so complicated. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she needed help. She looked at him and said that she was busy, and there was no need to distract her. Ahin looked at her and asked why she had this innocent pose. He said that her eyes were very impudent. Vivi was very angry and said that this was not true. Young master, you are not sleeping. But sighing heavily, you began to undress. After he unbuttoned his shirt, he began to slowly remove his gloves. The young lady was taken aback by this sight. She was shocked and wondered if he could have pulled it all off that easily. A moment later, he called her. He looked at her in surprise and bewilderment and asked why she was crying. She cried because he was sick. Vivi wondered if she could use her pheromone on him now and wanted to help him and wanted him not to get sick. Ahin looked at her with a smile and told everyone to look at her the way he had brought her to this state. He touched her tenderly. He said with a smile that she was very sensitive. She looked at him intently with tears in her eyes. Wiping away her tears, he asked with a smile how he could leave her. She noticed that he was very handsome and his eyes also sparkled like rubies. She closed his eyes, realizing it was very dangerous. He looked at her in surprise and called out. She was shocked because he was able to take over her mind even during her illness. She thought that he was a very cunning predator. The young master called her in surprise several times. She wondered if the young master was emitting pheromone now. He usually controlled it well, primarily because of her. Vivi wondered if he was now unable to do so because of his illness. She looked at him in surprise and flinched. She looked at him and asked if he was really experiencing a pheromone flare-up right now. She said that even if he wasn't feeling the same as last time, he needed to quickly return to his true form so it wouldn't hurt as much. She looked at him and asked him how he liked her idea, since he was freely switching from his true form to his human form. He turned away from her and did not answer. The young lady was in shock and did not understand his behavior. She wondered if he was against it. Vivi did not understand the reason for his refusal. She sincerely wanted to help him and was ready to do anything. She remembered how her grandfather asked her to help him when the pheromone got worse. She sighed heavily and said that in that case, she would figure it out on her own. She was very happy and relieved that her healing-type pheromone, she wondered if it should help in such a situation. He looked at her, grabbed her hand, and told her not to do it. She was surprised, looked at him, and asked why he was against it. She said that her pheromone could calm his attack. The young gentleman looked at her and in a trembling voice said that if she used her pheromone, she would become a rabbit again. The young lady stood there in bewilderment as she now heard the reason why he did not want her to help him. She frowned because he had once really liked her being a rabbit, but now she realized that he liked her better when she was in human form. But she still wanted to help him. She looked at him and asked if now was the time to dwell on such things. He said that now was the time. Vivi sighed heavily and said that he was not a child, but still very capricious. She looked at him intently because she saw how much pain he was in and how he was writhing in pain. She saw that he was having difficulty breathing. She was in shock. She did not understand why he was so stubborn if he was feeling bad. She looked at him and said that, most likely, becoming a rabbit after using pheromones was a protective reaction of her body because she had poor control over her pheromones. She said that in that case, probably if you balance her pheromone with the pheromone, the submissive type of transformation into a rabbit will not happen. Vivi said that she had a stone, but she thought that if he did it personally, it would be easier to control everything that was happening. The young gentleman sighed heavily and did not answer. Vivi looked at him and asked if he could hear her. She looked at him intently because she understood that she had no other choice. Vivi understood that she had to help him in any way possible. She understood that this wouldn't work, and there was no time for further reflection. She understood that in order to directly and safely pass the pheromone into Achin's body, she needed to do as he had done before. She moved closer to his neck and bit him. She bit him, but nothing happened. Vivi was puzzled because he had bitten her before and helped her, but she couldn't even cope with this. He sighed heavily and turned back. Vivi was shocked and very confused, as she understood that she did not have fangs, so she could not bite through his skin. He looked at her and asked what she was doing. Ahin was surprised by her behavior. She was taken aback and said that she had done nothing of the sort. Vivi was embarrassed, as she felt awkward about her actions, even though they were for the good of Ahin. A moment later, he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. The young master kissed her. She was shocked and looked at him with confusion. She understood that he was a very cunning predator, since she only wanted to avoid touching his lips. The young lady looked at the head and said that today was our last cocoa reception, and that from now on, at the official banquet, there would only be leaf tea, since cocoa was completely out of place there. She looked at the head and asked if she agreed with this proposal. Madame smiled and said that when she had a few cups with Sir Grace yesterday, she heard nothing of the sort. She looked at the young lady and said with a smile that she would understand in time and that someday she would change her mind on the matter. The lady looked at her and said that she saw that she really hadn't missed out on yesterday's tea party with Sir Grace. She said that today we needed to discuss cooperation in the investigation of the fire in the banquet hall. She said that, according to Madame Rivienne's report, there was one uninvited guest at the scene, a were-rabbit whose name was unknown, and with her was Mr. Grace. Young or not, she said that it was very interesting. The young lady said that she was very interested to know how Madame knew about the existence of this unknown guest. The head looked at the young lady and said that Madame had testified on the condition that she would not be questioned. The lady smiled and said that for the birthday of an old lady like her, they had arranged a grand fireworks display. She said with a smile that she could not express how grateful she was. She said that perhaps the explosion wasn't an accident, and that all the guests who arrived at the ball needed to be checked. She said it would be a very unusual birthday. The young lady woke up, either alone or with the young gentleman. She was surprised as she noticed it was already dawn. She was surprised she remained in human form and hadn't turned into a rabbit, but she still felt relieved. Vivi jumped up with the speed of lightning and immediately rushed to the young master. She wanted to check his condition. Vivi noticed that the fever had subsided and he was no longer breathing heavily as before. Vivi wondered since when the sandcastle she had built in her soul because of Ahin began to melt, as if washed away by a wave. She tried to remember her place because they came from different houses, and the difference in their status was quite large. Besides, she was neither human nor animal. She understood that she could not stay with him forever in this form and in this relationship. It seemed to her that they were like the prince and the frog from a fairy tale. So she wondered if love would eventually catch up with her when she became a full-fledged person. She understood that this was most likely impossible, but she still had hope for something like this. Vivi sighed, realizing that she needed to figure out how to become human normally first. She knew she looked awful now, but she also knew she hadn't been herself at the last event. But looking at the young man, she understood that he had also suffered. A moment later, she was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. She was shocked because she saw an inconspicuous mark on his neck. She was shocked and did not understand why she decided to bite a strange man on the neck. She wanted to remove the trace as quickly as possible before he woke up, because she understood that he would walk around and show off the bite in front of everyone, and at the same time, everyone would stare at him. She didn't want this to happen, and yet she felt relieved that she had the healing pheromone. But a moment later, all her relief evaporated as she saw that the young man had woken up. Ahin said cautiously that she had said last time that she would not even accidentally touch him while he was sleeping. She was embarrassed because she knew that this was not true at all. She embarrassedly stated that she simply wanted to heal the wound. Vivi said sheepishly that she was at dawn. She accidentally bit him on the neck, but at the same moment she saw that he turned away from her. The young lady was shocked and wanted him to listen to her immediately, but the young man only laughed in response to her. After some time, the young lady ate with pleasure, as she was hungry. Vivi assumed that her companion had specially selected such dishes for her, since she had little understanding of table etiquette. She wished him bon appetit with a smile, but at that very moment she saw her friend, who was looking intently at her, waiting for her to feed him. She was shocked because she didn't want him to look at her with such sparkling eyes, but at that very moment she sighed heavily, because she realized that she could not do anything with him, since he looked very cute. Ahin said with a smile that her friend had already eaten enough, and that she had better take care of herself. Ahin said with a smile that when he fed her in her rabbit form, she swelled up like a ball. Now he wondered if it would be the same in human form. The young lady was confused and also furious that he was saying that she was a ball. She cursed and said that he was a damn predator. He said with a smile that such words made his heart flutter. Therefore, he wanted to hear similar words from her again, but the young lady did not answer and began to eat. A moment later, he broke their silence and asked how she got to them. She sighed as she realized that the moment had arrived, the moment that could not be avoided. She stated that she had to disturb Leo a little. Vivi stated that he helped her starting from the southern gate of the border forest. She stated that when they arrived at that place, Ash was let in as a pet lion, and she was simply hidden in a pocket. She said they arrived late at night, so she was going to push him some more. And the next day, she wanted to meet Ahin. Ahin asked with a smile if she had really been in the lion's bedroom. At that very moment, he looked at her with restrained rage, because he wanted to hear an answer. The young lady was taken aback, not knowing what to answer him, as she understood that trouble had befallen her. But at that very moment, she declared that at that moment, she was a rabbit. She did not understand why he was saying such strange things. He sighed and asked her to continue her story. Vivi was puzzled and didn't understand what he was even thinking about, but she still sighed as she wanted to continue the story. A few minutes later, she sighed heavily and stated that everything was as she had described it, and he had seen the rest himself. He immediately declared that she had been reeking of Leo ever since they met in the backyard of the ballroom. The young lady was surprised and puzzled, as she could not smell the lion. But when she sniffed, she realized that the smell still remained. A moment later, she remembered how they met and how he took her hand. At that moment, she raised it when it all happened. But in turn, she was puzzled, as she saw menacing glances from the satellite. She sighed and asked the young man if it was because he smelled the lion that he grabbed her hand. Yesterday, she was worried about Togo, because she might meet someone from her family. But after meeting Leo, she calmed down a little. She thought that it was most likely connected with the action of the lion's pheromone. At that very moment, the young man called her. Ivrin entered the room and informed the gentleman that he had to attend an urgent meeting. Ivrin stated that high-ranking officials would be attending, and he should attend the event. But his master did not want to go anywhere. The young lady looked at the young men with puzzlement as they argued among themselves whether to go to the meeting or not. At that very moment, the young man lay down on the sofa with tears in his eyes and declared that the lady had cheated on him again with Leo. She was shocked because she didn't expect to hear anything like that from him. His subordinate froze in similar shock, as he did not expect anything like this from his master. But at that very moment he, taken aback, turned his gaze to the young lady, for he saw that his master was sad. She was shocked and screamed that it was all a misunderstanding. Akin, with tears in his eyes, shouted that her every word was suspicious. The young man supported his master, as he saw that her shifty eyes suggested betrayal. She was shocked and didn't understand what they were even saying, because she always had similar eyes. Ivern said that betrayal was an act of terrible people, and she needed to make up her mind already. And for the sake of their future, while his master, with tears in his eyes, said that his soul was hurting. Vivi was shocked and couldn't believe that the young people were acting like frivolous predators. Meanwhile, Madame sat surrounded by predators and listened to their arguments. But after a few minutes, she just laughed, as their arguments did not subside. Moments later, the man stated that he would like to clarify with Mr. Ahin the identity of the Black Panther that was roaming around their estate. After all, according to the guard's records, the Black Panther belonged to the Manyens family. But at the present time, the panther was in the possession of Lord Achin. Ahin stated that the panther they were talking about was the chief of the Border Forest Guard Panthers, and they assumed that Manyens had taken her without permission. The young man was furious because his friend was shifting all the blame onto him. The man stated that there was chaos in the estate, but the animal did not cause any direct harm. But he still asked the young man to keep an eye on the panther. Moments later, he stated that there was a more important issue on the agenda now, namely, a werewolf rabbit of unknown origin. At that very moment, the young man tensed up, as he realized who they were talking about. The man looked closely at Runa Manyank, as he had a witness statement. Akin said he would like to hear who the witness was, but the man apologized and said they could not reveal the witness's identity. Ahin is surprised because they invited guests from other territories and relied on unreliable data. Rune asked if it wasn't important to tell about the identity of the witness who gave evidence for the detailed meeting. The young people wanted to protect a loved one, so they began talking about an ugly incident in which there was a questionable witness. Those present were shocked, as recently the young people wanted to devour each other alive. And now, suddenly, they were on the same wavelength. The man said they could not name the witness, but their leader vouched for the source. Last night, the fire in the banquet hall was located near the side gate of the outskirts, where human foot rarely sets foot. During the investigation into the cause of the fire, it was discovered that only one person near their banquet hall had been acting suspiciously. The previously mentioned werewolf rabbit of unknown origin. Ahin were seen near the site of the fire along with the werewolf. In addition, it is known that the werewolf, a rabbit, lived in the same place as Ahin. The wer-rabbit was also seen with Mr. Rune Manyens. They had a meeting in the backyard of the main building before the banquet. There was evidence that they looked as if they knew each other well. However, it was strange that there were no records of the were-rabbit passing through the main gates of the estate. At that very moment, the young man began to think, as he did not know what to answer to the given evidence. A moment later, he was taken aback, as he heard from his friend that it was a werewolf dancer. Rune stated that he and his friend fell in love with the dancer and still couldn't get over it. At that very moment, he looked at his friend with a smile, as he wanted him to support him. Ahin was taken aback and froze in shock as he imagined the young lady in this role. At that very moment, everyone present froze with surprise on their faces. They knew that the young men were very influential, but at the same time, they could not believe that they had fallen in love with a simple dancer. Rune looked at his comrade with a smile, as he wanted him to say something. But the young man was taken aback by his comrade's words, and he could not utter a word. Rune glared at him, wanting him to at least snap back. Akin, looking at his comrade, declared that his free statement was confusing everyone, and he should think about where and what he said. His friend smiled and asked him if he had really been suggesting that they simply hand over the rabbit for questioning. When Bill told the young man that if he hadn't brought a rabbit to the banquet, something like this wouldn't have happened, Lev was shocked, And since his friend really didn't know anything, Rune smiled and stated that it was not he who needed the escort, but the rabbit, since she herself had asked him about it, but his comrades simply could not believe in such things. Achin told the young man that he had recently also given him a headache and taken it away, and now he had brazenly stolen it in front of everyone. Rune asked if he really said such a thing when he had committed such a dirty deed, since he had almost lost his life in the middle of a night road, and yet he had magnanimously let it go. At that very moment, everyone present began to whisper as they saw the panther's head next to the rabbit. Rune stated that he did not take the dancer away, but that she followed him. The man looked closely at the young people, as there were rumors that they showed their dislike for each other without any embarrassment. But now he understood the real reason. At this, Madame looked intently at the young people. Rune looked at his friend and told him to think carefully, because if he trusted her, she would not have asked for his help. The young man was taken aback, as this was a strong statement, but at the same moment he declared that such a thing would not happen again. He looked menacingly at the young lion and told him not to poke his nose into other people's business and to lead a lazy and carefree life as he had been doing until now. Ahin stated that the young man was raised and trained in such a way that he would never even think of coveting his sister's throne. The young man was furious because these words were offensive. At that very moment, Madame looked at the young people with a smile, as she saw that the argument was flaring up. She said with a smile that their top priority was to find out the cause of the fire, so they could consider the dancer to be the young gentleman's guests. Meanwhile, Madame was quietly riding in the carriage, but was deep in thought. She remembered that the day they abandoned Vivi had been just as cold. She was puzzled because her child was not included in the family records, due to the fact that she did not turn into a human. Madame understood that if her daughter went to the land of the Black Panthers, there would not even be a pretext to take her back. So she wanted to bring her home by any means necessary. She knew she had to do it. She knew that she had given her daughter love, betrayal, hope. At the same time, the young lady stared at her mother and wondered why her mother had done this to her. She couldn't help but love her, her mother couldn't help but hate her, and even her appearance was constantly changing, and she couldn't decide. She was furious because she realized that this made her no different from a dummy. At that very moment, the young man declared that Mrs. Rabbit, whom he knew, was a very important person. Ivrin looked at her with a smile and asked when she was going to let him go. She was surprised that he had given in to her tying him up, but he stated that she had tried very hard, and therefore he could not refuse her. Vivi sighed and asked if he wanted to change the way he addressed her while she remained in human form. He asked if she was really telling him to throw away all the memories he had accumulated so far. She wanted him to call her normally, but he didn't want that. At that very moment, the young lady was taken aback, as the boy approached her and called out to her with a smile. She looked at him in surprise and asked what was the matter. He whispered something quietly in her ear while Erwin spoke with a smile. Roselle quietly said that the Black Panther was strange. Erwin looked at the boy in surprise, as his words were offensive. He stated that he was the most ordinary Black Panther. The lady said that he was really weird and had bad energy. The boy said that he had good energy. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what the problem was. He stated that he didn't feel anything at all from Irvin V, and that this was the first time he had experienced this. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really didn't feel anything at all. At that moment, the young man looked at them gloomily. A moment later, he looked at them predatorily and said menacingly that it looked like he was caught. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. He stated that he had a special pheromone and he could see things that other people could not see. He also said that the rabbit lady had bad energy behind her. The young lady was taken aback at that moment and looked at him with horror. She wanted him to stop making jokes like that. But at that very moment, even the little child became frightened. Roselle, trembling with fear, said that he felt very bad and that the energy was very black. She was shocked and tried to calm him down. She didn't understand what all his words meant, and she didn't understand why he behaved the way he did. She didn't understand what was behind her and wondered if it was some kind of ghost. She wondered if her life was like this because of bad energy. She remembered the young man as Ahin saying that he, a boy, could not feel Erwin's energy. After all, if the werewolf's pheromone is weaker than Erwin's, then it has no effect on him. Erwin was the owner of the interference. The young lady was taken aback because she had not been so scared for a long time. After some time, the young lady lay quietly in bed, but she was tormented by nightmares. The young man looked at her in surprise because he knew she was a coward. But at the same time, he did not understand how she got to the rabbit lands in the first place. Ahin looked menacingly at his experience of a little rest and told him to know the measure of jokes. Erwin asked for forgiveness and stated that he had gotten too carried away in his conversation with the lady and had forgotten himself a little. He said with a smile that this was all proof that the lady had threatened him as a weakling and that she had tried to dig up dirt on his master. Erwin stated that she would certainly try again in the future, so he told the gentleman that he had to decide up to what point he could tell her the information. The young man told his subordinate that he could tell him everything except the fact that, unfortunately, as a child, he had carried a toy rabbit around everywhere. At that very moment, he picked up the boy and asked how long he would hang around the lady. Roselle was taken aback and began shouting at the young man to let him go. Akin smirked and told the boy not to struggle, otherwise he would have to eat the warrior. The boy was taken aback and burst into tears. Ahin told his subordinate to get ready, as he and the lady would soon be heading back to the estate. Akin also said that he would remain on the estate for a few more days. Erwin smiled and said that he would prepare the carriage, but he also asked the gentleman if he could untie him. Roselma, with tears in his eyes, asked if the warrior was really leaving. Ahin said with a smile that the warrior must go to the lands of the Black Panthers in order to protect them. He was shocked and shouted that he didn't want this. Ahin said that he would let them spend the rest of the day. The boy immediately became happy. Sometime later, the young lady and her companion were sitting in the garden, but she was puzzled. She knew perfectly well that she was a were-rabbit, and she looked at her companions who were surrounded by rabbits. She understood that everything was clear with the boy, but she did not understand why the terrible predator was surrounded by rabbits. And yet, she was confused, because the rabbits ignored her. Achin looked closely at the little rabbit and told it to sit still because it was ticklish. Vivi sighed heavily and wondered if she could really wander around the area as she pleased. Her companion assured her that she didn't need to worry. She asked if she didn't have to meet the head of the rabbit lands. He smiled and said that it was true. He also stated that the lion imagined her as a dancer, and it would be strange if a simple dancer went to meet the leader. She was surprised and did not understand why he suddenly called her a dancer. But at that very moment, she understood everything and was filled with embarrassment. Her companion asked in surprise why she was embarrassed, but she said that she was just hot. He looked at her in surprise because she was hot, but for some reason she covered herself with a cloak. Akin sighed heavily and asked if she was hiding something from him. The young lady was taken aback, not knowing what to answer him. Roselle approached the young man and asked him to show his fangs. Roselle looked at the sharp clicks with surprise, while the young man said that he was going to bite him now. But the young man only laughed at such a threat. Vivi stared at them, as it was the first time she had seen a boy smile like that. But the young man also surprised her, as he was very reserved. She couldn't help but laugh, as this was something new for her. But at that very moment, the young people looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she was suddenly laughing. Roselle said with a smile that he saw beauty. She smiled and asked if he was talking about her. He said with a smile that he was. Ahin looked intently at his companion and declared to the boy that he had the eye of the diamond. Looking at the young lady, he told Roselle with a smile that he would definitely become an important person in the future. She looked at her companion in surprise and wondered if he too thought she was beautiful. At that very moment, she looked away from him, as she again became fixated on the words of the predator. She understood that she had begun to think in vain. She understood that her companion would one day get married and have children because his coming-of-age ceremony had already passed, and nothing terrible would happen even if he had a bride tomorrow. She assumed that his companion would be a noblewoman with a good pedigree from the lands of the Black Panthers, or perhaps a girl from another kind of werewolf predators. She understood that she was definitely not fit to be his companion. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was talking to the rabbit in her mind, but she sternly said that she was not communicating with him. Looking at the young man, she stated that even in the form of a rabbit, she could not communicate with ordinary rabbits. She assumed that he would start making fun of her again. He was surprised and amazed, as she had already understood what he was going to ask. The young lady was taken aback, but looked at him with a smile in the same mix. After all, in reality, she wanted to be next to him, but she also wanted there to be no one else next to him except her. Vivi looked at her companion and asked where he got the wound on his face. He sighed and stated that he didn't know where she was from either, but at the same time, he didn't see anything scary about her. Vivi wondered if she had scratched him without realizing it when she had been trying so hard to get rid of the mark on her neck that morning. She was taken aback because she knew he didn't know about all her actions, so she could change the subject. The young lady looked at him intently, as she wanted to talk to him about something else. He said with a smile that if she was so worried about him, she could heal him. At that very moment, the young man took her hand and kissed it with all his tenderness. He smiled and asked her to heal him. Vivi froze for a moment in embarrassment. She was very confused, but at the same time angry, because he was saying similar things again. He looked at her with a smile and said that she wrinkled her forehead, and at the same time she had a funny expression on her face. Vivi sighed and stated that she understood everything and would cure him. She also said that after this, she would turn into a rabbit. She asked if that would suit him. Ah-hin looked at his companion with bewilderment and declared that this would not suit him at all. She was surprised because she did not expect such an answer. They stared at each other for a while. Ah-hin, looking at the fleeing rabbit, said that over time, he was becoming more and more angry that he could not read the expression on her face in the form of a rabbit. He smiled and stated that when she was human, he could immediately see her face in front of him, and he liked that much better. She was puzzled, because she understood that she had asked such a question in vain. But at that very moment, the young lady was taken aback, as she saw that he lay on her shoulder. He sighed and said that he didn't see the difference whether she was a rabbit or a human, and therefore he said that she could do as she wanted. He hugged her tightly and declared that she should never disappear again without telling anyone. Ah-hin stated that every time she disappeared somewhere, his patience gradually came to an end. Vivi said sheepishly that, at times like these, she became so scared that her legs would carry her. She sighed and said that she would try not to disappear again. He said with a smile that she should have said that she wouldn't try, but that she understood everything. She sighed and stated that she understood everything. Akin said with a smile that she shouldn't be naughty. Ah-hin said he didn't know why she bribed Quinn. He took her to the underground dungeon, but something like that wouldn't happen again. Ah-hin's smile declared that he was now free of the lion's smell. Vivi sighed heavily. She didn't understand his thoughts at all, but a moment later, she announced that as soon as they returned to the room, they would have a conversation. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected such a thing. But after a moment, he stated that when she spoke mysteriously, he began to worry. He said with a smile that he did not know what the rabbit who remained alone with him in the room day after day was capable of doing. At that very moment, the young lady hit him and asked him with a smile to stop such conversations. She stated that she simply wanted to tell why she had come from the Black Panther lands to the estate. He looked at her with a smile and agreed, because he was impatiently waiting for her story. For some time, the young people sat quietly in the garden, hugging each other. Meanwhile, a young man with a joyful smile walked down the corridor, carrying a treat. He had been very busy since the morning, serving his master, and so he was constantly tormented with questions about Mrs. Rabbit. All the remaining people in the house of the head of the Rabbit Lands were visiting with burning eyes and asking him, "What an incredible dancer, Miss Rabbit!" Everyone was really interested in whether she was graceful or beautiful, like a forest nymph. They wondered if the young lords had really fallen in love with her so much that they were ready to throw absolutely everything at her feet, be it fangs, claws, or tail. They had a simple relationship with the rabbit, as they only exchanged good luck wishes with each other. But not long ago, he learned that Mrs. Rabbit was a werewolf. Yuan understood that the rabbit lady was more suited to being compared to a brave warrior ruling a continent than a forest nymph yearning for a lake. A moment later, he entered my room and saw a very interesting picture. The young man was puzzled because he did not understand what was going on at all. Yuan was immediately taken aback and said with a smile that he had brought tea that was grown in the lands of the rabbits. But at the same time, he was agitated because he did not understand what was happening at all, since the atmosphere in the room was very tense. The young master, without looking at his subordinate, told him to put the tea on the table. Ah-hin sighed heavily and stated that they had only had a small argument and that he did not need to pay attention to such things. Ah-chin, looking at the lady, said that if she was going to continue to protest, she should at least put something on, or she could protest in front of the fireplace. At that very moment, she angrily struck the chair with her fist. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. Ah-hin sighed and told his subordinate that he had better go to the kitchen. He asked if he really needed to bring more snacks, but the young gentleman said that this was not so, and he must convey that in this room there was a rabbit that had lost the will to live. The young man looked at his master in bewilderment and continued drinking tea. But a moment later, he was taken aback and asked if his master really wanted to eat the rabbit lady. At that very moment, the young lady turned around and looked at the young man with fury. At that very moment, they changed their geolocation, and a moment later, they were expressing their protest near the fireplace. Ahin glanced sideways at his subordinate and stated that he was pouring tea over the edge of the cup. The young man was taken aback and asked his master for forgiveness. Ahin told the lady that they had agreed that she would return to the land of the Black Panthers. He did not understand why she changed her mind. She sighed, not knowing where to begin. She was puzzled and didn't understand how he could only say now that she was going there after lunch. She said that she couldn't even say goodbye properly to the professor and her friend, but she wanted more time. Achin stated that there was nothing good in remaining in a foreign territory, one whose origin was unknown. Vivi quickly stood up and asked him to look after Ash as she wanted to say goodbye to the professor. He was taken aback and stated that they could have called her friends into the room, but she looked at him menacingly and stated that he should not approach her. She stated that the herbivorous werewolves needed to talk about something. The young people were momentarily taken aback by her tone. She didn't stop and quickly walked out of the room, leaving them with bewildered looks on their faces. Yuan told the gentleman that even with his eyes closed, he remained a predator and could not take part in the meeting of herbivorous werewolves. A moment later, the young man was taken aback as he saw that the young lady had returned. She smiled and asked for forgiveness for her whims, because she wanted to return with him. She was puzzled that they had arrived on rubber, so she wanted to go with him on the way back. A moment later, she said goodbye to him with a smile. At the same time, the young man was puzzled by her behavior and did not understand at all what was happening. For some time, his subordinate called to him, but he remained in a daze. At the same time, the young lady wondered if she could really leave him and go away alone. She knew that he had seizures, and therefore she was worried that he could die. But a moment later, the young lady stopped as she heard someone following her. She looked menacingly into the distance as she heard approaching footsteps, but she did not understand who was following her. Vivi walked on slowly, wanting to go to a crowded place. A moment later, she started running, as if she wanted to get to a crowded place as quickly as possible and keep her distance from her pursuer. But a moment later, she bumped into her comrade. She didn't notice him, and at that very moment, she grabbed him by the hair and started screaming. The young man described and screamed, because he was in great pain. After that, she realized who was in front of her. She looked at the young man in surprise, as she did not expect to see him. Rune said with a smile that it was too much. He asked if she would really try to pull out his hair every time they met. Rune, after listening to his friend, stated that it was possible that she was being pursued by Akina's personal guard. He also asked if she was returning to the land of the Black Panthers. She was surprised, as she did not understand how the lion knew, but he said with a smile that his name was not a lion, but Rune. She called him by name and asked him how he knew such a thing. He stated that Erwin had prepared the carriage. He sighed, because he knew that if she returned to the lands of the Black Panthers, they would not be able to see each other for some time, and he was very sad about this. She asked him in surprise why he was sad. At that very moment, the young man became embarrassed, but he did not answer her question. He was puzzled and did not know how to respond to something like this. But at the same time, he carefully chose his words, looking at the young lady. She wondered if he really liked her. At that very moment, he declared that a lot had happened to her recently, and that they had spent a lot of time together, and he was sorry that she was leaving without saying goodbye. At that very moment, he declared that if she went to the land of the lions, he would give her shelter. He looked at her with a gentle smile as he waited for an answer. For some time, he looked intently at his companion, without taking his eyes off her. Vivi looked at the young man in surprise, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She was so taken aback that she didn't expect that there would be another person who would pull her out of the basket. Looking at her watch, she realized that she needed to slowly start getting ready. Rune-hee stated that her acting was poor, and he asked if she was leaving on purpose. At that very moment, he tried to detain her, since he had not yet voiced his final thought. She did not understand what the outcome could be if he was simply interested in the well-being of another. At that very moment, the young lady threw off her cloak as she wanted to escape from his tenacious grip. He said with a smile that he could help her if she agreed to go to the Battle of the Land of Lions. He said that she herself should know that Ahin was a bad person, because he would not have locked her up if he had had good intentions. He stated that if she did not get out of the Black Panther lands now, it would be difficult to leave them in the future. Rune said that the place of the next head of the lands of predators, each of whom is greedy for power, is always surrounded by danger, and one had to be at the very center of every event. He said that his companion was hunting and surrounded her with guards, but there could always come a time when she would have to survive, relying entirely on her own strength. At that very moment, he declared that Ahin was simply a monster. He said that there was a high probability that the young man had always behaved differently in front of her. Also, looking at the wound on her neck, he stated that the young man was holding her against her will. Rune sighed heavily and stated that if she stayed there because she had nowhere else to go, he could fix it. She was taken aback because at first she thought that he was interested in her pheromone, but now she saw that this was not the case, and he cared about her sincerely. She thanked him with a smile for such offers, but still refused him. Rune was surprised by this, but after a moment he looked at her with a gentle smile and accepted her decision. He came closer to her and, throwing on his cloak, asked if he could find out the reason for her refusal. She stated that if it were not for Ahin, she would have met her death in the border forest. Even after her rescue, he always took care of her, because then she couldn't even open the door on her own. Thus, she once learned what he looked like, and himself being in a terribly vulnerable state. Vivi understood that his attacks did not last for a day or two, but he did not require her to use the healing pheromone. She looked at the young man with a smile and declared that his words were true, as it was difficult for her to be around the young master. It was hard for her to be around him, and she was confused in her thoughts and everything scared her. But now she understood that he needed her, and perhaps even more than she needed him. Vivi looked at the young man with a smile and declared that black panthers and lions were all cruel. The young man was taken aback and asked with a smile if this was really how the rabbit showed his gratitude. She said with a smile that maybe that was the case, but she was not a rabbit now, but a human being. He said with a smile that as soon as she became a full-fledged person, she should first learn to tie ribbons. Rune looked at the young lady with tenderness, because until now he had not envied his friend. At that very moment, he declared that he had not learned to give up as a child, so he expected that it would be easy here too. But this time, everything was more difficult than he thought. A moment later, their conversation was stopped as someone knocked on the door. A moment later, the young people saw a stranger. Rune told his friend that this was her personal knight who followed her around. She was scared because she didn't expect to see such a face. He stated with a smile that it seemed she didn't know who he was, but he was pleased that he knew the knight. At that moment, the young man looked at the young lady with anger and cursed. After some time, she found out who was really in front of her. She knew that werewolf birds easily change their animal form to human and back. They were, however, rebellious and preferred freedom, as they lived without attachment to any family. At the same time, she was surprised and could not imagine that the young man was a werewolf. Roselle looked at the young man with a smile and declared that he was a bad bird. Vivi smiled and told her friend that he was not just a bird, but a bird of prey. Meanwhile, Madame said with a smile that she had not seen werebirds for a long time that belonged to any genus. The lady smiled and stated that everything was correct, because the werefalcons had a terribly complex character. Vivi looked at them in surprise and wondered if everything that was happening was some kind of show for them. Moments later, the lady introduced her friend to Madame. Madame looked at her with a smile and stated that she would like to get to know her properly. Vivi smiled and said that everything was fine, and she called Madame Grandma. Madame smiled, since she had not been called that way for a long time. She looked at the young lady with a smile and declared that she was incredibly interested to know which of the young men she preferred. But judging by her actions, one could tell that she had given her preference to the young master of the Black Panther clan. She shouted that she had never given her heart to anyone, but they only laughed at her. At the same time, the young man watched them closely. He was surprised by her words, but at the same time, very worried about her departure. Roselle handed the young lady a small note and asked her to write him letters at the address. She said with a smile that she would write to him. For a while, the little boy looked at her with tears in his eyes, but she was surprised and did not understand why he was behaving so strangely. She asked in surprise if he and the young lady really had much in common. The lady told Vivi that she didn't need to worry about her new friend, as he would cope with the separation. At that very moment, she turned to Madame and called her the head. The madam looked at the young lady in surprise and declared that she had the eye of a diamond. Vivi stated that the fire was not her doing. Madame, with a smile, told the girl that she did not need to worry about it. The madam smiled and asked the young lady if she knew what a predator meant when it bit someone on the neck. The young lady walked over and asked, embarrassed, what she was talking about. She was puzzled that he left a mark on her neck, and so she wanted to know what it meant. Madame said with a smile that she must not show her trail to old Rillion. Otherwise, he would fuss about like a fish out of water. The young lady looked at Madame in bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was talking about. But moments later, they said goodbye to their new acquaintance with a smile. Vivi responded by saying goodbye to them and stating that she would definitely contact them later. After some time, she looked at everyone present in surprise and asked if they had really returned in such a group. Vivi was puzzled, as she felt like Quinn was about to peck her and her companion to death. She sighed heavily, as she knew the trip would be very stressful. Ahin looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she looked like a puppy that had gotten wet in the rain. She was puzzled and did not understand why she was not a rabbit, but a puppy. But at the same time, she wondered if he would not go with them. He sighed and stated that he had some things to do and would leave a little later. She wanted to know when he would leave, but at that very moment he declared that he would most likely arrive tomorrow. The young lady was puzzled and did not understand why he needed to bother himself so much, since she wanted to go with him. The young people looked at them intently. He asked if she really wanted to go with him because she didn't want to go with them. Akin thought for a moment about the whole situation, and a moment later he said with a smile that her ears popped out from the top of her head. She was taken aback because she had expected something like this. And at that very moment, she checked herself and shouted that this simply could not be. He said in all seriousness that it might have been the tail that came out, not the ears. She looked at him, scared. But after a moment, she checked to see if the tail was still out, and she asked why it had become naughty again. Ahim smiled and asked for forgiveness, and stated that he simply could not go back with her. At that very moment, the young man asked for forgiveness, as his hands weakened and he threw down the documents. She looked at her companions in bewilderment and asked why they were looking at him like that. Ahin told her not to pay attention to them and asked if she wanted to tell him anything else. Vivi asked her companion about the marks he left on her neck. She wanted to know if there was any other meaning to his actions. He smiled and stated that of course there was, but also said that she had bitten him on the neck without even knowing it. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. She did not understand what was being discussed. He stated that the mark had disappeared because she had bitten him weakly, but if she wanted, she could bite him again. At that very moment, she hit him because she wanted him to shut up. He froze for a moment, not expecting such a strong blow. She was taken aback as she hit him in the face in front of everyone, even though he was the next head of the family. Everyone present froze in shock, as they had not expected anything like this. At that very moment, the young man looked away from her, embarrassed, and asked her to hit him again. She did not answer him, and at that very moment, closed the window in front of him and declared that they had to go. The young man watched them intently for some time. Meanwhile, Erwin was telling the young lady that it was the first time he had heard his master apologize to anyone, as he never even bowed his head. At the same time, he told the young lady that if she tried to escape, she would become a salad that would be served for breakfast, along with broccoli and mordvin. She was furious because she knew they weren't even going to bother cooking anymore, and were just going to eat her raw. Iron stated that she was not the only one the young master had sheltered, since Quinn had fought with Bara and was almost dead, so the master had sheltered him. She was surprised and asked if he had really attacked the Black Panther in the form of a falcon. Erwin smiled and said that he had, and it had been a rather stupid decision. Erwin said that was why the gentleman had taken the rabbit in, and when he brought it home, he had ignored it and never visited it. She was surprised that he communicated with her in a special way. But at that very moment, the young man told the lady that she had come to them in vain. He stated that the young gentleman had taken her in and saved her life, but then she should have run away immediately. A moment later, everyone was taken aback as the carriage began to shake violently. The young lady was in shock, not understanding why the carriage had stopped, and wondering if they had been attacked by wolves again. Moments later, they realized that the path was blocked by bandits, and they intended to deal with them quickly. Quinn Iscosa looked sideways at the bandits, assessing the situation. Ash, in turn, looked at them warily as he prepared for battle. Erwin looked at the young lady with a smile and said that she could hide in the hat for now. He was saying that they didn't have time and she had to make a decision quickly. At that moment, she was taken aback and asked if he had understood what he himself had said, as she was in human form. Moments later, the young lady also felt a shudder run through her entire body as someone closed the window from the outside. She didn't understand why they were sitting with her instead of fighting outside. She didn't understand why they were so calm, although she clearly heard the sounds of a struggle. She understood that the attack happened before they entered the Black Panther's territory. Plus, they were openly trying to protect her. She ran away and, looking at the young people, wondered if she was the target. The young lady was very scared and didn't know what to do. She was confused and did not understand who was targeting her. She understood that this was the man who had the opportunity to organize an attack on the carriage, returning to the land of the Black Panthers before crossing the border. The man who knew who she was and what ability she had. And a man trying to use her and ignoring her opinion. She understood that only her mother was such a person. She couldn't believe that her mother was capable of such a thing. At the same time, she remembered how Ahin said that he still had things to do, so she should return first. Vivi was very scared and wanted to stay next to him. She wanted to know what he needed to sort out. She didn't understand what they were thinking, putting her life on the line. A moment later, the young lady broke the window. They were taken aback and looked at her with bewilderment and horror. Vivi, trembling with fear, said that they should not approach her. She knew there was a reason why the window was closed, but she could smell an overwhelming pheromone. Erwin was in shock. He didn't understand what she was thinking and what she was doing at all, since she knew it was dangerous. She looked at him intently and asked what he was doing. She was furious and wanted him not to lie to her, but to tell her straight out. She asked if the young master was really here. She said that if he didn't answer her, she would check everything personally, and she intended to jump out of the window. He was taken aback because he realized that the young gentleman had mentioned such efficiency when speaking about the young lady. At that very moment, he asked for forgiveness and stated that he had a non-disclosure order and could not tell her anything. Vivi shouted menacingly that if he touched her with even a finger, she would never say a word to him for the rest of her life. At that very moment, Quinn looked menacingly at the young people and at the same time hastened to take the dagger out of its sheath. The young men were shocked as he drew his blade. Irin tried to stop the young man and calm him down. Erwin said that if he hit the young lady, her body would be wounded. But Erwin protected the young lady with his body. Quinn took aim at his friend, who was taken aback. Moments later, the young lady also looked closely at the werewolf and called out to him. Without wasting a minute, she snapped her fingers and applied her pheromone. At that very moment, the young people sensed her pheromone. A few seconds later, they fell with a crash and fell asleep. Vivi glared at Irvine and stated that her attack had only one purpose, and she was aiming at the falcon. The young man was taken aback, as he did not know where she had learned such a technique. She looked at him intently, but said nothing. A moment later, they stepped out of the carriage, and the young lady saw that all the mercenaries were lying on the ground. She quietly stroked her friend and called him. Meanwhile, the young man ran in a hurry to his mistress. He shouted at her to leave immediately. But moments later, Madame saw the young man fall to the ground with a crash. She was shocked and didn't understand how he found out about this place. Frozen in a daze, Madame stared intently at the young man who was slowly approaching her. She was shocked because she didn't understand how he knew about something like this. The madam, horrified, said that he had no right to so brazenly threaten a representative of noble blood from another territory. He asked in surprise, "Doesn't it concern her, since she gave the order to attack the young lady's carriage?" She was shocked and screamed that she didn't understand what he was talking about. He came closer to her and said that they could imagine that he too had no idea about the attack on her carriage. She asked angrily if he really thought that he would get away with harming a noblewoman. He stated that she would soon cease to be one. He spoke with their burning eyes that her head and most of his children had transgressed the law, and soon her family would be destroyed. The lady was shocked and screamed that this was nonsense. She did not understand how he could say such words so easily. At the same time, they turned around because they saw a small rabbit. He looked at the rabbit with a grin, as he saw that it had a sly little face just like Vivi's. Ahin looked at the rabbit with a smile and asked if he had really come to see this spectacle. A moment later, the rabbit ran up to the young man, and at that very moment he sat on his foot. Akin looked at the rabbit as he did not expect this, but a moment later he looked menacingly at Madame, as he wanted to continue their conversation. The madam was furious, because she understood that the person in front of her was simply a psychopath. At that very moment, the other rabbits ran up to them, waiting to see what would happen next. The madam asked angrily what he was talking about. She did not expect that the head and his children would come to see the crime. He sighed heavily and stated that he would ask her a question first, since she had gone through a lot of trouble to lure her to this place. He asked how much of the medicinal decoction that contained the resin of the blom tree she had given Vivi. He stated that if he heard the proper answer, he would tell her how her daughter became human. She was shocked and did not understand why he was so interested, but he wanted her to not waste time and start answering. She sighed and stated that until she was 4 years old, she gave her daughter the decoction a few times. He was shocked, knowing she was very ill. Even so, they continued to give her the infusion. He stated that it seemed she thought that the reason the girl's conversion to you was delayed was due to the effects of taking the medicinal decoction. She screamed that this medicine was a miracle, which was secretly created in the territories of herbivores, and all the children who took the decoction calmly turned into humans. He angrily declared, Madam, that it was not a miracle drug at all, but a narcotic. He said that while the girl was constantly sitting in the estate and was an aristocrat, her murder would cause unnecessary trouble. Madame was furious and shouted that he could not blame her for trying to get her child back. Ahin screamed furiously that if her Kyrie hadn't died, she wouldn't have even looked at Vivi. The madam screamed furiously that he should not dare to reproach her for the death of a child, while he was furious because her daughter could have died in the stomach of a black panther. But at the same time, Madame did not even regret what she had done. He shouted that they could end it here. He said he expected he would start to hesitate after talking to her because she was the mother of a girl he cared about. She screamed furiously that he had not answered her question. She wanted to know what he meant by destroying her kind. He sighed heavily, and at the same moment he looked intently at the rabbits. He stated that it was about the recent fire at the head's estate, since she herself knew that the fire broke out in their document storage, where the records of the export of the clan enterprises were kept, which included the Revian clan. He asked what the head of the clan was doing when the fire broke out. He did not understand how the head could leave her, his wife and partner, alone. She understood that this could not be, since he, in principle, always cared only about his own well-being, without thinking about others. She was scared and wondered if he had started that fire. Madame sighed heavily and asked if that was the reason he suspected the head of their family. Ahin said with a grin that perhaps she had another problem, much bigger than this one. He stated that Chief Aemon was investigating the merchant clans in connection with the fire, and that she had moved the export documents believed to have been burned in the fire to another safe location in advance. He looked closely at Madame and asked whose handiwork this was. He stated that the product that her son was delivering before his death was also a drug, and that besides the young man, there were also other children who were able to control fire. Ahin made a deal with the head of the Rabbitlands. He said that for information about the origin of the drugs, he would receive 2 heads, hers and her husband's. The madam froze in place, as she did not expect to hear anything like this, but she stated that if her family was destroyed, her daughter would also be in a distressing situation. He said it was ridiculous since she wasn't even on the family register. He said her daughter had already left the Rabbitlands. Ahin swung his sword and angrily declared that whether her family was destroyed for this reason or not, it would not affect her in any way. Madame was taken aback, and at that very moment she screamed. She asked for mercy. A moment later, the young man looked away as he felt someone's presence. They were taken aback when they saw an inconspicuous rabbit who was watching them intently. Vivi and her friend were watching this situation closely, and at that moment, she hurried towards them. Madame was in shock and did not understand why her daughter turned into their rabbit again. Ahin sighed heavily. He looked at her intently, because he did not know when she would finally show herself to them. The madam, taken aback, reached out to her daughter and called her. But the young lady only turned away from her mother and ran up to the young gentleman. He sighed heavily and asked if she was happy. The madam was shocked because she saw that her daughter was just leaving. She did not understand why her daughter became a rabbit again. Akin, looking at his companion, said that she might be angry that he acted alone and again did not tell her anything. He said that when she sat like that, he became afraid that he would later have to crawl under her feet. The young lady reached out to him, wanting them to go home, and tears came to her eyes. He looked at her in surprise, but there was still a smile on his face. At that very moment, he took her in his arms and declared that she needed to rest, as they would soon be in the lands of the Black Panthers. After a moment, he smiled and announced that it was time for them to return home, while Madame looked after them with a puzzled expression. It was just a coincidence that she turned into a rabbit in that forest on the border. While she was wandering around looking for something, she came across a herd of rabbits on my way. At the moment when she saw a small, weak, and moreover, wounded baby among them, she simply could not pass by. She saw a rabbit who could not speak of his pain, and at the same time, she did not want to become the same person as her mother, who said that the death of the weak is nature's natural selection. At the same time, she thought that there were still a few more attempts to use pherenium. At the same time, the young lady did not expect to be irrevocably turned into a rabbit. She did not understand where she had made such a big mistake. When she used the pheromone in the rabbit leader's house, she activated pherenium. And when she found the young gentleman next to her mother, she thanked God that she was in the form of a rabbit. She looked at the squabble of the native people with bewilderment, but she saw their true feelings and was glad that she remained unnoticed. After all, it was then that she completely rejected all ties with her native home. But at the same time, she was surprised and did not expect such a reaction from the young master. After some time, he wondered in confusion why she had heard all his words. He tried to look after his reputation after that day. She began to avoid him. He was shocked and confused, as he did not understand why everything happened this way. Erwin sighed heavily and told the gentleman that if he was going to slander, he should look for Quinn. Akeem looked at his assistant with fury and asked if he needed to be reminded who he served. Irina wrapped herself around him and declared that the master was abusing his power. Ahin angrily told the young man that he had forgotten to punish him for letting Vivi escape in the Rabbit Lands. The young man was taken aback and shouted that he could not do anything about it. He screamed that Hawk had pointed a dagger at the young lady, and he had let his guard down trying to stop him. Erwin screamed that, despite the fact that the lady begged for mercy, he continued to mercilessly swing the dagger. Ahin looked at Hawk with fury and asked if he had really forced the lady to beg him for mercy. The hawk was taken aback and began to fidget and coo, but it was all in vain. At that very moment, he fell to the ground with a roar. Erwin was taken aback and shouted that, be that as it may, her young lady had learned to aim the healing pheromone. He didn't know what to do now. The young gentleman asked in surprise if it was really his mother who had taught her such a thing. Erwin said he didn't know, but maybe she was just lucky, and it happened involuntarily due to a stressful situation. But she definitely mastered the basics. Akin was taken aback, since he had not yet thought about introducing her to a tutor. He understood that he needed to quickly find a tutor among the herbivorous werewolves. But the young man suggested that his master ask his mother for help. Akin asked what had happened to the Revian family. Irvin stated that an investigation was currently underway, and they said that it might even be difficult to ruin their family. Ahin let out a breath he didn't like. He knew the lady would worry about them even more, so they should end it here. Irwin said with a smile that it was a good idea. Irwin sighed and stated that he was going to talk to the gentleman about Bar. Ahin sighed. Since it was unknown what the panther might do to the lady in the future, he had no choice but to shoot the beast. Irwin sighed and stated that this was not what he was talking about, and that what he wanted to talk about would require the help of the young master. The young master looked at him in surprise, but his subordinates told him to look at everything himself. A moment later, they saw the young lady in rabbit form with Bara. Irwin looked into the distance and declared that they were now having a duel. The young gentleman was surprised and did not understand who gave them permission to do such a thing. Irwin stated that this was the wish of the rabbit lady. Ahin knew that the girl could not wish for such a thing, but at the same moment, he asked his subordinate if he really knew about what was happening. Irwin stated that the lady seemed to have learned that the panther only obeyed those stronger than her, and so she wanted to use the pheromone on her. Akin stated that the girl planned to use only a pheromone that caused drowsiness, but he also asked the young man why he had ignored his other question while they were closely watching the duel. Meanwhile, the formidable panther looked predatorily at the little rabbit. The young men understood that if they interfered in the duel, they would become younger or very angry. Ahin asked them if he should stop the panther if the young lady couldn't cope with the pheromone. Irwin said he didn't think the young lady would lose, but he was still worried about her. At the same time, the young people saw how she concentrated her power. Irwin was sure that she would one day become a general. Without wasting a minute, the formidable panther pounced on the defenseless rabbit. Vivi hesitated for a moment and looked at her enemy in surprise. But moments later, she easily jumped away from her opponent. She landed with the same ease and grace. But a moment later, she rose up in the air with fury and dealt a terrible blow to her opponent. Thus, she only irritated the terrible panther. Bara immediately pounced on the rabbit, but Vivi easily jumped away. The panther was furious as her opponent easily dodged every blow. A moment later, the young lady stopped and looked menacingly at her opponent. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, as the panther did not refer to his opponent at full speed. Ahin S. stood frozen in shock as he saw the terrible panther approaching the defenseless rabbit. But moments later, the young lady used her power. Bara froze in place for a moment, but a few seconds later, the terrible panther fell to the ground with a crash. Vivi looked at her opponent in surprise and intently. At that very moment, she turned around and looked at her comrades. A moment later, she became delighted, as she was glad that she had defeated her opponent. She jumped for joy, as she was sure that everyone saw her small victory. She happily rushed to her maid, while everyone looked at her in surprise. Erwin looked at the young lady with tears in his eyes, as he was able to discern the moment of glory. At that very moment, he declared that the young master could have mercy on the panther. Erwin looked at the young gentleman in bewilderment as he stood frozen in a stupor. He nevertheless broke the awkward atmosphere and asked the gentleman what was wrong with him. But the young gentleman could not utter a word. A few minutes later, he saw that the menacing panther was circling affectionately around the young lady. As he left, he sighed and declared that they would postpone getting rid of the panther since the lady had shown who was the boss among them, so they could consider the panther a member of the family. After some time, Vivi was resting lying on the table, and she felt relieved. She understood that if she had not done something like this, the young master would have gotten rid of the panther. Previously, she felt that her pheromone was inferior to the other predators, but it still knocked everyone off their feet. Now, she realized that her pheromone was much stronger than Erwin's. Moments later, she was taken aback as she saw the newspaper headline, which stated that she was involved in a love triangle. Last week, a ball was held in the Rabbitlands in honor of the lion's birthday. Many guests gathered for the celebration, including herbivores, but everyone at the ball was amazed by the dancer. The reason why the eyes of high society were directed towards the beautiful dancer was that Ahin and Rune did not share the girl. Everyone was shocked because the young men said that they had feelings for the dancer. She was shocked, and because of this, she shyly tore up the newspaper. Akin looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really fighting with the newspapers now. She looked intently at the young gentleman, but did not answer him. At that very moment, she was taken aback and remembered how he had told her mother that he was not indifferent to her. She was confused because she knew he had said something like that, but at the same time, he stated that she was a girl who was not indifferent to him and not a rabbit. At the same time, she wondered, looking at her companion, how one could be so handsome. At that very moment, he announced with a smile that she had a nosebleed. Moments later, he took the pen in his hands and declared that she should leave, as she frightened him, because she had the face of a pervert. Vivi was puzzled, as she understood that he himself had seduced her with his beauty. He said with a smile that it was now too late to pretend that this was not so. He asked with a smile if she wanted to sleep. Vivi was very embarrassed, and the thought that he cared about her would not leave her head. She wondered if she could show all her feelings towards him if he said something like that. At that very moment, she used her attack of cuteness on him. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what had happened. He looked at her in surprise and wondered if she really didn't want to sleep. He sighed and said that they would study some more, and then he would go to bed. At the same time, the young lady was puzzled because he did not understand her at all. She was shocked and did not understand how he could not understand all her feelings. She jumped back in embarrassment, and at that very moment, the ink that was on the table spilled onto her soft fur. He sighed and stated that he had no idea that she had decided to become a spotted rabbit. Vivi wondered, puzzled, if he was just pretending not to understand her. A moment later, he stated that he remembered she was reading a book that talked about ways to tame predators. He stated that efforts were, of course, good, but if she had started all this because of the bar, then she would be better off giving up such reading. He said that the author of the book was a werewolf goat, and even the content, which advised grabbing the predator by the tail if it resisted, was complete nonsense. The young lady was puzzled because she realized that she had read a stupid book, and in doing so, she was actually risking her life. At that very moment, he approached her and declared that he was also a predator, but the young lady did not understand what he meant. He sighed heavily and asked Togo if she would like to try to tame him. Vivi froze for a moment and looked at him, puzzled. At the same moment, he declared that he was easily tamed, so she should no longer go on secret dates with Leo. Vivi was taken aback and froze for a moment, but after a few minutes, she wondered if he knew she was dating Leo. She understood that their relationship was not at all what he thought it was. Vivi knew she could now give him the answer he wanted to hear, so she moved closer to him and gently touched his face. He was embarrassed by this, because he did not expect such actions from her. But a moment later, he pushed back his chair and hurried to leave. The young lady was in shock because she fell. She did not understand what had happened, because she had only gathered up her courage and done such a thing, and he had already turned away from her. Akin, looking away from her, asked if she wanted to sleep, since it was already late in the evening. At this, the young lady looked at him and noticed that he was very embarrassed. She looked at him in surprise, as she had not expected this. But after a moment, she laughed and thought that he was a cunning predator. Madame looked closely at Vivi and declared that she had developed a spot that was not there before. She looked at her with a smile and declared that she was still cute, even though she was dirty. The lady said with a smile that she wanted to offer her something. She asked, how about studying with a home tutor? At least for the sake of her future. Valens said she would be able to gain a foundation in etiquette and education, as well as learn how to regulate pheromones. She stated that it would not be too difficult if she suddenly became human, and Madame noted that she was also a good groom. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect that Madame had seen her then. She was shocked because the lady saw her in an indecent state. Madame looked sadly at the young lady and asked if something she had said had really upset her so much. She said that if the lady didn't want to study with a tutor, she would cancel everything because it was just a suggestion. If she didn't want it, then there was no need to force herself. She sighed because she understood that everything was very complicated. She wished that there was a person who would raise the language of rabbits. At that very moment, the maid asked for forgiveness and said that Vivi simply wanted to appear before the day in her best light. Madame was surprised, but at the same moment, the lady confirmed the maid's words. Valens said with a smile that she didn't care about her appearance at all, and that she didn't need to worry about such things. Madame said that the lady remained her close friend, who kept her company in her once lonely tea parties. Valens stated that she would take care of the tutoring herself, and she already had a candidate as an example. Mr. Rillion was the dean of the academy, and he had a lot of knowledge and was well-versed in many areas. The young lady was puzzled at this, for she knew that her teacher would be the most difficult person to get along with in the house. She remembered how he looked at her menacingly and said that his grandson himself did not understand how much he needed her. She understood that he was a very difficult person, but she still wanted to be friends with him. After some time, the young lady finally appeared before the man. The gentleman looked closely at the rabbit and noticed that she did have proper manners after all. He introduced himself and stated that he was Idas's father, Grace, the husband of the head of Valens, and concurrently the grandfather of the young master. And he also held the post of dean at the academy. Mr. Rillion said with a smile that before class, he wanted to ask her something. He gave her a short article and asked if the werewolf rabbit that was mentioned in the article was really her. The young lady was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. After a few seconds of her explanation, he asked if she was really a were-rabbit, but not a nymph. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't believe the headline right away. She understood that he was, of course, right, but for some reason, her mood had disappeared. A moment later, he announced that he needed to know her reading level to continue his lessons. She understood that the moment she had been waiting for so long had arrived. A moment later, he began asking her various historical data, and Vivi gave him the answers without fail. He was surprised by this, and at the same moment began to ask about something else, and she again gave him the correct answer. The man looked at her intently, as he knew this would not be easy, but she wanted him to continue asking her for historical data. For a moment, he began to bombard her with new questions, and she continued to give the answer just as clearly. Vivi, in turn, was not going to give up so easily, and every time she answered him correctly. After some time, the man was breathing heavily, as he was surprised that she had not made a single mistake. She looked at him intently, as she had not expected this. He sighed and stated that she had tried hard, and all the answers were perfect, and his young lady was very happy. He looked at her closely as he realized that she had enough qualifications to take a leading position in the academy. But at that very moment, he realized that she was even a step higher and so talented that she could qualify for early graduation. He knew he had to do everything in his power to make her spread her wings and fly. Moments later, he shouted that they would now begin with the lesson. The young lady, in turn, did not lag behind him, as she wanted to continue the lessons. Meanwhile, Vivi quietly watched the young gentleman from the window. She was confused and didn't understand what was going on, because she saw that everyone was wearing black. And at the same time, she wondered if today was some kind of special day. She was surprised because Mr. Rillion stated that there would be no classes. And at the same time, she saw that the young master was somehow strange. She knew he wasn't sick, but he tossed and turned all night, and she kept saying that she needed to find out everything as quickly as possible. After some time, she came across knights, but they said that they would not let her through. She reached out to them and asked them to let her through. They looked at her in surprise and asked if she was really interested in their clothes. She nodded in agreement, but the young people immediately exchanged glances between fate. They knew that there was no point in hiding something like this, since all the inhabitants of other lands knew about it, and since she asked so, they could tell her. The men said that today was the anniversary of the death of the head's husband and the father of the future head, Mr. Edis. They stated that the young man died from a chronic illness. Vivi was shocked because she realized that today was the anniversary of the young master's father's death. Edis Grace, who was the husband of Mrs. Vellens and the father of Achin, was said to have died at a young age from a chronic illness. She didn't understand what illness he had, because even in the family, few people knew about such a thing. She understood that the young master was now suffering from attacks that no one knew about. She remembered how Lord Rillian had said that her grandson, without realizing it, needed her. After some time, the young lady was sorting through her things, but at the same time she scolded herself as she knew that she should have first found clothes and then turned into a human. A moment later, the maid informed the lady that in times of emergency, there was room for her in the master's dressing room, and she could use the dressing room. Entering the dressing room, she was taken aback as she had not expected anything like this. But at the same time, she realized that the master was still a cunning predator. She didn't expect him to prepare something like this for her, since he didn't tell her anything. A moment later, she sighed heavily, as she was exhausted just from getting dressed. A moment later, she was taken aback as she heard some kind of knock. Turning around, she saw a hawk, and at that very moment, she reached for its neck. The young lady looked at the hawk with a predatory expression and declared that they had not seen each other for a long time. He was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. But after a few minutes, he was already sitting in his cage. Vivi stated that this happens if he neglected the were-rabbit. She looked at him intently and asked if he was interested in how she turned into a human. In addition to the cases of contact with medicinal decoctions, her pheromone also came into conflict with the strong pheromone of a werewolf predator and then reacted and exploded, which is how she became human. If she makes her own pheromone explode, she will be able to turn into a human without anyone's help. As she left, she said that she would let him go when she returned, knowing that if he was not locked up, he would snitch to Ahin again. Later, the young lady gave him some snacks as a gift. She was glad she had dealt with him, but in turn, standing in front of the door, she wondered how best to get out, because there were knights behind the door. At that very moment, she saw Bara. Vivi asked if she was asking her to sit on her back. Vivi was touched by this, as Bara offered her his back. A moment later, the knights looked around in surprise. They looked at the hawk in bewilderment. And at the same time, the young people wondered what was going on, since their intuition told them that something would happen soon. Not even a few minutes had passed when a young lady, riding a black panther, flew out into the corridor. After some time, the young lady was already in the greenhouse. She sighed heavily as she realized that she would no longer be able to sit on the back of a black panther. A moment later, she sighed heavily and asked the knights for forgiveness. She bowed and stated that they were working hard, but she had some business in the greenhouse and therefore wanted to pass. The young man was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. Vivi, in turn, only called the knight. She sighed and stated that she got stomach pains when she ate carrots, especially problematic if he constantly gave them to her when no one was looking. She said he always cut it up small so she could eat it comfortably, so she knew he had no bad intentions. At that very moment, she turned to the other knight and declared that he should stop calling her Mrs. Rabbit. A moment later, the young lady left the knights, who were in complete shock from what they had heard. She entered the dungeon and saw the gentleman. He looked at the young lady in surprise. At the same time, he noticed that she was leading black panthers behind her, as if she herself were a werewolf panther. At the same time, the man stated that she was not a nymph, since no nymph would walk around with disheveled hair. Vivi was taken aback as she realized that she should have worn all black and brushed her hair. The man sighed heavily and asked her to sit down as he wanted to do her hair. He smiled and stated that she had touched his hair during their first meeting, and it was time to repay her for her beautiful braids. Vivi was embarrassed by this, and at that very moment, she said that she would like a forest nymph's hairstyle. He smiled and said he appreciated her willingness to challenge her, and a moment later asked if she had done her homework. The man sighed heavily and said that she looked innocent, but at the same time, he did not understand how she could spend time with his grandson. The young lady in turn only laughed, but said nothing. A moment later, she said that she came to him because she wanted to ask him something. He sighed and said that she could call him grandfather, since his grandson, unfortunately, called him old man. Vivi agreed with him with a smile. At that very moment, she said that she would like to talk about what he had said earlier, that his grandson needed her. She asked if he knew then that her scam was of the healing type. He fell asleep and stated that when she arrived at the estate, he had a burn on his wrist, and this scar could not be removed by any means for a long time. But after that incident, there was no trace left of him in your office. Having encountered such a pheromone, for the first time in a long time, he began to sit in his office without leaving, conducting various studies. And in the end, he found out that she had a healing-type pheromone, while he stated that it was a rare pheromone by nature. He said that she must not have understood how to control it herself, and that all the suspicious events that had happened so far were caused by her pheromone. The gentleman said with a smile that this was the reason he wanted to become her teacher, because he was going to teach her to freely control the pheromone. He also said that this desire did not arise in him out of simple sympathy, because he wanted her to help his grandson. He also asked what kind of relationship they had, but the young lady was very embarrassed and did not know what to answer him. He stated that she could not answer, since everything was already visible on her. Moments later, he asked her if she knew what day it was. Vivi sighed and stated that today was the anniversary of the young master's father's death. The man stated that this is true, and today is the anniversary of his son's death. Their family was considered a high-ranking noble family, but his son lacked a lot to become a head husband. His handsome face was barely enough to make him the headman's lover. But in the end, he still became her husband. But unfortunately, he was very weak. Perhaps because he had an unsuitable pheromone. He was almost constantly bedridden. Unfortunately, his body couldn't withstand the submissive-type pheromone. They all felt relieved that Achin had strong blood of the head of Valens. Otherwise, he would also be bedridden most of the time. Mr. Rillian looked at the young lady and asked if she had heard of pheromone attacks. At that very moment, she was taken aback as she realized what was being discussed. He stated that his son left their world when his grandson turned 6 years old. The man told her that she didn't need to worry because his grandson had inherited excellent blood and he hadn't had any seizures. But she knew that wasn't true. After some time, the young gentleman was informed where Mrs. Rabbit was now. Without a moment's delay, he announced that he was heading to the garden. He turned around and glared at the hawk, as he had told him to protect the lady and not eat the strawberries in the cage. Quinn knew that one wrong move and he would get into a lot of trouble with Bara. Ahin was puzzled and wondered how the girl became human, but he understood that she should have waited for him and not run away. He was furious and wondered how much longer she planned to make him worry. At the same time, the young people were quietly talking among themselves, discussing this topic. But a moment later, they were taken aback and greeted the young master. They hastened to tell him everything, but he had no intention of listening to them. But the young knights followed him and informed him that the young lady had left. A moment later, the young man entered the greenhouse and saw his grandfather, who was quietly sipping tea. He looked at his grandfather in bewilderment and asked what kind of appearance he had. He asked where the young lady was. Mr. Rillian stated that the girl had left, and they seemed to have missed each other. And he also asked his grandson to give her the cloak. Lord Rillian also inquired about the lady's lineage, as she was poor in etiquette. Ahin sighed as his grandfather began talking about the engagement again. The man looked menacingly at his grandson and declared that if he had behaved normally, he would not have had to grumble. He stated that the girl came from a middle-class aristocratic family, but he intended to ensure that her family fell. Mr. Rillian, in turn, choked on his tea after his grandson's words. He yelled at his grandson that he was just crazy. The man stated that, since she was a mid-level noblewoman, she had a good pedigree. At that very moment, he was taken aback and asked his grandson where he was going. But his grandson, leaving, said that he was returning home. The man was furious because his grandson did not respect him at all. But at that very moment, he sighed heavily, as he hoped that his grandson would be healthy. He remembered his son, who always greeted him with a radiant smile. The man was puzzled, as he understood that he would not survive another loss. After some time, the young man entered the castle, and this knight greeted him. A few minutes later, he burst into his room. However, looking around the room, he saw no one. He approached the hawk and asked menacingly where the young lady was. Quinn was taken aback, and without wasting a minute, he pointed with his wing to where the young lady was now. Ahin quickly looked in the indicated direction and saw that the young lady was sitting quietly under the table. Coming closer, he realized that she was crying. The young man quickly covered the hawk, and at that very moment, he hurried to the young lady. He called her, but she did not respond, and he noticed that her arm was injured. He sighed heavily and asked what his grandfather had told her. He sighed as he realized that he was right. He saw her reach for her hand and begin to scratch it, and the young man shouted that she shouldn't do that. He reached out to her, but she pushed him away. He was puzzled because he wanted an answer from her. At this, the young man was taken aback, as he saw that she was looking at him with alienation and tears in her eyes. Vivi looked closely at her companion and asked why he hadn't told her earlier. He looked at her in surprise and said that she should explain what she meant. She remembered the man saying that his grandson had not yet had any seizures. She was puzzled, as she understood that her grandfather did not yet know that his grandfather was suffering from seizures. She asked when he started having attacks, since she knew that his father had died from attacks, but even then, his grandfather did not know that he suffered from something similar. At that very moment, he reached out to her, as he saw that she had begun to scratch her hand again. He told her that she shouldn't do something like that, because she might have a wound on her hand. She asked angrily if that was the problem now. She was furious that he had kept silent about his problem. She screamed furiously that he should have at least told her about something like this. At that very moment, she was taken aback and froze mid-sentence. He looked at her in surprise, as if he wanted to hear the continuation. Numb with shock, she said that it could all end in his death. Bursting into bitter tears, she asked why he hadn't told her about something like this. He sighed heavily and, his expression changing, asked what she could do if he told her about something like that. At that very moment, the young man reached out to her. He approached her and quietly whispered her name in her ear. But a moment later, he approached her neck and stretched out his sharp fangs. She froze in front of us, as she became scared. But without wasting a single minute, she pushed him away. She was in shock and trembling with utter fear. Ahin. She looked at her companion and noticed that she had turned pale. She looked away and asked where they had left off. He asked if he had told her about the attacks, what she would have done. The lady hesitated, not knowing what to answer. Trembling with fear, she began to choose a word. At that very moment, he asked if she was afraid of him. The young lady did not answer him, but only began to tremble even more. He imagined, looked at them, and sighed heavily, because he realized that he was right. At that very moment, he stood up and said that they would talk later. She was in shock and knew he shouldn't leave like that. She knew it was just instinct and she didn't want to avoid him. She wanted him to just look at her. At that very moment, she grabbed his hand and asked where he was going, because they had not finished yet. She said that she was helping him. Vivi said that she had already calmed down the attack with her pheromone when he felt bad. He smiled and said that everything was correct. But after a moment, his face changed, and he asked what was wrong with Togo, since she couldn't really turn into a human, but she wanted to abuse her ability in order to heal him. He smiled and said that she was so afraid of him that she couldn't even breathe, but she was still going to help him. Ahin said that she needed to take care of herself first. At that moment, he asked how she became human, but he was taken aback when she grabbed his clothes. The young lady quickly pinned him to the wall and declared that he was a stupid predator. She was furious and looked at him with confusion, rage, and tears in her eyes. Ahin froze in place from shock and surprise, as he did not expect anything like this. They stared at each other for a while. At that very moment, Ahin sighed heavily and, looking away from her, asked her to calm down. But she grabbed his face and pulled him towards her. He froze for a moment, and at the same time tenderly touched her hand with his lips. At that very moment, she declared that she had turned into a human by her own powers, and that she had summoned the pheromone herself. He was surprised and asked if it would hurt her next time. At that very moment, she hit him in the face. She screamed that, as he had said, she could not turn into a human until she reached that age. She screamed that today she was able to become a human, and at the same time she could not say exactly when she would become a rabbit again. She screamed that she also had a pheromone attack, and it happened because she simply overdid it with the use of pheromone, or because of the drug. She screamed that he couldn't control it, which is why his attacks happened unexpectedly, but the fact that her pheromone helped him was an obvious fact. She screamed furiously that he himself was not able to control such things, and therefore he needed to take care of himself first. Ahin was shocked by everything he heard, but he could not answer all her reproaches. Vivi looked at the young man with a smile, and at that very moment suggested that they look for a solution together. She wanted to find something that would help her get rid of the attacks, and at the same time, she wanted to try to learn how to control the pheromone normally as quickly as possible. She said that he could tell her sex, since when his attacks began, because there could be some pattern. The young man looked at her intently, but said nothing. At that moment, he sighed heavily and asked if she really didn't think that he could have brought her to his place to use her pheromone. She sighed and said that if you say you haven't thought about it, you'll be lying. But she knew that if that was all he had in mind, he wouldn't have called her the girl he cared about. She said that if he had such a goal, then now she didn't care, because she survived only thanks to him, and now she wanted to help him and thank him. Akin asked if they couldn't find anything that could relieve his attacks, whether she would help him every time they occurred. She smiled and stated that if she hadn't intended to do it, she wouldn't have even mentioned it. Ahin kissed her hand and asked if she was really ready to do such a thing. Despite the fact that she was afraid of him, she sighed and declared that she would help him all her life. For a moment, she said she needed to make amends. Vivi Yi touched his lip tenderly, causing the young man to freeze in shock. A moment later, she touched his fangs. Trembling with fear, she said with a smile that now she touched his fangs and did not even lose consciousness. She said that if she tried, she would stop being afraid of him later. At the same time, he saw that she felt very ill when she touched him. But moments later, he kissed her hand tenderly. The young lady was taken aback and said that she understood that he had deliberately said nasty things out of concern that she would overdo it with her ability. She told him that he shouldn't worry, because even without his words, her life is more important to her than anything else. She said that for this reason, she would take care of herself first and then help him, and he didn't need to worry about it. She said that she would never leave him until his attacks stopped. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he lifted her up and pulled her closer to him. He kissed her tenderly and asked how he should take what she had said. Vivi was confused and didn't know what to answer him. He asked if she would really spend the rest of her life with him, if his attacks would torment him for the rest of his life. She froze for a moment in embarrassment, as she did not expect such a question. He smiled and asked if he was really right. She was shocked, because she understood that he was just a cunning predator. He said with a smile that she was the only cunning one here. He said with a smile that he could never have imagined that the next head of the family would crawl at the paws of the rabbit he had sheltered. She sighed and stated that he had never crawled at her paws. At that very moment, he asked if this was really so. She said he had never done anything like that before, and only yesterday morning he said he would add it to the salad. At that very moment, the young man kissed her tenderly. Akin said with a smile that from now on he would crawl, since he had nowhere to go. A moment later, the young lady looked at her companion with embarrassment as he came closer and closer to her. A moment later, he moved even closer to her and touched her tenderly. But at that very moment, he noticed something and could not help but laugh as the young lady became embarrassed and pursed her lips for a kiss. Vivi opened her eyes as she realized that nothing had happened. And at that moment, she saw that he was trembling, covering his face. She got scared because she thought he was having another attack. She asked him if he was okay, but at that very moment, he burst out laughing right in her face. He screamed that he saw her face, which was filled with anticipation. He understood that she was just a lustful rabbit. Vivi looked at the young man with fury, because she understood that she would simply kill him herself soon. She immediately turned her gaze away from him and declared that he should move away from her. Akin, with a satisfied smile, reached closer to her and asked where she was going. She stated that she had a lot of important things to do, and it was time for her to go. A moment later, Ahin announced that they had important business left, and without wasting a minute, he kissed her tenderly. After a few minutes of kissing, the young lady pulled away from him and became embarrassed. He asked with a smile if she was against it. Vivi shyly shouted that she didn't mind. He smiled and said that she should open her mouth. At that very moment, the young lady obeyed his words. Ahin looked at her with a smile and kissed her again tenderly. For some time, the young people lay on the damp ground and kissed each other. After a moment, she pulled away from him and asked for a little time. He was surprised because he didn't understand what had happened. But the young lady said that she was just having trouble breathing. Akin said that this basically makes it hard to breathe. Vivi was shocked and didn't understand what he was even talking about. She wanted them to rest a little. He asked with a smile if she really just wanted to rest and not stop. Hugging his companion, he said that she was just a cunning rabbit. A moment later, he asked if rest was necessary. The young lady was confused as she realized that her companion had become strange and also cunning. She was confused and didn't understand why he was okay, because she felt like she had been running with all her might. He said with a smile that he had never felt anything like it and did not know, while he opened his mouth, preparing for a new bite. She was puzzled and didn't understand what he was doing at all. But at that very moment, she saw his fangs on her body. A moment later, the young lady could not bear it any longer and fell unconscious. He looked at her with a smile, as he was surprised and puzzled by everything that was happening. Achin called the young lady, but it was all in vain. A moment later, he realized he had made a mistake and bitten her. Sometime later, he looked intently at the lady who was lying quietly released. At the same time, she writhed in her sleep, as she dreamed that he was biting her again. Akin looked at his companion with a smile. He knew that when the morning came, he would call the designer, as he wanted to completely redesign her wardrobe to suit her. He remembered her saying that when he had an attack, she would use the pheromone no matter the time. Ahin looked at the lady tenderly as she made a sweet proposal. But he was puzzled and didn't know if it would be right to stabilize his condition with her pheromone. The last time he had an attack, he felt as if his submissive pheromone had been absorbed by the lady's settling pheromone. Moreover, he could not control his own pheromone, and he was afraid that it might frighten her. But he saw that she was brave, and despite the fact that she was a coward, she did not back down. But he also understood that it would be safer if he distanced himself from her. Akin sighed heavily, as he understood that he had to think about this too because of the pheromone. At that moment, he sighed heavily and wondered what his father was thinking when he left his mother alone. He understood the complexity of the situation, but at the same time, he didn't know what to do. But he saw a sleeping young lady who was beckoning to him and who was repeating his name. He sighed heavily and asked his father what he should do in this situation. The next morning, the young lady was fidgeting nervously in her bed. She was puzzled because she knew that if she had been more persistent, she would have been able to find out about his attacks. At that moment, she remembered his lips, and throwing them out of her head, she realized that she could hide her true feelings. At the same time, Ash looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand her behavior. A moment later, he jumped onto the bed, causing the young lady to jump unexpectedly. She looked at him with a smile and declared that she was not in any pain at all and that he did not need to worry. A moment later, she greeted Bara with a smile, but the bar turned away from her and growled menacingly, and the jeweler wondered if she really didn't like her yet. Mamie Room told the panther to get off the bed slowly. Vivi looked at the maid in surprise and asked where the young master was now. The maid reported that the head of the family had called him, and she also told the girl that she had brought a newspaper from the rabbit territory that she had spoken of earlier. She wondered if there had been no article about the terrible incident that had happened at the chief's mansion. She knew there had been no mention of the fire, but she wanted to know what had happened to her family. She wondered if Madame had decided to sort everything out secretly. Vivi sighed heavily as she realized that this was all simply useless. She thanked the maid for bringing her the newspaper, but said she didn't need them anymore. Vivi looked at the maid with a smile and asked if she would tell the young master about this. She stated that she would not report such a trifle to him. The young lady was very glad about this. At that very hour, the maid informed the lady that guests would soon be arriving, so she should get ready without wasting a minute. She took the young lady in her arms. Vivi was very confused and did not understand what was happening at all because she was a human and could move independently. Meanwhile, the man angrily asked his colleagues where in the world there were fields. He told them not to say such things and to get to work quickly. But they told their leader that he had not seen her yesterday because she was completely different from the members of the Black Panther family. They said that he also secretly wanted to visit her. They asked if he was not interested in knowing what she looked like in human form. After some time, Madame entered the dining room, where her relatives were waiting for her. Achin looked menacingly at his grandfather and declared that he was talking nonsense. The man stated that he is free to say whatever he wants. Moments later, Madame joined them and slammed the table to silence them. They looked at her in surprise, as they did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, she introduced herself to them. Moments later, she angrily declared that she felt ignored in her own home. Mr. Rillian was shocked and did not understand what she was talking about. He wanted to know what kind of bastard dared to do something like that. Madame Grosno stated that Anna alone had not seen her. He was puzzled and did not understand what was being discussed, but his grandson stated that she was talking about the nymph that everyone was discussing. The man was taken aback and froze in place, as he did not understand who they were talking about. Balance stated that her father met her in the greenhouse, and she spoke of the rabbit nymph that was ringing in every corner of the estate. She was puzzled and screamed and asked why he didn't leave her a portrait of him, how she ran, riding Bara. Madame said she didn't know when the lady would turn into a rabbit again, so she wanted to meet her before the meeting started. Valen stated that she would not contact him, so they could start with the meeting. Madame stated that his birthday would soon be coming up. He sighed heavily and said that he knew perfectly well what she wanted to say. He knew that everyone at the banquet would be talking about the young lady, so he wanted to think of a way to introduce her to them. Madame remarked with a smile that her son knew her well. He said that they could shut everyone's mouths, as he did not want to see her being discussed. The lady asked if she should speak out on this matter. Ahin asked if she would be okay if they used the lady for political purposes. Madame only laughed at his words. She looked at her son with a smile and declared that he knew well how much she treasured the little ball of fur, so he could leave all the questions to her. Ahin said with a smile that, in that case, her action would be a birthday present to him. Mr. Rillian Sill said that the girl is very smart, so she will get used to the life of an aristocrat. But if her origin is a problem for them, then he will force a good family to adopt her. He said with a smile that she had round features and was very cute, so the elders would like her. Everyone looked at him in surprise and asked if he was drunk. Mr. Rillian looked at his grandson with fury. The young man stated that he found it hard to believe that his grandfather could have become attracted to the lady after only a week of training. He asked his mother when she had managed to teach her how to direct the pheromone during use. The lady was surprised and asked what he was talking about. She asked if it required any special training. He thought that her grandfather taught her before she went to her lands. The man said that he did not do this, since he could not even approach her. At the same time, they were puzzled, because they did not know who had managed to teach her such a thing. Akin understood that it would be difficult for her to deal with something like this alone. He knew she had a high-level pheromone, and yet he wondered if the lion had taught her that. He was furious because the lion had reappeared in his sight. Meanwhile, the young lady stood quietly at the window and waited for the young gentleman. Ahin's birthday was coming up soon. Vivi was puzzled and wondered what she could do for him. She knew she had to give him something, but it had to be a thoughtful gift. She wanted to ask him what he wanted when they met, but she hadn't seen him for a long time. At that very moment, she began to wonder how her birthdays had been. She remembered that when she was little, she was given a party hat. But as she grew older, she stopped receiving congratulations, so she did not know what and how to do. A moment later, all her thoughts disappeared as she heard some strange sound, and she was scared because she didn't understand where it was coming from. She thought it was probably a hawk, but listening more closely, she wondered who was there. A moment later, Erwin announced that it was him. Opening the curtain, the young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to see anything like this. She asked in surprise how they had gotten to her. Erwin sighed heavily and, staggering, stated that he had climbed onto the balcony in his true form. For a while, the young lady looked at them in surprise, not understanding what was going on at all. She was in shock and did not understand what they wanted from her. But at that very moment, she hurried to close the door. But Erwin propped the door up, preventing her from closing it. The young lady froze in place and trembled with fear. She did not realize when the genre changed to horror. At that very moment, his expression changed, and he declared that he had come to her on a very serious matter. Vivi was taken aback, and, trembling with fear, asked what exactly he had come to her for. At that very moment, he asked her if she had quarreled with the young gentleman. She looked away from him in embarrassment and said that they had quarreled last night, but she knew that it had ended with a kiss, so it could be said that everything had been resolved. She stated that they seemed to have made up. He looked menacingly at the young lady and stated that she didn't look like they had made up, and he also said that tails were cut off for lying in the lands of the Black Panthers. Vivi flinched as she didn't expect to hear that. At that very moment, she declared that she was not lying. He sighed heavily, as he understood everything, but asked if they had made up. She was shocked and didn't understand why he was worried about something like that. Vivi said that he could tell her everything straight because she would listen to him. She said that he would be angry with her. At that very moment, he sighed and declared that the young gentleman was behaving strangely. She looked at him in bewilderment and asked what was so serious about it. At that moment, they looked at her menacingly. She sighed and asked for forgiveness, and also asked him to continue his story. Erwin reported that at first, the young gentleman gazed thoughtfully out the window, and then began to read a book that he had previously not even wanted to touch, and then he began to responsibly do paperwork. She sighed, because this already sounded serious. Erwin also reported that the young gentleman praised him, and he even spoke flatteringly about his chatter. She was shocked, as she realized that this was already serious. Erwin stated that the young gentleman behaved like a completely normal person, and he only behaved like this when he was in a bad mood. The young lady was taken aback and wondered if he was in a bad mood. She was scared and wondered if her kiss was that bad. At that moment, she froze, because she realized that he liked everything. She wondered if he could be offended by the fact that she got angry and yelled at him, but at the same moment, she assumed that she had put too much pressure on him. Erwin stated that he even looked into the kitchen to see if she was there, because the young gentleman had left the office early today. He said that he assumed that baked rabbit would be served on the young gentleman's table today. She was taken aback because she knew that this simply could not happen. Erwin looked menacingly at the young lady and asked if she had any guesses. She said, embarrassed and thoughtful, that she grabbed him by the collar of his clothes, but her grip was not very strong, but on the contrary, weak. The young man explained that he had not expected to hear anything like that at all. At that very moment, she screamed that it was because of her that he hit his head on the table. They were shocked and understood that this was a terrible story. At that very moment, Erwin said that she should leave the door to the balcony open. He sighed and declared that this time, the young master could really come for her soul. Erwin said that if the master behaved normally with her, she should immediately turn into a rabbit and run away. He said that the hawk, despite his slight inadequacy, would not abandon her in such a situation. He said that he was afraid of the possible consequences, so it would be better for them not to fly to his room, and it would be better for them to go to the lady's room. Vivi asked what he meant by a normal attitude towards her. He said that the young master can behave like a gentleman. At that very moment, the young people were taken aback as they heard a noise outside the door. Vivi screamed as she realized that the young master had already returned. She turned to them and shouted at them to run away quickly. But at that very moment, she saw that the young man had transformed into his animal form. She looked after them, puzzled, because she understood that he quickly realized that he needed to run away. A moment later, the young man bowed to the gentleman and was about to leave. Vivi thought for a moment and wondered what would happen if the young man behaved normally. She imagined this picture in her head, and she wondered, what if he spoke to her politely? She didn't know what to do if he behaved gallantly towards her. Meanwhile, the hawk looked at the young lady with puzzlement as he saw that she was already deep in thought. She understood that she had to calm down, because help was already ready outside. She knew that if he behaved normally, she would immediately run away. Vivi understood that Madame and Grandfather would never abandon her. A moment later, the young lady was taken aback as she saw the young gentleman in beast form. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she had expected something completely different. For a moment, the young lady stared at the young gentleman who stood next to her and yawned. She didn't know what to do in this situation, and a moment later, Ahin simply jumped onto his bed and lay down quietly. She slowly approached him and asked if he had had an attack. She realized that he was avoiding repeating her questions from yesterday. Vivi looked menacingly at the young man and asked what he had done. She wanted to know why he was angry with her, but he just looked at her with a smile and winked. She came closer to him and looked intently into his eyes. At that very moment, she reached for his tail and asked him to calm down. But a moment later, he took his tail back, and she was taken aback as he brushed her off. Vivi knew she had to calm down and talk to him softly, kindly, and calmly. She sighed and calmly stated that yesterday was the anniversary of his father's death. And instead of comforting him, she began to interrogate him, so she asked for forgiveness. But he only snorted in response. She looked at him menacingly, as she just wanted to hit him. The young lady was shocked and wondered if it was always this hard to talk to animals. She knew she had to restrain herself because she couldn't go to jail for murder. Now she realized that he had always endured this. Vivi couldn't stand it and said that he shouldn't be angry. She wanted to know what was the matter. Venya saw that he was writing something with his tail in the air. A moment later, he said that she was a cheating rabbit. She was taken aback and angrily asked why she was a cheating rabbit. At that very moment, she looked at him with fury and asked why he had turned his butt towards her. She screamed that she would hit him. Vivi screamed and demanded an explanation from him. Otherwise, she would have beaten him up good. At that very moment, he began to draw words in the air, and she read the lion's name. He said that since she had not told him about the lion, he would not tell her anything about himself. At the same time, the young lady was furious. She did not understand where the logic was here. She shouted that these were completely different situations. She said that she had not hidden anything from him at all, because since returning to the head's estate, she had never met Lev. At that very moment, she saw his menacing gaze after she called the lion by name. Vivi was shocked and said that this was a complete upset. She wanted him to say directly what he was not happy with. She was puzzled and did not understand what was going on and why he was acting so strangely. She wanted to know what he had heard from the hawk or from Erwin. She didn't think anyone had heard their conversation before she left. At that very moment, she wondered if they were really talking about dancing. He was taken aback, and at the same moment, he looked at her with bewilderment. He was shocked and hoped that she wasn't doing the rabbit dance, which even he had never seen in front of Leo. At that very moment, he looked at her sullenly, and the young lady realized that the end had come for her. She shouted that she didn't want to dance. Vivi sighed and stated that she simply needed to tell the lion that she would soon be turning into a human. And then she was very worried that Togo herself, without noticing, used the signal that they had previously agreed on. She sighed heavily and asked him to look at her, but he refused her such a request. Vivi, looking at him, declared that the next time she turned into a rabbit, she would definitely dance in front of him at least a little. At that very moment, he beamed before her eyes. She sighed heavily, as she was glad that he finally looked like himself. She asked if everything was okay now. A moment later, the young lady said that he could now turn into a human, because she wanted him to answer her questions. But at that very moment, she saw that he had no intention of doing something like that. She was furious at his actions. Vivi began to scream with rage that he was just a vile predator, and at the same time, she spanked him on the softest spot. He only purred in response, and she screamed in embarrassment that he should not enjoy this. After some time, the young man woke up in a cold sweat late at night. He was puzzled because he realized that the periods of relief were becoming shorter and shorter. He was in shock and wondered how his father ever coped with this disease. A moment later, he turned around and saw a young lady next to him who was sleeping peacefully and quietly. He was taken aback for a moment and froze in place as he saw her thin neck, while his heart was beating very hard. The young man was tormented by thirst, and his heart was burning. He understood that if he bit her neck, he would definitely be able to quench his thirst. The scent penetrated straight into his heart, and he understood that it was a healing pheromone. He wanted to immediately absorb her sweet pheromone without a trace. But in turn, the young man restrained himself as best he could. He knew he had to act differently and let go of all thoughts of absorbing her pheromone. Moments later, he came to his senses and realized that he had almost harmed the young lady. He looked at her intently, as he saw that she was sleeping quietly, not even suspecting what he wanted to do with her. Ahin touched her face tenderly, and she purred softly. He looked at her tenderly because he was afraid of losing her. He understood that she was still a little ball of fur, who could have died the very second he looked away from her. He knew that she might try to escape from him as soon as she turned into a human, and at the same time, he understood that she might simply fall in love with a lion and leave him. But he wanted to do something that would keep her close to him. More than anything in the world, he was afraid of losing her. And more than anything in the world, he liked her concern about his attacks. He was pleased that she was simply interested in his health. Because of her kindness, she learned more about his attacks, and he understood that because of this, she felt love for him. Achin understood that if it was just sympathy, as long as it came from her, that was enough for him. Ahin sighed heavily and told his subordinate to leave immediately. Moments later, the hawk appeared in his field of vision. Achin was puzzled because he had not ordered the hawk to guard the balcony. He did not understand why it was doing something that he was not commanded to do. Achin looked at the hawk in surprise, as he saw that he was afraid to answer his questions. At that moment, he sighed heavily and declared that, unlike Erwin, showing gentleness in front of Madame Rabbit was not his style. The hawk looked away, but did not answer his master. The young man sighed heavily, for he realized that when he looked at the hawk, he saw her young lady in the form of a rabbit. At that very moment, he declared that as punishment for his willfulness, he would not receive any strawberries for a week. Hawk was shocked by this. At that very moment, the young man announced that he had work for the hawk. He looked menacingly at the bird and declared that he must deliver the letter straight to Rune. The hawk nodded quickly to his master, and a moment later he fluttered into the sky and flew away holding the letter in his beak. Vivi, not him. Ahin looked at the hawk with a smile and declared that he, like no one else, knew who he really was. The hawk understood what his master was talking about, and at that very moment he flew off to carry out his instructions. Several years ago, Ahin met the second son of the Magnients family. The election of a successor took place in the territory of Lviv. Leona Maniens was the leading candidate, and everyone understood that there would be no major disagreements. As a precaution, they were allowed to remain in the Black Panther lands for a while, in case the allies of one side decided to put Rune's life in danger. At the same time, the young man was puzzled. He did not understand how long he should remain inactive. He did not know what he should do. But in turn, he met the heir of the Black Panthers. He saw before him an insatiable boy who got everything when he wanted something. He sincerely envied him, but at the same time, he said that he slept hugging a nasty toy, although he was already an adult. He was surprised that everyone called him the next head of the Black Panther lands. Ahin looked at the boy with fury and asked how dare he, who knew nothing about rabbit charm, say such a thing. At that very moment, he pulled the toy towards him and declared that he should look at it carefully. Rune was taken aback and shouted to his comrade to immediately remove the ugly rabbit from him. Ahin looked at his friend with anger, since his rabbit was not at all ugly. He hit his new acquaintance several times and declared that he should immediately repeat his words. Rune couldn't bear it and burst into tears at that very moment. Erwin ran to his master and asked him to calm down. He shouted to the young master that he had to attack quietly and secretly, otherwise he would get it from the adults. Achin looked at his comrade with anger and asked why he had called the lion's name before his own. He was angry because he did not know whose side his comrade was on. Erwin was taken aback, and a moment later declared that he was on the winning side. Ahin was shocked by such a statement, and at that very moment, he threw his toy at his friend and declared that he was a petty traitor. Erwin looked at the young gentleman with tears in his eyes and said that this was too much of him. Rillian burst into their room and asked what was going on as he heard a child crying. Akin, in turn, only snorted, looking displeasedly at everyone present. A moment later, he sighed heavily as memories of his childhood encounter with Leo came flooding back. He knew that Leo had said back then that he couldn't stand rabbits, but now it was the other way around. But he didn't want to let him get what he wanted. Sometime later, the young man received a letter from his dearest friend, who wrote that if he showed his face again at his birthday party, he would kill him. Rune was puzzled by the contents of the letter, but he did not understand why his friend wrote such a letter to him at all. Leston sighed and stated that since the young gentleman had written something like that, they might not have gone to the celebration. After all, they didn't have to go to such an event at all, and he also stated that they could have sent other relatives. Rune sighed and told his assistant that it was impolite of him to look into someone else's correspondence. The young man was taken aback and shouted to his master that he was speaking seriously now. He said that he had already thought about something like this, because the Black Panther territory where Mr. Erwin lived was extremely bad soil. And what's more, there had been a lot of gossip about them lately. He was worried that his master might be in the spotlight because of the upcoming event. Rune, of a different opinion, said that he could meet with a forest nymph, but his subordinate said that he was still a lion, and a lion could not be afraid of a rabbit. A moment later, the young people, puzzled, screamed in limbo. Leston, looking at the young lady, greeted the heiress of the family. She looked closely at the young people but did not answer. A moment later, she stated that they could have avoided the hassle and simply gone to the reception, since such visits were the direct responsibility of allies. She looked menacingly at the young men and declared that she had decided to become an ally precisely because of them. Rune was taken aback and asked his sister to let them go. She said that in this way, they would be able to win in a direct confrontation, and he would no longer have to figure out who to chase. Leston, in turn, was taken aback and declared that he had to go about his business. Rune looked away from her and stated that he didn't know what to do. She looked closely at her brother and wondered if it was all about the nymph from the rumors. At that moment, he was taken aback, and she saw the expression on his face. After a moment, she finally let go of the young people, and they breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her brother intently and declared that he should simply go and steal the nymph that he treasured so much. She said that once he had her, his sister would take care of dealing with the madman from the Black Panther clan. Rune was taken aback for a moment and froze in place. A moment later, he sighed heavily and asked if she hadn't noticed that he had returned home completely alone. He stated that the nymph had already driven him away, while his assistant froze in shock, as he had expected something completely different. Leston was shocked and did not understand when she managed to drive him away. He did not understand why she drove him away, and therefore he wondered if his master had been driven away right from the Rabbitlands. Rune sighed heavily and asked his subordinate how many times he needed to be told that she had simply driven him away and that all other questions were simply pointless. The young man was puzzled and shouted at his master that he should have asked him for advice, because knowing him, he could have told her something very strange. The young lady sighed heavily and asked what good was his face, which he was proud of, since he had suffered defeat. She shouted angrily that since it was useless, then he should take his original form and perform his mating dance. At that very moment, she threw the young people out. They were puzzled because they did not expect such a thing from her. Leston sighed heavily and declared that he would definitely have a bruise after the beating, but a moment later, he asked the gentleman how he felt. Rune, in turn, wondered if he should return to his lion nature and actually perform the mating dance. He laughed as he realized that the rabbit would be able to do the pirouette. After some time, the young man slowly got ready. Vivi looked at him in surprise and wondered why he was getting ready on his own. And at the same time, she asked what he was talking about. He said with a smile that he was talking about his first pheromone attack, which happened at the age of 15, and it happened right after the coming-of-age ceremony. Vivi was shocked by what she heard. She asked how many years he had been putting up with this, but he said with a smile that she would find out the rest herself. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. He smiled and said that he was too busy and didn't have time to dance now, but she would still go ask his grandfather or mother for such information. At that very moment, she stood in front of him and stopped him because she wanted to have a normal conversation. At that very moment, the young man knocked on his master's door and announced that he had a very busy schedule today, and therefore, it was time for him to go. But the young lady only looked at him menacingly, as she had no intention of letting him go anywhere. He looked at her with bewilderment and asked why she was following him. She sighed heavily and said that he should just figure it out for himself. Vivi said they had been going out to do errands together lately. She screamed that he could just put her in his pocket. The young man froze in place in surprise, as he did not understand how he was supposed to do something like that. He asked in surprise if he should really put it in his pocket. And at that very moment, she realized that she had said something absurd. He looked at her with a smile and said that he couldn't do this now. Vivi sheepishly stated that she knew about it herself. He smiled and said that she was now too big for his pockets. She walked away from him embarrassedly and shouted that she was well aware of this, and she also stated that she was just joking. For some time, the young man stared after her, and after a few minutes of reflection, he declared that he knew what he should do. Vivi turned around and looked at him with a smile as she waited for the issue to be resolved. Leaving the room, he called his assistant. The young man bowed at that very moment, awaiting an order. A moment later, Ahin shouted to his assistant to immediately bring some kind of bag. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what his master was talking about. Ahin looked at his assistant with all seriousness and declared that he should bring some kind of bag, be it a bag, so that the young lady could fit into it. Vivi stood there dumbfounded for a moment, but a moment later she asked, confused, what he was even talking about. Achin's father, Edis, died very young, although he survived a pheromone attack at the age of 18. But the young gentleman's first attack occurred at the age of 15, which was too early for him, and the young lady wondered how much he had suffered from loneliness and fear in the face of death. She really hoped that she would be able to help him soon. She understood that she would do anything, even if it meant sacrificing her human form. She understood that she would take the form of a rabbit, in which it would be easier for her to control her pheromones. She wanted to throw all her efforts into healing him. After some time, the gentleman told the young lady with surprise that her desire to study was simply excellent, and he did not spare praise for her. He sighed and stated that the healing pheromone is divided into soporific, anesthetic, and healing. Moments later, he stated that she should first use anesthesia on the hawk, which was now next to her. At that moment, the hawk was taken aback and looked at the little rabbit with a puzzled expression. A moment later, the man said that she should use her pheromones on Erwin, who was in the hallway, because he was a moving target, and she needed to be especially careful not to miss. She only received praise from the master, and after a moment, he declared that this time, she should try to shoot the pheromone at them, in as short a time as possible. A moment later, the young lady met Ril. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she was dressed like that because of the young master's upcoming birthday. He said with a smile that she was very sweet and that the hat suited her very well. But the young lady was puzzled, as she wanted him to answer her questions first, as she had a lot to do. He briefly wondered if the young gentleman had been acting strangely, sighing heavily. He claimed he hadn't even known anything like that. He said that the young master always greeted his subordinate with joy, and at the same time he was happy when she dirtied the paper with her front paws and put her imprint on his documents. He wanted to create a special seal for the rabbit. A moment later, he told the young lady everything about the young master, and she looked at him, puzzled. She sighed, as she realized that she had received some kind of answer from him. She knew that the young gentleman always behaved very strangely. Ril looked at the young lady in surprise and asked if those were all the questions. She touched him with a smile, as the first interrogation was over. After some time, she visited Yuan, and Vivi wondered if he knew about his master's forests, but he only said with a smile that in her cloak she looked completely different, just like a real detective, and this made him very happy. She was shocked by his answer, And at the same moment, Ash and Vivi growled menacingly, looking at the young man. He looked at them in surprise and asked if they really wanted to know about the day the young master took on his true form. She winked at him with a smile, which was spot on. He sighed heavily, as he understood that this was a very difficult question, because in fact, he did not know when exactly the young master had approached him, since the end of the working day was approaching, and his only duty was to accompany the master to the bedroom. She sighed heavily, as she understood that this was very suspicious, because he said that he turned around just to scare her. She understood that if he had done it on purpose, then he could have taken human form already in the bedroom. At that very moment, she was so taken aback that she understood. She wondered if he had had a seizure that day before he came into her bedroom. She looked at the young man, wanting him to tell her immediately more about what had happened that day. A moment later, Erwin entered their room as he brought documents to his master. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and growled. He shouted to his master that Mrs. Rabbit had attacked everyone with her sweetheart again. He shouted and called for his master to come immediately and see everything with his own eyes. At that moment, Lord Rillian peeked out from around the corner and asked who was attacking whom. At that very moment, the gentleman saw the young lady in the form of a rabbit. She was taken aback as she realized that she had to run away faster. At that very moment, she mounted Baru, and they raced on at full speed. Mr. Rillian was furiously shouting at the young lady to stop, as she had attacked the servant and was now going to turn the whole house upside down, while she knew that her interrogation was over. After some time, she visited Madame, and Madame said with a smile that she had been expecting her at about that time, because in her house it was she who could give her the most exhaustive and desired answer. The Madame told the young lady with a smile that she had probably come to ask her the questions that had been bothering her, but to which she had never found an answer. She asked the young lady with a smile to come closer to her. At that very moment, Madame's expression changed, and she declared that in order to get what she wanted, she had to pay the exact price. After a few minutes, Madame Tiazzolo sighed heavily as she finally got the young lady in order. She looked at the cute little bunny with a smile, as she noticed that the translation was quite difficult for her. Vivi was shocked as she was dressed up as a ballerina. She looked at Madame in bewilderment, as she did not understand why she had dressed her like that. But at the same moment, she realized that Madame wanted her to dance. The Madame sighed heavily and stated that her son had told her that the young lady had danced before Leo. Vivi, in turn, wondered why Madame had dressed her in such an outfit and why she had raised such a topic. She looked with horror at Madame, who looked at her with a joyful smile. Vivi was puzzled by everything that was happening, but at the same time, she understood that the inevitable was waiting for her. A moment later, she gracefully pointed her toes and moved as if she could feel the wind with her whole body. She was moved by pure and sincere girlish feelings in her heart, and at the same time, she fluttered like a bird in the sky. She wanted everyone to look at her, because it was her dance. Madame, in turn, rejoiced, looking at the little rabbit, since this dance was inimitable. She said, with tears in her eyes and a gentle smile, that the young lady was indeed talented, as the rumors said. She said that at their banquet, she would look perfect. Vivi was shocked and knew it was very shameful, but she wondered, what if she had lost consciousness and only woke up now? She just wanted to hide so no one would see her. The madam looked at the young lady with a tender smile and thanked her for such a thing, as she had not had such fun for a long time. She stated that Vivi showed her a delightful dance, and now it was her turn to repay her. Valens looked closely at the young lady and asked if she really wanted to know about her husband and the pheromone attacks. Vivi nodded in response, as that was the main question that interested her. The lady smiled and stated that her son had just recently confessed to her that he had actually been suffering from seizures for quite a long time. She stated that there was no cure for it, and for this reason, he hid the truth from her. Vivi was surprised that the young man actually told his mother about something like this. For a moment, Madame looked at her and asked if she knew anything about the limits of the suppression pheromone's power. The madam stated that this was a pheromone that even her son, who was the heir of the family, was unable to control because the limits were so unknown. She knew that with the help of this pheromone, it was possible to control someone else's mind. The young lady was shocked. She didn't expect to hear something like that. She stated that her husband tried not to resort to the power of the suppressive pheromone due to the difficulty of controlling this enormous power. At the same time, she stated that her son, on the contrary, could easily be controlled by pheromones from early childhood, and perhaps it was all thanks to genes. She knew that no matter how easy it was for him to use the pheromone, while there was a risk of an attack, he shouldn't do it. But taking the position of the future head of the family and not using it was extremely difficult. She knew the reason why her son had experienced his first attack at an even earlier age than his father. Madame sighed and stated that at some point, the anesthetic pheromones stopped working on him. She realized that this was most likely the reason why he constantly tried to hide from them when he had seizures. She screamed and asked her husband to stay in the bedroom, but he did not listen to her. She knew that her husband was a very stubborn man, but later, in the midst of another attack, he closed his eyes forever, and their son became the first person to find it. She smiled and stated that her son often played with his father, was fine, and that was why something like this happened. The madam looked at the young lady with a gentle smile, but a moment later, she was taken aback and asked why she was crying. Vivi raised that the lady was very strong, but she was not like that. Madame looked at her tenderly and wiped away her tears. She said with a smile that her son had since drawn his own conclusions, and what had happened to his father had shown his possible fate. She knew that he was a smart boy from an early age, so no matter how hard she tried, she could not hide the truth from him. Madame stated that after his coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 15, he suddenly told Tema about her remarriage. She was shocked by this because she knew that he was healthy and alive, but his words were equivalent to a request to get a new receiver. That same day, their first quarrel occurred, but as it turned out, the reason for this was his first attack. Madame understood that she was irresponsible then, since he was born with a much healthier body than his father. She was sure that the attack should also begin later than his father's. Vivi looked at Madame intently, as she didn't want her to cry. Madame sighed and stated with tears in her eyes that as the head of the lands, she was obliged to create a new successor to avoid risks, but she was unable to do so. She said that the very thought of it made her feel as if she were losing her son, just as she had already lost her husband. She loved them both more than she could have imagined. After some time of their sad conversation, the madam looked at the young lady with a tender smile as she saw that she had fallen asleep, and at the same time, she realized that in such circumstances, it would be better for her to wait for the arrival of her son. She stared at the rabbit for a moment, but moments later, she told her guards to relax, as she had no intention of harming their mistress. Valens sighed heavily and, looking at them, declared that it was still a wonderful quality. A moment later, the young gentleman burst into his mother's office and looked at her menacingly. He approached her hastily, as he knew that his companion was next to his mother. The madam looked closely at her son and told him to be quiet, as she had given her a hard time today. She wanted the baby to sleep peacefully. At that very moment, he quietly lifted the young lady. Achin glanced sideways at his mother and stated that he assumed she had told her everything. At that very moment, he sighed heavily and wondered how he could be with her. The lady froze for a moment as she saw that her son looked as if he was ready to give his all to the little rabbit. She sighed and stated that she felt very sorry for the baby as she had suddenly appeared in his life. He sighed and stated that he was completely under her paw. Madame asked in surprise if that was really the case, and she also asked if he would lick her paw like a slave. He smiled and stated that it sounded great. A moment later, an awkward silence fell between them. At that very moment, the young man called his mother, but she interrupted him and said that if he was going to tell her that he wanted to lick the rabbit's paw, then he could leave immediately. Achin stated that he was planning to go to the Bearland immediately after his birthday. She was surprised that he wanted to go so far. Ahin said he got the information from Hawk, and apparently it was many years ago, but there was still someone there with a pheromone under pressure. After hearing this, Madame froze in a daze. She sighed and stated that she had not been able to find out anything like this in all 10 years of searching. She was surprised that his bird had told him this story. She sighed and stated that it seemed that the rumors about their kind providing special information were not a lie. Ahin stated that, in fact, it took Quinn years to find out such information, but it was not a fact that even his trip to the bear country would bring any benefit. She said with a smile that she could not have imagined such a thing, and she did not even realize the irony of fate when he brought the half-dead falcon into the house. At that very moment she sighed, because she realized that perhaps the real irony of fate was the little rabbit. She looked at her son with a smile and asked why he didn't let her admire the rabbits. He sighed and said that she had enough of admiring her. Ahin looked at Rabbit tenderly and declared that when he went to the land of the bears, he would have to leave her. At that very moment he smiled, enjoying every minute spent with her. Madame asked if he really wanted to leave her in that place, since the Bearlands were far away. She asked what he was going to do with the attacks without her. He sighed heavily and declared that he would not die from the attacks. She was surprised and wondered why he wanted to leave her in the estate at all. He thought for a moment, not knowing what to answer his mother. After a moment, he declared that he would tell when he was absolutely sure. The madam looked after her son in surprise. A moment later, she said with a smile that at first the lady was seen as a spare snack, or something like that. He treated her very lightly in his mind. But now, she had become an integral part of his life. After some time, the young people joyfully greeted the gentleman. The young man looked closely at the gentleman and said that he looked especially happy. He wanted to know what made him so happy. At that very moment, the man, with a fierce grin, declared that something had indeed made him happy. A moment later, he burst into wild laughter. He said with a smile that he simply could not stop laughing because he had such a wonderful student that he had been very pleased with her lately. He knew she was no ordinary student. At the same time, he understood that it was not for nothing that the Great Rabbit had managed to drive the entire Grace family under his paws. He understood that for the first time in his students, he had such a hard-working and passionate talent, which he was proud of, and at the same time, he was proud of himself. Ahin asked the young lady in surprise how much longer she would practice. He wanted to know how much longer she would study because he wanted her to play with him. At the same time, she bit him every time because she wanted him to calm down and not disturb her. The man knew that she knew no boundaries, and she even kicked away her grandson who was neglecting his grandfather. He was shocked and wondered where the wise warrior had come from, but the man felt freshness in every blow she struck. A moment later, all his mood evaporated as an old friend came up to him who said that he was making strange sounds. And at the same time, the man asked his old friend if he had really started to suffer from senile dementia. Mr. Rillian turned around and sighed heavily as he realized that his comrade had approached him, for no one else could greet him so vulgarly. He knew that the lions were supposed to arrive that day. The man smiled and told his friend that he was still as straightforward as ever. Mr. Rillian sighed heavily and asked his comrade in confusion why he had come. He wanted to know where his grandson, who was supposed to visit them, was. The man smiled and said that he had come with his grandson, but he immediately rushed off to look for someone. At the same time, the man wondered who his grandson could be looking for in the lands of the Black Panthers. Meanwhile, the young lady, without wasting a single minute, practiced her strength. Now she will be forged not by one opponent, but by several at once. They looked at her menacingly and immediately began to growl, but she called them to her with a smile, as she wanted them to attack her. At that very moment, the panther rushed towards her menacingly, but Vivi stared at her opponents, and she didn't even move from her spot. At that very moment, they growled menacingly, rushing at her. But a moment later, she was taken aback as her opponent began to purr softly in front of her. And at that very moment, Ash licked her tenderly. The maid looked at him sharply and said that he should stop doing something like that. Vivi was shocked because she knew he shouldn't behave like that. She was puzzled as she knew he should take their training more seriously. She understood that if he continued in this direction, she would die from his cuteness. In turn, Ahin watched them closely, and he saw that their fight looked very funny and cute. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise and asked why he was waving the carrot, since he knew that Mrs. Rabbit would not be able to eat it. He smiled and stated that this was the reason he was waving it. Erwin sighed and stated that this was apparently a sign of protest, because Miss Rabbit was not having fun with him. The young master quickly threatened his subordinate to shut his mouth. But a moment later, he looked away and noticed familiar silhouettes in the distance. He clearly saw his grandfather and realized that the day of the Lion Clan's visit had already arrived. At the same time, he wondered if they had changed their minds. Achin also understood that if they did not value their lives, they could pay them a visit. The man, taken aback, looked at his friend and told him to look at the article in the newspaper. To his regret, his old friend did not answer, and he continued to insist that he had to look at the newspaper. Mr. Rillian did not understand why he was following him and even yelling at him. The man stated that he wanted to clarify something with him regarding the rumors in the article. Mr. Rillian sighed heavily, as he understood that everything was already clear, because the story of his grandson and the nymph was captured there. Mr. Rillian sighed heavily and asked his friend if he really believed everything that was written in the newspapers. Ezrin sighed and stated that rumors about their grandchildren had already spread everywhere, and everyone said that they had failed as men. Mr. Rillian was taken aback and angrily asked who had said such a thing. He shouted that his grandson was fine below the head. Ezrin sighed and stated that his grandson was also fine, except for the dull look in his eyes. Meanwhile, the servants looked at their masters with bewilderment, and at the same time, they simply wanted to pretend that they had not heard such a thing from them. Ezrin looked at his old friend with a smile and stated that, judging by his reaction, he had worried for nothing. Ezrin said with a smile that his grandson would hardly compete with a dancer who didn't even know the simplest steps. Ezrin asked with a smirk, "What about nymph?" He was surprised that everyone still used such a village word. At the same time, he stated that he was outraged when he saw what kind of gossip the servants were reading. He felt sorry for his friend's grandson, because there was a rumor about him that he ate at the same table with a rabbit. He said that people were spreading ridiculous rumors, and at the same time, he was no longer laughing because of such things. Ezrin thought for a moment and said that there is nothing to take from street dancers, and it is impossible to just look at them. At the same moment, his friend looked at him with fury, menacingly asked what he was talking about. The man looked at his friend in bewilderment, as he did not understand his violent reaction. Mr. Rillian, in turn, was seething with rage and anger. After a moment, he looked away from his old friend and declared that if you saw the dancer in person, there would be something to see. A moment later, he stomped off in a completely different direction. The man looked at his comrade in bewilderment, as he did not understand what he was saying at all. Meanwhile, the young man walked around the estate in search of the young lady. He was puzzled and wondered what he should say if he met her. He sighed and wondered if he should dance a mating dance in front of her. But after a moment, he pushed the extraneous thoughts away, as he knew that he needed to calm down. After some time, he finally saw the young lady. At that very moment, he primped himself and hurried to meet her. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback when they saw him. Mamie looked at the young gentleman in surprise and immediately greeted him, but he stopped her. He hurried towards the young lady with a joyful smile, and after a moment, he extended his hand to her and called out. For some time, she looked at him intently in surprise. He smiled and asked how she had wished all this time. She stared at him for a moment, not looking away. But a moment later, Ayan came up to them and told Rune that if he died, she would feel better than ever. Rune looked menacingly at his comrade and stated that he had actually asked the young lady, not him. Achen looked at him intently, but did not answer. A moment later, he could not bear it any longer and said angrily that his comrade had come to them himself, knowing that certain death awaited him here. At that very moment, Erwin shouted to his master and asked why he had jumped out of the window in front of everyone. Ahin sighed heavily and told the little rabbit not to pay attention to the lion. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand why he suddenly ran out of the house. But in turn, she saw that he was burning with anger and fury, looking at the lion. At that moment, she turned her gaze to the lion and wondered what he was doing on their lands. A moment later, she realized that he had arrived as a representative of the lion clan to the banquet in honor of the young master's birthday. But she was still a little puzzled, as she saw that there was a very tense atmosphere between them. She was in shock and did not understand what kind of atmosphere there was between them. It seemed to her as if she was standing on thin ice. At that moment, she was taken aback and wondered if it was all because of her. She understood that it was very hard for her because they thought she was wonderful. She wondered if they couldn't stand each other because they had feelings for her. Vivi looked at them with a smile because she understood that they were both very beautiful, but they were not indifferent to her. And at the same time, she was just a little rabbit. At that very moment, the young gentleman looked at her menacingly, and she shuddered. He moved closer to her and said that she was looking at them in a very sly way. She was taken aback because she did not know what he was talking about. Rune averted his confused gaze from her, as he did not expect his comrade to tell me that such things. Ahin was burning with anger and fury as he looked at them, while Vivi and Rune were filled with confusion as they looked at each other. Achen, in turn, quickly threw the carrot to the maid. At that very moment, he looked menacingly at his comrade and asked if he had really forgotten where he was. The young man sighed heavily as he realized that something very ominous was brewing. The young lady froze in shock when she saw such a sight. At the same time, she was surprised and puzzled because she did not understand why they behaved in this way. Rune, in turn, beat from behind that he had received an invitation and therefore was on the lands of the Black Panthers. He asked if there were any problems with this. Rune began to speak of the young lady, but his companion interrupted him and declared that he should not even speak her name. Vivi froze in shock. She wanted them to calm down and not do anything they might regret later. Rune looked closely at the young man and suggested that he stop there because they might not have respect for each other, but there had to be some limit. She was in shock and knew that if they continued to communicate like this, she would simply run away. Achen looked at him intently and stated that since he had something to say to him, He might as well take his eyes off the rabbit and say it directly. Vivi was shocked because she realized that in front of her was just a real beast. At that very moment, she jumped back from the ground and bent down towards them, as she wanted them to turn their attention to her. At that very moment, she fell before them, and a moment later, she stood up and looked at them menacingly. She only bothered to cast an angry glance at them, and a moment later, she simply ran away from them. The young people were shocked. They did not understand where she ran off to. A moment later, she stopped and turned around and looked at them menacingly. At the same moment, she stamped her little paw angrily on the ground. A moment later, she ran away from them, and she didn't want them to follow her. The young people were puzzled and did not understand why she behaved this way. Ezrin immediately screamed and broke the wall with rage because he was very angry with everything that was happening, and he did not understand at all what had happened. The gentleman looked closely at his comrade and declared that he could see a simple rabbit. Ezrin screamed in rage that he realized it was a rabbit in front of him, but he was furious because the young people were afraid of the rabbit, which was the size of his palm, so they fell at her paws. Mr. Rillian sighed heavily, looking at his comrade, for he recognized himself in him. Ezrin immediately grabbed his friend by the hands and declared that this would not do, and he must meet the rabbit right now. Mr. Rillian looked at his old friend in surprise and asked what he said. Mr. Rillian looked at the man intently and asked him to keep his promises. He told the man that he had given his word not to ask anything. Ezrin sighed heavily and stated that he remembered his promise very well, because they had already discussed this topic many times. The man shouted to his friend that he had months instead of brains, so he was afraid that he could forget about his promise. Therefore, he was friendly, reminded him of this. Ezrin was shocked and did not expect to hear such a thing. At that moment, the young lady looked at them in bewilderment, as she did not understand what was going on at all. Ezrin, in turn, looked menacingly at the small and defenseless rabbit. Vivi was immediately taken aback, as she did not expect such a fierce look. Ezrin said that he would like to talk about his grandson, because even though he was lazy, if he did something, he did it conscientiously. And even though he had a dull look, at the right moment, his eyes lit up. He said he just didn't know what she was doing when the fire lit up her brave eyes. He said his grandson was impressive. She looked at him in surprise, as she had already imagined something like this. Mr. Rillian sighed and said that there was no need to react so furiously to everything. He said that after his friend's boasting, he should go on and on about how good his muscles and strength were, and the man looked menacingly at his friend, because he was boring. At that very moment, they began a verbal altercation. A moment later, the man sighed heavily and declared that he had nothing more to tell her. She pulled the dessert out for him because she knew he could continue bragging, but he didn't seem like a bad person to her. The man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing from the tiny creature. But after a moment, he tensed up and glanced sideways out the window as he heard a noise. After a moment, they looked intently at the window, but they were wary. Ezrin Grosno announced to everyone present that they had an uninvited guest outside their window. The gentleman stated that no one could get past their security. Ezrin said with a grin that in the chaos of preparing for the banquet, no one knew what kind of weasel in its true form could have slipped through to them. He said with a smile that it must be a completely fearless beast since it decided to hide under his nose. Mr. Rillian was surprised as the uninvited guest got close to them, because he did not even imagine how dangerous it could be for him. At that very moment, everyone present was taken aback, as a loud crash rang out because the glass had broken. Ezrin looked into the distance with a grin and ordered the unexpected guest to show himself. At that very moment, the gentleman covered the young lady with his hand so that she would not be hurt by the fragments. Mr. Rillian looked at his friend with fury, as he did not understand how he could easily break other people's windows. The man said with a smile that it was just a warning blow, and in the end, he would pay for the window. Mr. Rillian shouted angrily at his friend that he had asked him to behave normally in his house. Rune looked at his grandfather intently and said that he should behave appropriately. The man sighed heavily and looked menacingly at his grandson. Rune was shocked and shouted to his grandfather that a little more and he would be all in pieces. Ezrin sighed heavily as he looked at his grandson, but he also wondered why he had climbed through the window, since there was a door in the room. The young man stated that he was going to leave through the door, but there were Black Panther guards there, and they said that everyone who entered the room was eaten. At the same time, the young lady sat quietly, numbly, in the arms of the gentleman. Moments later, she was taken aback, looking at the man, and she felt a flush of heat. After some time, the young gentleman stared at the pherenium, which was already ready for use. He knew that the young lady could use it several times. A moment later, he sighed heavily, as he realized that his refueling had taken a long time. He assumed that this would most likely be her last time using it, since by the time he used it, she would already have full control of her powers. Erwin sighed and stated that everything was correct. He knew that the gentleman had been immersed in pheromone control training day and night, and his attitude could not help but admire him. At that very moment, Erwin looked at his master in surprise, since he did not see any reaction from him. Had been so mean to Mrs. Rabbit lately. He said, with all due respect to him, that he wanted to know why he hadn't returned to her the jewels he had stolen from her box. The young gentleman was taken aback for a moment, not knowing what to answer. But after a moment, he stated that she had been inattentive to him lately. He knew that they would not be able to see each other while he was in the Bearlands. Erwin smiled and asked, regarding the trip, how about taking it with him this time? He stated that the young master could just carry it in his pocket. Ah-hin looked menacingly at his subordinate and declared that he should shut up. Erwin smiled and asked if he had to keep his mouth shut. Ah-hin said with a grin that it seemed like his subordinate was one of the timid ones. They were having a nice conversation and didn't notice anyone around them. But at that very moment, Sokol flew into their office. Ah-hin looked in surprise at the falcon, who was agitated by something. Quinn tried to explain something to the young master, but only about the task, but looked at him as he was flapping his wings all the time and nothing was clear. The young gentleman sighed heavily as he realized that it seemed he no longer considered himself doomed and had decided to begin a new life as a real bird. The young master realized that his subordinate was talking about his grandfather. He asked if the young lady had started drinking with his grandfather. Quinn quickly nodded his head in agreement. Ah-hin sighed heavily and asked his subordinate to continue the story, since he had not noticed anything special in this one. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and called his subordinates. Moments later, they hurried to meet the young lady. He was puzzled and did not know if his grandfather knew that the young lady, under the influence of foreign pheromones, could turn into a human. He understood that there would be no problems with his grandfather, but he would not have any problems with Lev. At the same time, the young lady looked at the lion in bewilderment as his pheromones penetrated her. Vivi was in shock, because she understood that at this rate, her pain would return, and she would turn into a human right in front of them. She understood that she needed to leave before something like this happened. Mr. Rillian asked in surprise whether she was scared or if something else had happened. At that moment, the man was taken aback and asked her for forgiveness. She was puzzled, because she understood that they had nothing to do with it. At that very moment, she looked at her comrade, and he asked what was the matter. She came closer to him as she wanted to explain everything. He looked at her intently and, shuddering, asked if she was really so excited because of that one. At that very moment, she bent down towards him as if she wanted him to catch her. Everyone present was shocked by her action, as they did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he caught her, but in turn fell to the ground with a crash. She smiled and praised him for his good reaction. Without wasting a single minute, she jumped away from the lion and ran to the exit. She knocked on the door because she wanted her maid to open it for her and let her out. Rune came closer to her and, taking her in his arms, asked what had happened. He also said that he would open the door for her right now. After a moment, he looked at her closely and realized what was happening, but he still wondered if she was transforming. She nodded in agreement, but the young man was taken aback as everything happened very abruptly. At that very moment, he hid her and carried her out into the corridor. But at the same time, he was puzzled, since he did not know where he could have hidden her. The man looked after his grandson in surprise, since he did not understand what was happening at all. At that very moment, she began to wave and signal to him, as she remembered Pherenium, since Achin had said that today he would give her a new one. She knew that she had to go after him. The young man was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, stated that he had not yet mastered the language of rabbits. She was in shock and understood that there was no time for this. She wanted him to let her go immediately. Rune immediately asked if she really wanted to go to Ah-hin. She was taken aback for a moment, as she did not expect to see such an expression on his face. But after a few moments, the young man finally let her go and said with a smile that it was time for her to go. She froze for a moment and looked at the young man with a puzzled expression, But at that very moment, she threw all her thoughts aside and ran. Moments later, the young lady ran down the corridor at the speed of light, thus frightening the local servants. Yuan shouted after the young lady to be careful, otherwise she might fall. Vivi was in shock and did not understand how much time had passed, but she understood that trouble had befallen her, and she could not have fallen in the corridor. With tears in her eyes, she screamed and mentally asked where her savior was. A moment later, she stood frozen in a daze in the middle of the corridor and wondered where the young master was, because she understood that at this rate, she would have to turn. But a moment later, she came to her senses, as she heard the voice of a young gentleman who was running towards her at full speed. He sighed heavily and looked closely at the young lady in the form of a rabbit. At that very moment, she shouted that trouble had happened, and at that very moment, she turned her back to him. She wanted to explain that she was with Lord Ezrin, when suddenly she began to address. She was out of breath and her heart was pounding wildly, while the young gentleman looked at her with puzzlement, as he saw that she simply turned to him with a beautiful face and wagged her tail. She understood that she would soon turn into a human, so she tried with all her might to explain to him everything that was happening. But at that very moment, she declared that she needed pherinium. The young man looked at this spectacle with bewilderment. After all, she tried to explain everything to him, but it so happened that she danced in front of him. She looked at her savior with fury, because she did not understand why he stood and trembled, since she understood that they could not delay. She came closer to him and tapped his leg with her paw. She did not understand why he froze. At that very moment, the young man came closer to her and, asking for forgiveness, declared that everything was ready. Akin held out pherinium to her, and with that, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, she began her transformation into a human. Without wasting a minute, the young gentleman grabbed her and wrapped her in a blanket. But at the same time, he easily made it so that they moved to the next room. Vivi hurried to get out of the blanket, and with a heavy sigh, she realized that something bad had almost happened to her. A moment later, she raised her head and noticed the young man's intense gaze. She cried out in embarrassment that she had not done it on purpose, but that she had suddenly sensed the master's pheromone. At that very moment, the young man sighed heavily and asked his companion not to be so cruel. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. But he only sighed heavily and asked her about it again. At that very moment, she reached out to him and asked how he knew about her appeal. He sighed and stated that it was all because the lion grandfather was too good at showing off his muscles. She asked in surprise if that was the reason he had run to her so quickly. The young gentleman looked tenderly at his companion and declared that he would always run to her. She was taken aback, as she had not expected to hear such a thing. But at that very moment, he asked with a smile if she really thought it would be different. At that very moment, the young people looked at each other intently, and they were very embarrassed. A moment later, they reached out to each other as if they wanted to kiss. But a moment later, the young lady heard a knock on the door and mechanically pushed her companion away, hitting him in the face. Meanwhile, the maid apologized to the young masters for disturbing them, but she also informed them that she had brought clothes for the young lady. Vivi shouted to her servant with a joyful smile and thanked her for this. After some time, the young man stood quietly near the door, after everything that had happened. But at that very moment, he remembered the human form of the young lady. After all, she was very sweet and beautiful, and also charming. He sighed heavily and burst into tears with embarrassment. But at the same time, he realized that he would soon go crazy. He was puzzled, because he knew she was very beautiful and had eyes only for him. Yet, he couldn't take his eyes off her. At that very moment, he remembered her recent dance. At the same time, the young gentleman became furious as he realized that the lion had seen the dance first. Meanwhile, the Black Panthers looked at their master in bewilderment, as if they did not understand what was happening to him at all. But after a few minutes, Vivi came out to him with a joyful smile. She looked closely at the young man and asked how long he had been waiting for her. But at the same time, she apologized for the wait. He stood frozen in a daze and was at the same time very embarrassed, and his heart was pounding furiously. A moment later, he announced that he had not waited for her too long. The young people looked at each other intently for a while. Mamie, in turn, quickly took the Black Panthers away, as she wanted the young people to talk in private. Akin looked at his companion with a gentle smile and invited her to take a short walk. She looked at him in surprise and, looking away, asked if they would really go like that. She sighed heavily and stated that they could be noticed, and that it was very indecent. Ahin looked at his companion in surprise and asked why she thought so. He also asked if she had never been accompanied by anyone. She sighed heavily and stated that this was true. Akin looked away from her and timidly stated that he was actually in the same situation. She looked at him in surprise and asked with embarrassment if he really had no one with him. She wanted to know how he had attended dinners with his mother before. He sighed and stated that the heads of the Black Panthers always entered the reception halls alone. At that very moment, he extended his hand to her, but the young lady froze for a moment. A few seconds later, she came to her senses and, smiling shyly, took his hand. He smiled and said that if she didn't like it, then she could think that they were walking and he was holding her front paw. She was shocked and screamed that now he was holding her hand, not her paw. He smiled and said that for this reason, she could simply imagine a different picture. A few minutes later, the young lady turned around and was momentarily taken aback as she saw the servants looking at her with a smile. She looked at her companion in surprise as they were actively whispering to each other and saying that it was the first time they had seen Mrs. Rabbit in human form. She burst into tears as she realized that the terrible predator really was a fool. She knew that he was the next head of the family, and while there was nothing good in behaving like this in front of the servants, she understood that it would be better if he did not go with her. A moment later, he announced that after his birthday, he would have to go to the Bear Land. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. But at that very moment, she said that she would also go with him. Unfortunately, she did not have time to finish speaking when suddenly they heard a scream. Mr. Rillian shouted furiously at Erwin and declared that the rabbit was missing, but that he was just walking around and chilling. Erwin was in shock and shouted at the gentleman to calm down. The man shouted that she must have been very scared when that ignorant man used his pheromone. He was very worried and puzzled because he understood that the small and timid rabbit could not stand such a thing. He shouted that for this reason, it was necessary to find her before his grandson went crazy. But at that very moment, the young lady disturbed them and called out to her grandfather with a smile. The man froze in place when he heard her beautiful voice. At that moment, he turned around and looked at them with bewilderment. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, looking the young lady up and down. But at that very moment, he turned his gaze to his grandson and back to the young lady, for he saw that they looked harmonious. A moment later, he came to his senses and realized that there was chemistry between them. At that very moment, he shouted to Erwin that they had to go and look for the rabbit right away. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise, not understanding what he was even talking about, since the rabbit was right in front of him. The man was furious and shouted at the young man not to spoil all the raspberries. He shouted at him that his sixth sense told him that the rabbit was now in the stable. The gentleman shouted that a gorilla worked in the stable and that a little rabbit was in close contact with him. Erwin looked at the old man in bewilderment and shouted that this was not so, but the old man did not want to listen to him. Vivi looked after them with bewilderment, as she did not understand what had happened. Achin looked at his companion, because he knew that some lion had seen her dancing and even called her by name. But what annoyed him more was that she was still in close contact with the gorilla. The young lady was taken aback and shouted that this was not true at all. He looked at her menacingly and asked if she would like to go to one of the spare rooms and discuss this matter in more detail with him. After some time, the young master handed over the beautiful artifact to his companion. At the same time, he said that he was giving it to her. She was surprised since no one had ever given her something like this before. At that very moment, she said that his birthday would soon be passing. He said with a smile that it was so. She said that she had thought for a long time, but still had not come up with what kind of gift could please him. He looked at her with a smile and asked why she should worry about something like that. Vivi said that she wanted to give him something. She asked if there was something that he wanted with all his heart. He said with a smile that there was, of course, a lot of that. She asked with a smile what it could be. Ahin looked at her and declared that when they quarreled, she should not run away from him, neither into Irvin's pocket nor into the maid's room. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was even talking about. She asked if he really considered this a gift. He also said that cheating was prohibited. He said that only today already, a lion and even a gorilla were mentioned. She was shocked, but he said that after turning into a human, she should stay in his house. Vivi was puzzled, since he had many desires. At that very moment, he came closer to her and asked with a smile if he could ask her for something. She was embarrassed and said that he shouldn't ask for anything else, and that was the end of the wish list. Akin, in turn, only looked at her with a smile. Moments later, he stated that he didn't want anything special. He said that if he made any mistake first, then she should accept his apology. The young lady was taken aback for a moment, as she did not expect to hear anything like that from him. A moment later, she asked if he had already done something wrong to her. He smiled and stated that so far, he had done nothing wrong. Ah-hin said with a smile that he was saying this just in case, because sometimes she turned into an overly indifferent rabbit. The next day, the young lady was lying in bed. Ah-hin sighed heavily, looking at his companion, and declared that if she was already sleeping, then she should sleep normally. Erwin noticed that when she was angry and wrapped herself in a blanket, she looked very much like a cake. He said that he actually mistook it for a cake that would be served at a reception to celebrate the young gentleman's birthday. Ah-hin said with a smile that they would entrust the decorations to Quinn. Erwin smiled and said that then it would be enough to decorate it with a bunch of strawberries. She was furious because she understood that they were predators and thought only about eating someone. At that very moment, she declared to Erwin that from the moment she saw him until today, she hated him. At that very moment, Erwin declared that hatred was also one of the variations of attention, and he gratefully accepted her attention to his humble person. The young master immediately drove away his subordinate. Erwin bowed and told the lady that if she felt hatred towards him, he did not feel the same towards her. She looked at him in surprise, as she didn't expect to hear something like that. At that very moment, his face changed, and he declared that since she had said that she hated him, he would call the chef. Vivi was shocked and screamed that he was an ill-mannered predator. Moments later, the young people were left alone in the room. She sighed and called the young master. At that very moment, she shouted that she could also go to the Bearland. But he quickly stated that she couldn't do that. Achin understood perfectly well that it was dangerous there, and if they did not go by water, then they would have to go through the desert. She was scared because she knew he would be gone for a whole month. At the same time, she was worried that he might have seizures. She screamed that she heard that the road through the desert was very dangerous. And now that she could control the pheromones, she could have gone with him. But the young man was adamant and said that she would stay at home. She understood that everything was very strange, since the pain during attacks is not something that can be simply endured. She knew that even his father died from an attack. At the same time, she wondered if this was the only reason why he did not want to take her. At that very moment, the young lady tripped and fell straight into the young man's arms. He looked at her in surprise, but still managed to catch it. She hugged him tightly and said that she also wanted to go with him. He sighed and said that first he would put her to bed, and then they would continue the conversation. She screamed that she didn't want to, and if he moved, she would run away. Ah-hin sighed and asked her to calm down and not be stupid. Vivi screamed that he should take her with him. She was furious and asked why she spent days and nights learning to control her pheromone. She knew that no one except her could help him with the attacks. At the same time, she did not understand why he left her again and again and went away alone. She was worried that he might have a seizure after leaving, and at the same time, she knew that she could not just sit idly by. She screamed that if he left her, she would go after him. Ah-hin said that it was very dangerous. Vivi sighed and said that if he did not like this idea, then he should explain to her why he did not want to take her with him. But the young man only looked at her intently, unable to explain his decision. After a moment, he sighed heavily and stated that the last time she had to use pheromones to calm his fit, she had gotten into a lot of trouble. Vivi asked in surprise if he really wanted to know if it had been hard for her. She knew she had been a little tired then. Ah-hin said that at that moment he felt not how she was transmitting her pheromones to him, but it seemed to him that he had sucked all the juices out of her. He says that he felt that the pheromones she gave him were not enough, and he wanted to sink his teeth into her neck. For this reason, he was based on the fact that he could harm her. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. Ah-hin said that if this happens, where there is not even a doctor, he will lose his mind again, and something irreversible might happen to her. She was shocked because she knew he was worried about her. But at that very moment, she declared that she was not afraid of such an outcome. She said with a smile that he knew very well that she was a master at running away from dangers of all kinds. He sighed and declared that he was not joking and was speaking in all seriousness. Vivi said that if she was in danger, she would simply stun him and run away. She knew that she was an excellent runner, and besides, now the probability of him biting her was much lower than the probability of an attack. She knew he wanted to intimidate her into giving up the trip, but she had no intention of doing anything like that. Vivi stated that she would do this because he was trying to distance himself from her. He looked at her in surprise and asked with a smile if she shouldn't say something like, that she didn't care if he bit her, because it was for his own good. She looked away from him and declared that she would run away from him until he came to his senses. He sighed and asked if she remembered that she had already asked him about this. He asked her if she remembered asking what the point of biting someone's neck was. He sighed and stated that this was how the predator marked its territory. Ahin said with a grin that he wanted to do it again, and at the same moment he asked if he could do something similar. When she was little, one maid read her fairy tales. She said that the predator is much larger and more graceful than the herbivores. At the same time, the young lady did not understand why this was so. But after some time, she realized that the predator was like that because he could enchant his prey with his beauty. At that very moment, she froze in place and felt her predator approaching her with fangs ready. She was taken aback as she realized that she was fascinated by the Black Panther. After some time, the maid looked at the young lady with puzzlement. At that very moment, she sighed heavily and declared that she would bring a scarf to cover the trail. Vivi was very embarrassed at this, and she simply could not utter a word. She was puzzled and felt unbearably ashamed. At the same time, the maid told her mistress that she was now in the form of a human, and therefore she should not have been lying on the floor like a rabbit. After some time, the young lady met with Madame. The lady smiled, looking at the girl, and said that she had a very beautiful scarf, and it really livened up her image. Vivi looked at Madame with a smile and stated that it was so. At that very moment, the man looked at the young lady with surprise and a frown, as he did not understand why she had suddenly wrapped the scarf around herself. The lady looked closely at the girl and asked what she wanted to talk about. Vivi smiled and apologized to Madame, and also stated that she would not be attending the dinner party to celebrate the young master's birthday. They looked at her in surprise, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. The man looked at her in surprise and asked why she made such a decision. He said that if they did something wrong, then she should just tell them about it. She smiled and stated that the department was not involved in this matter. She simply thought it was better not to stick her nose into the cage with the predators. She understood that it would be scary to go there alone, so she invited the professor. But the professor asked for forgiveness, because she wanted to live a little longer, so she could not come, and at the same time hoped for understanding. Vivi in turn understood her perfectly and could not blame her for refusing. Vivi knew that even the professor had refused, so she could not participate in such an event alone. Madame sighed heavily as she felt pity, but at the same time, she said that she had already prepared several dresses for her. The young lady smiled and apologized and stated that she would definitely wear them next time. Madame said with a smile that she should try them all on later. That same evening, Vivi looked around the situation. She understood that everyone was now in the banquet hall, so she wanted to quickly deliver the gift to the young gentleman. Moreover, she was not alone, but with her support group. They quickly jumped from one place to another. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback, as she noticed something. She came closer and saw the forest, as well as the room next to her. At that very moment, she screamed and hid behind her maid because she knew that the fox had predators. She was frightened by the teacher and suggested to her maid to leave the fox. But her maid stated that they could not do something like that. She stated that it was possible that it was an invited guest, and it was her duty as a housemaid to escort the guest to his quarters if any trouble arose. Therefore, she intended to take care of her when she returned. Vivi looked at her maid with admiration, as she understood that she was simply cool. A moment later, Mamie quietly approached the fox. She leaned towards her carefully and asked for forgiveness, but no one answered her. The young lady was shocked, as she saw that the forest did not even move. She assumed the worst, but her maid stated that Alice was simply unconscious. At that very moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Mamie declared that she would immediately carry her into the room. A moment later, the young lady picked up the dress, as she assumed it was their fox's clothing. Looking at the maid, she offered to take the clothing. At that very moment, she was taken aback, as she guessed who the fox could really be. Leston, meanwhile, walked around the estate in search of his master. Last night, his master declared that he liked the similar rabbit even more than he had expected. He was puzzled when his master stated that he had no other choice. Now the young man was puzzled because his master had made a similar statement and disappeared into thin air. He was very worried, and he had a feeling that his heart would soon stop. He wondered if his master was really going to steal the rabbit. At the same time, he mentally asked his master to calm down. A moment later, he came to his senses and was distracted by hearing a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Erwin giving orders to everyone else. Leston looked after the young man in surprise. At that very moment, he followed him, because he did not know where he was going, because it seemed to him that Erwin looked suspicious. Moments later, he entered the room, following the young man. He looked at Erwin in surprise as he stared at the cake. He was puzzled and did not know what Erwin was going to do, but a moment later, he noticed that the young man took something out of his pocket. Leston was taken aback and wondered if Erwin had actually taken out the poison. But a moment later, he saw that the young man had merely left a beautiful figurine of a rabbit on the cake. Leston was taken aback and stood frozen in place for a moment in surprise. But after a few seconds, he couldn't take it anymore and asked the young man what he was doing. Erwin looked menacingly at his opponent and declared that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leston shouted and asked if the situation really was conducive to a calm greeting. He did not understand what Erwin was doing with such an important cake for the reception. Erwin looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. After all, he had simply left a rabbit figurine. Leston said that with his actions he was making a laughingstock of Grace's family. Erwin smiled and said that there was no need to worry about this, because the lady approved of his decision. But the young man only shouted at Erwin not to say such nonsense. Leston reached for the figurine and said that he should remove such a thing before anyone saw. Erwin shouted with fury that the ceremony demanded it. He also told his opponent that everyone knew that he was a coward. Erwin looked at the young man with fury and said that he would like to give him one piece of advice, since they occupied similar positions. Erwin said that the family was now at the mercy of the rabbit, so they were taking special care of him, not allowing any problems. The young man came because he did not expect to hear anything like this. At the same time, he did not understand why his opponent had become so frank. Erwin said that as of yesterday, Mamie the maid who was attached to Mistress Rabbit was suddenly promoted to head maid, and this was a direct order from Mistress. And besides, his master no longer denied that he had fallen under her spell. Just as Mr. Rillion fell before the mighty paws of the rabbit lady, Irving said that now is the dawn of the age of rabbit's feet. Leston sighed heavily and asked the young man why he spoke utter nonsense every time they met. Erwin sighed heavily and felt sorry for his opponent, as he did not understand what opportunities he was losing. He also wondered what Leston was doing in such a place, since he should have been in the ceremonial hall. Leston was taken aback and asked the young man if he had seen that incident, but his master. Erwin immediately pointed in the direction where his master was. Leston was taken aback for a moment and froze in place when he saw his master in the form of a lion. Erwin looked at the young gentleman with a smile and asked if everything was okay with him. Rune, in turn, only raised his paw and purred with a smile. Leston froze in shock, not understanding what had happened, but a moment later he was taken aback and wondered why his master had turned into a lion. Meanwhile, the young ladies were staring at the forest as she was tired and her instinct for self-preservation kicked in, so she simply returned to her true form. They were told that some time would pass and she would regain her human form. After some time, she finally opened her eyes and thus frightened Vivi. Vivi jumped away from the fox with the speed of lightning. Vivi noted with a smile that the fox was fine. At the same moment, she declared that in that case, they would already go. The fox looked closely at the young lady and with her paw asked her to come closer. Vivi looked at her in surprise, as she did not understand why she was offering to sit closer. But at that very moment, the fox began to take on its human form. The young lady was taken aback and hastened to present her with a blanket. She was shocked as the wheels suddenly became human. The lady said with a smile that there was no need to cover her. She thanked them with a smile for their help, but she said that it seemed like the abundance of males here had a negative impact on her condition. And sometimes it happened that she would return to her true form like this. Vivi, in turn, was very confused, because she had never heard anything like this before. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as the lady grabbed her by the hair and tenderly declared that she was a beauty. She asked Vivi with a smile if she was the same rabbit she saw last time at the Lord's. She remarked that it was surprising, because she could not imagine that a grown girl could be a little rabbit. She said with a smile that she liked her scared face. She asked if she could see how Vivi was bursting into tears. Vivi was taken aback because she realized that the predator had completely gone crazy. The lady said with a smile that it was the first time she had seen a representative of the herbivores so close. Vivi was very puzzled, as she understood that the predator was approaching her very close. At the same time, she knew that it was dangerous now. She needed to come to her senses. She looked closely at the young lady and asked if she had a wound on her neck. She stated that although the girl had red markings, she still did not look like an adult rabbit, but like a little bunny. Vivi was taken aback and wondered if she really had any red marks. She remembered her family looking at her menacingly and asking why she hadn't turned into a human. They mocked her because she could not take human form. At the same time, they said that she was no different from an animal. After some time, the young lady stood near the mirror and looked at her marks. The maid called her mistress excitedly and wanted to know if she was okay. Vivi stated that she was fine and would be out soon. She remembered how the fox had told her about the red marks, and after some time, she became convinced of her words. Vivi knew the marks weren't particularly visible, but they were there. She wondered if this was a sign that the day was approaching when she would finally turn into a human, and she thought that she would be immensely happy when that day came. But now she wondered why she was so confused. Moments later, she looked at her maid with a smile and announced that it was time for them to leave. The lady looked at them in surprise and asked if they had really abandoned her in such a state. Vivi looked at her in bewilderment, and at that very moment, the lady asked what if she fainted again. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand why predators were so cunning. She was confused because she understood that it was very difficult to deal with such pheromones. At that very moment, she fell under the charm of the cunning fox. Still, the young lady bowed low and wished her a speedy recovery. She looked at Vivi with a smile and said that she did not want to let her go so quickly. After all, she was much more interesting than the entire family of Black Panthers, and she smelled very appetizing. Vivi was frightened by her words, and at that very moment, she hid behind the back of her maid. She was puzzled and did not know what the cunning fox was saying. At the same time, she wondered if 5 men were not enough for her, and she was now targeting her. Vivi knew very well that the young lady was showing interest in Ahin. At that very moment, she couldn't stand it and shouted that he was hers. The young lady looked at her with a smile and said that it was a very interesting and sweet reaction. She asked with a smile if the girl had just spoken about the young man, Mr. Achin, and she said with a smile that it was very kind of her. Vivi was shocked and screamed that this was not true at all. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback, as she heard some kind of rumble behind the door, and at the same time, she heard a loud growl. At that very moment, the maid came to the door, as she heard her comrade growling menacingly. She wanted to check everything. At that very moment, she opened the door and froze for a moment, as she saw the terrible lion rushing into their room. Vivi froze in shock, but the fox simply looked at the lion in bewilderment. He looked at them menacingly. Vivi, in turn, was shocked by his enormous size, and in turn, she could not move. She was very scared, so she ran to the door with lightning speed. Yuan, standing in one of the rooms, looked in surprise at the young lady who was rushing down the corridor. A moment later, he looked in surprise at Ash and Mamie, who were chasing the young lady. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, because he saw a formidable lion who was rushing after them. A moment later, he looked after them with a smile and was happy for the rabbit lady because she was faster than everyone else. Meanwhile, the young lady ran away with tears in her eyes and begged someone to save her. At the same time, the young man was celebrating his birthday, standing in the banquet hall, and at the same time he was closely examining the beautiful figurine on his birthday cake. He understood that his companion was becoming more and more confident every day. At the same time, he understood that day and night, the distance between them continued to decrease, and he did not know what to do about it. Erwin looked at his master in surprise and asked if he didn't like the cake, as he saw that his master was puzzled by something. Ahin, in turn, stated that the young lady was not like herself because she was not so meek, and her look should have been more daring. At that very moment, Madame declared that the figure looked small, and it was not really visible. At that very moment, the gentleman confirmed Madame's words. Erwin was puzzled because no one liked the figurine. Ezrin looked at them with bewilderment and wondered if some disease had struck their family. He understood that they were all out of their minds. At that very moment, he sighed heavily and asked where his grandson had gone, since he had not seen him for a long time. The young man consoled him and began to make excuses. He stated that it seemed that the young gentleman had simply moved to a quiet place in order to rest. Meanwhile, Madame stared at the figurine, as it did not fully convey the cuteness of the rabbit, and the gentleman thought so too. Erwin was puzzled and did not know how to resolve this situation. He realized that he needed to quickly come up with an excuse. A moment later, the young man approached Erwin and told him something important. He quietly stated that where that hour ago, Mrs. Rabbit accidentally discovered the fox in an unconscious state, after which she was transferred to the infirmary. However, it seems that in the process of all this, Mrs. Eiley liked Mrs. Rabbit. Erwin realized that this was his chance to distract everyone from the figurine, which no one liked. Without wasting a minute, he shouted to his master that something bad had happened, because they said that Mrs. Rabbit had become infatuated with the fox. At that moment, the man was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. Irwin stated that the young lady was now on the run. The young gentleman sighed heavily and asked with a smile if she had really run away with the fox. Irwin immediately said that this was not so, and she ran away with Lev. At that very moment, the young gentleman's face changed, and he angrily asked Irwin who she had run away with. The young maid looked closely at the lion and declared that she would bring him clothes so that he could return to human form. At that very moment, he nodded in agreement. Rune, in turn, suggested that the young lady had a hard time since the day she acquired human form. But at the same time, he was puzzled, because she was still afraid of predators. He had no intention of making fun of her for days, of mocking her, as the Black Panthers did. Moments later, he was walking along the opium road when he saw a young lady who was not like her former self. At that very moment, she, having gathered her courage, declared that she was not afraid of him, in the form of a lion. He was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. After a moment, she finally asked why he was following her. He looked at the young lady with a smile, as he did it just like that. At that moment, he sighed heavily and wondered why he couldn't meet her face to face without any obstacles. He understood that even when she first took on human form, even when she first put on a dress, even when she danced her enchanting dance with him, he was next to her. But at the same time, the young man was puzzled. He did not understand why, even in this case, he did not have a single chance. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked if he was in any pain, so he transformed. He understood that if he said that something hurt, he would get a little more attention from her. But at the same moment, he sighed heavily because he understood that he did not know how to lie, and she would immediately see through him. He was born the second child, and his elder sister was the head of the family, and he did not have the right to want anything or get what he wanted most. At that moment, she knocked on the window and asked if he was in pain or not. A moment later, he saw that the Black Panther had brought him things. The young lady realized that her maid had taken on the form of an animal in order to quickly return. At that moment, he was taken aback, as he felt the Black Panther's intense gaze on him. Leo was puzzled and did not understand why they were looking at him so intently. He knew it would be better if he attracted the attention of the young lady rather than the Black Panthers. At that very moment, she asked if there was something wrong with his paw. He remembered his sister saying that he had to gain her approval and favor, but he also had to dance his mating dance for her. He sighed heavily, as he realized that he simply had no choice. And since she and everyone else, I looked at him so intently, he wanted to demonstrate why he came. Without wasting a minute, he got down to the most important part, namely, demonstrating his mating dance. At that very moment, everyone was taken aback, as he dazzled them with his mating dance. The knights looked at the werewolf in surprise, as they understood that he was simply stupid and doing stupid things. The man looked at his old friend in surprise, because he was so angry that he even broke his cane. But at the same moment, he asked what had happened as he had heard about the escape of the lion and the rabbit. He smiled and said that such a thing simply couldn't be true, and that she hadn't run away with his grandson. He assured his friend that his imagination had simply run wild. Mr. Rillian, in turn, angrily asked if rabbits could really be polygamous. The men were taken aback and stated that, as far as he knew, they had been both polygamous and monogamous. The man looked after his friend with puzzlement, as he seemed somehow strange. Mr. Rillian, in turn, was furious and shocked. He shouted that the young lady was just a flighty girl, inattentive to him lately. He knew that they would not be able to see each other while he was in the Bearlands. Irvin smiled and asked, regarding the trip, how about taking it with him this time? He stated that the young master could just carry it in his pocket. Ahin looked menacingly at his subordinate and declared that he should shut up. Irwin smiled and asked if he had to keep his mouth shut. Ahin said with a grin that it seemed like his subordinate was one of the timid ones. They were having a nice conversation and didn't notice anyone around them. But at that very moment, Sokol flew into their office. Ahin looked in surprise at the falcon, who was agitated by something. Quinn tried to explain something to the young master, but only about the task, but looked at him as he was flapping his wings all the time and nothing was clear. The young gentleman sighed heavily as he realized that it seemed he no longer considered himself doomed and had decided to begin a new life as a real bird. The young master realized that his subordinate was talking about his grandfather. He asked if the young lady had started drinking with his grandfather, Quinn quickly nodded his head in agreement. Ahin sighed heavily and asked his subordinate to continue the story, since he had not noticed anything special in this one. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and called his subordinates. Moments later, they hurried to meet the young lady. He was puzzled and did not know if his grandfather knew that the young lady, under the influence of foreign pheromones, could turn into a human. He understood that there would be no problems with his grandfather, but he would not have any problems with Lev. At the same time, the young lady looked at the lion in bewilderment as his pheromones penetrated her. Vivi was in shock, because she understood that at this rate, her pain would return, and she would turn into a human right in front of them. She understood that she needed to leave before something like this happened. Mr. Rillian asked in surprise whether she was scared or if something else had happened. At that moment, the man was taken aback and asked her for forgiveness. She was puzzled, because she understood that they had nothing to do with it. At that very moment, she looked at her comrade, and he asked what was the matter. She came closer to him as she wanted to explain everything. He looked at her intently and, shuddering, asked if she was really so excited because of that one. At that very moment, she bent down towards him as if she wanted him to catch her. Everyone present was shocked by her action, as they did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he caught her, but in turn fell to the ground with a crash. She smiled and praised him for his good reaction. Without wasting a single minute, she jumped away from the lion and ran to the exit. She knocked on the door because she wanted her maid to open it for her and let her out. Rune came closer to her and, taking her in his arms, asked what had happened. He also said that he would open the door for her right now. After a moment, he looked at her closely and realized what was happening, but he still wondered if she was transforming. She nodded in agreement, but the young man was taken aback as everything happened very abruptly. At that very moment, he hid her and carried her out into the corridor. But at the same time, he was puzzled, since he did not know where he could have hidden her. The man looked after his grandson in surprise, since he did not understand what was happening at all. At that very moment, she began to wave and signal to him, as she remembered Pherenium, since Achin had said that today he would give her a new one. She knew that she had to go after him. The young man was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, stated that he had not yet mastered the language of rabbits. She was in shock and understood that there was no time for this. She wanted him to let her go immediately. Rune immediately asked if she really wanted to go to Ahin. She was taken aback for a moment, as she did not expect to see such an expression on his face. But after a few moments, the young man finally let her go and said with a smile that it was time for her to go. She froze for a moment and looked at the young man with a puzzled expression. But at that very moment, she threw all her thoughts aside and ran. Moments later, the young lady ran down the corridor at the speed of light, thus frightening the local servants. Yuan shouted after the young lady to be careful, otherwise she might fall. Vivi was in shock and did not understand how much time had passed, but she understood that trouble had befallen her, and she could not have fallen in the corridor. With tears in her eyes, she screamed and mentally asked where her savior was. A moment later, she stood frozen in a daze in the middle of the corridor and wondered where the young master was, because she understood that at this rate, she would have to turn. But a moment later, she came to her senses, as she heard the voice of a young gentleman who was running towards her at full speed. He sighed heavily and looked closely at the young lady in the form of a rabbit. At that very moment, she shouted that trouble had happened, and at that very moment, she turned her back to him. She wanted to explain that she was with Lord Ezrin, when suddenly she began to address. She was out of breath and her heart was pounding wildly, while the young gentleman looked at her with puzzlement, as he saw that she simply turned to him with a beautiful place and wagged her tail. She understood that she would soon turn into a human, so she tried with all her might to explain to him everything that was happening. But at that very moment, she declared that she needed Pherenium. The young man looked at this spectacle with bewilderment. After all, she tried to explain everything to him, but it so happened that she danced in front of him. She looked at her savior with fury, because she did not understand why he stood and trembled, since she understood that they could not delay. She came closer to him and tapped his leg with her paw. She did not understand why he froze. At that very moment, the young man came closer to her and, asking for forgiveness, declared that everything was ready. Akin held out Pherenium to her, and with that, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, she began her transformation into a human. Without wasting a minute, the young gentleman grabbed her and wrapped her in a blanket. But at the same time, he easily made it so that they moved to the next room. Vivi hurried to get out of the blanket, and with a heavy sigh, she realized that something bad had almost happened to her. A moment later, she raised her head and noticed the young man's intense gaze. She cried out in embarrassment that she had not done it on purpose, but that she had suddenly sensed the master's pheromone. At that very moment, the young man sighed heavily and asked his companion not to be so cruel. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about, but he only sighed heavily and asked her about it again. At that very moment, she reached out to him and asked how he knew about her appeal. He sighed and stated that it was all because the lion grandfather was too good at showing off his muscles. She asked in surprise if that was the reason he had run to her so quickly. The young gentleman looked tenderly at his companion and declared that he would always run to her. She was taken aback, as she had not expected to hear such a thing. But at that very moment, he asked with a smile if she really thought it would be different. At that very moment, the young people looked at each other intently, and they were very embarrassed. A moment later, they reached out to each other as if they wanted to kiss. But a moment later, the young lady heard a knock on the door and mechanically pushed her companion away, hitting him in the face. Meanwhile, the maid apologized to the young masters for disturbing them, but she also informed them that she had brought clothes for the young lady. Vivi shouted to her servant with a joyful smile and thanked her for this. After some time, the young man stood quietly near the door, after everything that had happened. But at that very moment, he remembered the human form of the young lady. After all, she was very sweet and beautiful, and also charming. He sighed heavily and burst into tears with embarrassment. But at the same time, he realized that he would soon go crazy. He was puzzled, because he knew she was very beautiful and had eyes only for him. Yet, he couldn't take his eyes off her. At that very moment, he remembered her recent dance. At the same time, the young gentleman became furious as he realized that the lion had seen the dance first. Meanwhile, the Black Panthers looked at their master in bewilderment, as if they did not understand what was happening to him at all. But after a few minutes, Vivi came out to him with a joyful smile. She looked closely at the young man and asked how long he had been waiting for her. But at the same time, she apologized for the wait. He stood frozen in a daze and was at the same time very embarrassed, and his heart was pounding furiously. A moment later, he announced that he had not waited for her too long. The young people looked at each other intently for a while. Mamie, in turn, quickly took the Black Panthers away, as she wanted the young people to talk in private. Akin looked at his companion with a gentle smile and invited her to take a short walk. She looked at him in surprise and, looking away, asked if they would really go like that. She sighed heavily and stated that they could be noticed, and that it was very indecent. Ahin looked at his companion in surprise and asked why she thought so. He also asked if she had never been accompanied by anyone. She sighed heavily and stated that this was true. Akin looked away from her and timidly stated that he was actually in the same situation. She looked at him in surprise and asked with embarrassment if he really had no one with him. She wanted to know how he had attended dinners with his mother before. He sighed and stated that the heads of the Black Panthers always entered the reception halls alone. At that very moment, he extended his hand to her, but the young lady froze for a moment. A few seconds later, she came to her senses and, smiling shyly, took his hand. He smiled and said that if she didn't like it, then she could think that they were walking and he was holding her front paw. She was shocked and screamed that now he was holding her hand, not her paw. He smiled and said that for this reason, she could simply imagine a different picture. A few minutes later, the young lady turned around and was momentarily taken aback as she saw the servants looking at her with a smile. She looked at her companion in surprise as they were actively whispering to each other and saying that it was the first time they had seen Mrs. Rabbit in human form. She burst into tears as she realized that the terrible predator really was a fool. She knew that he was the next head of the family, and while there was nothing good in behaving like this in front of the servants, she understood that it would be better if he did not go with her. A moment later, he announced that after his birthday, he would have to go to the Bear Land. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. But at that very moment, she said that she would also go with him. Unfortunately, she did not have time to finish speaking when suddenly they heard a scream. Mr. Rillian shouted furiously at Erwin and declared that the rabbit was missing, but that he was just walking around and chilling. Erwin was in shock and shouted at the gentleman to calm down. The man shouted that she must have been very scared when that ignorant man used his pheromone. He was very worried and puzzled because he understood that the small and timid rabbit could not stand such a thing. He shouted that for this reason, it was necessary to find her before his grandson went crazy. But at that very moment, the young lady disturbed them and called out to her grandfather with a smile. The man froze in place when he heard her beautiful voice. At that moment, he turned around and looked at them with bewilderment. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, looking the young lady up and down. But at that very moment, he turned his gaze to his grandson and back to the young lady, for he saw that they looked harmonious. A moment later, he came to his senses and realized that there was chemistry between them. At that very moment, he shouted to Erwin that they had to go and look for the rabbit right away. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise, not understanding what he was even talking about, since the rabbit was right in front of him. The man was furious and shouted at the young man not to spoil all the raspberries. He shouted at him that his sixth sense told him that the rabbit was now in the stable. The gentleman shouted that a gorilla worked in the stable and that a little rabbit was in close contact with him. Erwin looked at the old man in bewilderment and shouted that this was not so, but the old man did not want to listen to him. Vivi looked after them with bewilderment, as she did not understand what had happened. Achin looked at his companion, because he knew that some lion had seen her dancing and even called her by name. But what annoyed him more was that she was still in close contact with the gorilla. The young lady was taken aback and shouted that this was not true at all. He looked at her menacingly and asked if she would like to go to one of the spare rooms and discuss this matter in more detail with him. After some time, the young master handed over the beautiful artifact to his companion. At the same time, he said that he was giving it to her. She was surprised since no one had ever given her something like this before. At that very moment, she said that his birthday would soon be passing. He said with a smile that it was so. She said that she had thought for a long time, but still had not come up with what kind of gift could please him. He looked at her with a smile and asked why she should worry about something like that. Vivi said that she wanted to give him something. She asked if there was something that he wanted with all his heart. He said with a smile that there was, of course, a lot of that. She asked with a smile what it could be. Ahin looked at her and declared that when they quarreled, she should not run away from him, neither into Irvin's pocket nor into the maid's room. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was even talking about. She asked if he really considered this a gift. He also said that cheating was prohibited. He said that only today already, a lion and even a gorilla were mentioned. She was shocked, but he said that after turning into a human, she should stay in his house. Vivi was puzzled, since he had many desires. At that very moment, he came closer to her and asked with a smile if he could ask her for something. She was embarrassed and said that he shouldn't ask for anything else, and that was the end of the wish list. Akin, in turn, only looked at her with a smile. Moments later, he stated that he didn't want anything special. He said that if he made any mistake first, then she should accept his apology. The young lady was taken aback for a moment, as she did not expect to hear anything like that from him. A moment later, she asked if he had already done something wrong to her. He smiled and stated that so far, he had done nothing wrong. Ahin said with a smile that he was saying this just in case, because sometimes she turned into an overly indifferent rabbit. The next day, the young lady was lying in bed. Ahin sighed heavily, looking at his companion, and declared that if she was already sleeping, then she should sleep normally. Erwin noticed that when she was angry and wrapped herself in a blanket, she looked very much like a cake. He said that he actually mistook it for a cake that would be served at a reception to celebrate the young gentleman's birthday. Ahin said with a smile that they would entrust the decorations to Quinn. Erwin smiled and said that then it would be enough to decorate it with a bunch of strawberries. She was furious, because she understood that they were predators and thought only about eating someone. At that very moment, she declared to Erwin that from the moment she saw him until today, she hated him. At that very moment, Erwin declared that hatred was also one of the variations of attention, and he gratefully accepted her attention to his humble person. The young master immediately drove away his subordinate. Erwin bowed and told the lady that if she felt hatred towards him, he did not feel the same towards her. She looked at him in surprise, as she didn't expect to hear something like that. At that very moment, his face changed, and he declared that since she had said that she hated him, he would call the chef. Vivi was shocked and screamed that he was an ill-mannered predator. Moments later, the young people were left alone in the room. She sighed and called the young master. At that very moment, she shouted that she could also go to the Bear Land. But he quickly stated that she couldn't do that. Achin understood perfectly well that it was dangerous there, and if they did not go by water, then they would have to go through the desert. She was scared because she knew he would be gone for a whole month. At the same time, she was worried that he might have seizures. She screamed that she heard that the road through the desert was very dangerous. And now that she could control the pheromones, she could have gone with him. but the young man was adamant and said that she would stay at home. She understood that everything was very strange, since the pain during attacks is not something that can be simply endured. She knew that even his father died from an attack. At the same time, she wondered if this was the only reason why he did not want to take her. At that very moment, the young lady tripped and fell straight into the young man's arms. He looked at her in surprise, but still managed to catch it. She hugged him tightly and said that she also wanted to go with him. He sighed and said that first he would put her to bed, and then they would continue the conversation. She screamed that she didn't want to, and if he moved, she would run away. Ahin sighed and asked her to calm down and not be stupid. Vivi screamed that he should take her with him. She was furious and asked why she spent days and nights learning to control her pheromone. She knew that no one except her could help him with the attacks. At the same time, she did not understand why he left her again and again and went away alone. She was worried that he might have a seizure after leaving, and at the same time, she knew that she could not just sit idly by. She screamed that if he left her, she would go after him. Ahin said that it was very dangerous. Vivi sighed and said that if he did not like this idea, then he should explain to her why he did not want to take her with him. But the young man only looked at her intently, unable to explain his decision. After a moment, he sighed heavily and stated that the last time she had to use pheromones to calm his fit, she had gotten into a lot of trouble. Vivi asked in surprise if he really wanted to know if it had been hard for her. She knew she had been a little tired then. Ahin said that at that moment he felt not how she was transmitting her pheromones to him, but it seemed to him that he had sucked all the juices out of her. He says that he felt that the pheromones she gave him were not enough, and he wanted to sink his teeth into her neck. For this reason, he was based on the fact that he could harm her. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. Ahin said that if this happens, where there is not even a doctor, he will lose his mind again, and something irreversible might happen to her. She was shocked because she knew he was worried about her. But at that very moment, she declared that she was not afraid of such an outcome. She said with a smile that he knew very well that she was a master at running away from dangers of all kinds. He sighed and declared that he was not joking and was speaking in all seriousness. Vivi said that if she was in danger, she would simply stun him and run away. She knew that she was an excellent runner, and besides, now the probability of him biting her was much lower than the probability of an attack. She knew he wanted to intimidate her into giving up the trip, but she had no intention of doing anything like that. Vivi stated that she would do this because he was trying to distance himself from her. He looked at her in surprise and asked with a smile if she shouldn't say something like that she didn't care if he bit her because it was for his own good. She looked away from him and declared that she would run away from him until he came to his senses. He sighed and asked if she remembered that she had already asked him about this. He asked her if she remembered asking what the point of biting someone's neck was. He sighed and stated that this was how the predator marked its territory. Ahin said with a grin that he wanted to do it again, and at the same moment he asked if he could do something similar. When she was little, one maid read her fairy tales. She said that the predator is much larger and more graceful than the herbivores. At the same time, the young lady did not understand why this was so. But after some time, she realized that the predator was like that because he could enchant his prey with his beauty. At that very moment, she froze in place and felt her predator approaching her with fangs ready. She was taken aback as she realized that she was fascinated by the Black Panther. After some time, the maid looked at the young lady with puzzlement. At that very moment, she sighed heavily and declared that she would bring a scarf to cover the trail. Vivi was very embarrassed at this, and she simply could not utter a word. She was puzzled and felt unbearably ashamed. At the same time, the maid told her mistress that she was now in the form of a human, and therefore she should not have been lying on the floor like a rabbit. After some time, the young lady met with Madame. The lady smiled, looking at the girl, and said that she had a very beautiful scarf, and it really livened up her image. Vivi looked at Madame with a smile and stated that it was so. At that very moment, the man looked at the young lady with surprise and a frown, as he did not understand why she had suddenly wrapped the scarf around herself. The lady looked closely at the girl and asked what she wanted to talk about. Vivi smiled and apologized to Madame, and also stated that she would not be attending the dinner party to celebrate the young master's birthday. They looked at her in surprise, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. The man looked at her in surprise and asked why she made such a decision. He said that if they did something wrong, then she should just tell them about it. She smiled and stated that the department was not involved in this matter. She simply thought it was better not to stick her nose into the cage with the predators. She understood that it would be scary to go there alone, so she invited the professor. But the professor asked for forgiveness because she wanted to live a little longer, so she could not come and at the same time hoped for understanding. Vivi in turn understood her perfectly and could not blame her for refusing. Vivi knew that even the professor had refused, so she could not participate in such an event alone. Madame sighed heavily as she felt pity, but at the same time, she said that she had already prepared several dresses for her. The young lady smiled and apologized and stated that she would definitely wear them next time. Madame said with a smile that she should try them all on later. That same evening, Vivi looked around the situation. She understood that everyone was now in the banquet hall, so she wanted to quickly deliver the gift to the young gentleman. Moreover, she was not alone, but with her support group. They quickly jumped from one place to another. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback as she noticed something. She came closer and saw the forest, as well as the room next to her. At that very moment, she screamed and hid behind her maid because she knew that the fox had predators. She was frightened by the teacher and suggested to her maid to leave the fox. But her maid stated that they could not do something like that. She stated that it was possible that it was an invited guest, and it was her duty as a housemaid to escort the guest to his quarters if any trouble arose. Therefore, she intended to take care of her when she returned. Vivi looked at her maid with admiration, as she understood that she was simply cool. A moment later, Mamie quietly approached the fox. She leaned towards her carefully and asked for forgiveness, but no one answered her. The young lady was shocked, as she saw that the forest did not even move. She assumed the worst, but her maid stated that Alice was simply unconscious. At that very moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Mamie declared that she would immediately carry her into the room. A moment later, the young lady picked up the dress, as she assumed it was their fox's clothing. Looking at the maid, she offered to take the clothing. At that very moment, she was taken aback, as she guessed who the fox could really be. Leston, meanwhile, walked around the estate in search of his master. Last night, his master declared that he liked the similar rabbit even more than he had expected. He was puzzled when his master stated that he had no other choice. Now the young man was puzzled because his master had made a similar statement and disappeared into thin air. He was very worried, and he had a feeling that his heart would soon stop. He wondered if his master was really going to steal the rabbit. At the same time, he mentally asked his master to calm down. A moment later, he came to his senses and was distracted by hearing a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Erwin giving orders to everyone else. Leston looked after the young man in surprise. At that very moment, he followed him, because he did not know where he was going, because it seemed to him that Erwin looked suspicious. Moments later, he entered the room, following the young man. He looked at Erwin in surprise as he stared at the cake. He was puzzled and did not know what Erwin was going to do, but a moment later, he noticed that the young man took something out of his pocket. Leston was taken aback and wondered if Erwin had actually taken out the poison. But a moment later, he saw that the young man had merely left a beautiful figurine of a rabbit on the cake. Leston was taken aback and stood frozen in place for a moment in surprise. But after a few seconds, he couldn't take it anymore and asked the young man what he was doing. Erwin looked menacingly at his opponent and declared that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leston shouted and asked if the situation really was conducive to a calm greeting. He did not understand what Erwin was doing with such an important cake for the reception. Erwin looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. After all, he had simply left a rabbit figurine. Leston said that with his actions he was making a laughingstock of Grace's family. Erwin smiled and said that there was no need to worry about this, because the lady approved of his decision. But the young man only shouted at Erwin not to say such nonsense. Leston reached for the figurine and said that he should remove such a thing before anyone saw. Erwin shouted with fury that the ceremony demanded it. He also told his opponent that everyone knew that he was a coward. Erwin looked at the young man with fury and said that he would like to give him one piece of advice, since they occupied similar positions. Erwin said that the family was now at the mercy of the rabbit, so they were taking special care of him, not allowing any problems. The young man came because he did not expect to hear anything like this. At the same time, he did not understand why his opponent had become so frank. Erwin said that as of yesterday, Mamie the maid who was attached to Mistress Rabbit was suddenly promoted to head maid, and this was a direct order from Mistress. And besides, his master no longer denied that he had fallen under her spell. Just as Mr. Rillion fell before the mighty paws of the rabbit lady, Irving said that now is the dawn of the age of rabbit's feet. Leston sighed heavily and asked the young man why he spoke utter nonsense every time they met. Erwin sighed heavily and felt sorry for his opponent, as he did not understand what opportunities he was losing. He also wondered what Leston was doing in such a place, since he should have been in the ceremonial hall. Leston was taken aback and asked the young man if he had seen that incident, but his master. Erwin immediately pointed in the direction where his master was. Leston was taken aback for a moment and froze in place when he saw his master in the form of a lion. Erwin looked at the young gentleman with a smile and asked if everything was okay with him. Rune, in turn, only raised his paw and purred with a smile. Leston froze in shock, not understanding what had happened, but a moment later he was taken aback and wondered why his master had turned into a lion. Meanwhile, the young ladies were staring at the forest as she was tired and her instinct for self-preservation kicked in, so she simply returned to her true form. They were told that some time would pass and she would regain her human form. After some time, she finally opened her eyes and thus frightened Vivi. Vivi jumped away from the fox with the speed of lightning. Vivi noted with a smile that the fox was fine. At the same moment, she declared that in that case, they would already go. The fox looked closely at the young lady and with her paw asked her to come closer. Vivi looked at her in surprise, as she did not understand why she was offering to sit closer. But at that very moment, the fox began to take on its human form. The young lady was taken aback and hastened to present her with a blanket. She was shocked as the wheels suddenly became human. The lady said with a smile that there was no need to cover her. She thanked them with a smile for their help, but she said that it seemed like the abundance of males here had a negative impact on her condition, and sometimes it happened that she would return to her true form like this. Vivi, in turn, was very confused, because she had never heard anything like this before. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as the lady grabbed her by the hair and tenderly declared that she was a beauty. She asked Vivi with a smile if she was the same rabbit she saw last time at the Lord's. She remarked that it was surprising, because she could not imagine that a grown girl could be a little rabbit. She said with a smile that she liked her scared face. She asked if she could see how Vivi was bursting into tears. Vivi was taken aback because she realized that the predator had completely gone crazy. The lady said with a smile that it was the first time she had seen a representative of the herbivores so close. Vivi was very puzzled, as she understood that the predator was approaching her very close. At the same time, she knew that it was dangerous now. She needed to come to her senses. She looked closely at the young lady and asked if she had a wound on her neck. She stated that although the girl had red markings, she still did not look like an adult rabbit, but like a little bunny. Vivi was taken aback and wondered if she really had any red marks. She remembered her family looking at her menacingly and asking why she hadn't turned into a human. They mocked her because she could not take human form. At the same time, they said that she was no different from an animal. After some time, the young lady stood near the mirror and looked at her marks. The maid called her mistress excitedly and wanted to know if she was okay. Vivi stated that she was fine and would be out soon. She remembered how the fox had told her about the red marks, and after some time, she became convinced of her words. Vivi knew the marks weren't particularly visible, but they were there. She wondered if this was a sign that the day was approaching when she would finally turn into a human, and she thought that she would be immensely happy when that day came. But now she wondered why she was so confused. Moments later, she looked at her maid with a smile and announced that it was time for them to leave. The lady looked at them in surprise and asked if they had really abandoned her in such a state. Vivi looked at her in bewilderment, and at that very moment, the lady asked what if she fainted again. The young lady was shocked. She did not understand why predators were so cunning. She was confused because she understood that it was very difficult to deal with such pheromones. At that very moment, she fell under the charm of the cunning fox. Still, the young lady bowed low and wished her a speedy recovery. She looked at Vivi with a smile and said that she did not want to let her go so quickly. After all, she was much more interesting than the entire family of Black Panthers, and she smelled very appetizing. Vivi was frightened by her words, and at that very moment, she hid behind the back of her maid. She was puzzled and did not know what the cunning fox was saying. At the same time, she wondered if 5 men were not enough for her, and she was now targeting her. Vivi knew very well that the young lady was showing interest in Ahin. At that very moment, she couldn't stand it and shouted that he was hers. The young lady looked at her with a smile and said that it was a very interesting and sweet reaction. She asked with a smile if the girl had just spoken about the young man, Mr. Achin, and she said with a smile that it was very kind of her. Vivi was shocked and screamed that this was not true at all. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback, as she heard some kind of rumble behind the door, and at the same time, she heard a loud growl. At that very moment, the maid came to the door, as she heard her comrade growling menacingly. She wanted to check everything. At that very moment, she opened the door and froze for a moment as she saw the terrible lion rushing into their room. Vivi froze in shock, but the fox simply looked at the lion in bewilderment. He looked at them menacingly. Vivi, in turn, was shocked by his enormous size, and in turn, she could not move. She was very scared, so she ran to the door with lightning speed. Yuan, standing in one of the rooms, looked in surprise at the young lady who was rushing down the corridor. A moment later, he looked in surprise at Ash and Mamie, who were chasing the young lady. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, because he saw a formidable lion who was rushing after them. A moment later, he looked after them with a smile and was happy for the rabbit lady because she was faster than everyone else. Meanwhile, the young lady ran away with tears in her eyes and begged someone to save her. At the same time, the young man was celebrating his birthday, standing in the banquet hall, and at the same time he was closely examining the beautiful figurine on his birthday cake. He understood that his companion was becoming more and more confident every day. At the same time, he understood that day and night, the distance between them continued to decrease, and he did not know what to do about it. Erwin looked at his master in surprise and asked if he didn't like the cake, as he saw that his master was puzzled by something. Ahin, in turn, stated that the young lady was not like herself because she was not so meek, and her look should have been more daring. At that very moment, Madame declared that the figure looked small, and it was not really visible. At that very moment, the gentleman confirmed Madame's words. Erwin was puzzled because no one liked the figurine. Ezrin looked at them with bewilderment and wondered if some disease had struck their family. He understood that they were all out of their minds. At that very moment, he sighed heavily and asked where his grandson had gone, since he had not seen him for a long time. The young man consoled him and began to make excuses. He stated that it seemed that the young gentleman had simply moved to a quiet place in order to rest. Meanwhile, Madame stared at the figurine, as it did not fully convey the cuteness of the rabbit, and the gentleman thought so too. Erwin was puzzled and did not know how to resolve this situation. He realized that he needed to quickly come up with an excuse. A moment later, the young man approached Erwin and told him something important. He quietly stated that where that hour ago, Mrs. Rabbit accidentally discovered the fox in an unconscious state, after which she was transferred to the infirmary. However, it seems that in the process of all this, Mrs. Eiley liked Mrs. Rabbit. Erwin realized that this was his chance to distract everyone from the figurine, which no one liked. Without wasting a minute, he shouted to his master that something bad had happened because they said that Mrs. Rabbit had become infatuated with the fox. At that moment, the man was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. Erwin stated that the young lady was now on the run. The young gentleman sighed heavily and asked with a smile if she had really run away with the fox. Erwin immediately said that this was not so, and she ran away with Lev. At that very moment, the young gentleman's face changed, and he angrily asked Erwin who she had run away with. The young maid looked closely at the lion and declared that she would bring him clothes so that he could return to human form. At that very moment, he nodded in agreement. Rune, in turn, suggested that the young lady had a hard time since the day she acquired human form. But at the same time, he was puzzled, because she was still afraid of predators. He had no intention of making fun of her for days, of mocking her, as the Black Panthers did. Moments later, he was walking along the opium road when he saw a young lady who was not like her former self. At that very moment, she, having gathered her courage, declared that she was not afraid of him, in the form of a lion. He was taken aback and looked at her in surprise. After a moment, she finally asked why he was following her. He looked at the young lady with a smile, as he did it just like that. At that moment, he sighed heavily and wondered why he couldn't meet her face to face without any obstacles. He understood that even when she first took on human form, even when she first put on a dress, even when she danced her enchanting dance with him, he was next to her. But at the same time, the young man was puzzled. He did not understand why, even in this case, he did not have a single chance. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked if he was in any pain, so he transformed. He understood that if he said that something hurt, he would get a little more attention from her. But at the same moment, he sighed heavily because he understood that he did not know how to lie, and she would immediately see through him. He was born the second child, and his elder sister was the head of the family, and he did not have the right to want anything or get what he wanted most. At that moment, she knocked on the window and asked if he was in pain or not. A moment later, he saw that the Black Panther had brought him things. The young lady realized that her maid had taken on the form of an animal in order to quickly return. At that moment, he was taken aback, as he felt the Black Panther's intense gaze on him. Leo was puzzled and did not understand why they were looking at him so intently. He knew it would be better if he attracted the attention of the young lady rather than the Black Panthers. At that very moment, she asked if there was something wrong with his paw. He remembered his sister saying that he had to gain her approval and favor, but he also had to dance his mating dance for her. He sighed heavily as he realized that he simply had no choice. And since she and everyone else, I looked at him so intently, he wanted to demonstrate why he came. Without wasting a minute, he got down to the most important part, namely, demonstrating his mating dance. At that very moment, everyone was taken aback, as he dazzled them with his mating dance. The knights looked at the werewolf in surprise, as they understood that he was simply stupid and doing stupid things. The man looked at his old friend in surprise, because he was so angry that he even broke his cane. But at the same moment he asked what had happened as he had heard about the escape of the lion and the rabbit. He smiled and said that such a thing simply couldn't be true, and that she hadn't run away with his grandson. He assured his friend that his imagination had simply run wild. Mr. Rillian, in turn, angrily asked if rabbits could really be polygamous. The men were taken aback and stated that, as far as he knew, they had been both polygamous and monogamous. The man looked after his friend with puzzlement, as he seemed somehow strange. Mr. Rillian, in turn, was furious and shocked. He shouted that the young lady was just a flighty girl, inattentive to him lately. He knew that they would not be able to see each other while he was in the Bearlands. Irvin smiled and asked, regarding the trip, how about taking it with him this time? He stated that the young master could just carry it in his pocket. Ah-hin looked menacingly at his subordinate and declared that he should shut up. Irwin smiled and asked if he had to keep his mouth shut. Ah-hin said with a grin that it seemed like his subordinate was one of the timid ones. They were having a nice conversation and didn't notice anyone around them. But at that very moment, Sokol flew into their office. Ah-hin looked in surprise at the falcon, who was agitated by something. Quinn tried to explain something to the young master, but only about the task, but looked at him as he was flapping his wings all the time and nothing was clear. The young gentleman sighed heavily as he realized that it seemed he no longer considered himself doomed and had decided to begin a new life as a real bird. The young master realized that his subordinate was talking about his grandfather. He asked if the young lady had started drinking with his grandfather. Quinn quickly nodded his head in agreement. Ah-hin sighed heavily and asked his subordinate to continue the story, since he had not noticed anything special in this one. But at that very moment, he was taken aback and called his subordinates. Moments later, they hurried to meet the young lady. He was puzzled and did not know if his grandfather knew that the young lady, under the influence of foreign pheromones, could turn into a human. He understood that there would be no problems with his grandfather, but he would not have any problems with Lev. At the same time, the young lady looked at the lion in bewilderment as his pheromones penetrated her. Vivi was in shock, because she understood that at this rate, her pain would return, and she would turn into a human right in front of them. She understood that she needed to leave before something like this happened. Mr. Rillian asked in surprise whether she was scared or if something else had happened. At that moment, the man was taken aback and asked her for forgiveness. She was puzzled, because she understood that they had nothing to do with it. At that very moment, she looked at her comrade, and he asked what was the matter. She came closer to him as she wanted to explain everything. He looked at her intently and, shuddering, asked if she was really so excited because of that one. At that very moment, she bent down towards him as if she wanted him to catch her. Everyone present was shocked by her action, as they did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he caught her, but in turn fell to the ground with a crash. She smiled and praised him for his good reaction. Without wasting a single minute, she jumped away from the lion and ran to the exit. She knocked on the door because she wanted her maid to open it for her and let her out. Rune came closer to her and, taking her in his arms, asked what had happened. He also said that he would open the door for her right now. After a moment, he looked at her closely and realized what was happening, but he still wondered if she was transforming. She nodded in agreement, but the young man was taken aback as everything happened very abruptly. At that very moment, he hid her and carried her out into the corridor. But at the same time, he was puzzled, since he did not know where he could have hidden her. The man looked after his grandson in surprise, since he did not understand what was happening at all. At that very moment, she began to wave and signal to him, as she remembered Pherenium, since Achin had said that today he would give her a new one. She knew that she had to go after him. The The young man was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, stated that he had not yet mastered the language of rabbits. She was in shock and understood that there was no time for this. She wanted him to let her go immediately. Rune immediately asked if she really wanted to go to Ahin. She was taken aback for a moment, as she did not expect to see such an expression on his face. But after a few moments, the young man finally let her go and said with a smile that it was time for her to go. She froze for a moment and looked at the young man with a puzzled expression. But at that very moment, she threw all her thoughts aside and ran. Moments later, the young lady ran down the corridor at the speed of light, thus frightening the local servants. Yuan shouted after the young lady to be careful, otherwise she might fall. Vivi was in shock and did not understand how much time had passed, but she understood that trouble had befallen her, and she could not have fallen in the corridor. With tears in her eyes, she screamed and mentally asked where her savior was. A moment later, she stood frozen in a daze in the middle of the corridor and wondered where the young master was, because she understood that at this rate she would have to turn. But a moment later, she came to her senses, as she heard the voice of a young gentleman who was running towards her at full speed. He sighed heavily and looked closely at the young lady in the form of a rabbit. At that very moment, she shouted that trouble had happened, and at that very moment she turned her back to him. She wanted to explain that she was with Lord Ezrin, when suddenly she began to address. She was out of breath and her heart was pounding wildly, while the young gentleman looked at her with puzzlement, as he saw that she simply turned to him with a beautiful place and wagged her tail. She understood that she would soon turn into a human, so she tried with all her might to explain to him everything that was happening. But at that very moment, she declared that she needed Ferenium. The young man looked at this spectacle with bewilderment. After all, she tried to explain everything to him, but it so happened that she danced in front of him. She looked at her savior with fury, because she did not understand why he stood and trembled, since she understood that they could not delay. She came closer to him and tapped his leg with her paw. She did not understand why he froze. At that very moment, the young man came closer to her and, asking for forgiveness, declared that everything was ready. Akin held out Ferenium to her, and with that, the young lady breathed a sigh of relief. A moment later, she began her transformation into a human. Without wasting a minute, the young gentleman grabbed her and wrapped her in a blanket. But at the same time, he easily made it so that they moved to the next room. Vivi hurried to get out of the blanket, and with a heavy sigh, she realized that something bad had almost happened to her. A moment later, she raised her head and noticed the young man's intense gaze. She cried out in embarrassment that she had not done it on purpose, but that she had suddenly sensed the master's pheromone. At that very moment, the young man sighed heavily and asked his companion not to be so cruel. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. But he only sighed heavily and asked her about it again. At that very moment, she reached out to him and asked how he knew about her appeal. He sighed and stated that it was all because the lion grandfather was too good at showing off his muscles. She asked in surprise if that was the reason he had run to her so quickly. The young gentleman looked tenderly at his companion and declared that he would always run to her. She was taken aback, as she had not expected to hear such a thing. But at that very moment, he asked with a smile if she really thought it would be different. At that very moment, the young people looked at each other intently, and they were very embarrassed. A moment later, they reached out to each other as if they wanted to kiss. But a moment later, the young lady heard a knock on the door and mechanically pushed her companion away, hitting him in the face. Meanwhile, the maid apologized to the young masters for disturbing them, but she also informed them that she had brought clothes for the young lady. Vivi shouted to her servant with a joyful smile and thanked her for this. After some time, the young man stood quietly near the door, after everything that had happened. But at that very moment, he remembered the human form of the young lady. After all, she was very sweet and beautiful, and also charming. He sighed heavily and burst into tears with embarrassment. But at the same time, he realized that he would soon go crazy. He was puzzled, because he knew she was very beautiful and had eyes only for him. Yet, he couldn't take his eyes off her. At that very moment, he remembered her recent dance. At the same time, the young gentleman became furious as he realized that the lion had seen the dance first. Meanwhile, the Black Panthers looked at their master in bewilderment, as if they did not understand what was happening to him at all. But after a few minutes, Vivi came out to him with a joyful smile. She looked closely at the young man and asked how long he had been waiting for her. But at the same time, she apologized for the wait. He stood frozen in a daze and was at the same time very embarrassed, and his heart was pounding furiously. A moment later, he announced that he had not waited for her too long. The young people looked at each other intently for a while. Mamie, in turn, quickly took the Black Panthers away, as she wanted the young people to talk in private. Akin looked at his companion with a gentle smile and invited her to take a short walk. She looked at him in surprise and, looking away, asked if they would really go like that. She sighed heavily and stated that they could be noticed, and that it was very indecent. Ahin looked at his companion in surprise and asked why she thought so. He also asked if she had never been accompanied by anyone. She sighed heavily and stated that this was true. Akin looked away from her and timidly stated that he was actually in the same situation. She looked at him in surprise and asked with embarrassment if he really had no one with him. She wanted to know how he had attended dinners with his mother before. He sighed and stated that the heads of the Black Panthers always entered the reception halls alone. At that very moment, he extended his hand to her, but the young lady froze for a moment. A few seconds later, she came to her senses and, smiling shyly, took his hand. He smiled and said that if she didn't like it, then she could think that they were walking and he was holding her front paw. She was shocked and screamed that now he was holding her hand, not her paw. He smiled and said that for this reason, she could simply imagine a different picture. A few minutes later, the young lady turned around and was momentarily taken aback as she saw the servants looking at her with a smile. She looked at her companion in surprise as they were actively whispering to each other and saying that it was the first time they had seen Mrs. Rabbit in human form. She burst into tears as she realized that the terrible predator really was a fool. She knew that he was the next head of the family, and while there was nothing good in behaving like this in front of the servants, she understood that it would be better if he did not go with her. A moment later, he announced that after his birthday, he would have to go to the Bear Land. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. But at that very moment, she said that she would also go with him. Unfortunately, she did not have time to finish speaking when suddenly they heard a scream. Mr. Rillian shouted furiously at Erwin and declared that the rabbit was missing, but that he was just walking around and chilling. Erwin was in shock and shouted at the gentleman to calm down. The man shouted that she must have been very scared when that ignorant man used his pheromone. He was very worried and puzzled because he understood that the small and timid rabbit could not stand such a thing. He shouted that for this reason, it was necessary to find her before his grandson went crazy. But at that very moment, the young lady disturbed them and called out to her grandfather with a smile. The man froze in place when he heard her beautiful voice. At that moment, he turned around and looked at them with bewilderment. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, looking the young lady up and down. But at that very moment, he turned his gaze to his grandson and back to the young lady, for he saw that they looked harmonious. A moment later, he came to his senses and realized that there was chemistry between them. At that very moment, he shouted to Erwin that they had to go and look for the rabbit right away. Erwin looked at the gentleman in surprise, not understanding what he was even talking about, since the rabbit was right in front of him. The man was furious and shouted at the young man not to spoil all the raspberries. He shouted at him that his sixth sense told him that the rabbit was now in the stable. The gentleman shouted that a gorilla worked in the stable and that a little rabbit was in close contact with him. Erwin looked at the old man in bewilderment and shouted that this was not so, but the old man did not want to listen to him. Vivi looked after them with bewilderment, as she did not understand what had happened. Achin looked at his companion, because he knew that some lion had seen her dancing and even called her by name. But what annoyed him more was that she was still in close contact with the gorilla. The young lady was taken aback and shouted that this was not true at all. He looked at her menacingly and asked if she would like to go to one of the spare rooms and discuss this matter in more detail with him. After some time, the young master handed over the beautiful artifact to his companion. At the same time, he said that he was giving it to her. She was surprised since no one had ever given her something like this before. At that very moment, she said that his birthday would soon be passing. He said with a smile that it was so. She said that she had thought for a long time, but still had not come up with what kind of gift could please him. He looked at her with a smile and asked why she should worry about something like that. Vivi said that she wanted to give him something. She asked if there was something that he wanted with all his heart. He said with a smile that there was, of course, a lot of that. She asked with a smile what it could be. Ahin looked at her and declared that when they quarreled, she should not run away from him, neither into Irvin's pocket nor into the maid's room. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was even talking about. She asked if he really considered this a gift. He also said that cheating was prohibited. He said that only today already, a lion and even a gorilla were mentioned. She was shocked, but he said that after turning into a human, she should stay in his house. Vivi was puzzled, since he had many desires. At that very moment, he came closer to her and asked with a smile if he could ask her for something. She was embarrassed and said that he shouldn't ask for anything else, and that was the end of the wish list. Akin, in turn, only looked at her with a smile. Moments later, he stated that he didn't want anything special. He said that if he made any mistake first, then she should accept his apology. The young lady was taken aback for a moment, as she did not expect to hear anything like that from him. A moment later, she asked if he had already done something wrong to her. He smiled and stated that so far, he had done nothing wrong. Ahin said with a smile that he was saying this just in case, because sometimes she turned into an overly indifferent rabbit. The next day, the young lady was lying in bed. Ahin sighed heavily, looking at his companion, and declared that if she was already sleeping, then she should sleep normally. Erwin noticed that when she was angry and wrapped herself in a blanket, she looked very much like a cake. He said that he actually mistook it for a cake that would be served at a reception to celebrate the young gentleman's birthday. Ahin said with a smile that they would entrust the decorations to Quinn. Erwin smiled and said that then it would be enough to decorate it with a bunch of strawberries. She was furious because she understood that they were predators and thought only about eating someone. At that very moment, she declared to Erwin that from the moment she saw him until today, she hated him. At that very moment, Erwin declared that hatred was also one of the variations of attention, and he gratefully accepted her attention to his humble person. The young master immediately drove away his subordinate. Erwin bowed and told the lady that if she felt hatred towards him, he did not feel the same towards her. She looked at him in surprise, as she didn't expect to hear something like that. At that very moment, his face changed, and he declared that since she had said that she hated him, he would call the chef. Vivi was shocked and screamed that he was an ill-mannered predator. Moments later, the young people were left alone in the room. She sighed and called the young master. At that very moment, she shouted that she could also go to the Bearland. But he quickly stated that she couldn't do that. Achin understood perfectly well that it was dangerous there, and if they did not go by water, then they would have to go through the desert. She was scared because she knew he would be gone for a whole month. At the same time, she was worried that he might have seizures. She screamed that she heard that the road through the desert was very dangerous. And now that she could control the pheromones, she could have gone with him. But the young man was adamant and said that she would stay at home. She understood that everything was very strange, since the pain during attacks is not something that can be simply endured. She knew that even his father died from an attack. At the same time, she wondered if this was the only reason why he did not want to take her. At that very moment, the young lady tripped and fell straight into the young man's arms. He looked at her in surprise, but still managed to catch it. She hugged him tightly and said that she also wanted to go with him. He sighed and said that first he would put her to bed, and then they would continue the conversation. She screamed that she didn't want to, and if he moved, she would run away. Ahin sighed and asked her to calm down and not be stupid. Vivi screamed that he should take her with him. She was furious and asked why she spent days and nights learning to control her pheromone. She knew that no one except her could help him with the attacks. At the same time, she did not understand why he left her again and again and went away alone. She was worried that he might have a seizure after leaving, and at the same time, she knew that she could not just sit idly by. She screamed that if he left her, she would go after him. Ahin said that it was very dangerous. Vivi sighed and said that if he did not like this idea, then he should explain to her why he did not want to take her with him. But the young man only looked at her intently, unable to explain his decision. After a moment, he sighed heavily and stated that the last time she had to use pheromones to calm his fit, she had gotten into a lot of trouble. Vivi asked in surprise if he really wanted to know if it had been hard for her. She knew she had been a little tired then. Ahin said that at that moment he felt not how she was transmitting her pheromones to him, but it seemed to him that he had sucked all the juices out of her. He says that he felt that the pheromones she gave him were not enough, and he wanted to sink his teeth into her neck. For this reason, he was based on the fact that he could harm her. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. Ahin said that if this happens, where there is not even a doctor, he will lose his mind again, and something irreversible might happen to her. She was shocked because she knew he was worried about her. But at that very moment, she declared that she was not afraid of such an outcome. She said with a smile that he knew very well that she was a master at running away from dangers of all kinds. He sighed and declared that he was not joking and was speaking in all seriousness. Vivi said that if she was in danger, she would simply stun him and run away. She knew that she was an excellent runner, And besides, now the probability of him biting her was much lower than the probability of an attack. She knew he wanted to intimidate her into giving up the trip, but she had no intention of doing anything like that. Vivi stated that she would do this because he was trying to distance himself from her. He looked at her in surprise and asked with a smile if she shouldn't say something like that she didn't care if he bit her because it was for his own good. She looked away from him and declared that she would run away from him until he came to his senses. He sighed and asked if she remembered that she had already asked him about this. He asked her if she remembered asking what the point of biting someone's neck was. He sighed and stated that this was how the predator marked its territory. Ahin said with a grin that he wanted to do it again, and at the same moment he asked if he could do something similar. When she was little, one maid read her fairy tales. She said that the predator is much larger and more graceful than the herbivores. At the same time, the young lady did not understand why this was so. But after some time, she realized that the predator was like that because he could enchant his prey with his beauty. At that very moment, she froze in place and felt her predator approaching her with fangs ready. She was taken aback as she realized that she was fascinated by the Black Panther. After some time, the maid looked at the young lady with puzzlement. At that very moment, she sighed heavily and declared that she would bring a scarf to cover the trail. Vivi was very embarrassed at this, and she simply could not utter a word. She was puzzled and felt unbearably ashamed. At the same time, the maid told her mistress that she was now in the form of a human, and therefore she should not have been lying on the floor like a rabbit. After some time, the young lady met with Madame. The lady smiled, looking at the girl, and said that she had a very beautiful scarf, and it really livened up her image. Vivi looked at Madame with a smile and stated that it was so. At that very moment, the man looked at the young lady with surprise and a frown, as he did not understand why she had suddenly wrapped the scarf around herself. The lady looked closely at the girl and asked what she wanted to talk about. Vivi smiled and apologized to Madame, and also stated that she would not be attending the dinner party to celebrate the young master's birthday. They looked at her in surprise, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. The man looked at her in surprise and asked why she made such a decision. He said that if they did something wrong, then she should just tell them about it. She smiled and stated that the department was not involved in this matter. She simply thought it was better not to stick her nose into the cage with the predators. She understood that it would be scary to go there alone, so she invited the professor. But the professor asked for forgiveness because she wanted to live a little longer, so she could not come and at the same time hoped for understanding. Vivi in turn understood her perfectly and could not blame her for refusing. Vivi knew that even the professor had refused, so she could not participate in such an event alone. Madame sighed heavily as she felt pity, but at the same time, she said that she had already prepared several dresses for her. The young lady smiled and apologized and stated that she would definitely wear them next time. Madame said with a smile that she should try them all on later. That same evening, Vivi looked around the situation. She understood that everyone was now in the banquet hall, so she wanted to quickly deliver the gift to the young gentleman. Moreover, she was not alone, but with her support group. They quickly jumped from one place to another. But a moment later, the young lady was taken aback, as she noticed something. She came closer and saw the forest, as well as the room next to her. At that very moment, she screamed and hid behind her maid because she knew that the fox had predators. She was frightened by the teacher and suggested to her maid to leave the fox. But her maid stated that they could not do something like that. She stated that it was possible that it was an invited guest, and it was her duty as a housemaid to escort the guest to his quarters if any trouble arose. Therefore, she intended to take care of her when she returned. Vivi looked at her maid with admiration, as she understood that she was simply cool. A moment later, Mamie quietly approached the fox. She leaned towards her carefully and asked for forgiveness, but no one answered her. The young lady was shocked, as she saw that the forest did not even move. She assumed the worst, but her maid stated that Alice was simply unconscious. At that very moment, they breathed a sigh of relief. Mamie declared that she would immediately carry her into the room. A moment later, the young lady picked up the dress, as she assumed it was their fox's clothing. Looking at the maid, she offered to take the clothing. At that very moment, she was taken aback, as she guessed who the fox could really be. Leston, meanwhile, walked around the estate in search of his master. Last night, his master declared that he liked the similar rabbit even more than he had expected. He was puzzled when his master stated that he had no other choice. Now the young man was puzzled because his master had made a similar statement and disappeared into thin air. He was very worried, and he had a feeling that his heart would soon stop. He wondered if his master was really going to steal the rabbit. At the same time, he mentally asked his master to calm down. A moment later, he came to his senses and was distracted by hearing a familiar voice. Turning around, he saw Erwin giving orders to everyone else. Leston looked after the young man in surprise. At that very moment, he followed him, because he did not know where he was going, because it seemed to him that Erwin looked suspicious. Moments later, he entered the room, following the young man. He looked at Erwin in surprise as he stared at the cake. He was puzzled and did not know what Erwin was going to do, but a moment later, he noticed that the young man took something out of his pocket. Leston was taken aback and wondered if Erwin had actually taken out the poison. But a moment later, he saw that the young man had merely left a beautiful figurine of a rabbit on the cake. Leston was taken aback and stood frozen in place for a moment in surprise. But after a few seconds, he couldn't take it anymore and asked the young man what he was doing. Erwin looked menacingly at his opponent and declared that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leston shouted and asked if the situation really was conducive to a calm greeting. He did not understand what Erwin was doing with such an important cake for the reception. Erwin looked at the young man in bewilderment and asked what he was talking about. After all, he had simply left a rabbit figurine. Leston said that with his actions he was making a laughingstock of Grace's family. Erwin smiled and said that there was no need to worry about this, because the lady approved of his decision. But the young man only shouted at Erwin not to say such nonsense. Leston reached for the figurine and said that he should remove such a thing before anyone saw. Erwin shouted with fury that the ceremony demanded it. He also told his opponent that everyone knew that he was a coward. Erwin looked at the young man with fury and said that he would like to give him one piece of advice, since they occupied similar positions. Erwin said that the family was now at the mercy of the rabbit, so they were taking special care of him, not allowing any problems. The young man came because he did not expect to hear anything like this. At the same time, he did not understand why his opponent had become so frank. Erwin said that as of yesterday, Mamie the maid who was attached to Mistress Rabbit was suddenly promoted to head maid, and this was a direct order from Mistress. And besides, his master no longer denied that he had fallen under her spell. Just as Mr. Rillion fell before the mighty paws of the rabbit lady, Irving said that now is the dawn of the age of rabbit's feet. Leston sighed heavily and asked the young man why he spoke utter nonsense every time they met. Erwin sighed heavily and felt sorry for his opponent, as he did not understand what opportunities he was losing. He also wondered what Leston was doing in such a place, since he should have been in the ceremonial hall. Leston was taken aback and asked the young man if he had seen that incident, but his master. Erwin immediately pointed in the direction where his master was. Leston was taken aback for a moment and froze in place when he saw his master in the form of a lion. Erwin looked at the young gentleman with a smile and asked if everything was okay with him. Rune, in turn, only raised his paw and purred with a smile. Leston froze in shock, not understanding what had happened, but a moment later he was taken aback and wondered why his master had turned into a lion. Meanwhile, the young ladies were staring at the forest as she was tired and her instinct for self-preservation kicked in, so she simply returned to her true form. They were told that some time would pass and she would regain her human form. After some time, she finally opened her eyes and thus frightened Vivi. Vivi jumped away from the fox with the speed of lightning. Vivi noted with a smile that the fox was fine. At the same moment, she declared that in that case, they would already go. The fox looked closely at the young lady and with her paw asked her to come closer. Vivi looked at her in surprise, as she did not understand why she was offering to sit closer. But at that very moment, the fox began to take on its human form. The young lady was taken aback and hastened to present her with a blanket. She was shocked as the wheels suddenly became human,